Chapter 1. A gunshot to the head too soft. All city names are from parallel worlds. Please do not draw parallels. In the golden autumn of October, the rain fell incessantly. At the entrance of the Golden Bay Villa community, a dozen police vehicles were stationed, including two heavily armed SWAT trucks. The police lights flickered in the rainy night, casting an air of strict siege over the entire community. Lin Feng, do not resist futilely. You're already surrounded and cannot escape. You are still young. Do not act foolishly, or your life will be over 50 meters within the community. A young man was seen holding a knife to a middle-aged man. His face was filled with rage, disregarding the police's warnings. Damn it, stop babbling. I've lived this long. How can I turn back now? If I let him go, will I not end up in prison? Will I be able to live a good life? I warn you, do not force my hand. Do you believe I will send him on his way right now? No, no, no. Young man, please do not kill me. Just tell me what you want. I assure you I will fulfill your demands. I have a wife and children. If you kill me, you won't escape either. I can give you money, whatever amount you want. Please, spare my life. The middle-aged hostage had wet himself. He was truly terrified. He had an engagement today, had drunk a bit, and upon returning home, found himself inexplicably taken hostage. Faced with the threat of death, the alcohol had sobered him up. He did not want to die. Although not a top-tier tycoon, he earned millions a year and had no desire to leave this vibrant world. Money, is it? You think you can impress me with a few measly coins? I will kill you. It hurts. Please do not kill me. Director, the kidnapper is losing control. The hostage's neck has already been cut. Please advise. The voice of a sniper from the SWAT team crackled through Song Tao's earpiece. The situation had become extraordinarily dire. Any slip-up could lead to the hostage's demise. Furrowing his brow, he spoke with unwavering resolve. Be ready to eliminate the criminal at any moment, but remember to avoid harming the hostage. Understood. 10 seconds later, a piercing gunshot shattered the night sky. The young robber collapsed to the ground, rainwater mingling with blood, staining a large portion of the ground red. October 8th, 2024. The kidnapping case that shocked the entire city was resolved, culminating in the precise execution of the criminal. Lin Feng opened his eyes, gazing around in confusion. The 20-square-meter bedroom, although modest, was neatly arranged. Blinding sunlight streamed through the window, making it difficult for Lin Feng to open his eyes. What the hell? What's going on? He had clearly been shot by a SWAT sniper. How was he still alive? Ouch, that hurts. Do not move. You are in such a state, yet still fidgeting. At such a young age, why not work properly instead of being a thug? The woman's voice startled him. Instinctively turning his head, Lin Feng found his face covered by a soft, fluffy object. He sensed a peculiar fragrance wafting into his nose, delightful and inviting. Strangely compelled, he buried his face deeper into it. How blissful this sensation was. Exquisite. Could it be that heaven took pity on him, arranging a beautiful dream for him after his demise? He should savor it, for when the dream ends, he would have to report to the underworld, right? So soft, so delightful. As a young man in his early 20s, he could hardly resist such temptation. An involuntary response stirred within him. You scoundrel. Had I known, I wouldn't have saved you. Just as he was enjoying this softness, a sharp scream rang out, and Lin Feng felt a forceful push, sending him rolling off the bed onto the floor. Damn it, that hurts. Is this murder? You are the one to talk. Look at what you've done. Even in this state, you are still so unruly. Had I known, I wouldn't have saved you. When Lin Feng finally discerned the woman before him, he froze in astonishment. Memories began to swirl chaotically in his mind. Sister Yunqi? How do you know my name? Shen Yunqi exclaimed in shock. I saw your delivery slip. Lin Feng quickly improvised, pointing to the open package beside the bed. Rest a while. Once you feel better, you can leave. They'll prepare some food for you. Wait, what year is it now? Lin Feng asked a rather foolish question, but his expression was earnest. Are you insane? It's 2020. You must have been hit hard. Shen Yunqi retorted, leaving the bedroom. Damn, I've been reborn? Lin Feng murmured to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. He quickly pulled out his phone to check the date. September 5th, 2020. With a resounding slap, he struck his own face. A jarring pain surged through him. His right cheek fell ablaze. This wasn't a dream. Everything was real. Today marked 2 months since his graduation, 1 month since he had descended into a life of petty crime, helping his boss for the first time, only to encounter an ambush. He had been beaten by a dozen men, sustaining serious injuries. If not for Chen Yunxi passing by, he would have either died or become disabled. For the next period, he would recuperate here, relying on his thick skin and Chen Yunxi's kindness to stay. Unfortunately, such bliss was short-lived. 3 months later, her ex-husband, drunk, brought trouble. He had intended to play the hero and impress her, only to discover that this man was a brother of his boss. He had immediately panicked. Because of his cowardice, Chen Yunxi was beaten by her ex-husband and severely injured, ending up in the hospital. He, too, was reprimanded by his boss for this incident, nearly facing a similar fate. Memories of the past rushed back, each scene more unbearable than the last, and Lin Feng's gaze grew increasingly cold. 4 years had passed since his graduation until the kidnapping incident. Did anyone know how he had spent those years? Now that he had the chance to live again, he vowed never to let tragedy repeat itself. He would reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. Clenching his fists, his eyes brimmed with fury and hatred. If it weren't for that deceitful woman, who had tricked him for 8 years, how could he have walked down this path of despair? Ding! You have a new message, please check. A text message interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. He picked up his phone, glanced at it, and his expression froze, his body collapsing onto the bed like a deflated balloon. In 10 days, his small loan and credit card, totaling $58,000, would be overdue. His bank account was in dire straits, with a 6-digit password protecting a 3-digit deposit. How could he repay it? In his previous life, he had reluctantly turned to his boss for help. For this sum, he had agreed for the first time to assist in delivering goods, thus plunging into an irreversible path. Damn it! Do I have to endure this once more in my second chance at life? Is my return simply a cycle of past tragedies? The years 2020 and 2024 differed by 4 years, yet opportunities for sudden wealth were scarce. Even if they existed, one needed capital to seize them. To hell with this rebirth. In a fit of rage, Lin Feng smashed his phone onto the ground. As the sound of shattering echoed, fragments of the screen rebounded, piercing his eye. Ouch, that hurts. Damn it. Does being reborn mean I become blind? Amidst the excruciating pain, Lin Feng lost consciousness, slipping into oblivion. Chapter 2: The Eye of Information. Lin Feng abruptly sat up in bed, instinctively rubbing his eyes, only to find there was no pain at all. The sunlight outside remained bright, and even the sparrow perched on the windowsill had not taken flight. To his astonishment, his eyes were perfectly intact. He felt no discomfort, and his vision was flawless. What on earth was happening? Could it be another dream? He distinctly remembered shards from his phone piercing his eye, and that pain felt all too real. Moreover, the expensive phone now lay in ruins on the floor, emitting wisps of smoke. His head buzzed. This could not be a dream. What then was the truth? Glancing at the clock on the wall, his expression changed in disbelief. Had only a minute truly passed? Loading 125. 100. Loading complete. The Eye of Information has been activated and successfully bound. Current level: Beginner. Function: upon merging with the Eye of Information, your vision will mutate. In its initial state, you will be able to perceive the data of all things, including basic information such as price, quality, and personal details. Note: each use of the Eye of Information grants 1 experience point, which can be utilized for upgrades. Experience bar: 010. What? At last, he was reaping the benefits of rebirth. He was well versed in this narrative, who had not indulged in web novels. This was indeed the arrival of his golden opportunity. All his previous troubles seemed to vanish in an instant. He retrieved a mirror from the bedside table and scrutinized his eyes, finding no change. He remained as handsome as ever. Name: dressing mirror. Purchase date: January 8th, 2020. Purchase channel: online. Price: 25 yuan including shipping. He was momentarily startled by the sudden information that sprang forth. However, his heart soon swelled with elation. He turned his gaze to the window, focusing on the sparrow. Name: sparrow. Species: bird. Condition: healthy mental state. The sun is abundant here, so warm, it's just the human is too dangerous. I must remain vigilant. Incredible. He could even perceive the mental activities of animals. This was nothing short of invincible. Overjoyed, Lin Feng whistled at the little sparrow and pretended to approach it. To his surprise, it flapped its wings and flew away. What was there to fear? Did it not know it was now a protected species? Lin Feng smirked, mumbling to himself as he lay back, contemplating the path ahead. The reason he had once ventured onto a path of no return was due to that wretched woman, his college crush, the goddess of his heart, Zhang Qian. From the moment he entered university, his living expenses were entirely devoted to her. After graduation, to satisfy her extravagant lifestyle, Lin Feng fell into the underworld, following a so-called big brother. In the end, he could not even win a single woman's heart and found himself at a dead end. In this life, not only would he seek revenge and reclaim what belonged to him, but he would also strive to become a true superior being. In 10 seconds, the bedroom door will be pushed open. Target is 2 meters. 1 meter. An inscription appeared on the surface of the bedroom door. The doorknob turned, and the door swung open from the outside. A clean set of pajamas was tossed onto the bed as Chun Yunshi peeked her head in, exclaiming impatiently, "Change your clothes and come out for dinner." A warm feeling spread through Lin Feng's heart. He was touched. If anyone had genuinely cared for him in his past life, it was undoubtedly Chun Yunshi. Their paths had crossed, and even upon learning he was a petty gangster, she did not shy away, but made several attempts to steer him back onto the right path. Regrettably, he had not cherished her then. Even when she was severely injured by her ex-husband 3 months later, he had not bothered to visit her in the hospital. Name Qin Yun's age, Din Shu no. Status: single and divorced, no children. Personality: kind, gentle. Mood: anxious, depressed, uneasy. Mental activity: why should I bother to save a stranger, especially a petty gangster? If he gets killed, it serves him right. Why am I so easily inclined to kindness? Hidden information: deceived in a marriage by her ex-husband, losing 500,000 yuan before the divorce. Fortunately, her ex-husband was lazy and rarely returned home, preserving her final shred of purity. Imminent unexpected event. In 1 minute, relatives will arrive early, and the flustered landlady will embarrass herself for lacking sanitary napkins. You will receive the arduous task of purchasing sanitary napkins for the single female landlady. Hint: refusing this task to save face will leave a poor impression on the landlady. Accepting it will damage her image but yield an additional monetary reward. Familiar scenes flooded Lin Feng's mind. He had experienced this event before his rebirth. Back then, he had agreed to buy the sanitary napkins, but had received no unexpected fortune in return. "Hey, are you ready? The food will get cold," Chun Yunshi called from outside, her tone sharp yet laced with concern, warming his heart. She was indeed a good woman, and a genuine one at that. Lin Feng grinned, coming. "You can't expect me to come out bare-chested, can you? Watch your mouth. I warn you. Once you're well, you must leave. This is not a hotel." Lin Feng casually opened the bedroom door, only to freeze in place. This startled Chun Yunshi. "What are you doing?" She stammered. "I warn you, don't get any funny ideas. I'm a Taekwondo expert." What on earth was happening? Did I look like a pervert? Lin Feng cleared his throat and replied earnestly. "Sister Yunshi, you look unwell. Your complexion is dark. There might be a calamity looming." "Ridiculous. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? You petty gangsters use this to deceive young girls, don't you? If you don't believe it, fine." Lin Feng picked up his chopsticks and bowl, nonchalantly digging into the meal. The spread of braised pork, mushroom and greens, kung pao chicken, and cold jellyfish was simple yet delightful. As he took a bite, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. In his previous life, he had enjoyed many of Chun Yunshi's home-cooked meals. The taste was still the same. Suddenly, a shrill scream jolted Lin Feng back to reality. He looked up and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "See? You didn't heed my warning. I told you, calamity is upon you. Was I wrong?" Chun Yunshi's face flushed crimson, wishing she could disappear into the ground. How embarrassing, in front of a strange man. Her period had arrived early. She was wearing white pants, and the vivid red stain was strikingly evident. "Turn around, don't look." All right, I want to look. It's not like I'm trying to take advantage of you." Seeing Lin Feng bow his head, she hurried to the bathroom. However, shortly after, she poked her head out, blushing furiously, and said, I'm out of sanitary napkins. Could you help me buy some?" Chapter 3. Acquiring sanitary napkins and becoming a decathousand-aire? "Very well, I shall procure some forthwith. Prithee, hasten. The nearest supermarket is a mere 500 meters from your domicile. I shall endeavor to arrive promptly." Alternatively, shall I summon a delivery service? Nay, that would prove inconvenient. Chen Yunxi is rather conventional, being unattached. She would feel ill at ease, even with a delivery person, a complete stranger. Then tarry a while. Should the discomfort become unbearable, cleanse yourself with a bath and change your attire. Lin Feng uttered these words and departed. Bathe and change? Surely, he does not harbor such intentions. Fie, preposterous. I am indisposed. Yet, should he prove to be a deviant with such proclivities? Alas, vexing. Should that transpire, I shall summon the authorities. Clutching her device, she grew increasingly agitated, her mind awash with conjecture. Lin Feng, naturally, remained oblivious to the depraved image she had conjured. 5 minutes hence, he arrived at the convenience store nearest to the residential complex. The establishment was sparsely populated at midday. The proprietor, a gentleman of approximately 50 years, was slumbering. Good sir, where might I locate the sanitary napkins? Aisle 3, second shelf from the top. Lin Feng located the designated area, procured 2 packages, and proceeded to the checkout. Purchasing these for your paramour? Forgive my candor, but such items are ill-omened and may adversely affect one's fortune. They are for my personal use. Is it not permissible for a gentleman to experience his monthly visitor? The proprietor's countenance stiffened, and he retorted acrimoniously, Young sir, why do you disregard sound counsel? Alas, good intentions are wasted on the obstinate. He deemed it beneath him to engage with such a fellow, who was destined to remain confined to his meager existence within the confines of the convenience store. Having concluded the transaction, he departed the premises with the sanitary napkins in tow. Suddenly, an intelligence briefing materialized before him. This modest supermarket engages in the distribution of counterfeit cigarettes in moderate quantities. Upon reporting this infraction, the proprietor shall face a prison sentence not exceeding 3 years, in addition to substantial financial penalties. Advisory: secure a quantity of cigarettes and expose the illicit nature of their sale, thereby compelling him to offer a private settlement in exchange for your silence. Risk: nil, verily. This must be the true essence of the golden touch. Memories flooded his consciousness. He recalled that 2 months hence, the proprietor of this very supermarket would be apprehended and charged with the illicit sale of counterfeit cigarettes for personal gain. Good sir, might I procure 2 packs of Chunghwa cigarettes? 140. The proprietor retrieved 2 packets of Chunghwa from the cabinet and deposited them on the counter. Lin Feng seized the cigarettes, scanned the payment code, and departed. Bah! A mere stripling indulging in Chunghwa cigarettes, a profligate, no doubt. Partake, then, consume my cigarettes, and remain perpetually silent. The proprietor muttered contemptuously, resuming his slumber. Knock, knock, knock. Hark, proprietor, what is the meaning of this? Are you vending counterfeit cigarettes? Counterfeit cigarettes? What counterfeit cigarettes? The convenience store proprietor's eyes fluttered open, his expression one of disarray. Upon recognizing Lin Feng and Appo's return, his countenance shifted to one of harsh admonishment. Young man, are you attempting to provoke me? Name: Chen Tao, age, 52, occupation, convenience store proprietor. Marital status: single, unmarried, personality: parsimonious, prone to petty profiteering, bullying the meek, averse to confrontation, mood: irate, anxious, apprehensive. Inner monologue: the lad has discerned the counterfeit nature of the cigarettes. Nevertheless, fear not. He is but a callow youth. A mere intimidation tactic will suffice. Advisory: a bully and a coward, he shall capitulate forthwith upon the threat of police intervention and accept his fate. Emboldened by these advisories, Lin Feng's apprehension dissipated. A mere simpleton, indeed. Was he, a former street tough, to cower before such a creature? Counterfeit cigarettes? Are you devoid of self-awareness? Shall we sample one of these cigarettes to ascertain their authenticity? Preposterous! Are you suggesting that my word is insufficient? Dare you defame me? Enough with the theatrics. I am immune to such histrionics. I shall dial 12315 forthwith. Observing Lin Feng's retrieval of his device with the intent of dialing, the proprietor recoiled in alarm. Seizing his hand, what is the meaning of this? Are you resorting to violence? We exist in a society governed by the rule of law. Practice clemency and forgiveness. We are but humble commoners. I I shall exchange the counterfeit cigarettes for genuine articles. Too late. What of your prior demeanor? Why did you not act sooner? The offense of vending counterfeit cigarettes carries a prison sentence not exceeding 3 years, in addition to a monetary penalty. Reflect upon your transgressions within the confines of incarceration. Nay, I beseech you, young sir, I implore your mercy. I shall offer you 10,000 in exchange for your discretion. Lin Feng returned his device to his pocket, his heart aflutter with elation. This endeavor proved far simpler than extorting protection money with his cohorts. Observing Lin Feng's silence, the proprietor presumed his dissatisfaction and entreated, his voice laden with lamentation. Young sir, my establishment operates on meager margins. I implore you to exercise leniency. Observing your plight, I shall acquiesce to the sum of 10,000, payable in cash only. Verily, I'm eternally grateful. 5 minutes hence, Lin Feng departed the convenience store, his person laden with 10,000 in legal tender, struggling to contain his exhilaration. Phew! The proprietor exhaled, his relief palpable. The consequences of being reported extended far beyond a mere 10,000. His future prospects were irrevocably diminished. Lin Feng caressed the thick wad of banknotes within his pocket, his heart overflowing with excitement. The true value of the golden touch lay in its capacity to generate wealth. Confound it! Never again shall I purchase instant lottery tickets. How much have you squandered? A mere 500 over 3 days. My friend, you are fortunate. I have lost 100,000, exhausting my credit lines. I know not how to face my family. Credit lines? Pray, enlighten me as to how one secures such funds. I must recoup my losses. Beware, for this is a perilous path. As Lin Feng passed a lottery outlet, his gaze was drawn to it. An operational lottery outlet. The odds of winning the numerical lottery are exceedingly low, tantamount to throwing money away. The sole remaining scratch-off ticket, with a face value of 10, offers a grand prize of 10,000. Risk nil. Another opportunity presents itself. 10 in exchange for 10,000. The return on investment is staggering. Verily, the acquisition of sanitary napkins has proven worthwhile. Lin Feng entered the lottery outlet and approached the counter, where he espied a single 10 yuan scratch-off ticket within a transparent display case. Good sir, would you care to purchase a scratch-off ticket? Our scratch-off tickets are of the highest caliber. Some have even 1,1,000,000. I shall acquire this 10 yuan ticket. Verily, the proprietor, a forthright individual, displayed no displeasure at Lin Feng's purchase of a single ticket. After all, lottery tickets rarely remained unsold. Lin Feng accepted the ticket and began scratching the prize area with a coin from the counter. As the area was revealed, the words "Congratulations, you have won 10,000" materialized before his eyes. Lin Feng and Oppo's countenance erupted in an irrepressible display of joy. To think that a mere errand to procure sanitary napkins has transformed me into a decathousand-dare. He sensed that his fortunes had indeed turned. Provided he developed prudently and refrained from recklessness, success was inevitable. Chapter 4. My terrifying strength. Am I infatuated? The young brother has fortunate luck. He should visit often in the future. Boss, your establishment has excellent feng shui. It's my first time winning the lottery here. Next time, I shall definitely return. Lin Feng won 10,000 yuan, and the proprietor appeared quite pleased. This not only attracts customers to the lottery shop, but also brings good fortune. Upon receiving the notification of his winnings, Lin Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. A prize of 10,000 yuan, with no taxes to pay. He must hurry back. He had already been gone for 20 minutes, and if he delayed any longer, there would be chaos at Chun Yunqi's home. 5 minutes later, from behind the bathroom door, Chun Yunqi extended a hand, complaining, "Why are you so slow? Dear sister, the nearest supermarket is 900 meters away, and I've exerted all my strength. Are you still not satisfied? Then go ahead and eat. I'll join you shortly. All right, just call if you need assistance." Scram. Lin Feng chuckled, finding amusement in teasing the female landlord. Glancing at the food laid out before him, he felt a surge of appetite and began to eat voraciously. It had been ages since he had savored such delectable home-cooked meals. In his previous life, after leaving this place, he had descended into a life of violence and bloodshed. living off the meager earnings that ultimately benefited the ungrateful Zhang Qian. He had subsisted on takeout, leading a humbling existence. Lin Feng, thank you for your assistance. Chen Yunqi said, it's nothing, just a small favor. By the way, how did you know my name? Your ID card was left by the bed. Chen Yunqi had changed into a fresh outfit and sat across from Lin Feng, lifting her bowl. The atmosphere grew intimate, and in that moment, Lin Feng felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. After all these years of yearning for Zhang Qian, was this not the life he had ultimately sought? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yunqi's thoughts were elsewhere. Lin Feng's gaze shifted, and a stream of information floated above her head. In her thoughts, why does this guy keep staring at me? It's infuriating. However, despite being a rogue, he is rather handsome. If he weren't involved in the underworld, perhaps we could be friends. I ought to steer him back to the right path. What a pity otherwise. What a kind-hearted person. In his previous life, he had squandered her goodwill. Now that he had a second chance, he vowed never to succumb to despair again. Usage limit for the golden finger has reached 10 times. Would you like to upgrade? Lin Feng's expression changed, fearing an unexpected turn of events. Sister Yunqi, I've finished eating. I'll head back to my room to rest. Chen Yunqi was startled, her thoughts interrupted. Seeing Lin Feng truly retreat to his room, she sighed in relief. Couldn't he possibly have noticed that I was watching him? Could he? Inside his room, Lin Feng drew the curtains and locked the door, settling onto his bed. A virtual experience bar appeared before his eyes. Experience points. 1010, I wish to level up. Information, I upgrade complete. The next level requires 1,000 experience points. Status, initial level 1, new ability unlocked, X-ray vision. You have received a body enhancement package. Would you like to open it? Of course, why even ask? Save it for the new year. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled and a white light enveloped him. A small vial of white liquid appeared before him. Body enhancement liquid. Volume, 5 milliliters. Method of use, oral, effect, immediate activation upon consumption. Note, please find a quiet, undisturbed location for consumption to avoid unnecessary panic and trouble. The vial was transparent, resembling water. After unscrewing the cap, Lin Feng sniffed it and detected no odor. Could this be safe to drink? Surely it wouldn't be fatal? He was particularly cautious about his life, especially after his rebirth. Rest assured, this potion is non-toxic and harmless, capable of significantly enhancing your physical abilities to an extraordinary level. The potion has a 5-minute shelf life. Lin Feng felt a wave of anxiety. Several minutes had already elapsed, and he sensed the urgency. A chill coursed down his throat and into his stomach. He felt a warm current build within him, gradually spreading outwards. Within a minute, Lin Feng was enveloped in heat and began to sweat. It felt as though a fierce fire ignited within his chest, and the bones crackled audibly. Suddenly, his body trembled as if doused in cold water, the heat dissipating. Wow, my body has returned to normal? Lin Feng approached the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection, but noticed no visible change. Had the potion already lost its efficacy, or was his method of use incorrect? After pondering for a while without resolution, he lay back in bed, feeling a sense of lethargy wash over him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled his ears, further agitating his already frayed nerves. He waved his hand dismissively, but it was of no use. Damn it, how annoying. Lin Feng cursed as he sat up, but his body froze. A fly drifted past, moving at an agonizingly slow pace. This was no ordinary slowness. It was as though the world had shifted into slow motion. Lin Feng extended his hand and astonishingly caught the fly between his fingers. He was astounded. He wasn't foolish, and it seemed that the potion had indeed transformed his physical capabilities. Lin Feng, are you there? Can you help me with something? Chen Yunqi's voice called from outside. A familiar image flashed in his mind. If he was correct, she needed assistance moving rice. In his previous life, he had struggled to lift it, ultimately seeking help from an upstairs neighbor, which had left him thoroughly embarrassed. At that time, Chen Yunqi had scolded him, lamenting that with such poor physical condition, he would soon meet a grim fate. Today, he intended to reclaim his dignity and show her what a real man could do. I'm here. What do you need help with? Don't tell me it's to buy feminine products again. Shut up. Could you help me carry some rice? The delivery guy was in a rush and left it at the door. Is that all? Where is it? I'nd Oppos. LL go get it. Can you manage? 2 bags weight 200 pounds. Please just wait. Chun Yunshi followed closely, her face filled with concern, ready to lend a hand. However, as she reached the door, she witnessed Lin Feng effortlessly hoisting a bag of rice onto his shoulder, striding back in with ease. His expression was unfazed, and he even whistled as he walked. This was 200 pounds of rice. Even a weightlifter would struggle to carry it so effortlessly. Hey, what are you staring at? Where should I put this? Oh, just place it in the kitchen. Lin Feng, be careful not to hurt yourself. Hurt myself? With this little weight? It doesn't stand a chance. Chun Yunshi's gaze visibly shifted, her admiration for him growing evident. She was a rather innocent woman, perhaps a bit naive in matters of the heart. Or else she wouldn't have been deceived by her ex-husband. A divorced woman captivated by your masculinity, her subconscious impression of you, is undergoing a dramatic transformation. Has she become infatuated? Lin Feng felt a surge of delight. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone interrupted his reverie. Chapter 5. A brother's bond forged in peril. The incoming call displayed Zhang Dongyang on the phone screen. A tremor ran through Lin Feng, his eyes turning crimson, a storm of fury brewing within their depths. Chun Yunshi recoiled, sensing the palpable shift in Lin Feng and Oppo's demeanor. The nonchalant air he usually wore vanished, replaced by a chilling ruthlessness that sent shivers down her spine. Lin Feng, what's wrong? Nothing. Just leave the rice here. I'm going back to my room to rest. Be careful, and let me know if you need anything. Lin Feng hastily retreated to his bedroom, shutting the door behind him as he answered the call. Dongyang, are you all right? All right? What are you babbling about, Fengji? What could possibly happen to me while I and Oppos am just enjoying a quickie for 150? He momentarily forgot his rebirth. It was still 3 years before Zhang Dongyang's incident. There was still time. It's good that you're fine. Use your head before acting impulsively. You only have one life. You know? Huh? Didn't you teach me that in this line of work, you have to be ruthless and fearless to get ahead? That was then. Things are different now. Remember, unless I give you the go-ahead, keep a low profile. If you disobey, don't bother following me anymore. I will. Fengji, please don't kick me out. Zhang Dongyang was frantic. Once, during a gang fight, he and Lin Feng were paid 100 yuan each to be present. They agreed beforehand to just stand by, but somehow, a brawl erupted. Had Lin Feng not dragged him away, he would probably be 6 feet under. From that day on, he regarded Lin Feng as his elder brother, obeying him without question and remaining utterly loyal. That's right. Life is more precious than anything. Once it's gone, everything is gone. Fengji, I'll listen to you. All right. The Ji wants to see you. Lin Feng frowned, a figure materializing in his mind, treacherous, cunning, valuing money over loyalty, and devoid of any sense of honor. He was ambushed during a job, barely escaping with his life, and only contacted Lin Feng through Zhang Dongyang 3 days later. He conveniently omitted the gang assault, simply stating that he wanted to see him. Tell him I'm busy. Silence stretched for what felt like an eternity on the other end of the line. Zhang Dongyang was dumbfounded by Lin Feng's words. Fengji, are you serious? To win over Zhang Qian, Lin Feng had aligned himself with Ji, hoping to leverage his influence to rise through the ranks. Although Zhang Dongyang loathed the woman who might become his sister-in-law, he fully supported Lin Feng and Oppos as choices. But why did Fengji suddenly seem like a different person, daring to defy their boss? Of course, I'm serious. What future is there in gang life? One foot in the underworld, the other in prison. We're going to walk the straight path. Huh? Fengji, you're not going to make money anymore? Of course. I'm going to make money. Does walking the straight path mean we can't make money? Zhang Dongyang was utterly bewildered. Had Ji been provoked by Zhang Qian again during their brief separation? Nothing seemed normal. Dongyang, we're still young. The risks of the underworld are too great. One wrong move, and we're dead. And if we don't die, we're crippled for life. Who will take care of us? But what about Zhang? Sister-in-law? Sister-in-law? Zhang Qian? Get out of here. She's not worthy of being your sister-in-law. You've finally seen the light, Fengji. I never liked that woman. With your talents, you can definitely find someone better. You little rascal, you have a sweet tongue. Are you free tonight? Let's grab a drink. I'm free. I've been bored to death these past few days. What about DGE's side? Screw him. All right. Feng Ji, send me the location later. Okay. After hanging up, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. He felt like he could accomplish something significant. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh excitedly, his expression animated. Damn it, how could I forget about that? You've been unjust to me, so don't blame me for being disloyal. As evening approached, and Lin Feng prepared to leave, Chun Yunxi seemed concerned. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Are you sure you should be going out? Yunxi Jia, don't worry. I and Oppos. I'm just going out for dinner, not to fight. And I wanted Oppos to be a gangster anymore. TCH, what does it matter to me whether you and Oppos re a gangster or not? Just be careful. Chun Yunxi blushed and retreated to her bedroom. Damn, she and Oppos. Blushing. She and Oppos. 100 times better than Zhang Qian. Aksu Barbecue, Frontier City. Lin Feng and Zhang Dongyang clinked beer bottles and downed them in one go. The waiter brought over 2 large platters of grilled skewers, lamb kidneys, lamb skewers, lamb ribs, a large lamb leg, and 2 dozen oysters, a lavish spread. Holy crap. Feng Ji, did you strike it rich? Just eat. Have you ever heard of someone going broke from eating? Hearing this, the young man quickly grabbed a lamb rib and began devouring it. Feng Ji, I heard you want to do some business. How did you get injured? Damn it, don't even mention it. I was ambushed and almost got crippled. But let's not talk about that. What did that grandson Zhang Wenlong say to you? He said he wanted you to meet him at the venue tonight. I told him I couldn't reach you. Lin Feng sneered inwardly. If he remembered correctly, they were looking for him tonight to transport goods, the first step into the abyss, from which there would be no return. Well done. Damn it, he treats me like a disposable tool, summoning me at will without any concern after I was ambushed. What kind of DG is that? He must want something from me tonight. Lin Feng downed half a bottle of beer, exhaling a breath of stale air. He leaned in close to Zhang Dongyang, his tone mysterious. Do you want to get rich and make a name for yourself? The young man was quick-witted. From Lin Feng and Oppos' tone on the phone, he had guessed his intentions. But was this really possible? Was it too audacious? Feng Ji, you want to report to G? I don't an Oppos. Mind. But do you have any evidence? Evidence? I know where he stores his goods. Zhang Dongyang's eyes widened in disbelief. This was his most closely guarded secret. Besides the delivery people and trusted confidants, almost no one knew. Dongyang, just tell me if you're in or not. As long as Feng Ji is game. What am I afraid of? That's the spirit. After we finish eating, we'll scout the location and find the right opportunity to act. Feng Ji, what's your plan? There must be a lot of cash in a place like that. When the time comes, we'll. Lin Feng leaned in and whispered into his ear. As Zhang Dongyang listened, his pupils dilated, and his expression gradually turned to shock. Holy crap, this is going to turn the world upside down. What are you panicking for? We're doing this for the people. Lin Feng remembered that there was a large amount of cash stored where the goods were kept. Such transactions could not be done online. As for how to turn that money into his own, he needed to devise a foolproof plan. Chapter 6. Delivering goods amidst storms and rain. Essential tools for murder and robbery in the southern outskirts of Sioux City, within a row of brightly lit houses in Nantian Village. A group of ruffians, adorned with dragon and phoenix tattoos, congregated outside, smoking and boasting. The courtyard was filled with luxury vehicles, some worth over $1 million. Brothers, just lend me a little more, and I promise to repay tonight, a disheveled, balding, middle-aged man pleaded as he was pushed forward by several thugs. Boss Sue, you've lost over 100,000 in 3 days. It's time to settle up, or don't blame us for being impolite. Do you think we're a charity? Asking for 20 or 50,000 without collateral. Come on, I and Oppos. V had been a regular here. How about I pledge my 100,000 BMW and get 20,000? From an upstairs window, a scar-faced man, cigarette dangling from his lips, smirked. Since Boss Sue is a regular, give him the 20,000. Drive the car to the parking lot. And if he can't repay, sell it at the second-hand market. Thank you, Boss Jiang, thank you. The middle-aged man, tears of gratitude streaming down his face, excitedly returned inside the house, ready to wreak havoc. This was an underground casino in Sioux City run by Jiang Hailong, known as Dragon Brother, who was also Lin Feng's elder brother. Beyond the legitimate gambling business, he dealt in illicit drugs, which constituted his primary source of income. In the upstairs office, Dragon Brother lounged with his feet crossed on the desk, cigarette in mouth, while his confidant, a Quan, reported on Lin Feng and Oppo's as situation. Lin Feng is missing, and Zhang Danyang isn't answering his phone. I've sent people to look for them. For what I gather, Lin Feng was ambushed by Zhang Bin's men, but seems to have been rescued by passers-by, so he should be fine. It appears he has deliberately gone off the grid. Dragon Brother extinguished his cigarette, his expression stoic. I've heard that Zhang Danyang is his lackey. They must be plotting something against us. Forgive my candor, but that kid is too busy chasing girls to have the guts for rebellion, a Quan replied. Damn, if he had the guts, I wouldn't dare either. The boss's son's woman? I'm not about to sabotage my own meal ticket. Dragon Brother was already aware that Zhang Qian was the boss's son's girlfriend. He had taken Lin Feng in to exploit this situation and control him for his own gain. Times were getting tougher. Delivering that merchandise was increasingly risky. It was wiser to send a reckless youth with shallow connections. By the way, that shipment is nearing the deadline, and we still haven't found a suitable delivery person. That Lin Feng has been dodging my talks. It's either storms or rain with him. He's toying with me. I'll send some brothers to find him. If he refuses to cooperate, he'll have to pay the price. A sinister smile crept across Dragon Brother's face as he ominously instructed a Quan, handle this matter. Rest assured, it will be taken care of. Unbeknownst to them, while they schemed against Lin Feng, their own territory was already being pilfered. 1 kilometer from the underground casino, Lin Feng and Zhang Danyang crouched in the grass. How did you discover this place? Zhang Danyang asked, bewildered, as they observed a small, abandoned factory about 20 meters away. I have my ways. Jiang Tianlong wants me to deliver goods. Only a fool would go. Getting caught would mean losing my head. So what is your plan? Burn the place down? Just say the word, and I'll follow you into fire and brimstone. Lin Feng slapped Zhang Danyang on the head, irritated. What fire and brimstone? Stick with me, and there is plenty to eat. In the shadows, he lowered his gaze, his eyes moist with emotion. A brother like Zhang Danyang must never come to harm in this life. Don't be angry, I want to speak again. Quiet. Let me consider our next move. He interrupted Zhang Danyang, focusing intently on the factory's location. In the pitch-black night, the ordinary I could discern nothing, but for Lin Feng, it was different. A transparent screen materialized before him, swiftly advancing to envelop the entire factory. A miraculous scene unfolded as the factory became translucent, revealing its interior to Lin Feng's keen perception. Indeed, the X-ray vision is impressive. He marveled, excitement bubbling within him. Name, abandoned factory. Status, falsified. Hidden treasures, an underground hideout in the outskirts of Sioux City. Utilized by a gang leader for storing illicit drugs. Heavily guarded. Entry is exceedingly difficult. Hidden value. A safe located in the second room on the right side of the third floor contains 500,000 in cash. The thought of 500,000 sent shivers down Lin Feng's spine. In his lifetime, he had scarcely seen that amount, let alone 5,000. If he could claim this sum, his future would be much easier. Yet, Lin Feng found himself in a quandary. Burning down the place was a trivial task, but stealthily extracting 500,000 was a monumental challenge. Though he possessed the strength to face 100 foes, if the commotion grew, he wouldn't be able to take the money. 500,000 was a significant amount. There was no way to sneak it away. How could he stand by and watch this fortune disappear? Revenge was crucial, but acquiring wealth took precedence. The thought of watching this bounty slip away left him discontented. Beep. Sensing your desire for advancement, the Eye of Information offers an unexpected surprise. Activating Personal Virtual Space 1. This space exists in a void connected to your consciousness, allowing for miraculous functions within a 5-meter radius. Enjoy. Note, this function can be used 10 times a month, refreshes at the beginning of each month, and the count does not accumulate. Unbelievable, this is possible? Lin Feng exclaimed, thrilled beyond measure. The functionality was extraordinary, an indispensable tool for murder and robbery. Lin Feng had already conceived a clever plan to infiltrate the factory. Peek, brother, what has got you smiling? Have you thought a good idea? Take me to see Jiang Hailong. What? Go see Jiang Hailong? Lin Feng had just mentioned reporting this criminal overlord. Now he wanted to meet him, leaving Zhang Danyang perplexed. Don't ask questions. This place is too perilous. A direct confrontation would spell disaster. Just do as I say, return home, and await my news. You won't be in danger, will you? Rest assured, with you around, I shall never face danger. All right, I trust you. Wait. Lin Feng halted Zhang Danyang, speaking mysteriously. We can't go like this. That bastard has probably been trying to contact us for a long time. We've been off the grid. And he'll take out his anger on you. Here's the plan. Find a rope, tie me up, and then take me to see him. Peek, brother. What are you planning? You want me to deliver goods, so let us turn the tables on him. Chapter 7. Brothers turn against each other. My desire for progress is overwhelming. Zhang Danyang was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. Danyang, do you not know me? Have no fear, there is no danger. Go fetch the rope, Lin Feng confidently assured him, patting his shoulder. Although Zhang Danyang had unwavering faith in Lin Feng, this endeavor seemed excessively reckless. Danyang, stop hesitating. This opportunity is rare. All right, but Brother Feng, if he doesn't fall for this, remember, I'm flipping the table with you. Absolutely, I promise you. At the entrance of the underground casino in Nantian village, a group of underlings encircled Zhang Danyang. You actually returned? Brother Long has been looking for you. You got some guts. Zhang Danyang, you were supposed to find Lin Feng. Where have you been? This group comprised the core subordinates of Jiang Hailong, holding a higher status than Zhang Danyang and Lin Feng. They typically undertook the arduous tasks and had never regarded the two as equals. Calm down, brothers. It took me considerable effort to locate Lin Feng. Look, I've brought him here, Zhang Danyang said as he placed a burlap sack on the ground and untied the ropes, causing a figure to tumble out, startling everyone. Lin Feng was bound tightly, with a cloth gagging his mouth, emitting muffled sounds of distress. His eyes mirrored terror and resentment as they met Zhang Danyang's gaze. Is that really Lin Feng? Wow. ISNT here, elder brother? I never would have guessed you could be so ruthless. Just look at that glare. He must despise you immensely. Zhang Danyang scoffed. One must prioritize their own interests. In the face of benefit, even a biological brother can be betrayed. Don't even mention him. He's promising enough. Take him to the second floor. Brother Long is waiting. Inside the office on the second floor, Jiang Hailong was initially preparing to leave when he learned that Zhang Danyang had brought Lin Feng to see him, which astonished him. Quan, are you sure? There's no conspiracy involved, is there? Rest assured, the brothers all witnessed it. He even uttered, one must prioritize their own interests. Ha! Splendid. Bring him in quickly. How dare he play games with me? I will make him pay. Jiang Hailong laughed triumphantly. Brother Long, Brother Quan, I am Zhang Danyang. Come in. As Quan finished speaking, the door swung open, and Zhang Danyang shoved Lin Feng forward as they entered the office. You're quite bold to orchestrate a betrayal. Lin Feng whimpered, his eyes wide with fear. Remove the gag. Right away. Quan pulled the cloth from Lin Feng and Appo's mouth. Damn it, Zhang Danyang, you shameless scoundrel. How could you betray me? Brother Feng, please, don't be so agitated. What choice did I have? Should I have starved alongside you? You ungrateful wretch. I'll kill you. Though bound, Lin Feng could still use his legs. Just as he was about to kick Zhang Danyang, Quan seized his foot. Lin Feng, you're quite audacious. You failed your mission and went missing, yet you dare to act up in front of Brother Long? Brother Quan, I was ambushed and injured. Luckily, someone rescued me. Otherwise, I would have been left for dead in the streets. He wept profusely, his face contorted with indignation, his acting skills impeccable. Suddenly, Lin Feng's tone shifted as he glared at Zhang Danyang, furiously declaring, Brother Long, you know I saved him. How could he betray me? Is there no sense of loyalty? Jiang Hailong narrowed his eyes, chuckling lightly, so that is how it is. I thought you had run away, which is why I sent Danyang to find you. We're all here to assist me, so let us not hold grudges. But, what? Do you not understand Brother Long's words? It seems you're intent on rebellion. Zhang Danyang seized upon Quan's words, splashing dirt on Lin Feng's reputation. Enough. Let this matter be forgotten. No one is to mention it again. Danyang, you may leave. I need to speak with Lin Feng privately. Understood, Brother Long. I shall take my leave. Quan closed the office door, helping Lin Feng untie his bonds and bringing him a chair. Xiao Lin, do you not wish to make a name for yourself? Brother Long has kept you in mind. Do not be angry. It was merely a moment of frustration that led Zhang Donyang to seek you out. You went missing. After all, Aquan's demeanor was unervingly amiable. Had this been the past, Lin Feng would have been moved to tears with gratitude. However, he now recognized the true nature of these individuals. Lin Feng, I can overlook your disappearance. There were reasons, and it was for the sake of the organization. However, I have an important task that requires your assistance, and the rewards are substantial. He distinctly remembered being asked to deliver goods for the first time, which he had declined. At that time, there was no incident of going missing, and Jiang Hailong had advised him to reconsider. 2 months later, in pursuit of greater monetary gain, he had fallen into the trap. Lin Feng, are you unwilling? Have you given up on women? Modern women are quite pragmatic. Without money, who would want to be with you? It's just a delivery. For one trip, I'll give you 10,000. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's anger surged. In his previous life, he had made 12 deliveries, each earning a mere 1,000, with the rest claimed as a deposit. This scoundrel had never intended any good, treating him like a fool. Brother Long, such a high price indicates that the goods must be extraordinary. Getting caught could lead to severe consequences. You're quite clever, but have you heard the saying, fortune favors the bold? Without a bit of courage, how can one earn money? How will your goddess ever look at you differently? Brother Long's tone was laced with temptation, as if promising that agreeing to deliver goods would elevate Lin Feng to the pinnacle of success, allowing him to marry a wealthy beauty. Regrettably, Lin Feng was a reborn individual, having seen through it all. Brother Long, spare me the flattery. If I lack the courage to venture into this world, I might as well return to farming. I am determined to rise above. I will help you with the deliveries. Jiang Hailong and Aquan were momentarily stunned, assuming they had misheard. A typical person would certainly feel fear at their first job. They had expected to feign a request for Lin Feng to consider it, as pressuring too much might scare him away. Yet, his willingness to agree so readily was utterly unexpected. In Lin Feng's eyes, a message sprang forth above Jiang Hailong and Appo's head. Inner thoughts. What is happening? He agreed so readily. Could this be a trick? He doesn't appear the least bit anxious. If he gets caught, he could end up in prison for life. The cunning crime lord was quite astute, and despite Lin Feng's swift agreement, suspicion lurked within him. Lin Feng, wearing a sycophantic smile, said, Brother Long, I am so impoverished. I wish to make something of myself in society. I don't need to reach your level, but at least I want to be on par with Brother Quan. How can one succeed if they're always fearful? How can they earn money? How can my goddess ever be with me? I am genuinely grateful for this opportunity you are offering. I am simply too eager to progress. His expression was one of impatience, excitement radiating from his eyes as though he had just won a $5 million lottery, with the depths of his pupils revealing an insatiable desire for wealth, instantly persuading Jiang Hailong of his sincerity. Good, you have ambition. As long as you possess the courage, Brother Long will surely elevate you to greatness. Chapter 8. The thief leaves no empty hand, delivering goods to the police station. Brother Long, if I can be with Zhang Qian, I will definitely give you a generous red envelope. Haha, as long as you have that intention, it suffices. Aquan, take Xiao Lin to the warehouse. Yes. In the blink of an eye, even the way they addressed each other changed. Yinran spoke as if Lin Feng were a confidant. Brother Long, I'll bring you good news soon. Go ahead and be safe. Jiang Hailong watched as Lin Feng departed, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. Damn, that little brat thinks he can snatch a woman from my boss's son? What a dreamer. A cold light flickered in his eyes. Lin Feng was merely a pawn, and once he lost his value, he would be disposed of without hesitation. Inside the dilapidated Santana, Aquan drove toward the outskirts. Brother Quan, I really envy you for being by Brother Long's side. Damn, do you think it's that easy? Serving a lord is akin to accompanying a tiger. You have to bear the brunt of trouble in front of the boss. Brother Quan, how big is your business? Don't ask questions you shouldn't. It could lead to trouble for yourself. Haha, just asking casually. I understand. I want to pry further. The car came to a stop, and Aquan tossed the car keys to Lin Feng. You can go in yourself. I've already made arrangements. Someone will take you to collect the goods. You'll drive this car to deliver them, and someone will inform you of the destination. All right. Lin Feng took the keys and briskly walked toward the warehouse. Only after his figure vanished into the night did Aquan reveal a cold smirk. Damn it. Still dreaming of soaring to success. Once you step on this path, it's a dead end. Neither he nor Jiang Hailong could have dreamed that Lin Feng would dare to turn against them. In their eyes, this kid was just a fool willing to be a lackey for a woman. Lin Feng was already well acquainted with the internal structure of the abandoned warehouse. As he reached the entrance, two cold-faced youths approached him. A scar-faced lackey coldly asked, "Are you Lin Feng?" "Yes, I am Lin Feng. How shall I address you?" "Big brother?" "Don't ask unnecessary questions. You must abide by the rules here." The other youth produced a black cloth and blindfolded Lin Feng. Hands roamed over him, and a grim voice echoed again. "Let us go. Follow us, and don't wander off." "Brothers, I'm blindfolded. How can I wander off?" "Less chatter, just walk." Lin Feng was pushed slightly, stumbling through the door, the sound of it closing behind him. The surroundings were quiet, the lighting dim. Yet it had little effect on Lin Feng. His vision pierced through the black cloth, rendering everything clear. "After we collect the goods, we'll take you out. I warn you to behave. Don't run around. I want to stray. I'll follow your lead." Lin Feng pretended to feel his way in the dark, soon following the two to the second floor. In an instant, his perceptive ability fully unfolded, revealing all the intact rooms on that floor. Name: safe. Internal status: contains 500,000 in cash. Name: locked drawer. Internal status: 100 grams of gold jewelry. Name: safe number 2. Internal status: contains account books and videos of illegal transactions with sellers. As he saw this hidden information, his gaze penetrated the safe and drawer. Suddenly, in Lin Feng's line of sight, the 500,000 cash and gold jewelry vanished into thin air. When he opened his virtual space, he nearly burst out laughing. The two items lay intact inside. Incredible, but regrettably, there was a monthly usage limit. Unless absolutely necessary, he couldn't afford to waste it. As for the transaction video and account book, Lin Feng refrained from taking them. Those were stored in a safe. If he handed them to the police, how would he explain their acquisition? If the matter of the stolen money came to light, it would be counterproductive. Once the police arrived for a thorough investigation, this evidence would surely be uncovered. "Lin Feng, the items are here. Take them now, and we'll lead you to the car. The address will be sent to you shortly." "All right. Thank you for your hard work, brothers." They showed no reaction to Lin Feng's flattery, remaining cold. Back in the car, he removed the blindfold, and his phone in his pocket vibrated. Without even glancing at it, Lin Feng knew he would not deliver the goods to the destination, but directly to the police station. Damn it, Jiang Hailong, wait for your downfall in prison. The Santana started and left the warehouse. At that moment, a lackey, standing at the second-floor window, picked up his phone and held it to his ear. "Brother Quan, everything is going smoothly. The kid is on his way. Don't worry, no issues have arisen. He is quite compliant." In the second-floor office of Nantian Khan, Quan hung up the phone and smiled. "Brother Long, that kid has gone to the destination without any mishaps." Jiang Hailong extinguished his cigarette and replied with a faint smile. "Just as they say, heroes have a hard time overcoming the beauty barrier. It's true. That kid is all in now. You still have the skills. After one delivery, he can never escape. Quan, we must not touch such things. Whoever does is doomed. Lin Feng, this pawn will be dealt with when he is no longer useful. Rest assured, I will handle it then." The two shared a sinister laugh, completely unaware that a nightmare was about to descend upon them, shattering their sweet dreams. At the entrance of the Sioux City police station, a dilapidated Santana parked out front. A young officer on duty poked his head out from the guardhouse, asking in confusion, "What is going on?" "Deliveries." Lin Feng opened the door and stepped out, casually responding. "What do you mean? Deliveries? This is the police station. What are you delivering?" The young officer looked bewildered. It was late at night, and deliveries had ceased. So why was there still someone delivering goods? "Contraband drugs." "What?" "Get down on the ground." The young officer, sensing danger, quickly grabbed the phone in the guardhouse to call for backup. Lin Feng squatted down with his hands on his head, laughing. "Don't panic. My boss sent me with a delivery. It's my first time. I thought it was ordinary goods, but when I realized something was off, I came straight to the police station." "Don't move. Keep your head down." The officer remained tense until he understood the situation. He couldn't afford to be careless. 10 minutes later, in the interrogation room, a middle-aged officer stared sharply at him. Name, Wahaishan, position, head of Major Crimes Unit. Sioux City Police Station, age, 45, character, just mood, confused. Thoughts, why would a petty thug delivering contraband suddenly come here to turn himself in? This defies logic. The department is currently investigating Jiang Hailong, who is suspected of drug trafficking. Could this be related? Must be cautious. There may be a conspiracy. Damn it, his timing is impeccable. They're investigating Jiang Hailong, which only enhances the credibility of his confession. Officer, I'm a subordinate of Jiang Hailong. He ordered me to deliver that batch of goods, and I know the location of the warehouse. However, you must act quickly. If he discovers something amiss here, it will be too late. Chapter 9. Am I an honest man, or am I dreaming? Gua Haitao tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng, as if attempting to discern the young man's true nature. Spare your scrutiny, or you'll miss the opportune moment. Why jest about matters of life and death? I fail to comprehend why you would betray Jiang Tianlong, your sworn brother. Officer, I merely sought sustenance under his banner. Engaging in petty violence, debt collection, and overseeing establishments is one thing, but this illicit trade is beyond my purview. You possess a keen understanding, it seems. Not understanding, but a desire to live. Would I have chosen this path if alternatives existed? What remuneration did he offer for a single delivery? 10,000, though knowing his proclivities. He'd likely deem 1,000 sufficient gratitude. Aside from this warehouse, does Jiang Hailong possess other repositories for contraband? That remains unknown to me, as this was my initial foray into this domain. Ah, yes, 32 Nantian Village is the location of his clandestine casino. Whether it serves solely as a casino, I cannot ascertain. Gua Haitao inhaled deeply, his tone grave. A final query. Does he have benefactors supporting him? Lin Feng and Amp, Oppo's eyes gleamed, recognizing the profundity of the question, yet lamenting his ignorance of the true identity of Zhang's patrons. To fabricate an answer would only arouse suspicion. Of course, he has support. In today's underworld, no one attains eminence without backing from influential figures. Who are these benefactors? I'm unaware, though I've overheard several of his calls. It seems they commission him for tasks, and Jiang Hailong addresses them deferentially as boss. As a peripheral figure, such matters are beyond my knowledge. Lin Feng, you present yourself as quite the honest man. Isn't it self-evident? I voluntarily confessed. I am, after all, an honest man. Gua Haitao was rendered speechless, realizing that Lin Feng was taking advantage of the situation. His surrender stemmed from the gravity of the situation, not from any innate goodness. Nevertheless, should his claims prove veracious, he would be absolved of legal culpability. A knock echoed from the interrogation room door. Enter. A police officer burst through the door, his voice urgent. Captain Gua, the vehicle is laden with narcotics, in quantity sufficient for 10 executions. Did you hear that? I wasn't exaggerating. With such a vast quantity, would I willingly deliver it? Then why didn't you refuse? Captain, consider the circumstances. Knowing what I knew, refusal would have been a death sentence. Captain, he speaks the truth. We reviewed the surveillance footage. The vehicle proceeded directly to the police station upon entering the monitored area, without stopping elsewhere. Gua Haitao, now certain of Lin Feng and Amp, Oppo's veracity, felt a surge of apprehension. If the vehicle contained enough narcotics for 10 executions, the warehouse must be overflowing. Lin Feng, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness, interjected before Gua Haitao could speak. The delivery destination is the Boiling Point Bar on Nanfeng Road. The warehouse is located in an abandoned facility outside Nanantong Town. Let's move out. Gua Haitao, decisive and efficient, prepared to depart for the scene. Bring reinforcements. The warehouse is likely teeming with individuals, possibly armed. Lin Feng, reclining with his legs crossed, offered the reminder with a smile. You will remain here. You are not permitted to leave until the investigation concludes and your innocence is established. Understood. Outside, police lights illuminated the night as a convoy of police vehicles departed, siren silent. The spectacle was exhilarating. The injustices of his previous life would be rectified in this one. Ding! You have received a risk assessment. The event is progressing smoothly. with the subsequent apprehension of suspects and seizure of evidence. Risk level 0. You are eligible for a reward of 100,000. The sudden notification filled Lin Feng with glee. It seemed that choosing the path of righteousness was indeed the correct decision. 100,000 was no paltry sum. It was a fortune that could resolve many of his current predicaments. 5:00 a.m. Nantian Village Underground Casino. A contingent of police officers discreetly surrounded the premises. 3 hours of efficient operation had concluded. The bar and warehouse had been successfully secured, resulting in the arrest of 38 individuals. The total quantity of contraband discovered in the warehouse exceeded expectations. Furthermore, Jiang Hailong's ledger and incriminating videos were discovered within a safe, providing irrefutable evidence of his guilt. All units, synchronize watches. Execute the operation in 1 minute. Roger that. Roger that. Roger that. Inside the casino, Aquan smoked a cigarette. As the day and Oppo's operations concluded, he prepared to close up. He planned to have breakfast with Jiang Hailong before resting. Glancing at the time, he pondered Lin Feng and Oppo's whereabouts. It had been over 2 hours since he had departed for the delivery, yet there was no word. Though perplexed, he entertained no dire thoughts. What could an ignorant youth, aspiring to rise through the ranks of the underworld, possibly accomplish? Bang! The front door was breached with a resounding crash as a group of police officers stormed inside. They were confronted by a dozen gun barrels and a cadre of uniformed officers. I am Guo Haitao, head of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Sucheng Police Department. You are under arrest for suspicion of trafficking in illicit substances. Please cooperate. Illicit substances? What illicit substances? The abandoned warehouse, the bar, Lin Feng. Need I elaborate? Damn it, Lin Feng ratted. Aquan, aghast, attempted to flee, but was overwhelmed by the officers and pinned to the ground. Cooperate. Where is Jiang Hailong? I don an Amp, Oppo's, Tino where the boss is. He attempted to resist, but footsteps echoed from the staircase. Jiang Hailong, bleary-eyed, descended the stairs, his mind still clouded with sleep. Aquan, were you looking for me? I was sleeping upstairs. Did you hear from Lin Feng? It's almost dawn. Did he deliver the goods to the bar? Boss, run. That kid ratted. What? Don't move. I am Guo Haitao of the Sucheng Police Department. You are under arrest for suspicion of trafficking in illicit substances. Jiang Hailong was jolted awake as if doused with ice water. Only then did he realize that the living room was filled with police officers, their weapons trained on him. Any untoward movement would likely result in his demise. Lin Feng ratted? He was arrested and then betrayed me? It shouldn't be. I planned everything meticulously. How could that kid, whom I had under my thumb, possibly betray me? The cold steel of handcuffs encircled his wrists as Jiang Hailong struggled frantically. Do you have evidence? I'll sue you for defamation. The courier you dispatched delivered the goods to the police station. Furthermore, we apprehended the recipient at the bar and discovered a vast quantity of narcotics at the warehouse, as well as ledgers and incriminating videos in the safe. What more do you have to say? Damn it, Lin Feng, that bastard betrayed me. Chapter 10. In the next life? Be a good person, is this what I can see? This is called enlightenment. Our police have been investigating you for quite some time. This time, there's no escape. Take him away. Guo Haitao sighed with relief. The pressure he felt was immense, and the stakes were high. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Before dawn, the arrest operation concluded successfully. Upon returning to the police station, Guo Haitao wasted no time resting and immediately interrogated the main suspects, Jiang Hailong and Aquan. At 10 a.m., Lin Feng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, was startled awake by the sound of the door opening. Lin Feng, you can leave now. All right. He had voluntarily reported, having done nothing wrong, so he was certain he would face no consequences. As for the brawls and other petty matters, the serious crime unit had little interest in them. Comrade police, you've caught everyone, right? A young officer nodded, his expression relaxed. The arrest went smoothly, and the information you provided was accurate. Captain Guo has completed the interrogation successfully. That's good. Jiang Hailong is a significant menace, posing a grave threat to society. The officer glanced at Lin Feng, somewhat speechless. A major threat, yet he was still mingling with the underworld. What a character. Damn it, Lin Feng, I'll kill you for betraying me. As Lin Feng exited the holding room, he heard a furious voice behind him. "Oh, Brother Long, don't take it personally. If I really delivered this cargo to you, wouldn't that be disastrous? Aren't you after money? Don't you want to pursue Zhang Qian?" "Yes, that's right, but I can't risk my life." "Do you think Zhang Qian would fancy a drug dealer? You dare to play me? I want to spare you." Zhang Hailong's head felt like it was going to explode. After all this, Lin Feng was actually outsmarting him. He had considered Lin Feng a fool, believing he was orchestrating everything, only to realize he was the real jester. Calm down, calm down. 18 years later, you could still be a fine man. If only you hadn't drunk the Mangpa soup, you might have had a chance to take revenge on me. Alas, it seems that opportunity has slipped away. Lin Feng approached Zhang Hailong, patting him on the shoulder, and advised solemnly, "In your next life, strive to be a good person. Get lost." Zhang Hailong shouted, seething with rage. "Don and Amp, Oppos, team move, behave yourself." The officer in charge of escorting Zhang Hailong shoved him against the wall. His eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Lin Feng as if his gaze could kill. Lin Feng would have perished countless times over. "Take him to the holding room." "Lin Feng, come with me to the office." "All right." Gua Haitao instructed his subordinates to lead Zhang Hailong away and took Lin Feng to his office. "Have a seat." He gestured toward the sofa and prepared a cup of tea for Lin Feng before sitting across from him. "Based on the information you provided, we have already clarified the case. We owe you our gratitude. No need for politeness. It was my duty." Gua Haitao chuckled, teasing, "Aren't you also a gangster?" "That's different." Lin Feng's serious expression amused Gua Haitao. In the eyes of the police, a gangster was just a gangster. They all belonged to the same dark world. "Explain how it's different." Lin Feng declared earnestly, "I have no tolerance for gambling and drugs." This was a trending meme online, and Gua Haitao certainly recognized it. "You rascal, so quick-witted. I must inform the Vice Squad. They will undoubtedly want to apprehend you." "Haha, just kidding. Through this incident, I've realized that the underworld is not the path for me. I plan to turn over a new leaf." "Are you serious?" "Yes, quite serious. Just look at how perilous it is. Had I not been clever, I might have already plunged into the abyss. Just thinking about it is terrifying." Lin Feng's acting was superb. His genuine fear was palpable. "It's commendable that you have such thoughts, whether sincere or not, but your actions this time deserve recognition." Gua Haitao opened his drawer and handed a form to Lin Feng. "A commendation form for significant contributions?" Lin Feng recognized the impending reward of 100,000 yuan, but feigned confusion. "A commendation form? What does that mean?" "Come on, Captain Gua, you do realize I have merit, right? You wouldn't leave a record against me, would you?" Gua Haitao couldn't help but laugh. Lin Feng was quite amusing, proving that these little gangsters had little education. Just think about it. Isn't it better to read more while living in this world? It's called a commendation form. How could it possibly leave a record? The department has decided that you have made significant contributions, and you will receive a reward of 100,000 yuan, registered here. It will be credited within 3 working days. Really? Yes. Do you think I would deceive you? See, from now on, do more good deeds and refrain from immoral actions. Understood. Next time something like this happens, I will report it. Gua Haitao said irritably, "You have such lofty thoughts. If this happened every few days, the public security in Sioux City would be in disarray, and I would have to resign in shame." Right, my bad. In the future, if I encounter such matters, even without a reward, I will report it and never resort to illegal means. Well, it's getting late. I'll arrange for a car to take you home. Let us hope we meet again someday. Half an hour later, Lin Feng stood at the door of Chun Yunxi's house, knocking several times, but there was no response. He had returned all night and had no idea if anyone was home. Could she be out? Lin Feng wondered, just as he was about to knock again. His gaze flickered. Just a peek. It should be fine, right? His eyes penetrated the door, taking in the scene inside, but Chun Yunxi was absent from the living room. Once more, he peered through the door of her bedroom, and Lin Feng shuddered. A stunning figure lay supine on the bed. Towering peaks, dense forests, with not a trace of excess. Chun Yunxi was rubbing her abdomen, her brow furrowed. "Why am I experiencing menstrual pain and constipation? This is utterly frustrating. Where on earth did Lin Feng go? It's infuriating that I can't even find someone to fetch me a cup of hot water." She continued to rub her abdomen, looking visibly weak. Damn, what is this situation? Can I even bear to look at this? Lin Feng swallowed hard. Although he knew it was morally questionable, he couldn't bear to avert his gaze. The extremely weak landlord, both psychologically and physically tormented, requires emotional support and physical soothing. Lin Feng understood the need for emotional support, but what on earth did physical soothing entail? Could it be? Lin Feng's expression froze. It was time to showcase his true skills. He pulled out his phone and dialed Chen Yunxi's number. The call was quickly answered. Hello, is this Sister Yunxi? It's Lin Feng. Where are you? I've knocked several times with no response. You're back? Wait, I'll open the door right away. The voice on the phone was hurried and flustered, accompanied by rapid footsteps from behind the door. When the door opened, Chen Yunxi stood there in a thin silk nightgown, her cheeks slightly flushed. Sister Yunxi, are you all right? Not feeling well? Chapter 11. A modicum of medical knowledge. It's nothing uncomfortable. Please come in. Just order takeout for dinner. I'm feeling a bit weary today, Chen Yunxi said hurriedly as she made her way to the bedroom. Lin Feng inhaled sharply, taken aback by the sheer transparency of her nightgown. This was quite a provocative sight. He swiftly closed the door behind him and followed her inside. Yunxi, I sense some imbalance in your energy and blood flow, he remarked. Utter nonsense. What imbalance? I'm merely a bit tired and am going to rest. You can handle dinner on your own, she retorted. I'm not fabricating anything. Your digestive health seems compromised, perhaps some constipation, and with your menstrual cycle. I suspect you might be experiencing some discomfort. Am I right? Chen Yunxi halted in her tracks, incredulous. How do you know this? Well, it's rather evident. Do you expect me to spy on you? Her cheeks flushed as she recalled the earlier scene in the room. If Lin Feng were to discover her embarrassment, she would wish to vanish into the ground. Why are you blushing? He teased. It's nothing. You happen to identify a few symptoms correctly. But it's just my period. Most women experience such symptoms, and it's not severe. Name: Chen Yunxi. Mood: anxious, uneasy, restless, guilty. Health status: imbalance in energy and blood, particularly during menstruation, leading to dizziness, fatigue, chronic constipation, frequent gastritis, and bloating due to erratic lifestyle causing low blood sugar and malnutrition. Summary: no major illness, but persistent minor ailments. With this knowledge, Lin Feng felt quite confident. You're not just experiencing these symptoms, are you? Dizziness, fatigue, and drowsiness are also common for you, correct? How do you know? Moreover, chronic constipation and bloating. I suspect you might have chronic gastritis. Chen Yunxi was astounded. While menstrual pains could be guessed, the likelihood of accurately guessing other symptoms was virtually nil. Her curiosity piqued. Lin Feng's unexpected knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine was astonishing. Yunxi, you should take better care of yourself while living alone. Proper meals and hydration are essential. Why neglect your health? What do you mean by that? She asked, perplexed. Your irregular eating habits and infrequent meals lead to poor digestion, low blood sugar, and malnutrition. If this continues, your health will suffer significantly. What? You can discern that too? Have you studied traditional Chinese medicine? But you're so young. Don't those seasoned practitioners rely on observation and inquiry? Chen Yunxi was taken aback, never expecting Lin Feng to possess such medical insight, especially to discern her condition with a mere glance. It felt as though she had stumbled upon a remarkable talent. Seeing her astonishment, he realized he had struck a chord. If he revealed further hidden ailments, she might be utterly enchanted. On a whim, he decided to delve deeper. Name: Chen Yunxi. Indelicate ailments. Gastrointestinal dysfunction due to poor lifestyle habits resulting in frequent constipation, compounded by 3 hemorrhoids that have plagued her for 3 years. Lin Feng's expression shifted. This was too private. He instinctively glanced at Chen Yunxi's backside, his gaze drifting inappropriately. What are you looking at? She inquired, her face reddening like an apple, clad in her sheer nightgown. Please, don't be alarmed. I'm not being lewd. You seem to have hemorrhoids, stemming from dampness and heat in your body, correct? Have you been spying on me? Calm down. I merely deduced it. Even if I were to see you bathing, I do need to look closely to spot hemorrhoids. Can you not speak in riddles? I'm not fabricating. I'll leave you to rest. It's crucial to regulate your health. Otherwise, you'll suffer as you age. Come back. What is it? You can discern my ailments. Can you actually treat them? Treating requires merely the right approach. I can't claim to be a healer. As Lin Feng was about to decline, a notification echoed in his mind. Beep. Knowledge has been activated for you. This feature allows for the rapid acquisition of relevant medical knowledge, facilitating practical application. What an extraordinary ability. Wait, you can only diagnose but not treat? That seemed reasonable. After all, his capacity to identify such numerous ailments was already impressive. Squinting, Lin Feng suddenly received another message. Treatment for constipation and regulating the spleen and stomach yield the quickest results for these ailments. Knowledge I, a powerful ancient method called divine abdominal massage, has been selected for you. Would you like to learn it? Absolutely, I must learn it. This is not a mere question. Beep. Divine abdominal massage has been imprinted in your mind. Please check carefully. Warning, treatment requires intimate contact. Without the patient's consent, forced intervention may lead to accusations of assault or harassment. Lin Feng envisioned the scene, a figure lying down while another administered aid. It appeared quite straightforward, though it required the patient's clothing to be adjusted significantly. Was this a step too far? The implications of what he had seen filled his mind. Lin Feng, what's the matter? Can you treat it? If not, I'll just head to the hospital for a checkup. Chen Yunqi's words snapped him back to reality. I can indeed treat it, particularly your constipation and digestive issues. Results can be swift, but forget it. Just go to the hospital. It's safer. Lin Feng shook his head, exuding helplessness. Chen Yunqi, momentarily perplexed, assumed he was seeking compensation. If you cure me, I'll pay you. Yunqi, do you think I'm so shallow? I'm living here, eating your food. Why would I ask for money? There are other reasons I can't treat you. Stop asking. I'll rest now. The more he resisted, the more curious she became. She grasped his arm, insisting, explain why you can't treat me. To treat you, one must undress. Undress? You see, you can't accept that, can you? I don't want to be perceived as a lecher for attempting to assist you. If you report me, I'm finished. Perhaps you should just visit the hospital. Come back. To what extent must I undress? From a chest to the pubis. This is inappropriate, and things could easily go awry. Chapter 12. It is not illness that is treated, but loneliness. Ah, where are the shares? Lin Feng's gaze descended, fixating on a certain area. Rogue, Chen Yunqi, following his line of sight, was taken aback and hastily covered the precious area with both hands. You see, I told you it wouldn't do, right? Perhaps we should head to the hospital. A bit of medicine might alleviate the discomfort. You return, and the doctor doesn't distinguish between genders, does he? Chen Yunqi's words were rather foolish. Such a statement lacked accuracy, for if it were otherwise, there would not exist so many deviant doctors violating female patients. Moreover, was he not also a professional in the medical field? Even if he were indeed a doctor, he was also a young man brimming with vitality. Yes, that's true, but in the eyes of patients, there is a distinction between genders. Sister Yunqi, although I'm a scoundrel, I still understand this etiquette. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Chen Yunqi lowered her head, grappling with her thoughts. It was unclear whether it was the torment of these minor ailments that had driven her nearly to despair, or if some other emotion was at play. In her thoughts, should I allow him to treat me? These trivial ailments are driving me to the brink of depression, but is this method truly appropriate? What am I afraid of? After all, I am single now, and he seems to have no girlfriend. If something were to happen, morally, could I truly be condemned? Indeed, the heart of a woman is as elusive as the depths of the ocean. Lin Feng could not have anticipated such a bold notion. It felt akin to pushing himself into the fire pit. Lin Feng, please treat me. Are you certain? Of course. I fear no man. Why should you? However, if you engage in any excessive behavior, do not blame me for being impolite. Just kidding. I am a professional. Wait a moment. I will call you in. Chen Yunqi entered the bedroom and closed the door. The sleepwear she wore was not quite suitable, and she sought to minimize the risks involved. Lin Feng stifled a chuckle, amused by her change of clothes. In a moment, they would be two individuals alone together, and he wondered if he could maintain his composure. For even a young woman might not possess such restraint. Lin Feng, come in. All right. He pushed the door open to find Chen Yunqi had changed into a sports tank top and shorts. Yet, the buttons were indeed unfastened, and Lin Feng and Appo's gaze nearly faltered. Hey, don't look around. Get on with the treatment. Well, if you're not at ease, I could blindfold myself. And no, That's unnecessary. What if you inadvertently touch me? Then let us begin. Initially, Lin Feng intended to adopt a modest demeanor, but since she dismissed such notions, he decided to proceed boldly. My method of abdominal massage is called Immortal's abdominal massage, specifically targeting spleen and stomach functions, and it is particularly effective for constipation. Enough talk, let us get started. Lin Feng settled at the bedside, lowering his head. The delicate, snow-white skin paired with her stunning visage was nothing short of a visual feast. Do not be nervous, relax. We will first massage the heart area. His hands made contact with Chun Yunxi's heart area, beginning to rub in circular motions. He distinctly felt her body slightly contract, her face flushing a deep crimson. This was evidently not a mere reaction to the massage. Rather, Lin Feng and Appo's gaze shifted downward, catching a hint of something unusual. Relax, do not tense up. Next, I will push from your stomach down to your pubis. If you feel any discomfort, please inform me promptly. It feels rather pleasant. Chun Yunxi appeared odd, her eyes closed and her speech slurred. Next, I will massage your spleen. Let us begin. She had lost her ability to resist, surrendering to Lin Feng's ministrations. After all, it was a sexless marriage. 2 years post-divorce, she had not even spoken to a man, let alone touched one. Lin Feng remained calm, truly engrossed in the massage, while Chun Yunxi succumbed to overwhelming sensations, torrents of emotion surging forth uncontrollably. Whether her constipation had been resolved remained uncertain, but she felt undeniably liberated. The sensation of enlightenment and elevation was one she had never experienced before. All right, the treatment is complete. Please check if your intestines are moving. Ah, so refreshing. Lin Feng was taken aback, stunned that the treatment had yielded such immediate results. Lin Feng, why did you stop? Chun Yunxi suddenly opened her eyes, her expression one of reproach. It's over. Haste makes waste. We cannot rush. It must be gradual. Oh dear, I need to use the restroom. Lin Feng was startled. He had not anticipated such rapid results. Chun Yunxi sprang from the bed, stumbling towards the bathroom. Lin Feng cast a glance at the bedsheets, his shock evident. Goodness, I am not treating an illness. I am alleviating loneliness. The sheets were practically soaked. One could only wonder how Chun Yunxi had been living these past years. Half an hour later, Chun Yunxi emerged in clean clothes. Noticing Lin Feng's absence from the bedroom, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. How embarrassing. She had almost. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the soiled sheets, her cheeks flushed with shame. This was disastrous. She had embarrassed herself immensely. The sheets were ruined, and Lin Feng had surely seen them. How would she face him in the future? Yet, putting aside her embarrassment, the Immortal's abdominal massage had proven miraculous. Her constipation had vanished, and she felt utterly invigorated, a sensation unlike any she had experienced before. Forget it. I must wash the sheets quickly. I cannot bear this humiliation. She gathered the sheets and opened the door, only to find Lin Feng was not there, prompting her to rush towards the balcony. However, the sound of the door opening behind her startled her. She assumed Lin Feng had emerged, causing her to clutch the bedding tightly and turn around. To her surprise, it was the living room door that had opened. Chun Yunxi was bewildered. Only she possessed the keys to the home. So how could anyone else enter? Finally regaining her composure, she cried out in terror. Who is it? A pungent smell of alcohol wafted toward her as a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure appeared behind the door. It was none other than her ex-husband, Lu Tao. They had been divorced for quite some time, and this apartment was no longer his domain. How could he possess a key? He was a rogue, utterly shameless. Their marriage had been a result of deception. Fortunately, he was lazy and a gambling addict, rarely home, allowing her to maintain her dignity. Oh, Chun Yunxi, you're home? Make me a bowl of noodles. Are you out of your mind? Get out. How did you get a key to my house? What do you mean, my house? Did I not live here before? Enough with the nonsense. I warn you, if you do not leave immediately, I will call the police. Call the police? You filthy whore. I never touched you during our years of marriage. Today is just my chance to have some fun. Lu Tao, reeking of alcohol, lunged toward Chun Yunxi. Thankfully, his inebriation rendered his movements clumsy, allowing her to evade him. Get out. If you don't leave, I will call for help. Call for help? Huh. Go ahead. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. Are those men's sneakers? Oh, you're keeping a toy boy, are you? You've got some nerve. Stop talking nonsense. Those are my shoes. Chen Yunxi was horrified. If he discovered Lin Feng, he would surely lash out at him. She could not allow Lin Feng to be dragged into her troubles. Chapter 13. You and Amp. Oppos. Reed definitely wearing this green hat. Ruthlessness knows no bounds to avert any awkwardness. Lin Feng had already retreated to his chamber. He intended to slumber, but the commotion beyond his door roused him. It dawned on him that it was June 8th. The day Chen Yushi's former spouse created a disturbance in his past life. He initially intended to play the hero, but the fellow was a regular at Dragon Brothers Casino, even considered a close associate. His rescue attempt failed, and he suffered a beating from Jiang Hailong. This incident marked a turning point in his mindset. To ascend rapidly, he consented to trafficking, ultimately meeting his demise. You little cur, I've noted this debt. Even deities can't salvage you this time, he muttered. He unlatched the door and ventured out. The duo in the living room instantly petrified, utterly bewildered by Lin Feng and Oppos' presence. Sister Yunxi, what an Oppos? SMS? In Oppos, awfully noisy. Who is this fellow? Lin Feng inquired. Lin Feng, return to your room at once. This matter doesn't concern you. Hold on. Chen Yunxi, 2 years of matrimony, and I haven't so much as touched you, yet you've already acquired a gigolo? Don't spout nonsense. Besides, what I do is none of your concern. You swindle me out of 500,000. What more do you desire? Don and Amp, Oppos, utter such falsehoods. That and Amp, Oppos, as communal marital property. What and Amp, Oppos, what's wrong with me using it? You and Amp, Oppos, shameless. Lu Tao's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Chen Yunxi's bed linens. His gaze intensified, and he sobered up considerably. Still claiming you haven't found a gigolo? Then what's the explanation for these bedsheets? I heard you were still a virgin. Did you bestow it upon this lad? You little harlot, you couldn't wait any longer. Could you? Lu Tao, be gone. I never want to lay eyes on you again. Bang, he attempted further verbal abuse. But a sudden constriction seized his throat, inducing a terrifying sensation of suffocation. Lin Feng calmly gripped his throat, gradually pressing him against the wall. Cough, cough, wretch. Cough, cough. Release me. Lu Tao frantically hammered at Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos' arm, even attempting to claw at him, but to no avail. Lin Feng and Oppos' hand was like a vice, constricting his neck as the aura of death permeated the air. According to the laws of this nation, it's justifiable to break the legs of a stranger who intrudes upon one's home. Lin Feng grinned, revealing a dazzling set of teeth. Of course, if you attempt to assault the lady of the house, self-defense, even to the point of killing you, Wooden and Oppos, be excessive. You little bastard, I've seen you before. You're Dragon Brothers' lackey. Do you believe Jiang Hailong is incarcerated? Don't you follow the news? Drug trafficking, enough to warrant execution. Oh right, I was the one who reported him. His Lu Tao shuddered violently, breaking out in a cold sweat. The casino had been shuttered for days, and he had made several unsuccessful calls to Jiang Hailong. Even his underlings were nowhere to be found. He owed 200,000 in gambling debts, due today, and he wondered why no collection calls had been made. Remember now? Still threatening me? Slap. Lin Feng delivered a resounding slap to his face, causing Lu Tao to grimace in agony. For trespassing, for threatening Sister Yunxi, you're a relic of the past. This isn't a place you can just waltz into. This barrage of alternating blows landed at least a dozen times, bringing tears to Lu Tao and Amp, Oppos' eyes. Don and Amp, Oppos, hit me anymore. It hurts so much. Slap. Lin Feng landed another slap on his face, chuckling. Did you think I'd stop just because you said so? Chen Yunxi snapped out of her stupor and hastily restrained Lin Feng, voicing her concern. Don't strike him. This man is unscrupulous. He'll surely seek retribution. It's of no consequence if he seeks retribution. Listen closely, Yunxi and I have indeed engaged in intimacy. You're definitely wearing this green hat. Chen Yunxi was dumbfounded, as was Lu Tao. They never anticipated Lin Feng would play this card. Fine, you and Oppos, ruthless. Just because Jiang Hailong is imprisoned doesn't and Oppos, mean you and Oppos, untouchable. You just wait. This fellow was quite the character, hurling threats before turning and departing without a trace of sentimentality. Lin Feng, you were too hasty. This man is a lunatic. Sister Yunxi, I apologize for tarnishing your reputation. Why are you still saying such things? Lu Tao has no bottom line. No, you must leave at once. I can endamp, Oppos, allow you to be implicated. Where would I go? Leave me to wander the streets? I and Amp, Oppos, am the one who stirred up this trouble. How can I just abandon you? Your health is so frail. Go and rest. This is a society governed by law. There and Oppos, there's no need to be afraid. But, no buts. The abdominal massage must continue. Be obedient and go rest. For some inexplicable reason, Lin Feng and Oppos' words seemed to possess a certain magic, and she surprisingly nodded in agreement. Very well, I and Amp, Oppos, am going out for a bit. Don and Amp, Oppos, wait for me for dinner tonight. Only after the sound of the door closing did Chun Yunxi regain her senses. Recalling what had just transpired, her fair face flushed crimson. This Lin Feng. Why would he say such things? No, Lu Tao will certainly seek vengeance. What should I do? At that moment, she had cast aside her own safety, her mind solely occupied with Lin Feng. Upon leaving Chun Yunxi and Oppos' residence, Lin Feng maintained a distance of 500 meters from Lu Tao. Yet that didn't and Oppos' hinder him from tracking him. Chun Yunxi was correct about one thing. Lu Tao was unscrupulous. Even with Jiang Hailong incarcerated, he would seek an opportunity to retaliate. Ruthlessness knows no bounds. Being soft-hearted will only harm oneself. This menace cannot be allowed to linger. However, he couldn't act rashly. He needed to find an opportunity, at least one that allowed him to escape unscathed. Name, Lu Tao, trajectory, in 5 minutes. He will ride his electric scooter home from the subway station 1 kilometer away. Scooter plate, 56556, color, blue. If the braking system malfunctions. The probability of the rider's death, 100. Damn, the opportunity has presented itself. Lin Feng altered his course, entering a small alleyway. He needed to reach his destination before Lu Tao. With his current physical prowess, it would be easily achievable. 10 minutes later, he successfully located the spot where the electric scooters were parked near the subway entrance and found Lu Tao's blue scooter, standing 10 meters away. His pupils contracted slightly as the scooter's brakes shuddered. The brake pads had vanished. The scooter's braking system was completely crippled, and the brake pads were now safely ensconced in Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos' personal space. Lu Tao and Amp, Oppos' figure appeared at the intersection ahead. His face was swollen like a pig in Amp, Oppos', and he had sobered up, but his eyes held a deep-seated hatred. Name, Lu Tao, mental activity. Chun Yunxi, just you wait. You and Oppos, keeping a gigolo, are you? I and Oppos, find someone to cripple him and then torment you, you little bitch. Indeed, a dangerous character. A moment of leniency could lead to one and Oppos' demise. Damn, you still intend to retaliate? Do you think you and Oppos, have a chance? Go seek vengeance from the king of hell. Lin Feng thrust his hands into his pockets, blended into the crowd, and vanished into the sea of people. As expected, Lu Tao didn't and Oppos. He noticed the scooter and Oppos' anomaly. He inserted the key, started the scooter, and drove off, muttering curses under his breath. The road was clear, with little traffic. Unknowingly, he increased the throttle, and in the blink of an eye, he exceeded 40 kilometers per hour. Death stealthily approached at that moment. Chapter 14, The Old Man is Dead. Let him roll as far away as possible. When she returned to Chun Yunxi's house, the other party was already sweating profusely, like an ant on a hot stove. Lin Feng had been gone for an hour, and she received no response to her calls or messages. Could it be that this rascal went to find Lu Tao? The thought startled her. If something were to happen to Lin Feng because of this, she would live her life in guilt. Ding dong. Who is it? Chun Yunxi was startled by the doorbell, thinking it was Lu Tao returning. In a moment of panic, she grabbed a kitchen knife and quietly approached the door. Peering through the peephole, outside stood Lin Feng, cigarette in mouth, pressing the doorbell once more. Sister Yunxi and Oppos, me. Open the door. Clang. The knife clattered to the ground as the door opened, and a figure lunged into Lin Feng's embrace. Well, where have you been? You didn't answer your phone or reply to my messages. I was so worried. You must not go looking for Lu Tao. I will handle this matter. He is capable of anything. Sister Yunxi, I was suffocating. Chen Yunxi was startled and quickly pushed Lin Feng away. Phew, I can hardly breathe. Lin Feng, still trembling, gazed at the spot where he had just stood, his eyes shining with excitement. Hey, are you still looking? Chen Yunxi stomped her foot. Her face flushed as she retreated to the living room. This is unfair. Sister Yunxi, you were the one who hugged me. Please don't accuse me of being a rogue. Lin Feng followed her in and shut the door behind him. There isn't a decent man out there. You really didn't go looking for Lu Tao? She's still worried for Lin Feng's safety. How could a young man in his 20s contend with a rogue? I didn't find him. I just went out for a stroll to clear my mind. Then you should stay home for now. I'll have someone change the locks. Who knows when that rogue will come back to cause trouble. Sister Yunxi, your ex-husband is too much of a rogue. Even after the divorce, he still haunts you. Would I still be worrying if I didn't take care? Chen Yunxi shot Lin Feng an angry glare. It's fine. What can he do to me? Yes, just a gambling addict. Lin Feng, did I hear you say something about your elder brother being involved in drug trafficking? Did you report him? What does that mean? My former elder brother was a drug dealer and asked me to deliver goods, but I reported him. I've said it before. I want to walk the right path. That's good. There's no future in that life. Make sure to find a proper job. You can stay with me for the time being. Just as she was lecturing Lin Feng, there was another knock at the door. Who is it? It's Aunt Li from upstairs. Xiao Chun, your ex-husband is dead. Chen Yunxi was stunned. Lu Tao is dead? Who was it that came here to cause trouble earlier? A ghost? Coming back to her senses. She hurriedly opened the door to find a gossiping middle-aged woman in her 50s standing there. Aunt Li, what did you just say? Lu Tao is dead? Indeed. It was on the news. Just 10 minutes ago, he rode his electric bike into the river and drowned due to brake failure. Now you can live in peace. Is that true? Could Aunt Li be lying? The news must have just come out. It's even on the local headlines. Oh, is it your boyfriend? She noticed Lin Feng in the living room. Her curiosity ignited. Oh, he's just a friend. Chen Yunxi quickly shut the door. Not a boyfriend? Well, Auntie can introduce you to someone another day. Thank you, Aunt Li. We'll talk later. Once the living room door was closed, she quickly pulled out her phone. When her eyes met the screen, her pupils dilated. Breaking. 10 minutes ago, a battery-operated vehicle plunged into the canal at the South Lin Road of Sioux City due to brake failure, resulting in the death of the rider, Lu Tao, male, 32 years old, unemployed. Investigation revealed that the accident was caused by a brake pad falling off, and the deceased suffered fractures after colliding with a rock before entering the water. Yes, dead, really dead. Ha ha ha, how wonderful. I'm finally liberated. You should have died long ago. Heaven has eyes. Lin Feng, Lu Tao died in a car accident, his bones broken, and he drowned in the canal. How miserable. Is that so? He had it coming. He deserved to die. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The operation went smoothly, and he managed to eliminate the threat without a hitch. Name, Chen Yunxi, inner thoughts. He is finally dead. Now I can live in peace. If something were to happen with Lin Feng, I wouldn't be in danger, would I? Suddenly, the information that popped up amused Lin Feng. Chen Yunxi seemed more anxious than he was. It appeared she had been alone for far too long. At 8 p.m., after dinner, Lin Feng returned to his bedroom. Currently, the space contained 500,000 in cash and some gold jewelry, but for safety, he couldn't use it yet. The 100,000 he reported on Jiang Hailong had yet to arrive, leaving him with only 20,000 in usable funds. There's still too little money. I need to work harder. The phone on the bed lit up and vibrated. He picked it up, smiled, and put it to his ear. Hello, Dongyang. I'm fine. The police even awarded me 100,000. Other than his own exploits, there was nothing to hide from his good brother. That's good. I was worried since he didn't contact me, and I didn't dare to call. Lin Feng felt apologetic. After leaving the police station, small matters kept cropping up, and he had forgotten to assure Zhang Dongyang of his safety. Dongyang, why are you looking for me so late? Is there something wrong? She is looking for you. Who is looking for me? In this world, aside from Chen Yunxi and Zhang Dongyang, he had no other friends. Now that Jiang Hailong was in prison, it was even less likely someone would seek him out. Zhang Qian. On the first day of his rebirth, This woman had been blocked, treated like air. Initially planning to find an opportunity for revenge, she unexpectedly ended up at Zhang Dongyang's place. Don't bother with her. I have no time to deal with that woman. I've blocked her. Zhang Dongyang was surprised. He had thought Lin Feng was merely joking, but it turned out he was serious. Over the years, he had doted on Zhang Qian, catering to her every whim, bringing breakfast, picking her up from work, buying bags, phones, and sending her thousands in red envelopes, all trivial matters. To satisfy her vanity, Lin Feng had even dabbled in the underworld. Zhang Dongyang had never been fond of Zhang Qian, but out of respect for Lin Feng, he had kept quiet. Now that his good brother was out, he felt truly happy for him. Brother Feng, how should I reply to her? Tell her to roll as far away as possible and never come looking for me again. All right, Zhang Dongyang readily agreed. Just as the two were about to hang up, Lin Feng's eyes lit up as if a thought had struck him. He stopped Zhang Dongyang, asking, "Are you home right now?" "I'm at home." "Good. I'll come find you shortly. Just wait at home for me." A news article from his previous life suddenly surfaced in Lin Feng's mind, revealing a lucrative opportunity. Chapter 15. Undoubtedly a calculated indifference. Within the impoverished district, there lies a vacant apartment for rent. "Feng, shall I procure some refreshments for us to partake in?" "Do not trouble yourself. I shall provide them shortly." Entrust Zhang Qian and Amp. Oppo's matter to me. I shall deliver a stern rebuke. Consider it done. Were it not for your sake, I would have already censured her. Haha. Then do display your prowess this time. I have no affiliation with her. It is indeed a joyous occasion to witness a cherished comrade emerge from the quagmire of sentiment. Upon terminating the call, he promptly dialed Zhang Qian and Oppo's number. Within a lavish suite at the opulent K-Fight Grand Hotel, Zhang Qian reclined, her upper torso veiled by a duvet. Discarded tissues littered the floor, alongside a spent prophylactic. With disheveled hair, a flushed complexion, and a cigarette dangling from her lips, she stared at her phone screen. Her countenance fraught with vexation. Having just engaged in amorous play with her affluent paramour, she had intended to seize the opportunity to solicit some discretionary funds. However, he informed her of recent extravagant expenditures and paternal restrictions on his spending. Zhang Qian, accustomed to lavish extravagance, found the prospect of financial constraint unbearable. She had refrained from contacting Lin Feng for a fortnight, intending to request financial assistance from him, only to discover she had been blacklisted. Once her devoted admirer, compliant to her every whim, he had now grown emboldened enough to sever ties. In desperation, she enlisted Zhang Dongyang's aid in contacting Lin Feng, anticipating a swift response from her adoring devotee. However, after half an hour, her phone remained silent. Damn it, he grows increasingly audacious, daring to ignore my calls. Regardless of the reason, this is unforgivable. Ring, ring, ring. The phone suddenly chimed, and she assumed it was Lin Feng, but it turned out to be Zhang Dongyang. With evident displeasure, she answered the call frigidly, inquiring, "Has Lin Feng expired? Why are you returning my call?" "Regrettably, Feng instructed me to inform you to abscond as far as possible." "What? Abscond as far as possible? Are you unable to comprehend?" Zhang Qian, incredulous, retorted sharply, "Zhang Dongyang, if you dare utter such nonsense, you shall be held accountable if I disregard Lin Feng. Spare me your theatrics, you contemptible wench. Feng has awakened and will no longer be ensnared by your wiles. Save your breath. You are prevaricating. I am his muse. How could he possibly disregard me? Such is the nature of humanity. The more readily obtainable something is, the less it is valued." In her estimation, Lin Feng did not even qualify as a backup plan, merely a source of funds. He had once stood outside her dormitory in inclement weather, enduring a torrential downpour for an entire night, merely to catch a glimpse of her. Regardless of the weather, he would hasten to her side at the mere utterance of a text message. A lackey who came when called and was dismissed at will. And now he had awakened? The immense psychological disparity drove her emotions to the brink of hysteria. By what right? Was Lin Feng worthy? Muse, my foot. I used to address you as sister-in-law out of respect for Feng, but you are not but a manipulative harpy. Begone as far as possible. Snap! The call terminated, and the monotonous drone of the busy signal echoed in her earpiece. Having been cherished as a princess by Lin Feng, the sudden reversal of fortune shattered her composure. Zhang Qian trembled with indignation, her face contorted in rage. Damn it! How dare he treat me thus? Lin Feng, you wretched pauper, you shall rue this day. Even if you prostrate yourself before me, begging for my forgiveness, I shall not deign to cast a glance in your direction. Her mindset had completely disintegrated, unable to comprehend why Lin Feng had undergone such a drastic transformation. Hold on, something is amiss. He has been pursuing me for 5 years. Such a sudden change is highly suspicious. I have not contacted him recently. Could it be? A sudden smile graced her lips, as if she had discerned the underlying motive. It seems some imbecile has offered him misguided advice, attempting to play hard to get with me. Is it? You shall weep in due time. With this realization, Zhang Qian's spirits rebounded. She retrieved a set of paraphernalia from a drawer, along with a small packet of white powder. Soon, the room was filled with billowing smoke, and her countenance gradually became enraptured. In Suzhou, near Wanfu Road, lies a shantytown. This area has existed for over 2 decades, and while there were plans for demolition during periods of economic prosperity, unforeseen circumstances led to their suspension. Now, it serves as a haven for migrant workers, offering affordable rent, convenient transportation, and a clandestine marketplace for various illicit activities. Sir, would you care to indulge? We have attractive young ladies available. A recent arrival, born in the year 2000. Available for 150 per night, unlimited encounters, guaranteed satisfaction. Handsome gentlemen, care to partake in some entertainment? This was not Lin Feng and Appo's first visit to the shantytown. In his previous life, he had remained steadfastly loyal to Zhang Qian, never engaging in such activities. However, in this life, he had no interest in these unattractive women. Aside from the questionable hygiene, who had ever encountered a woman resembling a middle-aged woman in her 40s, claiming to be born in the year 2000? He strode impassively through the red-light district of the shantytown, eventually reaching a narrow alley. Familiar with the route, he proceeded to the end, where a dilapidated tile-roof house stood before him. Danyang, open the door. It is I, Feng, you have arrived. The dilapidated wooden door swung open, and Lin Feng slipped inside. The tile-roofed house was approximately 20 square meters in size, encompassing all aspects of daily life. Aside from a bed, a table, and a chamber pot, there was nothing else in the room. The odor was far from pleasant, but Lin Feng found it strangely comforting. He had frequented this place often in his previous life. Whenever Zhang Qian caused him distress, this was his sanctuary. Only Zhang Danyang would patiently accompany him, even if it meant consuming inferior liquor and street food cooked in gutter oil, without complaint. Braised pork, peanuts, grilled skewers, ergo to liquor shall we indulge? Oh, how I have longed for this. Zhang Donyang's eyes gleamed as he eagerly seized the dishes from Lin Feng's hands. Rest assured, our lives shall soon improve. In the future, I shall treat you to delectable cuisine. Feng, the food is of no consequence. The most important thing is to be by your side. I rebuked Zhang Qian severely. It was truly satisfying. Let's not dwell on that. By the way, is the vacant room next to yours unoccupied? Lin Feng poured a drink for Zhang Danyang, sampled the braised pork, and inquired with a smile. Feng, no one resides there. Someone perished in that house previously. The landlord's wife and son succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning. No one dares to live there. Do you know the landlord? I do not, but there is a rental advertisement affixed to the door, which can be contacted at any time. Zhang Danyang took a sip of his drink, his countenance filled with puzzlement. Feng, what are you planning? I intend to rent that house. Rent a house. Are you planning to move here? Are you not residing here? If I come over for drinks and stay until midnight, I would have to leave, which would be quite inconvenient. Zhang Danyang was taken aback. Lin Feng had previously been a henchman, with Jiang Hailong providing lodging. Now that he had fallen, he was unsure of Lin Feng's current living arrangements. Feng, do you not have a place to reside at present? I have a place to reside, do not fret. I am renting the house next to yours for convenience in contacting you. Rest assured, it will not be long before I rent a larger house for you. Endure this hardship for a while longer. It is of no consequence. Where I reside is of no matter. However, renting the adjacent house should not be difficult. I shall contact the landlord tomorrow. Chapter 16. A hidden universe, a village of surprises. The two men indulged in their libations until the early hours of the morning, with Zhang Donyang succumbing to the effects of alcohol and collapsing. Lin Feng gently laid him on the bed before departing alone. After undergoing physical enhancement, Lin Feng found his tolerance for alcohol boundless. He consumed a kilogram of 52-degree ergo-2 with little effect. After softly closing the door, Lin Feng cast a glance at the vacant rental unit, and information sprang forth. Target: rental unit in the village. Status: vacant for 8 years. Value: an uninhabited haunted house. Worth an immeasurable sum. Monthly rent: 200 yuan. Hidden value: the landlord, superstitious, has left it unoccupied for years, with no maintenance for 5 years. Following the departure of the last tenant 3 years ago, a collection of items of considerable value was left behind. He had no interest in understanding why the tenant had abandoned their belongings. Previous reports had indicated that within a week, the house would be rented again, and the new tenant, an outsider and collector, had chosen this location for its affordability and proximity to the antique market, making it convenient for treasure hunting. However, before he could reach the market, the newcomer stumbled upon valuable items within the room. If one quietly amassed wealth without drawing attention, no trouble would arise. Yet, this individual was unable to keep his discovery secret. During a visit to the antique market, he inadvertently revealed his fortune, which soon reached the landlord and Appo's ears. Ultimately, although they shared the blame equally, the prized items were confiscated by the official museum, leaving the golden opportunity squandered. In this lifetime, let me seize the role of the fortunate finder. The following day, at 1 p.m., Lin Feng received a notification from Zhang Donyang and returned to the village. The landlord of the rental property was an elderly man in his 60s, with a sharp face and a gaunt frame, radiating an untrustworthy aura. 500 a month. It cannot be cheaper. The landlord raised his price, to which Zhang Donyang expressed his dissatisfaction. This house is worth no more than 200 yuan. I'm not interested. Do you? Donyang, don't lose your temper. Everything is negotiable, Lin Feng interjected, reminding him that they were there to rent, not to argue. If matters escalated, the treasures within would slip from their grasp. Sir, you are aware of the house's condition. I have been unemployed for a long time and have little money. How about 200 a month, paid annually, with a 1,000 yuan deposit? Now you're speaking my language. But the payment must be made now. Certainly. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng signed a simple agreement, received the key, and waved goodbye to the landlord. Brother Feng, why are you accommodating him? This house is worth at most 200. He clearly sees you as an easy mark. Let us not dwell on that. Kulme, let us explore inside. Zhang Donyang felt perplexed, suspecting Lin Feng's motives were more complex than they seemed, but he couldn't decipher them. The house was dilapidated, comparable to Zhang Donyang's own. It felt eerie, as if someone had met an untimely end there. Brother Feng, something feels off. Stop with the nonsense. What could be off? We've been through tougher situations before, haven't we? He jested as he headed towards the southeast corner, where an 8 Immortals table stood. From his vantage point, information emerged. Name: 8 Immortals table. Year: 12 years. Value: none. Status: a dilapidated table of no worth. Hidden value: inside the iron box beneath the table lies an unexpected fortune. Hint: please act discreetly. Do not disclose its origins. Silent accumulation of wealth is the way to go. Lin Feng's eyes glimmered with intent, deciding to keep this information from Zhang Donyang. It wasn't a matter of distrust. Rather, the man had a tendency to speak indiscreetly when intoxicated, and any leaks could lead to complications. Not bad. I'll buy a bed when I have the time. Brother Feng, is there a deeper purpose behind your renting here? Have you read too many novels? I just wanted a convenient place to drink with you. Come, let us have lunch. At 2 a.m., the village lay cloaked in darkness, a realm concealing countless shadows that fell silent. Lin Feng, moving stealthily, approached the rental unit, intent on retrieving its contents before unforeseen circumstances arose. Suddenly, he halted, sensing a presence 5 meters away in a nearby house. A faint light flickered within, illuminating several figures gathered around a table, seemingly engaged in a discussion. A dilapidated residence, concealing a group of wanted murderers and robbers. Hell! Lin Feng quickly sought refuge in a corner. Was this luck or misfortune? Encountering such violent individuals in this forsaken place, he resolved to retreat. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict, the pursuit of wealth being paramount. Though endowed with enhanced abilities akin to a superhero, he felt no obligation to apprehend fugitives, preferring to remain inconspicuous. However, as he moved to depart, an alert sprang forth. Alert! 4 wanted criminals reside in this house, with a total bounty of 500,000 yuan from the authorities. Lin Feng's lips twitched, as if infused with righteous fervor. How could a determined young man stand idly by while these criminals roamed free, sowing chaos in Sioux City? Finding a concealed spot, he crouched down, peering through the walls to observe the scene within. The room was a 2-bedroom unit, slightly larger than Zhang Danyang's. In the living area, a simple round table was surrounded by 4 burly men, drinking heartily. Damn, we've run from the north all the way here, and we're out of supplies. If we don't find a target soon, we'll starve. Isn't this Sioux City? Isn't the risk too great? Old Zhong, we are one of men. We can manage without money, but if we get caught, it's the death penalty. Old Du, a man in his 40s, stood at 180 centimeters, his face adorned with a thick beard and a menacing scar stretching from his eye to his mouth, exuding a dangerous aura. Fortune favors the bold. The people here are wealthier than those up north. If we pull off a big score, we can rest for a long time, and the risks will naturally decrease. Moreover, the wealthy fear death. If they hesitate, they will starve to death eventually. We're already in deep trouble. What more do we have to worry about? I've identified a target. Take a look at this photo. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the image, revealing a young man beside a red Porsche sports car. Why did he seem familiar? Wait a moment, it's him. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Lin Feng as he recognized the kidnapped target and recalled their animosity. A daring idea took shape in his mind, a sinister smile gracing his face. Who would have thought that this seemingly unremarkable village was brimming with unexpected surprises? Chapter 17. Heaven itself seeks your demise. Treasures abound. Lin Feng was astounded, yet his heart surged with elation. The individual in the photograph was none other than Li Sun, the affluent heir and boyfriend of Zhang Qian, a person he was quite familiar with. In his previous life, Li Sun had met his tragic end due to the abduction of his father, Li Chaolong. It could be said that a wretched fate had unfurled around the duo of Zhang Qian and Li Sun. He had endured humiliation from Lu Tao, been used as a pawn by Jiang Hailong, and ultimately met a fatal end. At last, the opportunity for vengeance had arrived. As thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Feng experienced an epiphany. In his previous life, these individuals had also planned to abduct Li Sun, yet their endeavor had faltered. At that time, Li Sun had been reveling at a bar until the late hours, only to be followed by 4 men upon his exit. Their attempt was thwarted by the timely arrival of patrolling police, allowing him to escape unscathed. In this life, however, all trajectories would be altered. 3 days hence, they would wait at the Xinghua bar on Nanchang Road. This young man frequented the establishment nightly, and an operation at 3 a.m. would carry a high degree of safety. The 3 accomplices nodded in agreement, their eyes glimmering with avarice, clearly having discerned Li Sun's vulnerabilities. As the clock struck 3 a.m. 3 days later, Lin Feng etched this moment into his memory. Yet, had events proceeded along the original trajectory, patrolling officers would intervene on Li Sun's behalf, allowing him to escape once more. A strategy was imperative. He could not let the chance for Li Chaolong, a father mourning his son, slip away. Ideally, he wished to orchestrate this without direct involvement, ensuring his own safety while seizing the bounty of 500,000 for the apprehended criminals. A spark ignited in Lin Feng and Appo's eyes, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Li Sun and Zhang Qian were still in the throes of passionate romance, scarcely apart, and their trip to the bar would surely be a joint venture. If he positioned himself nearby, conveniently allowing himself to be caught up in the abduction, he would have ample room for maneuver. With his abilities, staging such a performance would pose no challenge. Remember, this is Sioux City. Our opportunities are limited. Should any unexpected occurrences arise, we must act decisively and eliminate the target without hesitation. Understand? Old Duan, We are professionals. We comprehend your intent. After all, we have executed numerous heists. This principle is well understood. If the target resists or if the situation escalates, we will not hesitate to eliminate him. Lin Feng and Amp, oppose, as eyes gleamed. Creating a commotion was a simple task, especially with his involvement. There was no escape for Li Sun. Even fate itself seemed intent on his demise. A sinister smile crept across Lin Feng's face as he discreetly departed, making his way to the newly rented residence. The home of Zhang Danyang was devoid of light. By this hour, he was already fast asleep. Lin Feng quietly entered the infamous abode, shutting the door behind him. Even in darkness, his night vision remained unaffected. Beneath the Eight Immortals table, near the right edge, lay an iron box coated in dust, indicating it had been undisturbed for some time. What treasures might be hidden within? I hope I am not disappointed. Lin Feng mused, anticipation swelling within him as he approached the table and lifted the iron box for closer examination. The box was surprisingly light. A gentle blow dispersed the dust, revealing a thick layer of rust on its surface. An ordinary iron box, unlocked and safe to open. Confirming there were no safety concerns, he cautiously lifted the lid. His gaze swept over the contents, several paper items, and a few coin-like objects haphazardly scattered within. These items were aged, the paper had yellowed, and the coins were encrusted with a thick layer of grime, resembling a coating of paste. Damn it, in my past life, I was so focused on making money and navigating the underworld that I neglected to pay attention to the news. What remarkable items did that fellow discover? Lin Feng recalled that an antiquities enthusiast had unearthed treasures worth over 600,000, which were sold to a shop owner in the antiquities market. Could these items truly be valued at 600,000? They appear so ordinary. Who would spend such a fortune on these trinkets? Pondering this, he activated his information eye. As his gaze fell upon the iron box, a stream of information materialized. Category: Stamp name, Large Dragon Stamp, background. The first set of stamps in China, including thin paper large dragon, thick paper large dragon, and 3 phases of large dragon. Category: Thick paper large dragon 5, Fun silver new stamp. Entire sheet or individual stamps in excellent condition. Single stamp price approximately 120,000 to 180,000. Characteristics: The thick paper large dragon is rare due to its unique paper, making it quite valuable. With a gulp, Lin Feng swallowed hard, his eyes wide with astonishment, resembling an unworldly child encountering extraterrestrial beings. A single stamp worth tens of thousands? What an international joke. In that moment, his understanding was shattered, and his perspective underwent a radical transformation. He had previously accepted the notion of mansions worth billions, luxury cars worth tens of millions, watches priced in the hundreds of thousands, and designer bags costing over 10,000. Yet this stamp was utterly absurd. Suddenly, a current of air swept past him, and another piece of information appeared. Category: Stamp, name, military yellow stamp, background. An unreleased stamp specifically for military personnel, later recalled due to certain circumstances. High-value category: brand new and used yellow military stamp. Original gum, not affixed. Single stamp price approximately 100,000 to 150,000. Rarity: while the yellow military stamp is more common than the blue military stamp, full items remain scarce. Damn it, another stamp worth tens of thousands. Lin Feng's skepticism about life deepened. This inconspicuous iron box concealed such treasures. He eagerly turned his attention to the other items, and in an instant, all the information was unveiled. Category: Stamp, name, commemorative 94M, Mei Lanfang stage art miniature sheet, 1962, background. A special stamp commemorating the Peking opera master Mei Lanfang. High-value category: original gum, not affixed, without yellowing or folds. Transaction price approximately 120,000 to 180,000. Key point: very few in existence, with high condition requirements. Category: Stamp, name, inverted Jenny error stamp, 1918, background. A printing error with the airplane design inverted, only a limited number circulated. High-value category: a stamp in average condition, with minor defects or incomplete perforations. priced around 100,000 to 150,000 RMB, converted according to exchange rates. Note, a perfect condition inverted Jenny can exceed $1 million, but average condition may fall within this range. The value of 4 stamps was nearing 1 million. In his previous life, that individual had been a mere dilettante, selling the items for 600,000, a gross waste of opportunity. A gleam of brilliance danced in Lin Feng and Amp Oppo's eyes as he eagerly examined the coins within the box. If stamps were worth such a fortune, these ancient coins must surely be of considerable value as well. Chapter 18. The true value. Was he kidnapped while relieving himself? Lin Feng held a silver coin in his hand, adorned with a portrait. However, it was evidently not in the best condition, its surface severely weathered. Stroking his chin, he gazed at it for a while, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Lacking any special abilities, he truly felt like an ignorant fool. This coin revealed no clues to him. Yet, the previous experience with stamps assured him that this object was far from ordinary, undoubtedly possessing considerable value. He focused intently, his gaze fixed upon the coin. Category: Coin name: Yuan Shirkai commemorative Tianwen copper coin. Background: a trial coin minted during the early republic, not officially issued, with very few remaining. Features: obverse features a military portrait of Yuan Shirkai. Reverse displays a pattern of auspicious grains, made of red copper. Price range: well-preserved specimens auction for approximately 100,000 to 150,000. Indeed, it was a treasure, Yuan de Deo. This coin was quite renowned, and he had heard of it before. Now, he beheld the genuine article. Lin Feng quickly picked up the other 2 coins, excitement bubbling within him. Category: ancient coin. Name: Guang Province made Guangzhou silver dollar, 7 Qian2 fun. Background: a trial coin minted by the Birmingham Mint in England, featuring intricate dragon motifs. Features: uncirculated condition, sharp-edged teeth, flawless base. Price range: pristine specimens approximately 120,000 to 200,000, while medium conditions may drop to around 100,000. Category: ancient coin. Name: Jiangnan Province made Wushu Pearl Dragon, 7 Qian2 fun. Background: a rare variant among the Guangzhou silver dollars minted in Jiangnan Province, with pearl-like dragon scales. Features: complete dragon scales, especially valuable when uniformly patinated. Price range: exquisite specimens, XFU grade, approximately 90,000 to 150,000. The iron box contains 6 items in total, 3 stamps and 3 coins, collectively valued at nearly 1 million. The previous owner had evidently lacked skill, getting cheated and ultimately selling them for only 600,000, a significant loss. Note, the value of collectibles can fluctuate greatly, influenced by the trading parties and venues. Encountering enthusiasts or participating in auctions can lead to significant price increases. It is advised to seek precise targets for transactions. 1 million was not the limit. If he found the right buyer, the value could rise even further. For the first time, he felt the immense power of his newfound abilities, recognizing this as a formidable tool for wealth accumulation. Dedicating himself to the study of antique appraisal, he had considered himself a seasoned collector, yet still misjudged the worth of these items. Indeed, a life of privilege was soothing. One could earn money effortlessly. Upon discerning their true value, Lin Feng and Amp Oppo's heart found tranquility. He vowed never to repeat the same mistakes. Patience was essential. It was wiser to temporarily store these treasures in his personal space until he encountered a suitable buyer, ensuring a foolproof transaction. He exhaled a deep breath, surveying the shabby 30-square-meter room, a smile gracing his face. Tomorrow, he would procure some simple furniture, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Primarily, this was to avoid drawing attention. Renting a place and doing nothing would certainly raise suspicions. 3 days later, at 2:30 a.m., the Xinglua bar on Nanchang Road buzzed with excitement. Countless young men and women emerged from the bar, many appearing dazed, clearly intoxicated. The street was lined with luxury cars, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. These affluent second-generation youths squandered their parents' wealth, indulging in a life of excess. How enviable it was, if only he could have such a life. Squatting by the roadside, Lin Feng felt a surge of indignation, openly expressing his envy and resentment. Fortunately, he had acquired extraordinary abilities, making him one of the luckiest individuals in the world. Ah, son, are you drunk? Are you still driving? Drive? Are you kidding? I'd be scolded to death by my dad. That is not what I meant. I was just asking. Damn it, I can't drive. Let us find a hotel instead. Stop bullying me. I'm in a financial crisis this month. I can barely make ends meet. Zhang Qian pouted, feigning a spoiled demeanor. All right, tomorrow I'll give you 5,000 yuan and buy you a bag. Is that okay? Promise me. You can't back out. I'll call for a car. Lin Feng sat by the roadside, observing the flirtatious couple with a calm heart. With his current strength, he had no reason to be upset with such people. Li Sun and Zhang Qian were destined to pay the price, while he would eventually stand at the pinnacle of the world. Meanwhile, the green tea princess was about to engage in intimate relations with her wealthy boyfriend when, due to a pressing need, she ventured into the woods and encountered a kidnapping. Note, the wealthy second generation, in urgent need, would find themselves kidnapped in the woods within a minute. After 5 minutes of fierce resistance, they would attract the attention of patrolling police, leading to their rescue. The 4 kidnappers would be captured within an hour, with no casualties. This situation could not unfold as anticipated. The 600,000 bounty was at stake, and he had not consented to this. Damn it, I need to pee. Don't call for a car yet. Come with me to the woods. I can't hold it any longer. Why so much chatter? Do you want me to urinate in public? After being scolded, Zhang Qian obediently helped him cross the road toward the woods. Lin Feng noticed a white van slowly approaching. Halting nearby, the door swung open, and Lao Duan, accompanied by 3 accomplices, emerged, stealthily following Li Sun and Zhang Qian into the woods. Lin Feng extinguished his cigarette and trailed closely behind. The couple was unaware that misfortune loomed. Li Sun was even more ridiculous, needing Zhang Qian to support him while he urinated. Damn it, hold it right. Don't wet your pants. Got it, I'll be careful. Neither of them sensed the footsteps approaching from behind. Wow, these wealthy kids really live it up. Are you done? Who asked that? Under the influence of alcohol, Li Sun instinctively turned to inquire, only to find 4 unfamiliar men, led by the intimidating scar-faced Lao Duan, which sobered him up considerably. Who are you? In a state of panic, he clumsily pulled up his trousers, nervously questioning. We're in a bit of a financial bind and know that your family is quite wealthy. We'd like you to lend us some assistance. No problem, right? Please, don't hurt me. I'll give you all the money I have. Even he could see that these men were after him. How much do you have on you? 100,000 enough? I'll transfer it to you right away. Please let me go. 100,000? We need 10 million. Do you have that? 10 million? I don't have that. Well then, we'll have to ask your father for it. This has nothing to do with me. I'm just his girlfriend. Please don't kidnap me. Zhang Qian, terrified, continued to retreat, having merely ventured out to relieve herself, only to find herself embroiled in a kidnapping incident. Chapter 19. A midnight encounter. Old Duan mockingly remarked. Is this the legendary saying that birds of a feather flock together, only to abandon each other in times of peril? Truly fascinating. They had followed Li Sun for half a month. This woman had consumed his resources, yet when danger arose, she immediately severed their ties. Even the most ruthless of kidnappers would find such behavior callous. What nonsense! Zhang Qian, you have used my resources, and now you dare to burn the bridge behind you. Ah, son, your father has the means to ransom you. Please do not implicate me. Enough, enough. Spare me your sob stories. I have always been fair. Take them all away. Damn it, we are professionals. Do not resist, or we shall end your lives right here. 3 accomplices approached with sinister grins. Zhang Qian and Li Sun, unaccustomed to such circumstances, were paralyzed by fear and collapsed onto the ground. Please, do not harm me. My father will pay. And her, I am willing to offer her to you, brave sirs. Li Sun, you beast. Damn it, you have consumed my resources. What is the harm in offering your life in return? You have a devoted admirer who treats you like treasure. Why not stay with him? He would surely cherish you. Zhang Qian, what you gain is proportional to what you give. Enough of your prattle. Bind them, and we shall leave immediately to avoid complications. Upon hearing old Duan's orders, the three accomplices wasted no time. This was Sioux City, rife with surveillance cameras. They needed to act swiftly to avoid any unwanted attention. Otherwise, if discovered, they would find themselves in deep trouble. The professional gang moved with remarkable efficiency, swiftly binding the two and gagging them with cloth strips. Old Zhang, go get the car ready by the roadside. Understood. Old Duan gazed at the terrified pair and calmly stated, rest assured, our goal is merely financial gain. Each of you will receive 10 million. Shortly, we shall contact your father. I promise you shall not be harmed. What is happening? Zhang Qian? Why are you here? Zhang Qian was startled to see a figure appear behind old Duan. Upon recognition, her desire to survive surged. It was Lin Feng, the very individual she had blacklisted. Indeed, it seemed everything was a cunning ploy. He remained her devoted admirer. Lin Feng, perceiving her thoughts, smirked inwardly. Suddenly, he pointed at Zhang Qian, exaggerating his expression as he shouted, did you not say to wait for you, that I was your one true love? Who is he? Zhang Qian, her mouth covered, was wide-eyed with terror. She had forgotten that Li Su was also present. Nothing a man loathes more than being cuckolded. Although Lin Feng was not her boyfriend, they maintained a flirtatious relationship, and a few affectionate words could keep him content for days. Over time, Lin Feng had begun to see himself as her partner. Damn it, wretched woman, you betray me. Gentlemen, you are kidnappers. Proceed as you wish. I have seen nothing. Lin Feng, filled with indignation, made to leave, only to have a large hand press firmly on his shoulder. Old Duan's gaze was as dark as water, fixed intently on Lin Feng. Brother, is there an issue? Damn, no wonder you play the fool. Clearly, you lack awareness. Did you not realize we were in the midst of a kidnapping? What awareness? Such a fool. Bind him as well. What are you doing? Lin Feng was forcefully restrained and bound. Zhang Qian, witnessing this spectacle, erupted into a maniacal laughter, her eyes gleaming with vengeful delight. You chose not to save anyone. Now we all face the same fate. Unexpected events abound. Let us take them away in the vehicle. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng and the others were shoved into a van. What now, old Duan? Head to the southern suburbs. Then have Li Sun make the call. Old Zhang nodded and slowly started the vehicle. Inside the van, Lin Feng reclined, appearing to suffer greatly, yet secretly activated his information eye. Due to your intervention, you have successfully evaded patrolling officers. This vehicle travels unimpeded towards the outskirts. Sensing two hateful gazes upon him, he slowly turned his head. Zhang Qian and Li Sun glared at him with venomous intensity. Upon reaching the outskirts, he would dictate the narrative. The script was his to compose. The streets of Sioux City were desolate at this late hour, with few pedestrians or vehicles. As the scenery outside grew increasingly barren, the two individuals became more terrified. Especially Zhang Qian. She understood all too well the dire consequences should Li Sun refuse to pay her ransom. The vehicle came to a gentle halt near a deserted area. The doors swung open, and the three were roughly yanked from the van. Surrounding them were only dark, looming hills. The vehicle was parked on a dusty yellow road. If they were to be killed, it could be weeks before anyone noticed their absence. At that moment, a message appeared above Li Sun and Appo's head. Infuriate him to the maximum. Discreetly free yourself from your bindings. When he attempts to flee, it will trigger a 100 likelihood of execution. Probability of death, 100. Zhang Qian began to whimper. Before old Duan could survey the surroundings, Lin Feng let out a desperate wail and charged towards Li Sun. Damn it, stop him. But it was too late. Lin Feng crashed into Li Sun, sending him sprawling to the ground. This provoked the wealthy heir to rage, and he began to thrash violently. To his astonishment, he felt the ropes binding him loosen. After a moment of confusion, Li Sun felt a surge of joy. This was his only chance for escape. He shoved Lin Feng aside and sprinted away with unprecedented speed. Damn it, chase him. We cannot let him escape. Old Duan was filled with dread. If Li Sun managed to flee, they would not only lose their ransom, but likely face dire consequences in Sioux City. Li Sun had seen all their faces, and with his fatherly Qiaolong and Appo's influence, escape would be impossible. At that moment, Lin Feng also managed to free himself from his bindings and pursued Li Sun. but he did not intend to flee. Instead, he caught up to Li Sun and delivered a swift kick to his backside. Ouch, that hurts. Damn it, are you insane? Why not run together? Why kick me? I will kill you for stealing my woman. Fine, take that wretched girl. Just leave me alone. Let me go, they are coming. With the three kidnappers closing in, Lin Feng deliberately feigned a weakness, allowing Li Sun to free himself again and take off running. Just as they were about to catch up, Li Sun accelerated, prompting panic among the three. Old Duan's expression shifted rapidly as he focused intently on Li Sun. Fueled by an intense desire to survive, Li Sun was determined to shake off his pursuers. Once that happened, it would be too late for them. Having survived numerous encounters, he knew that ruthlessness was key to his longevity. With the prospect of making money now out of reach, the priority was to minimize risk. You three must kill him. We cannot let him escape, or we are finished. Upon hearing Old Duan's command, the trio abruptly halted. Old Zhang reached for his waist, revealing a black object in his hand. It was a gun. Chapter 20, An Eye for an Eye. Where has the person gone? Zhang Qian was so frightened that she fainted, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed to the ground. Old Zhang, take care of those two, commanded Old Duan, who remained unfazed by Zhang Qian and Appo's condition. He calmly issued orders, knowing that allowing Lin Feng and Li Sun to escape would lead to dire consequences. The professionalism of a seasoned criminal was evident. He was determined to eliminate these two potential threats without hesitation. Old Zhang squinted, his gaze sharp, and asked coldly, Old Duan, who should we take out first? It's up to you, but make sure neither escapes. His eyes swept over Lin Feng, and suddenly he aimed his gun at him. Please, do not be alarmed. With your impressive physical prowess, you could easily evade the bullet fired from his gun. Lin Feng remained composed, his aura expanding, and he was astonished to find that everything around him seemed to slow down, akin to a scene captured in slow motion. A gunshot echoed, and the bullet appeared to move sluggishly. This was not due to the bullet in Appo's actual speed, but rather because Lin Feng's senses had transcended those of an ordinary human. From the perspective of onlookers, the bullet sped towards Lin Feng without any alteration in velocity. A piercing scream erupted, and Lin Feng fell to the ground, leaving no doubt that the shot had been avoided. In this world, even the strongest could not dodge a bullet. Old Zhang, don't let Li Sun escape. Take him down quickly, Old Duan urged. Rest assured, he won't get away. Old Zhang raised his hand and gently squeezed the trigger. A gunshot rang out, and Li Sun and Appo's body stiffened before he collapsed forward, convulsing a few times before falling still. Damn it, Old Zhang never miss. Did he really think he could run? What a dream, he boasted, blowing on the barrel before holstering his weapon. At that moment, Old Duan and the other two approached Li Sun's lifeless body, kicking it lightly. Blood flowed from the back of his head, staining the earth around him, a shocking sight. The four men seemed unaffected, even relieved. What bad luck. I was hoping to make some money, and now he's just gone, Old Duan remarked. Old Duan, we need to handle this quickly. This kid is no ordinary person. If his family discovers he's missing tomorrow, they will definitely report it to the police. Old Duan's expression shifted unpredictably, his eyes downcast, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lin Feng lay concealed in the grass, his eyes scanning Li Sun's corpse. Name, Li Sun. Age, 25. Status, deceased. No vital signs. Cause of death, gunshot to the head. Lin Feng clenched his fists, overwhelmed with emotion. The wheel of karma turns, and heaven spares no one. In his previous life, he had kidnapped Li Sun and Appo's father, only to be shot in the head. Now, the scales have been balanced. Li Sun's demise was self-inflicted. With the weight of vengeance lifted, Lin Feng felt a surge of relief. Next, he would set about capturing this band of wanted criminals for the bounty of 600,000 was a tempting prize. He had stealthily recorded the video of Li Sun's execution, and with Zhang Qian unconscious, subduing the three remaining men would secure the fortune for him. Quietly vacating his previous position, he sought a concealed corner to hide, preparing to seize the opportunity to act. Old Duan lifted his head and coldly instructed, Go check if that kid is dead. Old Duan, do you doubt my marksmanship? Better safe than sorry. If something goes wrong, we're all done for. The others tensed at his words, Old Duan's caution was indeed warranted. Fine, let us check. What about the woman? Take her with us. If the money is gone, we might as well enjoy ourselves. The men, having not had contact with a woman in a while, revealed a glimmer of satisfaction at old Duan and Amp. Oppose. S-words. That kid must be dead under my gun. Old Zhang boasted as he led the way, but was suddenly petrified upon reaching Lin Feng's position. What is going on? Old Duan also sensed something amiss, shoving old Zhang aside, his eyes widening in disbelief. Lin Feng, who had been shot, was nowhere to be found. Even if the shot hadn't been fatal, there should be blood on the ground. In such a brief time, how could an injured man have escaped? It's impossible. I couldn't have missed. Furthermore, even if it wasn't a fatal shot, there should be blood. Old Zhang, did you really miss? Everyone makes mistakes. But I've never missed before, unless he is a superhuman who can dodge bullets. Old Zhang retorted, his agitation rising as his companions questioned his competence. Enough arguing. He wasn't hit. Look, there are footprints. The damp earth bore no traces of blood, yet 2 footprints led into the shadows. Old Duan frowned, his voice icy. He has gone far. He is still nearby. Everyone, hurry and search. The 3 men did not dare delay, and old Zhang ceased his self-praise, hastening to follow. The footprints vanished by a massive pine tree, leading into knee-high grass. Old Duan chuckled coldly. Kid, I know you're hiding in there. Come out quickly, or I'll have to come in after you. Echoes filled the air, yet no response came. If you refuse to cooperate, we'll search you out ourselves. Old Duan led his men toward the grass, convinced that Lin Feng was hiding within. Regardless of the method, they intended to capture him and eradicate any future threat. There's no one here. Neither here. Damn, this kid can really slip away? The footprints vanished outside the grass. He has truly gone? After searching for some time, they found no sign of Lin Feng, not even a hair. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. Old Zhang, panicking, rummaged through the grass but found nothing. His fear mounting. Old Duan, could he have escaped? Does he have wings? Impossible. He must still be nearby. In such a short time, there's no way he could have evaded us without being noticed. This area was open, devoid of cover. It was inconceivable he could disappear so quickly. Where is he? Damn it, I should have taken another shot when I had the chance. At this point, it was too late for regrets. Everyone searched separately. I underestimated this kid. Mature criminal organizations are adept at self-reflection, and old Duan was clearly one of those individuals. Unfortunately, after 10 minutes of searching nearby, they had found no trace of Lin Feng. The atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. They had no time to attend to Li Sun's corpse. Where is he? Where could he have gone? Could he truly fly? If we let him escape, we're finished. If he gets away, he'll definitely call the police. Even if we run now, there's a high probability we'll be caught. Old Duan voiced the grim reality they faced. Suddenly, they felt water dripping from above. And in an instant, all 4 became drenched. Is it raining? Old Zhang wondered aloud, puzzled since the weather forecast had predicted a clear day. Wait, this isn't rain. There's a foul odor like urine. Chapter 21. Profound humiliation. The most severe punishment indeed. Could it be avian excrement? Preposterous. Have you ever encountered bird droppings with the consistency of water? Moreover, the pungent odor is akin to urine. Old Duan and Amp. Oppose. S-words illuminated the situation. It was the acrid stench of urine, specifically human urine. The quartet gazed upward, discerning a figure perched atop a pine tree some 8 meters in height. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be Lin Feng. The youth, in the prime of his vigor at just over 20, stood upon the trunk, his trousers lowered, unleashing a torrent upon the 4 below. His youthful vitality lent considerable force to the stream, thoroughly drenching old Duan and his companions. Good heavens, I appear to be somewhat dehydrated, resulting in a diminished and slightly discolored discharge. I trust the gentlemen find the bouquet agreeable? As the 4 stood transfixed in disbelief, Lin Feng abruptly pivoted, further lowering his garments. Having traversed the length and breadth of the land, they were hardly naive, having witnessed a multitude of scenarios. Even when encircled by law enforcement, they had not experienced such trepidation. Old Duan roared, "The scoundrel intends to defecate. Flee." However, their velocity was no match for Lin Feng and Appo's. actions. Several dark masses descended with remarkable precision, each finding its mark atop a head. Old Zhang even inadvertently touched one, nearly succumbing to its vile nature. Damnation! What is this foul substance? Ha ha! I consumed a surfeit this evening, and your fright induced a bout of diarrhea. Lin Feng, having concluded his ablutions, adjusted his attire and remarked with a grin. You imbecile! I shall dispatch you. Old Zhang, eyes blazing with fury, leveled his firearm at Lin Feng. A firearm devoid of ammunition, lethality. Zero. Lin Feng was amused, a classic character from a divine drama springing to mind. I wager your weapon is unloaded, he declared serenely. In that instant, he embodied a paragon of composure, his very aura causing the three to be transfixed, momentarily oblivious to the pervasive stench, standing motionless. Old Zhang, the man is a buffoon, obliterate him. Upon hearing old Duan's exhortation, old Zhang unhesitatingly depressed the trigger. Click the sound of an empty chamber. Click, click. Click 3 successive failures. Lin Feng remained unscathed, a mocking expression upon his countenance. What is the meaning of this? Good heavens, I had forgotten. Of the 3 rounds, one was rendered useless by dampness some days prior and was discarded. Such an occurrence was indeed remarkable, but even so, how could Lin Feng possess such knowledge of the weapon's unloaded state? The self-assured expression was not that of mere conjecture, but rather genuine certainty. A chill permeated old Duan's being. He had never encountered such an inexplicable event. The most brutal of desperados fear not ghosts, but in the face of this enigmatic youth, a shiver ran down his spine. For ghosts had never been truly witnessed, yet Lin Feng was undeniably real and had subjected them to profound humiliation. We depart. The bandit chieftain commanded decisively, preferring even the prospect of city-wide capture to further engagement with the uncanny youth before them. You presume to apprehend me at your leisure, and depart as you please? What do you take me for? In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had vanished from their sight. A cry of agony erupted as old Zhang was propelled several meters through the air, collapsing motionless upon the ground. Pray, what is your focus? I remain present. Might I entreat a modicum of respect? One of the abductors instinctively turned, his pupils dilating as a fist the size of a steamed bun hurtled toward him, sending him reeling. We shall separate, old Duan roared, finally comprehending that they had encountered a master. From the outset, the youth had been concealing his prowess, his strength exceeding all expectations. He and his remaining accomplice fled in divergent directions, but a mere 3 seconds elapsed before a scream echoed from behind. Old Duan whirled around, his pupils dilating, his mouth agape in disbelief. Inconceivably, the last accomplice had also been subdued, and Lin Feng now stood less than a meter away. Why, you must not approach, old Duan stammered, experiencing the most ignominious moment of his existence, cowed by a youth scarcely out of his teens. Above all, he was genuinely terrified, a hitherto unknown dread overwhelming him. Still attempting to flee? Desist. A powerful hand seized old Duan into Appo's shoulder, followed by a disorienting whirl. As control returned, he was assailed by excruciating pain. A flawless over-the-shoulder throw, the bandit leader, old Duan, was vanquished. Despicable, eschewing all virtue, you emulate kidnapping and robbery. Such refuse deserves summary execution. Spare me the authorities. I shall offer recompense, all of my wealth. Old Duan pleaded, utterly bereft of resistance, seeking only to purchase his freedom. Observe, still disingenuous? You possess wealth, yet you dare to risk abduction? Do you mistake me for a simpleton? I. Enough. I desire not your ill-gotten gains. Abide the judgment of the law. Li Sun is deceased, and you shall not evade complicity. I surreptitiously recorded your transgressions from the undergrowth. Spare me your attempts at framing. Could this truly be a youth in his early 20s? Despair clouded old Duan's gaze. Never had he imagined his demise would be thus. Greetings, Sioux City Police Department. I wish to report a crime. A fatality has occurred, and 4 wanted criminals have been apprehended. The location is the southern outskirts. Yes, I am present. Very well, I shall remain. Hasten your arrival. Having contacted the authorities, he bound old Duan and his cohorts, then leisurely ignited a cigarette, puffing contentedly. This script was nigh perfect. The deceased had met their end. Those deserving of capture would not escape, and he would receive a handsome reward. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered. Lin Feng's gaze drifted toward Zhang Qian. Had circumstances permitted her to engage in a game of cards with old Duan and his ilk, the outcome would have been truly exquisite, condemning her to a fate worse than death. Alas, time constraints and the absence of opportunity necessitated abandonment. This was the sole aspect that evoked lament. Ah well, perfection is unattainable. With my capabilities, opportunities to aid this woman abound. Lin Feng consoled himself, his confidence in his own abilities unwavering. Name, Zhang Qian. Age, 25. Condition, unconscious. Secret, chronic consumption of illicit substances. Prohibited drug levels in blood exceed permissible limits. Analysis confirms her status as an illicit drug user. Prompt, in 5 minutes, she will be taken into police custody. Investigation will reveal her illicit drug use, resulting in a 3-year term in a rehabilitation center. Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos. Eyes sparkled, a smile gracing his lips. He had presumed her temporarily spared, yet this unexpected development emerged. Such serendipitous knowledge should occur more frequently. Li Sun was gone, and Zhang Qian and Amp, Oppos, aspirations of marrying and affluence were shattered. The 3 years spent in rehabilitation would leave an indelible mark, a lifelong stigma. Even upon successful release, her future would be devoid of hope, relegated to the lowest stratum of society. Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction, inhaling deeply from a cigarette. This was the most severe punishment for Zhang Qian. Chapter 22. Old Acquaintances. The brave young man, 3 police cars sped along the expressway leading to the suburbs. In the passenger seat of the first vehicle sat a man in his early 40s, with sharp eyebrows and a stern gaze, exuding an air of authority. His name was Song Tao, the chief of the Sioux City Police Department, known for his integrity and straightforwardness, a seasoned officer of the law. He was also an old acquaintance of Lin Feng, for in his previous life, it was this very chief who had ordered the special police sniper to take Lin Feng's life. He had been asleep when he received a call from the headquarters, claiming that a fugitive who had been on the run for 3 years had been captured. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, this head of the Sioux City Police decided to lead the operation personally. Shall we step on it, he urged. Chief Song, we're already at 120. It's dark out, and we can Amp, Oppos, to go any faster without the sirens, replied Shaoli. What do you know? Sounding the sirens at night can cause panic and disturb the public. We don't yet know the situation. We must proceed with caution to avoid any traps. Song Tao was meticulous. Sioux City was one of the most developed regions in Huaxia, renowned for its excellent public safety. The fugitives they were pursuing were all serious offenders, and logically, their chances of coming here were slim. Chief, aren't and Oppos, to you being a bit too cautious? In this day and age, there are always clever individuals who enjoy playing in the shadows. Do you watch too much television? Do you think all fugitives are fools? Shaoli stuck out his tongue, focusing intently on driving. Reality and cinema were vastly different and should not be compared. If anyone were found to have made a false report, Song Tao would not let them off lightly. Chief Song, we are 500 meters from the destination, came the voice of an officer over the intercom. Understood. Pull over and be cautious. Weapons ready, just in case. Yes, sir. As Lin Feng lit his second cigarette, he spotted 3 police cars parked on the expressway about 200 meters away. With remarkable vision, he quickly recognized Song Tao stepping out of the car. Wow! Lin Feng was taken aback, a strange feeling rising within him. The very person responsible for his demise in his past life had appeared, a twist of fate indeed. This encounter across time felt surreal. After taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he soon found solace in the thought. The past was the past. Back then, he was a notorious criminal, and being killed was only to be expected. It bore no relevance to the life he now led. Song Tao had merely done what a police officer ought to do. Raise your hands and do not move. We are the police, came the command. Officer, Don and Amp, Oppos, be alarmed. I am the one who reported this. The fugitive is subdued, Lin Feng replied with a smile, raising his hands. Chief, there's a body here, reported an officer. Song Tao and Oppos. S. demeanor shifted to one of concern as he quickly surrounded Lin Feng with his team. The familiar face before him evoked a jarring sense of temporal dissonance. Chief Song, I am not a criminal. That body was killed by the fugitive, Lin Feng insisted. Song Tao glanced at the four individuals bound tightly. Yet his gun remained aimed at Lin Feng. Suddenly, he asked with suspicion, how do you know my surname is Song? How do you know I am the chief? Chief, you've been on television. It's quite normal for a local from Sioux City to know, Lin Feng replied. Song Tao's expression softened, realizing he had been overly cautious. That body appears to be Li's son. Which Li's son? Li Chaolong's son. What? How'd he die? Song Tao was startled. Li Chaolong was a rising real estate mogul in Sioux City, gaining significant influence, but his son was notorious for his reckless lifestyle and numerous scandals. Looks like he was shot in the back of the head, one shot to the temple, Lin Feng explained. Don't get me wrong. This has nothing to do with me. That guy did it. I and Oppos am not implying that. Since they had guns, how did you escape unscathed? Well, I suppose I'm lucky to have dodged a bullet. Lin Feng recounted the events, and Song Tao listened in astonishment. Chief, I secretly recorded their actions while I feigned death. Please take a look. Handing over his phone, Lin Feng showed a pause video. Song Tao pressed play, and the footage displayed the scene of old Zhang shooting Li Sun, his expression growing increasingly grim. Playing in the shadows in Sioux City was a severe provocation to the police, and the presence of firearms was utterly brazen. Thank goodness I survived, otherwise I would be just another cold corpse, Lin Feng remarked, relief washing over him. Chief, these fugitives reek of filth. One of them even has something resembling excrement in his mouth. It's quite peculiar. Huh? This news was utterly incongruous with the current atmosphere, bordering on absurd. In Song Tao's 15 years of police work, he had never encountered such a ludicrous scenario. A vicious criminal eating feces? Something feels off. He looked at Lin Feng with confusion, tentatively asking, Xiao Lin, what is going on? How did you subdue them? Lin Feng appeared somewhat bashful, a sheepish expression crossing his face. While the situation unfolded like this, he recounted his encounter with the four criminals, embellishing and adjusting some details. Song Tao was left dumbfounded. The tale was bizarre, even a bit nauseating. Lin Feng had climbed to the treetop and, astonishingly, managed to defecate on the four assailants, with one droplet landing precisely in the mouth of one of them. Song Tao and Oppos' expression turned peculiar, his stomach churning slightly before he regained composure. Xiao Lin, you are quite impressive. When dealing with such criminals, one cannot be bogged down by trivialities. You must employ strategy. Climbing a tree of 7 or 8 meters is no easy feat, and you managed to do something else up there as well. You are indeed a brave young man. He gave Lin Feng a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. Chief, to be frank, it's not about bravery. I was merely acting in self-defense. If I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have escaped. Indeed, I was lucky. I gambled that his gun was empty, and I was right. Xiao Lin, you must not take such risks again. However, that fellow was unfortunate. His first shot missed, and the second was without bullets. You are his natural nemesis. Song Tao instructed his subordinates to secure the weapons, confirming that Lin Feng was unharmed and that the area was no longer dangerous. Chief, there is a woman here who seems to have fainted from fright. Lin Feng's eyes darted, interrupting, that's Li Sun's girlfriend. She was kidnapped alongside him and appears to have fainted from shock. Right, call for an ambulance and have her taken to the hospital for an examination. Once she recovers, we will take her statement. Yes, sir. This time, Zhang Qian was in serious trouble. Once they drew her blood, she could expect to be sent to a rehabilitation center. Chapter 23. Has he truly reformed? What a shame he didn't die, Xiao Lin. I will arrange for a car to take you home first. It's getting late, and we must secure the scene here. Please come to the precinct tomorrow. Sure, I will definitely cooperate with the police for my statement. While recording your statement, we can also handle the paperwork for you to claim your reward. Finally hearing the most anticipated words, Lin Feng sighed in relief, yet feigned confusion, asking, what reward? These three individuals have been fugitives for 10 years, classified as grade A wanted criminals by the state, with a total bounty of 600,000 yuan. Really? There's a reward? Of course, good deeds are always rewarded, especially since you acted bravely and made a significant contribution to the public safety of Sioux City. That's wonderful. It seems that taking the righteous path truly leads to success. Lin Feng's performance was impeccable, portraying the demeanor of someone inexperienced in the world. Such a display was quite common in Song Tao's eyes. At 20-something, it was likely he had never seen 60,000, let alone 600,000 yuan. Shaolin, make sure to use this money wisely. Do not squander it. In these times, money is hard to earn, so you must be prudent. Rest assured, I will ensure it is spent appropriately. Xiao Li, take Song Xiaolin home. Yes, Chief. Lin Feng followed Xiao Li towards the police car parked at the roadside. About 20 meters away, having received the order, Gua Haifeng hurried over with a subordinate, just brushing past Lin Feng. What's he doing here? Gua Haifeng was taken aback upon seeing Lin Feng. Last time, he had reported Jiang Hailong and received a 100,000 yuan reward for it. However, Gua Haifeng believed Lin Feng's actions were not motivated by sense of justice, but rather a reluctance to take risks, ultimately delivering the contraband to the police station. Such individuals seldom reform, but they also do not achieve much in the underworld. Oh, this is the young man who captured 4 wanted criminals. The chief just mentioned him and seems to hold him in high regard. Really? He apprehended them? Indeed, he also reported them to the police, successfully subduing the 4 wanted criminals. Are you sure about this? Gua Haifeng was astonished. Could he have mistaken him? How could there be a mistake? This lad is quite talented. He climbed a pine tree and was still pulling off stunts? What do you mean by pulling off stunts? The young officer recalled the incident with an expression of disdain and recounted the events to Gua Haifeng. Such occurrences were unheard of. In that moment, this young officer felt a twinge of sympathy for the 4 wanted criminals. To be apprehended in such a manner, only to face further humiliation, was indeed tragic. Xiaogua, you've arrived. Chief Song, why didn't you inform me to act together from the beginning? It was too late. I came ahead, but everything went smoothly. The suspects have been apprehended. However, the identity of the deceased is rather peculiar. Who is the deceased? Li Sun, the son of Li Chaolong. My goodness, this is serious. Serious? Just report the facts. If Li Sun hadn't been out at a bar, this wouldn't have happened. Every action has consequences, and he cannot blame others. Chief Song, did that young man who just left capture the wanted criminals? Yes, he was also a victim of kidnapping, but by a twist of fate, he escaped and managed to apprehend them. Although the method was, all right, I've heard enough. It's quite disgusting, but the outcome is commendable. This individual reported a drug dealer half a month ago and received a 100,000 yuan reward. Really? He was the one involved in Jiang Hailong's case? Indeed. Song Tao chuckled. See? You claimed a small rogue could never reform. And here you are, proven wrong. He has genuinely turned over a new leaf. Gua Haifeng was at a loss for words. While it was understandable for a small-time thug to report his boss's drug dealings, capturing 4 armed kidnappers and bringing them in alive was simply outrageous. In just half a month, Lin Feng had amassed a reward of 700,000 yuan. If this were to spread, it would certainly create a stir. Xiaogua, I must tell you, do not view people through tinted glasses. Chief Song, I understand. I will definitely change. Good. Go notify the family of Li Sun. All right, I will take care of it. Song Tao was in a sour mood. He knew the fury he would face from Li Chaolong next. The news of Li Sun and Appo's death would undoubtedly incite a storm of public outrage in Sioux City. At the Jin Haiwan villa, Li Chaolong, who had been sleeping soundly, was abruptly awakened by the frantic ringing of his phone. Xiaolong real estate had rapidly risen to prominence over the past 5 years, primarily targeting mid to low-end residential areas and apartments. In an economic downturn, they had carved out a niche, quickly seizing the mid to low-end market in East China. With this success came a grueling work schedule. Li Chaolong had barely 4 hours of sleep each night. Suddenly roused, he was in a foul mood. Old Li, what are you doing? It's late. Don't answer it. The company was growing swiftly. If something went wrong at a construction site and he failed to answer, it could lead to significant problems. Despite his reluctance, he quickly answered the call. Hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Li Chaolong? I am from the Sioux City Police Department. The police department? His brow furrowed, his tone turning severe. Yes, we have some matters to discuss with you regarding Li Sun. Xiao Sun? Has he gotten into trouble again? Did he get into a fight at a bar? No worries. Just detain him for a few days. I have no objections. That is not the issue. What is it then? Did he go looking for a prostitute? Don't coddle him. Arrest him if necessary, and let the truth be known. I can accept the criticism. Li Qiaolong had thoroughly mastered the art of handling public opinion. No resistance, no explanations. If wrong, just admit it. It's not about those matters. Not about those matters? Then what is it? Could it be a DUI? None of those issues. It's about your son. Li Qiaolong sensed something was amiss. The sleepiness evaporating instantly. What has happened to my son? He has been murdered. Ah. Li Qiaolong and Appo's mouth fell agape. The phone clattering to the ground as his body began to tremble violently, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Old Li, what's wrong? Don't scare me. His wife bolted from the bed, catching him as she saw the color drain from his face. Upon witnessing Li Qiaolong's pallor, she shrieked, "Quick! Call 120. The groggy nanny was awakened, and the villa lights flickered on. 10 minutes later, an ambulance rushed Li Qiaolong to the nearest hospital. The next day, at 10 a.m., Lin Feng escorted Lin Feng out of the police precinct after completing the necessary paperwork. What a coincidence to see you here, Gua. You, my friend, have some skills. I underestimated you. Just luck. Luck is also a form of ability. Nonetheless, it's good to see you have turned over a new leaf. Of course, a man's word is his bond. Would I deceive you? Alas, it's a pity about Li Sun's death. Although he was a spoiled rich kid, he was still alive. I heard that after receiving the call, his father suffered a stroke and was rushed to the hospital. Is it that serious? Is he dead? Come on, don't curse him. At least his son just passed. He was revived and is not in grave danger. Lin Feng felt regret. It was rather difficult to kill him. What a pity he survived. Chapter 24. We have money now. Let's try our luck, Shaolin. I apologize. Huh? Apologize? Captain Gua, what have you done that warrants an apology? Don't overthink it. I previously viewed you through tinted glasses, held biases, but I have now realized how egregiously mistaken I was. Gua Haifeng's expression turned remorseful, his gaze fixated on Lin Feng, radiating sincerity, a heartfelt apology indeed. Captain Gua, there's no need for that. I believe anyone else would have acted similarly. Well said. This 600,000 reward is rightfully yours. There's no disputing that. Gua Xiefeng looked on with admiration, recognizing in that moment the true worth of Lin Feng, a man in his 30s leading a serious case squad. Captain, I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again. Do you need a ride? There in Appo's. There's no need to trouble yourself. I live not far from here. All right then, if the reward arrives promptly, it should be in your account by this afternoon. Manage this money wisely. It will significantly enhance your life. Rest assured, I pledge to walk the right path. As he watched Lin Feng depart, Gua Haifeng reflected. The saying, a leopard cannot change its spot size and tea, entirely erroneous. After leaving the police station, Lin Feng did not return to Qinyunqi's home, but instead sought out a nearby restaurant for a late brunch. Just as he finished eating, his phone vibrated with a notification. Wow, the money has arrived. That was quick. Hastily slurping the last of his noodles, Lin Feng made his way towards the urban village. Good fortune must be shared with brothers without delay. At 10:30 a.m., Zhang Donyang groggily opened his door, clearly still half asleep. Get out of bed. The sun's already shining on your backside. Lin Feng chuckled, entering the room. Brother Feng, we may no longer be petty thugs. But surely we can indulge in a little sleep? The early bird gets the worm. You need to change this bad habit of yours. You were out in the urban village again last night, weren't you? Hee, couldn't resist, but I promise not to go back. That's not what I meant. You should be seeking finer experiences. The women here are in their 40s and rather worn out. You wouldn't want to catch something. Ah, but we were broke. Zhang Donyang scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. We need to earn money. Besides, we are wealthy now. Brother Feng, I know you received a 100,000 reward last time, but that was your money. Moreover, 100,000 isn't too much. You need to develop your career, not squander it. Zhang Dongyang's consideration for Lin Feng was genuinely touching. My good brother, I've said it before, our days of hardship are over. I believe you. Just now I saw news of 4 wanted criminals being apprehended, resulting in a 600,000 reward. That was me. Huh? It was you? Indeed. Look, the 600,000 has just arrived, so we are officially wealthy now. There is no need for secrets between Zhang Donyang and Lin Feng. Really? Wow. Brother Feng, you're incredible. Those people had guns, right? That's irrelevant. They were simply unlucky to encounter me. Impressive. Zhang Donyang gave a thumbs up and continued. I heard that Li Chaolong and Appo's son, Li Sun, was murdered, and he was so enraged that he suffered a stroke, though they managed to save him. Indeed, I happened to pass by and was also taken captive. There was a woman who was rescued, and guess what? Upon hospital blood tests, she turned out to be a drug addict. Lin Feng chose not to disclose the incidents involving Zhang Qian and Li Su, deeming it unnecessary. Well, my 600,000 was well earned then, especially with the arrest of a drug-addicted woman. What a contribution. Brother Feng, your life is finally looking up. Not being involved in the underworld means you won in Appo's T-Starve. Little did he realize the immense risks involved. We are good brothers. As I rise, I shall not forget you. Donyang, we need to find ways to make money. Sitting idly by will only lead to depletion. We currently have 700,000, but if we don't find ways to make our money work for us, we'll soon return to square one. Zhang Donyang's expression brightened with excitement, and he eagerly inquired, Brother Feng, do you already have a plan? Indeed, I have a plan. Then what shall we do for legitimate business? This lad remained rather naive, mistakenly believing Lin Feng was considering entrepreneurship. If opportunities arise in the future, entrepreneurship would indeed be on the agenda, but initial accumulation requires clever maneuvering. Venturing into the gray areas is essential. Donyang, it's not yet time to start business. Even second-generation wealthy kids can squander their fortunes. With just 700,000, it could vanish in the blink of an eye. Then what should we do, Brother Feng? We're not involved in the underworld, nor are we in business. If we simply deposit the money in the bank, the interest won't even cover our meals. Zhang Donyang was filled with confusion, uncertainly asking, let us take a gamble and try our luck, shall we? Lottery? Please, that's nonsense. Even if you traveled back in time, winning the lottery is a mere fantasy. Those who understand recognize that such matters cannot be elaborated upon. Scratch-off tickets could yield results. Yet from my observations, there isn't a single ticket in the city with a prize exceeding 100,000. The last one I acquired was already the maximum amount. We can't go from store to store looking for scratch-offs with prizes of 10 to 20,000. That would land us in trouble. Huh. Then what else can we do? I'll take you to broaden your horizons. Do you know Longhu Mountain Villa? Longhu Mountain Villa? Of course, I know it. While ordinary folks might be oblivious, those familiar with the streets certainly recognize its name. On the surface, it appears to be a modest resort, not particularly grand or upscale. However, beneath the surface lies a hidden world. In reality, it is an exclusive high-end private club. It offers all kinds of entertainment. Yet most people remain entirely unaware of its intricacies. Jiang Hailong and Appo's small casino pales in comparison, resembling a mere shack. In Lin Feng and Appo's previous life, he recalled Jiang Hailong visiting once, only to return cursing, claiming it was even more unscrupulous than his own establishment, losing over 100 million in a single night. Because of this, he even contemplated opening his own, but ultimately abandoned the idea upon realizing he lacked sufficient funds and resources. Zhang Donyang was also aware of this place, and he was taken aback. Brother Feng, can we just waltz in there? It's an entertainment venue. What is stopping us? But can we even get in? Zhang Donyang asked with uncertainty. Unbeknownst to him were the rules of the establishment, but Lin Feng was well informed. When Jiang Hailong returned from his visit, he mentioned that one must bring at least 500,000 to have the privilege to spend there. With money, one can enter anywhere. Rumors say the women inside are all stunning, with long legs and a refreshing appearance, and they will arrange something for you. Is that true? There won't be any trouble, right? The owner of this establishment, Feng Shichong, holds considerable power in Sioux City. 10 Zhang Hailong's wound team measure up to him. He occupies a dual role as both owner and formidable figure. Currently, the individual managing this club is, if memory serves me correctly, Chen Xiaohua, known as Master Hua, and he is the young man most esteemed by Feng Shichong. Chapter 25, Longhu Mountain Villa, once so distant and unattainable. What could possibly happen? I approached with cash. Adhering to the rules, no one would cause trouble. Brother Feng, take me to see the place, Zhang Donyang exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. He had heard much about it from others and was finally going to witness it for himself. Just because one does not walk the dark path does not mean one cannot profit from it. This place had a decent reputation. In a previous life, someone had won over 8 million here and left without a hitch. People only saw the winnings of 8 million. Yet the hidden losses were likely far greater. Perhaps even 80 million. Another reason for its allure was its safety. No matter how it was achieved, it was undoubtedly effective. Longhu Mountain Villa is also famed for its beautiful women, said to possess high standards, including some lesser-known celebrities and models. However, this was merely hearsay, and Lin Feng had never been there to ascertain the truth. Aside from the 500,000 cash from Jiang Hailong that he could not touch for now, and the stamps and coins that had yet to be liquidated, he had roughly 700,000 available. He wasn't greedy. If he could discreetly add a zero to his fortune, he would be satisfied. Brother Feng, will we have the chance to meet Qin Mingyao? Zhang Donyang inquired. You still have your sights set on that kind of person? Lin Feng teased, glancing at him. I don't have that kind of fortune. I just want to see her. You, on the other hand, possess that aura. Forget it. I want to live a few more days, he retorted. Qin Mingyao, the adopted daughter of Feng Shichong, was a rising star in the underworld, nicknamed Flower Hand, renowned for her exceptional gambling skills. Yet, she was rumored to be ruthless, earning even the respect of the casino and Amp, Oppos, S-Boss, Master Hua. Aside from her formidable reputation, she was stunningly beautiful, attracting countless young talents on the streets, none of whom succeeded in winning her favor. If given the opportunity at Longhu Mountain Villa, he was determined to witness her prowess firsthand. After arranging the meeting time for the evening, Lin Feng returned to Qinyunxi and Oppos' home, having been absent for several days. He worried about how to explain his absence. To his surprise, upon returning, he found that Chun Yunxi was not home and had left a note stating that she would be away for a few days on business. This unexpected solitude allowed him to take a nap, and when he awakened, darkness had already descended. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, prompting him to hastily dress and head to his destination. In the northern suburbs of Sioux City, the scenery was breathtaking, with undulating hills as far as the eye could see. On sunny days, it was common to find campers scattered throughout the area. Longhu Mountain Villa nestled within a nearby valley, aglow with lights at night, and the parking lot was already filled to capacity. Goodness, there are so many people here. They must be making a fortune, Zhang Donyang remarked, his eyes wide with amazement as he surveyed the bustling restaurant. The restaurant's profits were not the main draw. The waitstaff were skilled professionals capable of gauging the customers in Oppos' financial standing based on their vehicles and spending habits. No way. Does that mean everyone in Oppos' menu prices differ? Donyang, don't be so naive. These waiters are all Gold Star employees. Potential clients are guided towards the private club for exclusive services. Wow, that's impressive. Lin Feng was equally astonished. Feng Shichong's ability to establish such a system was indeed remarkable. Good evening, gentlemen. Are you dining with us? We are currently at full capacity, and you may need to take a number and wait, the female attendant at the entrance explained politely. Name, Wangya, position, waitress, hidden identity, bodyguard for private club. Details, a skilled fighter trained to protect Qin Mingyao, capable of subduing 3 average adult males. Inner thoughts. These two seem suspicious. They might have ulterior motives. Note, there are a total of 30 waitstaff nearby, 15 of whom serve the private club, possessing skills comparable to this waitress. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. The place was heavily guarded, and he had been noticed upon arrival. Miss, we are not here to dine. We are here to have some fun, he declared. Wangya's expression shifted to one of confusion. Fun? What kind of fun? This is a restaurant. Her eyes narrowed with vigilance, a hint of concealed hostility evident. Lin Feng remained unfazed. Feng Shichong was in the business of making money, and a little caution was to be expected, but he doubted they would resort to violence against him. With money in hand, he felt a sense of confidence. Miss, I would like to visit the club. Wangya and Oppos' As demeanor changed, her tone growing cold. What club? This is a legitimate restaurant. Sir, please do not jest. Lin Feng pulled out his phone, opened his bank balance, and said, I have cash. If you don't let me in, do you fear repercussions from above? Wang Yi glanced at his bank balance, surprised. A young man in his 20s, dressed in clothes worth no more than 300 yuan, had a staggering 720,000 in his account. I have long yearned to visit Longhu Mountain Villa. You need not worry. I bear no ill intentions. Have you ever seen an undercover agent so brazen? Wang Yi found herself wavering. The rules of Longhu Mountain Villa required a minimum of 500,000 in one and Oppo's S account and a referral. However, Lin Feng made a valid point. New clients often came seeking the villa, and as long as they had the funds, their identity was not a barrier to entry. Rest assured, I was once Jiang Hailong and Amp, Oppo's S subordinate. He has visited before, and I am well aware of the protocols. The news of Jiang Hailong and Oppo's S arrest have been thoroughly suppressed by the police, ensuring Lin Feng and Oppo's S safety, even from someone like Feng Shichong. Jiang Hailong, the one who was arrested for drug trafficking? Yes, that's him. If you are indeed his subordinate, how is it that you are unharmed? I was not a core member. I did not participate, and thus I escaped unscathed. Wang Yi's gaze softened considerably. Lin Feng's words were logically sound. Just then, she lowered her head and pressed her ear, murmuring, understood. When she looked up again, her expression was markedly gentler, a hint of a professional smile gracing her lips. Sir, you may enter. Please follow me. Thank you, Lin Feng replied, maintaining his composure as he followed her. The place was rife with surveillance, and it was evident that the higher-ups in the club had observed the situation and issued directives. Yet, being allowed in so readily made him wary of potential ulterior motives. Lin Feng's mind raced with concerns as he watched Wang Yi's retreating figure. Through surveillance, the club's higher-ups discerned the unfolding events. You were classified as a frivolous spender with a bit of cash, and under the principle of seizing opportunities, you were permitted entry to the club. Risk none. So that was how it was, Lin Feng realized with enlightenment. Given the difficulties faced in every industry, he was astonished that even this line of work was so competitive. Lin Feng was exhilarated. This was a place he had once thought beyond his reach, and now he was finally granted the opportunity to explore it. Chapter 26. With unrestrained youthfulness, please refrain from inadvertent touching lacking self-control. I followed Wang Yi through the bustling restaurant lobby and into the backyard. Here, a hidden paradise unfolded before us, a grand garden. Various potted plants were neatly arranged on the flower racks, clearly tended by someone with great care. Zhang Danyang, both anxious and exhilarated, closely trailed Lin Feng. Reaching the entrance of a thatched cottage, Wang Yi politely stated, My apologies, gentlemen, but we must adhere to protocol. Please cover your eyes. She handed a black cloth to the two, ensuring they were properly blindfolded before pushing open the door of the cottage. Inside, the humble abode measured approximately 15 square meters. Devoid of furnishings, yet a curious sight awaited us. A lift stood prominently against the wall. We are about to enter the elevator. You may experience a slight sensation of descent. There is no need for undue worry. Rest assured, Miss, I possess quite a bit of courage, Lin Feng replied, having already activated his keen senses, comprehending the world beyond the fabric covering his eyes. Once blindfolded, Wang Yi's demeanor reverted to one of indifference. As they entered the lift, a subtle feeling of weightlessness enveloped them. Moments later, a gentle vibration coursed through the space, followed by Wang Yi's voice announcing, All right, you may remove the black cloth now. We have arrived. Zhang Danyang, unable to contain his excitement, swiftly removed the cloth, only to be met with astonishment. Though Lin Feng had anticipated the scene outside, he too was taken aback. Concealed 20 meters underground lay an opulent subterranean palace. Before them sprawled a space reminiscent of a hotel lobby, populated by suited bodyguards and waitstaff bearing fruits and beverages. Ahead, a lengthy corridor stood, gated for security. Gentlemen, we have reached our destination, but you must undergo security checks. Of course, that is to be expected, came the reply. With a wave of her hand, Wang Yi summoned two tall, uniformed women who approached with bright smiles. Gentlemen, please proceed to that small room for a security inspection. A wave of high-end perfume enveloped them, awakening their senses. While Lin Feng remained composed, Zhang Danyang and Amp, Oppo's face flushed, his pulse racing. Danyang, maintain your composure. Do not appear inexperienced. Brother Feng, how beautiful. Is this really a security check? What are you fretting about? A physical examination is part of the process. The two women exchanged glances with Lin Feng, their charm palpable. You certainly possess a sense of humor, young man. Isn't a witty man more appealing to women? Flattery will get you nowhere. Should we discover contraband during the inspection, we will not be lenient. Fear not. Aside from this firearm, I carry nothing else, Lin Feng declared, striking a defiant pose. Giggling ensued. And Oppos, you are quite bold. Come now. We must not delay your enjoyment. And Oppos, Lin Feng and Zhang Danyang entered their respective inspection rooms. Xiao Wang, who introduced this fellow, one of Jiang Hailong and Oppos, as former subordinates. Drawn here with a sum of 700,000. Jiang Hailong, who is that? A notorious drug lord recently apprehended. Goodness, this fellow has not been incarcerated? Clearly not a core member. His team made contact with that circle. No further inquiries. 700,000 is still a considerable sum. Since he is here to offer money, we cannot refuse. I wonder if these two can withstand the security check. Wanya glanced at the inspection room and spoke in her earpiece. Sister Meng Yao. They have entered the inspection room. Results will be forthcoming, and I shall keep a vigilant watch. Inside the dimly lit inspection room, bathed in a sultry purple hue, an unusual fragrance lingered. Lin Feng followed the long-legged beauty, maintaining an air of tranquility as a message flickered before him. Special security personnel at private clubs, trained specifically for male client inspections, primarily employing seduction as their method. Note, those with self-confidence may find the process enjoyable, blurring the lines between pretense and reality. Lin Feng's mind buzzed. The inspection methods were extraordinary. He had initially found it peculiar how easily he was allowed entry for a mere 700,000. Clearly, there were ulterior motives at play. As he observed the alluring legs before him, Lin Feng chuckled inwardly. They were attempting the art of seduction on him. How naive, akin to a small ghost stumbling into the realm of the king of hell. Sir, you may recline. We are about to commence the security inspection. Must I lie down for the inspection? Of course. Soon you will need to remove your clothing as well. Just ensure you do not touch inappropriately. I am rather youthful and vigorous, which could lead to complications. Giggling ensued, and Oppos, you are quite humorous, young man, if you dare to touch. I shall accuse you of sexual harassment. And Oppos. Lin Feng reclined upon the examination bed, hands behind his head, adopting a relaxed posture. I am ready. Stretched out comfortably, he wore an expression of indifference. Suddenly, a warm breeze wafted over him as the woman leaned into him. Is this truly how you conduct inspections? Do you enjoy it? Indeed. Lin Feng reached out, intending to embrace her waist. Giggling and Amp, Oppos, oh you naughty boy, and Amp, Oppos, she adeptly attempted to evade him. However, Lin Feng's prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary individual. Her movements appeared in slow motion to him. He gently seized her, drawing her into his embrace. What are you doing, young man? What do you mean? I am conducting a search. Then you should lie down. Lying down would be rather dull. It would be far more enjoyable for us to inspect one another. The woman gasped in shock, attempting to push Lin Feng away, only to discover that beneath his seemingly frail exterior lay an astonishing strength. Do not act recklessly. Recklessly? I warned you. Being youthful and vigorous, one should refrain from inappropriate touching. Yet you disregarded my caution. That is not permissible. Did you not say you needed to conduct a security check? Please proceed with the examination. In this realm, no matter how beautiful a woman may be, it is strength that prevails. Lin Feng was unperturbed by their tactics. The allure of seduction could not sway him. 40 minutes later, Lin Feng emerged from the inspection room, the door swinging open. The woman behind him appeared disheveled, her legs trembling, yet her complexion was flushed, radiating vitality. Zhang Danyang, waiting outside, noticed Lin Feng's emergence and hurriedly approached him. Brother Feng, why did it take you so long? I finished my inspection in just 10 minutes. Lin Feng cast a glance at him. So quickly? Indeed. How long could a body search possibly take? Though, I must admit, the method of searching was rather enjoyable. This fellow clearly missed out on deeper experiences. What a wasted opportunity. Meanwhile, the security officer who had accompanied Lin Feng whispered to Wang Ye, casting flirtatious glances in his direction. Wang Ye, taken aback, remarked with a smile, "Mr. Lin, you have taken things a bit far." "What do you mean? She is merely a security officer. Does being a security officer grant her the right to touch inappropriately? Besides, I have mentioned that I lack self-control. Should I be blamed?" "Well, that is not precisely the point. You are the client. Your satisfaction is paramount. Congratulations on passing the security check. You may now proceed." Chapter 27, with just a slight exertion. Is this mastery? Very well. Dongyan, let us proceed. The security check, mirroring the intelligence observed by Lin Feng, serves not only to ensure safety, but also to swiftly immerse guests in a state of indulgent revelry. This tactic was an eye-opener for Lin Feng. Few could withstand its allure. Zhang Dongyang, timid in nature, hesitated to delve deeper, yet his spirit was already exhilarated, if not for his presence to temper the excitement. A wager of 700,000 could vanish in mere 5 minutes. E.g., he is quite formidable, remarked Lin Feng. You were taken advantage of, and yet you seem content. During training, it was emphasized that to capture a client and Oppo's heart, one must possess a spirit of sacrifice. Very well, as long as you don't feel cheated. Wang Ye cast a thoughtful glance at Lin Feng and Zhang Dongyang, her mind seemingly preoccupied. Brother Feng, why didn't you mention this sooner? We could have taken advantage of it. Zhang Dongyang lamented. I would have liked to, but considering the powerful figure behind this, Feng Shichang, I dared not act recklessly. Your caution is commendable, but it burdens your younger brother. The two followed the attendant down a lengthy corridor until they reached a door. Upon the attendant opening it, they were momentarily taken aback. Before them lay an entertainment hall, adorned with dozens of tables and an array of games. Each table was surrounded by eager patrons, with cheers, shouts, and sighs echoing from every corner. Sensually clad dealers swayed their hips, instantly igniting a rush of adrenaline. Gentlemen, feel free to exchange your chips at the bar. Wishing you an enjoyable experience. The outer attendant led them into the hall before discreetly retreating. Soon, an inner attendant approached, guiding Lin Feng to the bar where he exchanged for 700,000 in chips. Sir, these are all open tables. The threshold is 500,000 for VIP rooms upstairs. Understood. You may return to your duties. I shall entertain myself. He had no intention of venturing into the high-stakes area. Not at this moment. Earning money at the open tables posed less risk of detection. Damn it, what bad luck. 10,000 just vanished. The dealer devoured it at 9 o'clock. Unlucky. Lin Feng cursed under his breath, frustrated that the dealer had dealt poorly after several rounds. Huh, I won. Finally, I broke even. Here, drinks flowed freely, and cigarettes were available. Everyone was in a heightened state of excitement, oblivious to their losses. Lin Feng approached a dice table where the game rules were straightforward. Guess the outcome of the dice roll, winning if correct. However, regardless of betting high or low, all wagers would lose if a triplet appeared. The beautiful dealer shook the dice cup and emphatically slammed it onto the table. Ladies and gentlemen, you may place your bets. Once placed, they're final. The dice reveal a triplet. All bets are lost. Lin Feng, unfazed, observed the information before him. Brother Feng, are you not betting? Let me observe for a moment. The dealer lifted the cup, smiling as she declared, Apologies, the dealer has a triplet. All bets are void. The gamblers sighed in disappointment. Can it be played this way? Of course, the dealer's odds must surpass the gamblers. Otherwise, how would they profit? Brother Feng, you possess considerable knowledge. Zhang Dongyang expressed with admiration. The dealer shook the cup again, forcefully placing it on the table. You may now place your bets. Once placed, they are final. The dice show a 1, 2, 3, small. The crowd began to bet, and Lin Feng placed 50,000 on small. Brother Feng, starting with 50,000, just try my luck. Zhang Dongyang swallowed hard, his heart racing. When the dealer lifted the cup, he was stunned to see a 1, 2, 3. His 50,000 000 chips doubled to 100. 000 in less than a minute. An astonishing turnaround. The dice reveal a 456 large. Lin Feng placed 100 on the table, unnoticed by the others. In this environment, winning streaks lasting several rounds were commonplace. Zhang Donyang and Amp, Oppo's, palms began to sweat. If he won again, he would have 200 An unreal dream realized within 5 minutes. The dealer revealed the dice once more, a 456. Unbelievable. Another win? Keep it down. Let us switch tables. Although it was unlikely they would attract attention, Zhang Donyang was too anxious, prompting Lin Feng to suggest changing tables. Damn, the money comes too quickly. Brother Feng, you truly are impressive. With but a slight effort, I've already reached the limits of this tier. Lin Feng feigned modesty as he led Zhang Donyang to a baccarat table. This was a popular casino game, bustling with patrons. Lin Feng glanced at the history of the game, noting the dealer had won 9 consecutive rounds. Many seasoned gamblers had begun to follow this streak. The atmosphere at the table was electric, yet the dealer remained composed. It appears fortune is with us today. Let us continue, and may you all return with bountiful winnings. The dealer and Amp, Oppo's winning streak will continue for 15 rounds. Lin Feng and Amp, Oppo's eyes sparkled. Many would likely fall prey to this streak. Indeed, as betting commenced, patrons began to wager against the dealer. Seeing such a long streak, none dared to bet on the dealer. Lin Feng boldly placed 50 on the dealer, startling Zhang Donyang. By normal logic, after 9 wins, one should bet against the dealer. A middle-aged gambler beside Lin Feng chimed in earnestly. Young man, you seem new here. Take my advice. This round should favor the player. Unbelievable, another win. The middle-aged man was taken aback by the others in Amp, Oppo's exclamations, incredulous as he turned to the table and witnessed yet another win for the dealer. Perhaps my luck is indeed favorable. Lin Feng accepted the chips pushed toward him, beaming with joy. You have good fortune. This is not mere luck. Betting against the dealer on a streak is unwise. I believe the dealer will continue to win. Lin Feng wagered another 100 provoking laughter from the middle-aged man. Still on the dealer? Young man, you will surely lose your stake. Uncle, don't speak too soon. Look, it's another win for the dealer. Zhang Donyang exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. The middle-aged man turned in disbelief, utterly astonished. Another win for the dealer? That makes 11 in a row. This is extraordinary. Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to Lin Feng, questioning whether he had underestimated this young man's prowess. Younger fellow, what will your next bet be? Surely, it must be the player this time? The middle-aged man lowered his voice, cautious of the nearby gamblers. If this young man were indeed skilled, he could not only recover losses but also turn profit. For this next round, I still believe the dealer will win, though that is merely my personal opinion. Chapter 28. The 15 consecutive wins of the banker. A stroke of luck still betting on the banker? Are you serious? That has 10 in a row. And what of it? There have been instances in Macau where the banker has won over a dozen times. This is hardly the limit. Those occurrences are exceedingly rare. Uncle, my brother has merely expressed his opinion. He has an Amp, Oppo's. He compelled you to follow suit. Zhang Donyang was visibly displeased with the middle-aged man and couldn't resist a retort. Do not misunderstand me. I am simply finding it hard to believe. Very well. I shall place a bet as well. Lin Feng remained silent, producing 100 chips and tossing them onto the banker. His action even caught the attention of the dealer. Sir, the banker has won 11 times. Are you still placing a bet? Why not? It's all for fun. Do you really intend to meddle in this? Please. You're wagering real money. Think it through. Rest assured, I'm not lacking in funds. The dealer smiled sweetly and began dealing the cards. Many gamblers turned their attention toward Lin Feng, unable to suppress their curiosity. However, most perceive him as too young and somewhat impulsive. Initially intending to remain inconspicuous, he soon realized that in doing so, he would only attract further attention. Since I am here, I shall embrace it. My prowess is more than sufficient to confront any adversity. His formidable capabilities were his wellspring of confidence. Should trouble arise, he believed he could depart unimpeded. As the dealer revealed the cards, the table erupted in excitement. Remarkably, the banker had won once more. This was the 12th victory, a truly extraordinary streak. Sir, you are indeed fortunate. Not bad, Lin Feng replied, collecting his chips and tossing a 1,000 chip to the dealer. Thank you, sir. The alluring dealer beamed at Lin Feng, casting him flirtatious glances. You deal remarkably well. You deserve it. Sir, I hope your good fortune continues. May your words ring true. I am betting 100,000 on the banker. The dealer's eyes flickered with surprise. Continuing to bet on the banker was not impossible, but the odds were exceedingly slim. The youth was being rather reckless. Young man, let me bet alongside you. The middle-aged man, having tasted victory, decided to continue betting on the banker with Lin Feng. It's impossible for the banker to win again. This round must be a player. I concur. 12 consecutive wins are simply implausible. Indeed, when has it ever been this predictable? The next round will undoubtedly be a player. Most of the onlookers doubted the possibility of a 12th win for the banker, deeming it inconsistent with probability. Yet, they failed to consider that if probability were reliable, gambling would not lead to ruin. The dealer skillfully dealt the cards, announcing, "It's time to reveal. Please finalize your bets." Player, player, player. All eyes were anxiously fixed on the dealer, as a multitude had bet on the player, with only a few on the banker. The banker shows 6, the player 4, banker wins. Everyone was left dumbfounded. 12 consecutive wins? Surely this was a jest. Lin Feng gleefully pocketed his chips, recognizing that the unconventional routes offered swift returns, albeit not a sustainable living. Brother Feng, have you won again? Have we already amassed 400,000 here? Zhang Danyang could hardly believe it. The pace was akin to a money-printing machine. You're quite the lucky one, young man. Fortune favors me, it seems. Here for you. He tossed 2,000 chips to the dealer, who was delighted and returned a flirtatious glance. You're truly impressive, sir. Just average, merely fortunate. Shall we proceed to the next round? I hope luck remains on your side. For Lin Feng, winning was a trivial matter. What mattered more was his generous tipping. The other gamblers at the table fell silent, their gazes fixed on him, clearly regarding him as a skilled player. What shall we bet on, Brother Feng? Lin Feng smiled. This time, I shall bet on the player. He tossed out 50,000 chips, landing them squarely on the line. Are you no longer betting on the banker? Uncle, I too rely on luck. Whether it continues is uncertain, but I feel the odds are against the streak. Very well. Let us wager on the player. Most at the table followed Lin Feng and Amp. Oppose, as lead. The dealer chuckled as she revealed the cards. Sir, it appears your luck has waned this time. It's the banker. Ah, I mentioned I rely on luck. Winning or losing is part of the game. The gamblers exhibited expressions of disappointment, while the nearby middle-aged gambler wore a look of confirmation. If one could consistently guess correctly, that would be abnormal. Making mistakes aligns with reason. Brother Feng, what a pity. Couldn't he expect to win continuously? Do you think this is a charity? If the entire table followed his lead and all won, that would be quite the spectacle. Moreover, with 3 rounds of the 15 consecutive wins remaining, he knew better than to chase after them. It would only draw undue attention. He had a strategy to earn without fixating on a streak. Soon, Lin Feng found himself entirely overlooked. After a total of 15 rounds of the banker, he shifted to betting solely on the player, losing every time and returning with 150,000. The middle-aged gambler had already changed tables, initially believing Lin Feng relied on skill, but now seeing it was merely luck. In this place, genuine sentiments were scarce. Once they perceived Lin Feng as lacking value, their interest waned. Brother Feng, such a shame. Had you pursued it continuously, you could have won a fortune. Isn't that the nature of money? Besides, we still have a profit of 200,000. Let us change tables. Lin Feng discreetly glanced at the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor, blending into the crowd with Zhang Danyang. In an office, a stunning beauty clad in a black blazer stood by the window, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng's position. The black-framed glasses added an air of aloof elegance to her breathtaking appearance. Dream Yao, how goes it? All well? Asked a young, handsome man behind her, holding a glass of red wine and smiling. You're asking me, Flower Master? Is there any doubt? Haha, Dream Yao. You're our foremost expert in gambling, Mr. Feng instructed me to heed your advice. Flower Master, this young man is of no concern. He merely relied on luck. A 15-win streak is not something just anyone dares pursue. That is reassuring. The atmosphere has been tense lately. We must remain vigilant. He is a newcomer, so we must tread carefully. This young man is indeed somewhat crafty. According to Xiaoya, he even managed to charm our security personnel during the check. Quite audacious. Flower Master placed his wine glass down, chuckling. Whether he is audacious or not is uncertain, but his boldness is certainly remarkable. In that regard, he surpasses me. I shall step out for a moment. I won't disturb you further. Qin Mingyao opened the door and exited the office, having no intention of continuing the conversation. Chen Xiaohua watched a retreating figure, letting out a sigh, and muttered with a wry smile, Master Feng. Asking me to rely on my own abilities to pursue her is quite the tall order. Dream Yao hardly spares me a glance. How am I to win her over? He was the head honcho here, while the stunning beauty who had just departed was Feng Shichang and Appo's adopted daughter, Qin Mingyao. After leaving the office, she made her way toward the entertainment hall, harboring numerous questions about Lin Feng that she did not voice to Flower Master. This suddenly appeared stranger was a subordinate of Jiang Hailong. Yet, his behavior since entering Longhu Villa had raised her suspicions. He seemed a rogue, a petty hoodlum, yet he consistently managed to reap benefits. Could such a person truly be associated with Jiang Hailong? It seemed illogical. Chapter 29. The Gambler and Appo's precision to become a notable figure in Longhu Mountain Villa at such a young age, especially as a woman, one must possess considerable prowess. Setting aside her gambling skills, her perceptiveness far exceeds that of her peers. Dreamy sister, what brings you here? The croupier of the baccarat table exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Qin Mingyao's arrival. Continue dealing. I have a question for you. Was there an issue with that young man earlier? Are you referring to the one who tipped me? You should be fine. It's just luck. Very well, carry on. Take care, dreamy sister. The patrons here regard Qin Mingyao with great respect, not only due to her status, but also her formidable capabilities. Miss Qin, shall we keep an eye on that man at the roulette table? Yes, I will change into a different outfit first. A glimmer of insight flashed in Qin Mingyao and Appo's eyes. It wasn't that she sensed anything amiss with Lin Feng, but rather, her intuition told her this man was extraordinary. A few minutes later, dressed in a server and Appo's attire and carrying a tray of beverages, Qin Mingyao made her entrance into the entertainment hall. 5 meters away, Lin Feng and Zhang Dongyang stood by the roulette table, refraining from placing any bets. She approached them with her tray. Brother Feng, I and Appo's seen this before on television. What is it, Russian roulette? Indeed, it's my first time seeing it as well. Feng Shichang has set it up quite professionally. In Sioux City, I doubt anyone else could manage such a comprehensive setup. Shall we place a bet? Wait a moment. Let me observe. He was familiar with the rules of roulette. A single number bet pays 36 to 1, while betting between two numbers pays 18 to 1. Betting on the first vertical line of the horizontal rows pays 11 to 1. These three types of bets offer the highest odds, while the others are comparatively lesser. This time, Lin Feng intended to refrain from making frequent bets. Such flamboyance would draw attention and contradict the notion of good fortune. Instead, he aimed for precision, choosing only the highest odds for his wager, ensuring that even a win would align with the narrative of luck. Brother Feng, it seems quite easy to win. I and Appo's seen others winning consistently. They were betting on the outer options, such as red or black, even or odd, which offered merely even odds, uninteresting, as winning 10 times wouldn't cover a single loss. Zhang Dongyang inquired, so what shall we bet on? Either we don't play, or we go all out. The fewer bets we place, the greater our chances of winning. Impressive. You certainly know your stuff. Lin Feng gazed at the spinning roulette, his demeanor calm, his eyes reflecting wisdom. The roulette is about to stop, and the number 00 will be revealed, with odds of 36 to 1. Upon catching this information, Lin Feng tossed a 10,000 chip onto the table. Not on 36, but on 00. Winning in one go felt implausible. He needed to put on a show. He had already sensed that someone was watching him. Oh, Brother Feng, what a pity you didn't win. It's not that simple. Let us observe a few more rounds. There's no rush. Lin Feng placed another 10,000 chip on the number 12 and casually lit a cigarette. A fragrant breeze wafted over him, accompanied by a pleasant voice. "Sir, would you like a drink?" Lin Feng glanced at the server, raised his glass, and smiled. "Certainly. Your waitstaff here is quite impressive." "I'm not certain I understand what you mean, sir." Lin Feng playfully patted her on the backside, chuckling, "All beautiful women here." Qin Mingyao's body trembled, a flash of anger crossing her features. She had never experienced such physical contact with a man, and this one dared to touch her. "Hey, what kind of gaze is that? We are, after all, guests." Unaware of the situation, Zhang Donyang interjected, prompting Qin Mingyao to regain her composure, forcing herself to suppress her fury. "Sir, please refrain from being so forward. Here, this is for you." As she watched Lin Feng toss 500 chips onto the tray, Qin Mingyao felt a surge of indignation. She was uncertain of his background, but he was undoubtedly a roguish scoundrel. "Is 500 insufficient? Here, another 500. You're quite beautiful. You're worth this price. Don't look so serious. You came to work here without any preparation? Miss, how about this? I'll give you 5,000. If you keep me company for a while." A hand rested on Qin Mingyao's shoulder, and she mechanically turned her head, her gaze sharp. "Brother, what kind of look is that? Not satisfied? Go find your manager. I'm here to spend money, not to read your expressions." Qin Mingyao was taken aback. She knew she could not reveal her identity. Gritting her teeth, she forced a smile and replied softly, "I just started working here a few days ago. I'm not quite accustomed to it. Please don't be angry. If you bring the manager, I might get my pay docked." "Well, I see your attitude is decent. I'll let you off this time. Once I win some money, I'll give you a big tip." Qin Mingyao and Appo's body quivered, feeling as though she had been electrified, as Lin Feng and Appo's arm slipped from her shoulder and wrapped around her waist. How infuriating! Qin Mingyao was enraged, regretting her hasty decision to approach Lin Feng in such a manner. "Miss, you have a good figure and are quite beautiful. It's such a waste to work here. What job do you think would suit me? I could keep you." Qin Mingyao was rendered speechless. She turned her head, choosing not to engage further, lest he utter even more outrageous remarks. She never should have taken the initiative to probe. It had been reckless. "Brother Feng, when do you plan to place your bet?" "Once I embrace a beauty, I feel luck is on my side. I should win big this round." He tossed his chips on a number 11, this time wagering 20,000. "Sir, a single bet doesn't come so easily. You might consider smaller multiples for a better chance." "I prefer to gamble big." Qin Mingyao shot Lin Feng an incredulous glance. She had never encountered someone so arrogant. The roulette began to spin, gaining speed. Zhang Donyang watched anxiously, and as the little white ball gradually came to a stop, Lin Feng was ecstatic. Qin Mingyao was left stunned. The ball had indeed settled on number 11. With a resounding slap, Lin Feng struck her backside, nearly pushing her to the brink of fury. "Sir, what are you doing? I won. Aren't you happy? Let us celebrate with a little pat on the backside." "Sir, I am merely a server. Please maintain some decorum." Lin Feng nonchalantly accepted 720,000 in chips and tossed 10,000 onto the tray. "What do you mean by that? Take it. That slap was worth it. 1,000 for a pat isn't a loss, is it? You." Before Qin Mingyao could retort, Lin Feng tossed another 10,000 chip, this time on number 04. "Still betting on a single number? The hand that touched your backside has the Midas touch. I believe this round will win again. If it does, you can expect a nice tip." Qin Mingyao was seething. What brazen words! This man was infuriating. She now wished to dismantle Lin Feng piece by piece. She had been thoroughly teased from head to toe all night. The roulette wheel spun once more, and this time Qin Mingyao watched intently, curious to see if her well. Never mind. She was startled by the sudden, inappropriate thought that had sprung to mind, almost causing her to lose her composure. Suddenly, her pupils contracted, her heart raced, and she looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. "Smack! Sir, what do you think you're doing?" she asked. Lin Feng had patted her posterior again. "You've hit the jackpot. Your derriere truly possesses an ethereal quality. Here, take 10,000. This time, Lin Feng had won 360,000, and he once again gave Qin Mingyao a 10. 000 chip as a tip. Rest assured, I'm quite traditional. I don't need you to accompany me. A few pats on the bottom will suffice. But honestly, a young lady in her early 20s with your looks, what are you doing working here? Becoming a mistress would be more promising. Lin Feng gathered his chips. These 2 rounds had netted him over $1 million, meeting his expectations. Continuing would be unwise. While he could take away $10 million, it would draw excessive attention. His eccentric behavior had already piqued Qin Mingyao and Amp. Oppo's interest. Escalating things further would likely lead to trouble. He had the money, and he had touched the posterior. It was time to make a strategic retreat. Name, Qin Mingyao. Internal monologue. This lecherous rogue dares to take liberties with me. I didn't and Oppo's. Expect him to actually win 2 single-number bets. He shooed and Oppo's. Be cheating, but his behavior is utterly unacceptable. I must teach him a lesson. Prompt, planning to have someone teach you a lesson, a beating on your way back. This was the kind of retaliation Lin Feng feared the least. Violence was currently his forte. Since this woman intended to retaliate, he would smack. Lin Feng unexpectedly delivered another slap to Qin Mingyao's bottom. Sir, you're going too far. Not for free. Same rules as before, 10-0-0-0. Lin Feng tossed another chip over and turned to leave. Zhang Donyang quickly followed. Sir, where are you going? Home. Of course. Why would I keep gambling after winning over $1 million? That's just throwing money away. Qin Mingyao was taken aback, somewhat surprised. Most gamblers lose. This kid has a sense of proportion. Hey, little sister, are you reluctant to see me go? Or did you enjoy the posterior pats? Sir, Don and Oppo's. Don and Oppo's. Talk nonsense. Then I and Amp, Oppo's. Am leaving. Donyang, let into Amp, Oppo's. Let's go home. All right. Knowing when to quit, this trip to Dragon Lake Manor had been a success. The two swaggered out of the entertainment hall. Qin Mingyao turned and headed to the changing room. A few minutes later, she had changed back into her business suit, resuming her aloof demeanor. A minute later, 2 young women with ponytails, dressed in athletic attire, appeared before her. Xiaoli, 1 Xian, follow that man and find a suitable opportunity to teach him a lesson. Sister Qin, to what extent? Just superficial injuries. Remember, don't cause too much of a commotion. Yes, these are the female bodyguards she had trained. Qin Mingyao's subordinates were all women. She never associated with men. Lin Feng and Amp, Oppo's posterior pats had infuriated her, leaving her with a lingering, tingling sensation. It wasn't an Amp, Oppo's painful, but there was an indescribable feeling of strangeness and shame. They retraced their steps to the entrance of Dragon Lake Manor, where the restaurant had already closed. Wang smiled. I heard Mr. Lin won over $1 million. Quite fortunate. Not bad. I mainly absorbed some good luck during the security check. Here an Amp, Oppo's, S500 for you a tip. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Wang Yin Amp, Oppo's attitude was exceptionally good, mainly because Lin Feng was generous, reportedly tipping the dealers thousands. Farewell then. Safe travels, Mr. Lin. Lin Feng and Oppo's figure disappeared into the night, followed by the sound of footsteps. Wanya looked back, her expression changing instantly. Sisters, is there anything I can help you with? Yes. Where did the man from earlier go? Mr. Lin? He went that way. The two exchanged glances and hurried after him. Wanya frowned, muttering to herself. What an Amp, Oppo's that's going on. He won $1 million. It's shooting an Amp, Oppo's. That's serious. Could he have been cheating? She shook her head and quickly left. This was beyond her concern. Lin Feng and Zhang Donyang walked away, reaching the main road after about 1 kilometer. At midnight, there wasn't an Amp, Oppo's, a single car in sight on the suburban highway. Brother Feng, this desolate place, we can't even get a ride. Yeah, now that we have money, we need to buy a car. Sigh, $1 million. Brother Feng, you're amazing. But tonight we in Oppo's. LL have to walk back. Lin Feng laughed, walk back. Are you kidding? We can always ask the police for help. Huh? The police? A patrol car was parked near a police kiosk, not far away. Seeing Lin Feng walk over, Zhang Donyang quickly followed. After a long tale of woe, about how they had been delayed by hiking and Kuden and Amp, Oppo's, fine transportation, the 2 officers were left speechless. Reluctantly, they agreed to drive them home. Lin Feng leaned back in the back seat, looking out the window. Not far away, 2 women stood watching him, their eyes filled with resentment. Qin Mingyao had ordered them to teach Lin Feng a lesson, but this sly fox was riding home in a police car. Judging by their expressions through the car window, they had been discovered long ago. Let into amp, oppos. Esco we and amp, oppos. Re-going back. Yeah, that kid spotted us a long time ago. He and amp, oppos. It's not simple. The police car drove steadily. The two officers lecturing Lin Feng and Zhang Donyang. Lin Feng leaned back in the back seat, recalling the events of his previous life. He remembered seeing a news story in the last 3 months of his life. Feng Shichang's goddaughter, Qin Mingyao, had committed suicide. He vaguely recalled that Feng Shichang's enemies had kidnapped her, drugged her, and planned to take advantage of her. Under the influence of a potent aphrodisiac, she had resisted fiercely, ultimately biting off her tongue to preserve her chastity. It could be said that this beautiful woman had met a tragic end. What goes around comes around. And so it was with him. This life he chose not to walk the path of the underworld was also for this reason. But since he had been reborn, many things could be changed. It must be said, the posterior felt quite good to Pat. It seems this life will be a bargain for me. The car swayed slightly and came to a stop. All right, we and amp, oppos. Here. Be more careful in the future. Plan better before going to the suburbs. Thank you, officers. We and amp, oppos. LL definitely be more careful next time. The two opened the door and got out, standing at the entrance of the urban village. Lin Feng smiled. Don oppos. To live in this place anymore, I and oppos. LL rent you a new apartment someday. Brother Feng, didn't and oppos. To you just rent the apartment next to mine? That dilapidated apartment costs $2,000 a year. Now that I have money, they're in oppos. There's no need to treat myself poorly. Thank you, Brother Feng. We in oppos. Brothers, no need to be polite. Go back and rest. Wait for my call. After seeing Zhang Donyang off, Lin Feng glanced at the darkness behind him and left the urban village without a word. A black Volkswagen sedan slowly emerged from the darkness, keeping a distance of 100 meters behind Lin Feng, and followed him. Chapter 31. Unexpected surprise in the ditch in the vehicle. There were 5 men in total, including the driver, all sporting crew cuts and in their 30s. Their gazes were icy, and their expressions serious, lacking any trace of levity. They appeared far from ordinary. The events unfolding within the casino entertainment hall had not escaped the attention of Chun Xiaohua as subordinates. The casino-esque goddess had been brazenly accosted by a brash young man who had dared to throw an arm around her shoulder, wrap his waist, and even grope her. It was not only Chun Xiaohua who could not tolerate such indignity. His underlings were equally incensed. As Qin Mingyao's people failed to keep up with Lin Feng, Chun Xiaoyu discreetly sent someone to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Master Hua had instructed that it should be a minor reprimand, without causing a scene. The goddess had been so shamelessly disrespected. Were it not for Master Hua's orders, he would have severed that hand. Nevertheless, for the sake of the greater situation, it was best to avoid any trouble. The young man in the passenger seat, the leader of the operation, restrained his companions, knowing they were in the city and needed to act swiftly to avoid prolonging matters. At 2 a.m., Lin Feng ambled towards Chun Yunxi's residence, cigarette in mouth and hands in pockets, humming a tune. This young matron had been absent for several days. Despite possessing a golden finger, Lin Feng preferred not to intrude into private matters too much, as excessive prying diminished the thrill of life. Life should retain an element of surprise. For instance, the vehicle trailing him was rather intriguing. The casino had certainly overstepped its bounds, daring to touch the proverbial tiger's tail, while it had not yet retaliated. Others were unwilling to tolerate such disrespect. An alert flashed before Lin Feng's eyes. A vehicle dispatched from Longhu Mountain Villa, carrying 5 individuals, has come under Chun Xiaohua's orders to deal with you due to the groping incident, intending to teach you a lesson. Reminder, no life-threatening danger, just a beating to instill some sense. My body is far too precious to be struck casually. However, Lin Feng had no desire for a direct confrontation. The cost-benefit ratio was too low. If he could orchestrate a few coincidences that would cause them some discomfort, that would be an optimal solution. This required a bit of cunning. The urban area of Sioux City had been entirely urbanized, filled with surveillance cameras. He wished to avoid a direct clash, not wanting to reveal his true capabilities. Lin Feng subtly altered his route home, wandering aimlessly through the ancient district. The vehicle behind maintained a steady distance of 100 meters, tracking him with professional precision. What on earth was this kid doing wandering around at this hour? Looking for ghosts? Enough chatter, just follow him. Find a suitable spot to ambush him. Eventually, Lin Feng meandered into a dead-end alley. 10 meters ahead loomed a massive double iron gate, rusty and worn. The air was thick with a foul odor. Faint red characters were barely discernible on the gate. Jinyuan Scrap Station. An alert flickered before Lin Feng. A large scrap recycling station, guarded by 5 ferocious dogs. No surveillance cameras. Tip. Contains 3 Tibetan Mastiffs and 2 German Shepherds. With your strength, you could easily intimidate them. A smile crept across Lin Feng and Appo's lips as he approached the gate and pulled it open. The black Volkswagen halted at the entrance. The 5 men disembarked, their faces displaying confusion. What was this kid doing at a scrap station? Damn, how eerie. He not planning to steal something, is he? Nonsense. After winning over 1 million, why would he steal? He probably just taking a shortcut home. Forget it. Let us just check it out. It's deserted here, and there are no cameras, making it easy for us to act. The 5 men, all proficient in physical prowess, easily scale the iron gate. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stood in the middle of the scrap station, facing 5 massive dogs that squatted with drooping ears, appearing quite submissive. This human was too formidable. They had attempted to attack him in unison, only to be dispatched one by one with a single punch. In the animal kingdom, the strong prevail. In the blink of an eye, the 5 ferocious dogs had become obedient companions. Listen up, 5 individuals will soon scale the wall. Your task is to subdue them. Let not a single one escape. Any slacking will result in punishment. The dogs nodded eagerly, indicating their compliance. Lin Feng patted their heads, grinning. All right, perform well, and I'll bring you some meat next time. At that moment, 5 shadows appeared at the gate. Let us go. Lin Feng retreated into the shadows, prepared to watch the spectacle unfold. Goodness, what a foul stench. Calling this a scrap station is generous. It's essentially a dump. Who expects it to smell pleasant? Stop whining and find the intruders. What's that? In the darkness, the 5 men spotted a few glowing red dots, resembling the eyes of demons. Damn, what is happening? Is it haunted? No, something isn't right. The leader's pupils dilated as, from the shadows, 5 imposing dogs stared coldly at them. What are those? Dogs. What do you think they are, blind? Damn, what kind of dogs are those? 3 Tibetan Mastiffs and 2 German Shepherds. What do we do now? What do we do? We can't handle them. Let us run. The 5 men turned to flee, finally realizing they had been lured into a trap. The dogs bared their teeth, sharp fangs glistening, issuing low growls that exuded intimidation. The lead mastiff let out a ferocious roar and charged forth, followed closely by the others. The dogs were significantly faster than humans, and soon chaos ensued as the 5 men found themselves embroiled in a frenzied melee with the 5 dogs. Barks and cries of distress echoed through the night. Had it not been for the secluded location, the commotion would have surely attracted attention. The 5 men, evidently trained, ultimately scrambled over the iron gate, appearing quite battered. Emerging from the shadows, Lin Feng remarked with a smile, "You did well. I'll bring you some meat in a few days." The dogs barked in agreement, wagging their tails, instantaneously transforming into affectionate pets. As Lin Feng noted the time, preparing to leave, he suddenly paused, an alert appearing before him. This large recycling station is piled high with refuse, yet it conceals some discarded treasures of potential commercial value. Lin Feng squinted, delight illuminating his face. Reports of antique finds and valuable collectibles at scrap stations were not uncommon. It seemed fortune had smiled upon him. However, dawn was approaching, presenting a slight inconvenience. This recycling station has a waste processing cycle of 1 month, with 15 days remaining until the next processing. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. This meant he had ample time. Perfectly timed, he could return with some meat to reward these little companions. He scaled the iron gate and vanished into the night. Chapter 32. An affront and its ramifications in the opulent confines of the Dragon Lake Manor and Appo's second-floor office. 2 female bodyguards stood, heads bowed in contrition. Their mission, entrusted to them by Qin Mingyao, had faltered, leaving them consumed by self-reproach. Qin Mingyao, upon hearing their account, remained composed. Lin Feng, despite his seemingly ordinary demeanor and roguish charm, possessed a certain cunning that had ensnared even her. Failure, in this instance, was deemed excusable. Sister Mingyao, shall we attempt another foray? One of the bodyguards ventured. Indeed, let's endeavor once more. The scoundrel was aware of our presence, mocking us from the confines of the police vehicle. Their pride wounded, the two were loath to concede defeat. Enough, Qin Mingyao interjected. He resides within the city limits. Mr. Feng has decreed a period of discretion. We must prioritize harmony and avoid unnecessary complications. Qin Mingyao, ever mindful of the bigger picture, refused to jeopardize her benefactor, her esteemed godfather, for the sake of retribution. Mingyao, that knave possesses but a modicum of wit, Chen Xiaohua exclaimed, storming into the office, his countenance ablaze with indignation. He had learned of the incident from his subordinates, and his fury knew no bounds. His goddess, violated by a mere gambler. What incensed him most was Qin Mingyao and Appo's, as restraint. Her failure to erupt in righteous fury. Aside from Feng Yi, she had always maintained an aloofness towards the opposite sex. Is my affair your concern? Qin Mingyao retorted, her voice laced with steel. Nay, Mingyao, but he has dared to. Qin Mingyao and Appo's expression darkened. Enough. I shall resolve my own affairs. Recall your men. Too late. Chen Xiaohua confessed. They have already departed for the city. I intend no grave harm, merely to break the hand that dared to touch her, a lesson in propriety. Preposterous. Qin Mingyao thundered. Such recklessness could endanger Godfather. I shall exercise discretion, ensuring no untoward attention. Furthermore, he shall remain ignorant of my involvement. Qin Mingyao, teetering on the precipice of exasperation, retorted, he has won money from the casino, but to violate you is intolerable. Qin Mingyao, rendered speechless, demanded, how has he violated me? He dared to touch your posterior. Is that not a violation? I cannot stand idly by. Qin Mingyao's words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Is my violation your concern? Chen Xiaohua, stung by her words, faltered. Her tone suggested a certain willingness, a hint of complicity, as if she and Lin Feng shared a secret intimacy. Are you, perchance, pleased by his touch? That is irrelevant, Qin Mingyao snapped. Should your actions result in any repercussions, you shall bear the full burden of responsibility. So be it, Chen Xiaohua declared, his voice ringing with defiance. I, Chen Xiaohua, accept full responsibility. For you, I would gladly sacrifice all. Qin Mingyao's two female subordinates stood in silent awe, heads bowed. Young Master Hua is blessed with both talent and looks, they murmured. He and Qin Mingyao are a match made in heaven. Why Sister Mingyao refuses him is beyond comprehension. Do as you please, Qin Mingyao retorted, her patience exhausted. She stormed out of the office, her loyal retinue in tow. Chen Xiaohua, accustomed to unrequited devotion, resigned himself to his fate. Yet, the violation of his goddess gnawed at his soul, a festering wound akin to cuckoldry. He glanced at his phone, his brow furrowed in frustration. Dawn was fast approaching, yet his men had not returned. As he reached for his phone, Qin Mingyao's voice, laced with surprise, echoed through the corridor. What has befallen you, Five? Such a lamentable state. Her voice, tinged with schadenfreude, only fueled his anger. Miss Qin, we were ambushed, one of his men stammered, his voice trembling. By dogs. Chen Xiaohua, his patience wearing thin, rushed to the doorway, his eyes widening in disbelief. His 5 subordinates stood before him, their clothes torn to shreds, their bodies covered in blood. Claw marks and bite wounds marred their flesh. The leader of the group, his arm ravaged, was missing a chunk of flesh. When the world happened, Chen Xiaohua demanded, did you engage in combat with canines? His question, as fate would have it, struck upon the truth. Indeed, the leader whimpered. We fought dogs. Dogs? Chen Xiaohua roared. What manner of canine could inflict such carnage upon 5 grown men? Not one, the man replied. 5, 3 Tibetan Mastiffs, and 2 German Shepherds. Chen Xiaohua and Appo's brow furrowed. I instructed you to tail the young man. How did you encounter these beasts? The scoundrel led us to them. Led you to them? Aye. He lured us to a junkyard where the guard dogs lay in wait. Chen Xiaohua, dumbfounded, could only stare in disbelief. And why were you not bitten? The 5 men, their heads bowed in shame, remained silent, for they knew not the answer. Clearly, he possesses greater skill. Qin Mingyao interjected. I suggest you administer rabies vaccinations to your men before they succumb to a more dire fate. Qin Mingyao, reveling in Chen Xiaohua and Amp Oppo's humiliation, found herself developing a grudging respect for Lin Feng. To extricate himself from 2 perilous situations is no mean feat, she mused. Even if he is but an ordinary man, his abilities are undeniable. Chen Xiaohua, his face burning with shame, waved his hand dismissively. To the hospital, and ceased this display of incompetence. The 5 men, relieved to be spared further humiliation, scurried away. Master Hua, I implore you to desist, Qin Mingyao pleaded. I shall handle this matter myself. Do not involve yourself further, lest you incur the wrath of Godfather. Chen Xiaohua, his rage simmering beneath the surface, slumped into a nearby chair. He would have his revenge on the man who had dared to touch Qin Mingyao, but for now, he would bide his time. The following day, Lin Feng awoke to the sound of birds chirping. Chen Yunxi had yet to return home. After a hasty breakfast, he set off to find Zhang Dongyang in a shantytown. There is no time like the present, he thought. I vowed to find him better accommodations, and so I shall. As night fell, he would venture to the junkyard, where he planned to engage in a bit of nocturnal scavenging. This is a task best undertaken alone, Lin Feng reasoned. Not out of distrust for Zhang Dongyang, but his presence would only impede my progress and increase the risk of discovery. Chapter 33, Violent Demolition. Addicted to heroism, Lin Feng picked up his phone and scrolled through the news. Discovering that the incident involving 5 individuals being bitten by a dog had not made the headlines. It seemed these individuals were quite fortunate, having escaped with their lives and gone unnoticed by passers-by. Damn it, they were lucky indeed. Lin Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. If only one of them had been bitten to death, it would have provided some satisfaction. After a quick wash and a bite of breakfast, Lin Feng headed straight to the urban village. At this hour, Zhang Dongyang was still asleep. Even thunder might not rouse him, but the moment Lin Feng sought him out, he would surely spring to life. Brother Feng, it's so early. I haven't even woken up yet, Zhang Dongyang mumbled. The early bird catches the worm. Let us go rent a house. Why the rush? This wretched place is no better than a dog kennel. It's time to move on. We're not short on cash. Once the items from the scrap collection successfully arrived, Lin Feng planned to explore options for liquidation. With an additional 500,000 yuan from Jiang Hailong, his available cash had accumulated to around 2 million yuan. Brother Feng, you're too kind to me, Zhang Dongyang said, scratching his head. Filled with gratitude, Lin Feng felt a pang of nostalgia. In his previous life, he had met a tragic end, all due to his own actions. This time, he was determined to ensure that Zhang Dongyang lived a life of luxury and wealth. Quit being sentimental. It's nauseating. Hurry up and get ready. We're off. This time, he wasn't seeking anything extravagant in a new residence, but it had to be in a decent environment and a prime location, at least suitable for habitation. Most importantly, it needed to be close to Chen Yunxi's home, as he was likely to spend a significant amount of time with a young married woman. From his experience, the Shui and Amp, Oppos, and garden, located 2 kilometers away, would be quite suitable. A decade-old community with mature facilities, it wasn't too outdated, offering apartments ranging from 80 to 160 square meters, most of which were elegantly renovated. Half an hour later, the 2 arrived at their destination. Zhang Dongyang remarked, Brother Feng, this place is great. It has a subway, bus services, and a commercial complex, but the housing prices aren't cheap, are they? Money isn't something you need to worry about. Let us find an agent and inquire about the situation. This area wasn't a new development, yet it wasn't too old either, primarily inhabited by middle-aged residents. By around 10 a.m., the entrance to the community was bustling with people. It's not the weekend. Should everyone be at work? Lin Feng wondered aloud. Brother Feng, what are they doing? It seems like they're arguing, Zhang Dongyang noted, noticing the commotion. A group of young ruffians, approximately 7 to 8 in number, was confronting the residents. Lin Feng recognized their demeanor all too well. They were nothing more than petty gangsters. How could these individuals be clashing with the residents? A group of ruffians attempting violent demolition was clashing with the residents. They were commissioned by a real estate company and intended to forcibly evict the inhabitants through violent means, currently standing off against each other with tensions on the brink of escalation. Violent demolition? A figure crossed Lin Feng's mind, Zhang Bin, a social figure of the same caliber as Jiang Hailong. However, Zhang Bin didn't operate underground gambling. He owned several finance companies, engaged in lending, debt collection, and violent demolition, and had a modest reputation in the underworld. Lin Feng's brow furrowed as unsettling memories resurfaced. Zhang Bin had an underling named Wang Long, who had humiliated him previously while working with Jiang Hailong. When Jiang Hailong learned of this, he offered no support, advising Lin Feng to avoid trouble in the future. Voices of outrage arose from the crowd. There hasn't even been an official demolition notice. Why should we cooperate? This is violent demolition. We'll call the police. This is outrageous. Is there no law? Shouldn't we, as owners, consent to the demolition first? Call the police? They're the mafia. The residents were understandably furious. It was appalling to face violent demolition in this day and age. The absence of an official notice did not imply ignorance of the situation. They had certainly reached an agreement with a real estate developer to acquire the land, instructing the ruffians to negotiate with the owners. If the negotiations failed, they wouldn't acquire the land. If successful, it would belong to the real estate company. Go ahead and call the police. We have nothing to lose. We want to attack you. And how long can they imprison us for stirring trouble? Once we're out, we'll continue. We have all the time in the world. You all live here and need to work. We don't care. We can play this game as long as it takes. I advise you to cooperate. You would want to live in unrest every day, would you? Leading the charge was a brash young man with yellow hair, cigarette in hand, exuding arrogance. They were nothing but a bunch of ruffians, aimlessly passing their time. However, the homeowners had their lives to lead. They could afford to take a day off to confront them, but they couldn't endure endless harassment. As expected, upon hearing these words, the residents' expressions turned to worry. Everyone listen to me. Just sign here, accept compensation at market price, and move out within 3 days. It's that simple. The young man produced a stack of agreements, offering them to the homeowners. Within this community resides a retired official whose son currently holds power in the Sioux City government. In 10 minutes, this elderly official will arrive on the scene. Tip: utilize this opportunity to further enhance your image as a virtuous youth, which could yield significant advantages in the upcoming rental situation. Initially planning to resolve matters through violence, the timely information brought a smile to his face. It seemed that fate had indeed conspired for him to become a righteous individual upon his rebirth. Brother Feng, where are you going? Attack heroically. Zhang Danyang paused momentarily before hastily following suit. Lin Feng had become quite addicted to the feeling of doing good and receiving accolades. Hey, stop. What are you doing in broad daylight? Are you part of the mafia? The yellow-haired young man frowned and turned to see 2 young men approaching. He didn't recognize Lin Feng and Zhang Danyang, assuming they were merely locals looking to play the hero. Dealing with impassioned young men was something these ruffians excelled at. They would drag them into a corner, give them a good beating, and teach them the harsh realities of society, ensuring they remain subdued. Who do you think you are? You have no say here. Damn, how dare you speak to my brother Feng like that? Zhang Danyang, obedient in Lin Feng's presence, showed no courtesy to outsiders. Had he not possessed some courage, he wouldn't have single-handedly avenged Lin Feng in his previous life. Strictly speaking, he was far bolder than Lin Feng and more accustomed to the streets. Oh, your tone suggests you're not too pleased? Are you also involved in this? The yellow-haired young man cautiously sized them up. If they were also affiliated with some big brother, it would certainly complicate matters. Involved? We are decent people. We can't stand your bullying. Lin Feng stood tall and resolute, exuding confidence. Setting aside any concerns about strength, he had no reason to fear. The community had powerful backing, and he was merely here to put on a show. The yellow-haired ruffian found it amusing, pointing at Lin Feng and bursting into laughter. Buddy, what era are we in? You're still playing the hero? Do you even know who our boss is? Chapter 34. There is a just way in the world. Some paths should not be walked once. I too resembled this farcical caricature. It is indeed quite humorous. The life of a small-time thug is akin to that of a frog at the bottom of a well, believing that their older brother embodies their ambitions, while the figures of the underworld stand as their idols. Lin Feng has now emerged from this mindset, recognizing that the mafia holds no future unless one attains the status of a figure like Feng Shichong. In the eyes of capital, the underworld is merely a pile of refuse. Otherwise, why would so many seek redemption? Who is your boss? Why should I care? Born under the red flag. Am I to fear the underworld? He chuckled. This lad is quite amusing, aspiring to be a rising star. Do you possess the strength for that? This has nothing to do with strength. It is simply a matter of not tolerating your presence. Wow, this fellow is truly a talent. Come, let us converse over there. A young man with yellow hair provocatively gestured to a nearby corner. Am I to fear you? Lead the way. Brother Feng, I shall accompany you. No need, stay here. I will handle them. At that moment, an anxious middle-aged man among the property owners remarked, Young man, you cannot go alone. It is too dangerous. These are all small-time thugs, and their actions lack restraint. Indeed, you will surely suffer alone. Let us go together. Damn it, the violent demolitions and lawlessness. We shall confront them. The sentiments of the property owners were stirred, and despite initial hesitations, they rallied behind Lin Feng and Oppo's bravery. To not resist such malevolent forces only emboldens them further, eventually leading to oppression. Moreover, this young man does not even seem to be a resident of the community. Yet he stands up with such righteousness. How can we, as property owners, hide in the shadows? Ordinary people are generally kind-hearted, and once someone takes the lead, the morale rises significantly. Thugs are merely a band of bullies who prey on the weak. With dozens of property owners standing firm, the young man with yellow hair turned pale with fear. What? What do you want? What do we want? Didn't end Oppo's. Do you intend to resolve this with violence? If that is your wish. Yes, let's all join together. There are only 7 of them. What is there to fear? Lin Feng smiled, declaring, There exists a just path in this world. It is the 21st century, still resorting to violent demolitions? Perhaps you and Oppo's watch too many films. Come here and see if I will strike you. He pointed at the young man with yellow hair, beckoning him with a finger, exuding righteous fervor. In that moment, he appeared towering, akin to a great mountain, emanating a formidable presence, with dozens of property owners standing resolutely behind him. What a thrill it is to be in the right here. Exuding confidence, far superior to the aimless antics of a thug. Should the young man with yellow hair choose to act recklessly, Lin Feng could easily put him in his place. Unfortunately, it was evident that he was nothing more than a soft target. Realizing his aura had been utterly diminished, he shot Lin Feng a fierce glare and threatened, You think you and Oppo's re-tough? Don and Oppo's, do you dare walk away? Should I leave, you would be the one at a loss. In this vast universe, how could I be intimidated by scoundrels like you? I firmly believe that righteousness will prevail over evil. Fine, don't say I didn't warn you. And you all wait for it. The young man with yellow hair turned with his cohorts, retreating in haste. He was not afraid of the property owners, but rather the inexplicable pressure Lin Feng imposed upon him, as if he could be easily defeated with a single blow. Young man, you're incredibly brave. None of us can compare. Are you a resident here? If not, you should leave quickly. That fellow does not seem benign and will surely call for reinforcements. Indeed, we were too timid earlier. United, even the mafia would not dare to confront us. Everyone is right. Were it not for this young man, we would have been intimidated today. This is our home. We shall not move. Let us see who dares to challenge us. As long as we stand united, vowing to defend our home, no one can easily overpower us. Inspired by Lin Feng and Oppo's fervor, the property owners finally united. Lin Feng reflected, while their passion was commendable, it would not resolve their troubles. Small-time thugs pose little threat. Yet these rogues are the most troublesome, capable of driving ordinary people to despair. The key to resolving this issue lies with the retired official. Having come this far, he would not simply walk away. Glimpsing the time, he noted that the main character would arrive in approximately 5 minutes. Once this trouble is resolved, Renting here might become considerably simpler, potentially saving a significant sum. As my career is just beginning, it is crucial to economize. Money does not come easily. You need not worry about me. Although I am not a resident here, I am also seeking a rental. Since I have encountered this situation, it is my concern as well. If I do end up renting here, I too shall be a property owner. We will be neighbors. The crowd suddenly understood, realizing the young man's true intentions. Their admiration for his bravery deepened, and upon learning he was seeking a rental, their enthusiasm soared. Young man, if you're renting, do not seek an agent. I happen to have an 80 square meter vacant apartment. I can offer it to you at a discounted rate. My family also has an empty house. If you face any financial difficulties, do not hesitate to tell me. I can waive 3 months of rent. I can waive 6 months for you. Young man, you have a kind heart. Should you face any challenges, speak up. We are in this together. Lin Feng's benevolence moved the property owners, though not affluent. They all wished to assist him within their means. Zhang Danyang felt a surge of inspiration, suddenly understanding why Lin Feng spoke of being a good person. The rewards and sense of accomplishment derived from doing good far surpass those gained from wrongdoing. The emotional value is immeasurable. Look, that fellow is coming. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman in her 40s pointed towards the distant intersection, her expression tense. Before them approached the young man with yellow hair, flanked by a group. Beside him was a 35-year-old youth, frowning, his eyes darkened as he listened to the young man's grievances. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smirk. What a twist of fate. The elder brother, the yellow-haired thug, was none other than Wang Long. The opportunity for revenge had arrived. Fear not. Protect Lin, after all. This is merely a matter of knocking on doors. We must ensure Lin does not take the lead. Indeed, with our numbers, why should we fear them? A throng of property owners volunteered to shield Lin Feng from harm. At that moment, Wang Long and his crew arrived before them. He immediately spotted Lin Feng. What? Is that not Lin Feng? Brother Long, do you know him? Damn, I just beat him up not long ago. You mean to tell me this so-called rising star is him? Indeed, it is he. Wang Long grinned. So, it is this lad. He possesses quite the audacity, trying to imitate others and oppose righteousness. Just wait and see if he dares to make a sound when I strike him. Chapter 35. Come at me. Are you drenched in sweat now? Lin Feng and oppose. His eyes glimmered with excitement as he contemplated the situation. The saying, a gentleman and oppose. Revenge is never too late, is merely a phrase. True valor lies in repaying grievances. This young man with yellow hair had even summoned Wang Long, and today, both new and old scores would be settled. Esteemed homeowners, I have dispatched individuals to engage with you earnestly. You believe I possess endless patience? Do you dare challenge my resolve to make your lives unbearable? Huh. We are in an era governed by law. Let us see if you dare to act recklessly. Recklessly? I would never dare, yet I can certainly make your stay here quite uncomfortable. Wang Long, cigarette in hand, grinned ominously, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng amidst the crowd. Ah, have you turned over a new leaf? Are you now a champion of justice? The homeowners, perplexed, followed Wang Long's gaze to Lin Feng. Once, I strayed from the path and fell into darkness, but I have since reformed, unlike you. Oh, so Jiang Hailong is incarcerated, leaving you without your older brother. Care to join me? Wang Long and Amp, oppose. S eyes sparkled with mockery, his tone dripping with provocation. Enough nonsense. Brother Feng has already turned his life around. I suggest you recognize the times we live in. This is not an era for gangsters, Zhang Danyang retorted, unable to contain himself against Wang Long's aggressive demeanor. The homeowners seemed to catch on, realizing Lin Feng had once been a petty thug. Their expressions shifted, glancing at Lin Feng with suspicion and uncertainty. Could it be that two factions of thugs were vying for their relocation? One resorting to cunning, the other to brute force? Do you think you have any say here? The one who stands up for you is also a thug, just like me. Do you truly want his protection? Wang Long exhaled a cloud of smoke, reveling in his perceived superiority. Is that true, Shaolin? Do you know him? Were you also a thug in the past? Zhang Danyang, growing anxious, was about to clarify when Lin Feng stopped him. One's integrity shields them from shadows. I admit I was once a petty thug, but I have long since left that life behind. The homeowners remained skeptical, the atmosphere growing tense. A young hero had emerged, igniting their fervor. Yet when faced with the revelation that this hero once walked a similar path, their unity faltered, creating a stark contrast that rattled their convictions. Suddenly, a homeowner stepped forward, seeming to recall something. "I know him. My son works at the police station." He mentioned a former thug who turned his life around and even captured a wanted criminal. "This is the one." "Old Chien, is that true? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" The homeowners expressed their astonishment, though doubt lingered. "How could I be wrong? My son," said their captain, initially didn't believe it. But the chief confirmed it. "Did you not see the news? It was him. My son showed me the pictures." Lin Feng had anticipated this middle-aged man would vouch for his integrity, so he remained unperturbed. "Ah, so it is true. Xiao Lin, you are commendable. I heard those wanted criminals were armed and posed a grave threat. You are truly courageous. Those thugs are attempting to sow discord. A reformed rogue is invaluable. Who hasn't made mistakes? I too wandered astray in my youth, yet I am now a law-abiding citizen. We cannot allow ourselves to be misled by these ruffians. Indeed, if they wish for relocation, let them dream." Wang Long and Amp. Appo's expression shifted. He had not anticipated his ploy would be unraveled. It matters not how much you say. Hurry and sign the relocation documents, lest I show you no mercy." Wang Long barked, his heart racing with trepidation. He had never imagined the sensational manhunt in Sioux City would be linked to Lin Feng. His complexion darkened, realizing he had unwittingly become the fool. "Go ahead, try it. How dare you? A band of lawless thugs. Do you think we fear you? We will stand our ground. Wang Long, do you dare to lay a hand on us? In broad daylight, inciting trouble is one thing. Do you truly intend to engage in violence?" Lin Feng had struck at Wang Long and Appo's, Achilles and Appo's heel. Indeed, times have changed. This is no longer the 1950s. Thugs may intimidate in numbers, but to actually strike in daylight, they lack the courage. "Do you dare? You are just as cowardly." Lin Feng mocked, his words designed to provoke Wang Long further. "Curse you, Lin Feng. Have you forgotten the lesson from our last encounter? Back then, I sensed your fear, but now I feel the power of justice and fear you no longer." Wang Long felt a surge of frustration. Lin Feng and Appo's feigned righteousness grating on his nerves. "Curse it, I cannot strike them. The repercussions would be too great. The higher-ups have instructed against bloodshed." Yet Lin Feng and Appo's apparent weakness emboldened Wang Long. He felt he could easily dominate him. With less than a minute before a crucial figure arrived, it was time to showcase his bravery. Lin Feng extended his hand, beckoning. "Come on, strike me." The homeowners erupted in fervor. They were determined to protect Lin Feng, united against any threat. The tension escalated, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. "I dare anyone to act. This is utter lawlessness. Is there no rule of law left?" A voice, authoritative and commanding, rang out as an elderly man was wheeled forward. Wang Long hesitated, casting a dismissive glance at the old man. "Do you all require an old man to bolster your spirits? You should return to your grandchildren. We don't buy nonsense." The middle-aged man, pushing the wheelchair, frowned, seemingly about to retort, but the elder raised a hand to silence him. "I advise you to depart swiftly and refrain from causing a ruckus. The official department will issue notices regarding the relocation." "What power do you lowly scoundrels possess to influence this process?" "Haha, old man, are you a fool? If you wish to find your grandson, do so elsewhere. We are not swayed by your words." Wang Long laughed boisterously, dismissing the elder entirely. In his eyes, a frail old man posed no threat. Yet, he failed to notice the homeowners, upon seeing the elder, wore expressions of relief as if they had found their savior. At that moment, the distinct sound of police sirens echoed in the distance, and 5 police cars approached, led by the chief of the Sioux City Police, Song Tao. "Quick, surround them all." In broad daylight, causing a ruckus? Do you truly believe we are fools? Wang Long recognized Song Tao immediately. His smile faltered, confusion clouding his mind as he pondered why such an event would attract the attention of the police chief. Lin Feng relished the moment, taunting, "Please continue to laugh." "How does it feel now, drenched in sweat?" Chapter 36. You are quite audacious, and yet there seems to be no reason to apprehend you. Damn it. Spare me your words. What can the police do to me? My brother will arrive shortly. Sensing that the situation was amiss, he had secretly contacted his superior, Zhang Bin, as matters were spiraling out of control. It's of no use who you bring, Wang Long. You're in trouble. They're currently cracking down on organized crime, and you've walked right into the fire. Song Tao's face turned a deep shade of anger. This elder and Oppo's identity was far from ordinary. He was retired and living here in peace with a son who worked in a governmental department. These thugs were truly brazen. We merely came to persuade the owners to vacate. We did not resort to violence. How can we be labeled as gangsters? In this day and age, can the police still throw around baseless accusations? Song Tao ignored Wang Lao, instead casting a surprised glance at Lin Feng. Shaolin, what brings you here? Director Song, what a coincidence. I came with a friend to rent a place, only to stumble upon their violent demolition. Although I was once a ruffian myself, I have since reformed. How could I turn a blind eye to such actions? Officer, we owe our gratitude to Shaolin and Oppo's bravery. Otherwise, we would have been forced to sign. Indeed, there are few exemplary young people like him these days. Were it not for Lin Feng awakening our sense of justice, we would have been at a loss today. Song Tao nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. I knew I had not misjudged you. You have truly turned over a new leaf? Absolutely. Being a thug leads nowhere. Who could match my potential? Lin Feng wore a smug expression, which infuriated Wang Long. Just as he prepared to retort, the sound of an engine interrupted. Everyone turned to see Wang Long's face light up with delight. It was his boss, Zhang Bin. Ever since Jiang Hailong had encountered trouble, Zhang Bin had been thriving within this social tier. Oh, Officer Song, what is the commotion? Is it really necessary to mobilize such a large force for this? Zhang Bin, you certainly have some nerve. What do you mean? Is it wrong for me to bring my brothers to advocate for the demolition? Are you suggesting you have a better path for me? Do you understand what violent demolition entails? Violent? Look at us. Have we employed any violence or harmed anyone? Those entrenched in the underworld are seasoned. Song Tao had no desire to engage in idle chatter. Take them all in. On what grounds? Can I just enjoy the sun with my brothers? Director Song cannot abuse his authority to arrest us. Brother, aside from this brat, that old man also needs to be dealt with. He claims there is no law here. Wang Long pointed at the elderly man in the wheelchair, reporting him. Song Tao was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Just as he was about to reprimand, the old man rolled his wheelchair in front of Zhang Bin, his expression as dark as water. I'm sitting right here. What do you intend to do about it? The elder showed no fear, coldly regarding the adversary. Zhang Bin's countenance darkened, but with the police present, he dared not act recklessly. Well, old sir, at your age, you should be enjoying retirement rather than seeking confrontation. You seem to have had quite the temper in your youth, and I admire that. So, what do you plan to do about me? Oh, don't label me unjustly. I'm a law-abiding citizen. What can I possibly do to you? Rest assured, you will not face any trouble. After saying this, he patted the old man and Oppo's shoulder a few times, causing Song Tao and Oppo's eyes to nearly bulge out. This fellow is rather problematic. A petty thug is still a thug, utterly lacking in discernment. Can't he see the elder's extraordinary status? Cease this at once. Director Song, don't misunderstand. I've done nothing wrong. I was merely comforting the elder. I harbor no intentions of retaliation against him. Zhang Bin, do you truly not know who he is? Lin Feng asked with a smile. You're Jiang Hailong's former subordinate, utterly lacking in decorum. Do you think you're worthy of speaking with me? Then I shall pretend you said nothing. Lin Feng spread his hands, expressing resignation. Rest assured, we will have our chance to meet again. Zhang Bin realized he was not going to gain any advantage today and turned his gaze back to the elder, coldly stating, You should enjoy your retirement, old sir. Not everything is your business. Take care. After saying this, he attempted to pat the elder's shoulder again. Arrest them. Song Tao decisively issued the command, and a throng of police surged forward, pinning Zhang Bin to the ground. Wang Long and a group of petty thugs were similarly surrounded. Director, what does this mean? I've done nothing to warrant arrest. Zhang Bin, you truly are audacious. Do you have any idea who this elder is? He is the former mayor of Sioux City. Is he someone you can casually lay hand upon? What? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhang Bin was rendered speechless. How absurd. A man in a wheelchair is the former mayor. Living in such a low-end community. What a joke. Nonsense, don't try to deceive me. He could hardly believe Lin Feng's words. It was simply too fantastical. What Xiao Lin said is correct. This elder is indeed our former mayor. Who told you that officials must reside in upscale neighborhoods after retirement? Why didn't you say so sooner? Zhang Bin was now thoroughly panicked. What a ridiculous situation. Although the man was retired, he was still not someone he could provoke. How foolish of me to have patted him on the shoulder, a clear path to ruin. I wanted to mention that you didn't afford me the opportunity to speak. Lin Feng spread his hands, feigning helplessness. He had intended to speak earlier, but was interrupted by Zhang Bin. This was certainly not his fault. Damn it. Enough with the insults. Come with us. You are suspected of illegal assembly, provoking trouble, and involvement with organized crime. You've landed yourselves in serious trouble. No, this is a misunderstanding. Director Song, please show mercy. A misunderstanding? I couldn't find a reason to arrest you scum until now. This time, you cannot escape. Zhang Bin and Wang Long appeared ashen, their subordinates trembling in fear. Initially, they had planned to intimidate a group of defenseless property owners, a perfect opportunity for them to flaunt their power. Instead, they encountered a retired mayor, and their leader had threatened him. This was tantamount to courting death. Perhaps for the first time in their lives, they realized that perhaps the life of a petty thug was not for them, but it was too late. Once the police took the individuals away, the property owners finally breathed a sigh of relief. The trouble was finally resolved. The elder approached Lin Feng with a warm smile. I heard from Xiao Song that you were once a petty thug, but have since reformed, even achieving some merit along the way. However, a wayward son returning home is indeed priceless. You flatter me. I merely realized that being a thug leads to no future, with one foot in the grave and the other in prison. Thankfully, I withdrew in time. Well said. I've heard you're looking to rent a place. I'm about to move as well. My current residence is 80 square meters. If you don't mind, I can rent it to you, free of charge for a year. Chapter 37. The best is what suits you best. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, but hesitated to give an immediate response. A flickering message appeared before him. This elderly gentleman, of unique status, has expressed considerable goodwill towards you, although he offers substantial advantages. The risks associated with his identity make it prudent to maintain a safe distance at this time, as it may hinder your actions. This reasoning was indeed sound. While he did not engage in illicit activities, it did not preclude him from employing unconventional methods. Furthermore, there might be future interactions with individuals from Longhu Mountain Villa. Renting this old man and amp, Oppos, as property would be akin to courting danger. Should he inadvertently come into contact with certain unidentified individuals, the consequences could be dire. With numerous property owners present, many had already expressed interest in renting to him. There was no need to seize this dubious opportunity. Establishing a positive rapport with the old man was sufficient for now. Opportunities would surely arise in the future. Thank you, but I believe we will continue our search. I am looking for something larger, Lin Feng stated. Very well. If it does not meet your expectations, I shall not insist. Xiao Song, I appreciate your assistance. I realize I have somewhat overstepped, the elderly gentleman replied. No, it is my fault. The security situation has deteriorated, and the responsibility lies heavily on us. Xiao Song interjected. Do not belittle yourself, Xiao Song. Human capabilities are limited. If we had more young individuals like Lin, the future would be bright, the elder affirmed. Feeling gratified after learning about the recent events and Lin Feng's past. Esteemed guests, my health is not at its best, so I shall take my leave. Should any suitable properties become available, I ask that you assist Lin. As for the price, any discounts would be greatly appreciated. Upon hearing this, the property owners assured him, pledging to offer Lin Feng genuine concessions should he find a place to his liking. The elderly man departed in his wheelchair. Xiao Song, filled with emotion, patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and smiled. Xiao Lin, you've accomplished something great. What do you mean by accomplishment? This is merely the duty of a decent person. Lin Feng responded modestly. Bravo. I shall take my leave now. Your actions have not gone unnoticed by the old gentleman. You have truly gained his recognition. Maintain this momentum. Xiao Song encouraged, departing with his team. The farce had come to an end. Whom Zhang Bin assisted in the violent eviction was no longer relevant. nor was it something Lin Feng needed to concern himself with. The authorities would not take responsibility for the developers. They had merely tasked him with persuading the property owners, not with resorting to violence. Shaolin, leave the housing matter to us. Share your requirements, and we will find something for you. We and Oppos, we've been neighbors for over a decade. We know this area well, and we are confident we can meet your needs. What suits one best is indeed the finest. Lin Feng and Oppos. Gaze fell upon a middle-aged woman in her 50s who had earlier offered her home for rent. Her terms perfectly aligned with his needs. 6 months of free rent followed by a 50 reduction thereafter. An ideal arrangement. Auntie, your apartment sounds wonderful. Would it be possible for me to rent it? He inquired. Of course. I mentioned the 6 months free and half rent thereafter. You can stay for as long as you wish, she replied warmly. Splendid. Let us finalize the contract, Lin Feng said, eager to secure the arrangement and avoid any potential complications. This transaction garnered him considerable goodwill, bolstered by the backing of Xiao Song and the elderly gentleman, leading to a warm reception from the property owners. By 6 p.m. that evening, after a brief contract signing, Zhang Danyang moved in with his belongings. Although it was a rental, the exquisitely furnished 3-bedroom apartment complete with all necessary amenities brought him to the brink of tears. He had feared he would be confined to a cramped space in the city forever. Yet here he was, in such a spacious home. From now on, this shall be your home. Don't worry. For the time being, we shall reside here. Once I have the means, we will purchase a larger house. Lin Feng reassured him. Brother Feng, a larger house? I'm content just to have a place to live, Zhang Danyang replied. Foolish boy, this is someone else's property. We will have our own grand house in the future, Lin Feng said, his expression turning serious after a moment of contemplation. Remember, the neighbors here have a favorable impression of us. Avoid any reckless behavior. If your younger brother cannot be managed, let him go out and have fun. Here is 30,000. Take it and help the neighbors when needed. Understood? Yes, I understand. We must strive to be good people, Danyang affirmed. Good. I shall be on my way now. Tidy up, and I will contact you if necessary. Take a few days to rest, Lin Feng instructed. Brother Feng, remember to reach out if you need anything, Danyang called as they parted ways. That evening, Lin Feng planned to visit the recycling station to retrieve some belongings, lest he face unforeseen complications later. Zhang Danyang certainly would not allow him to languish at home. Otherwise, he would soon fall into despair. Once Lin Feng grasped the intricacies of the antiques market and identified suitable buyers, he would introduce Zhang Danyang to broaden his horizons. At 2 a.m., Lin Feng returned to the recycling station, a burlap sack in hand. Inside, there was an abundance of beef and animal entrails, and 5 large dogs eagerly awaited their meal. He nimbly entered the recycling station. Evidently, that night's events had gone unnoticed, as 5 enormous shadows rushed towards Lin Feng in the darkness, wagging their tails in greeting. Who could have imagined that these dogs, which had nearly incapacitated 5 adults not long ago, could now be so docile? Woof, 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 woof. The dogs jumped joyfully, drooling at the scent of meat emanating from his sack. Easy now, there's plenty for all, he reassured, pouring the contents onto the ground. The 5 dogs rushed forward, devouring the food with fervor. Eat well, but mind your manners. No fighting, or you'll regret it. I'll go search for a few items. Remarkably, the dogs seemed to comprehend Lin Feng and Oppos' words as they ate harmoniously without squabbling. Lin Feng developed a fondness for these little creatures. However, residing temporarily at Chun Yunxi's home left him without a stable abode. He hoped to one day own a villa where he could keep a few dogs to play with. The recycling station appeared largely untouched, indicating a regular cycle of deliveries. Lin Feng and Oppos' eyes narrowed as he surveyed the entire facility. Suddenly, amidst the refuse, he spotted 3 frames emerging, reminiscent of chat bubbles on the internet, with words flashing within them. An antique book, era, Qing Dynasty, value, 800,000, a relic, era, Republic of China, value, 300,000, a collectible, era, Ming Dynasty, value, 200,000. Lin Feng swallowed hard, his excitement mounting. 3 items totaling 1 million. Fortune was once again within his grasp. Chapter 38. A treasure trove? More massages? He forcefully calmed the excitement within him and cautiously approached the first location. What a foul odor! Lin Feng wrinkled his nose in disgust. The recycling station was a veritable cornucopia of refuse. He glanced at his feet, where heaps of decayed trash lay in disarray. For the sake of money, he was willing to endure. Lin Feng donned gloves and began rummaging through the garbage bags. There were used condoms, sanitary napkins, toilet paper, everything one could imagine. It was all so repulsive. After 5 minutes of sifting, Lin Feng spotted a dilapidated wooden box at the bottom of the refuse pile, its lid slightly ajar. Upon opening it, he discovered an object of considerable value, hailing from the Qing dynasty. Taking a deep breath, he carefully lifted the box. It was heavier than he anticipated, and a gentle shake revealed something inside moving. Eagerly, he opened the box, and his expression shifted to one of delight. Although he was no expert in antiques, the exquisite porcelain vase before him was undoubtedly extraordinary. Moreover, it was not a single piece, but a pair, clearly something exceptional. Name: porcelain vases. Category: Yongzheng blue and white plum vases. Specifications: a pair. Condition: perfect. Source: abandoned property. Estimated value: 800,000. In the darkness, Lin Feng and Appo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Making money was this simple. 800,000 was within his grasp. With a thought, he stored the two vases along with the wooden box in his personal space. The sudden influx of 800,000 exhilarated him, and he hastened to the second prompt location. This time, he sighed in relief. The area was filled with dry garbage, devoid of any strange odors. The space was cluttered with large furniture items, which would be difficult for an ordinary person to manage. However, Lin Feng's exceptional physical prowess rendered the task child's play. Within a minute, he cleared the clutter, revealing 4 chairs. With his limited knowledge of antiques, he could discern nothing remarkable about them. Name: Wang Wali dragon pattern round chairs. Background: Ming Dynasty furniture. Craftsmanship: exquisite. Features: backrest with relief dragon. Original wrought tan seat. Patina: smooth and warm. Condition: complete set, no obvious repairs. Estimated value: 1,200,000. What a treasure! These were even more valuable than the previous porcelain vases. The person who discarded these must have ancestors turning in their graves. The chairs were quite sizable, making them a challenge for anyone else to transport, but for Lin Feng, it posed no difficulty. He stored the chairs in his space and exhaled deeply before moving on to the next prompt location. Although the next item was valued at only 300,000 and dated back to the Republic era, he was not yet at the point where he could disregard such an amount. The third location revealed an array of calligraphy brushes, inkstones, and paintings, all exuding a scholarly aura. It seemed the owner of these items was an intellectual, albeit one unaware of their true worth. Kicking aside some debris, Lin Feng noticed a battered rectangular box lying on the ground. His X-ray vision instantly penetrated the box, revealing a painting within. A painting valued at 300,000 was assuredly no ordinary piece. He eagerly opened the box, and indeed, it housed a painting, though Lin Feng, lacking a cultured background, could not discern its significance. Name: Chi Baisher shrimp and crab painting. Background: a spontaneous ink piece created during the Republic era. Classic subject matter. Features: simple and lively composition, clear seal. Dimensions: 1 square foot. Estimated value: well preserved with an orderly provenance, potential value around 300,000. Lin Feng had heard of Chi Baisher, a renowned contemporary painter. He never expected to acquire an authentic piece from him. All 3 items were treasures, and he couldn't help but feel extraordinarily fortunate. After placing the painting into his space, Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was already 3 a.m. The 5 little companions had finished their delicious meal and scampered over to Lin Feng, wagging their tails. Name: Wang. Thoughts: brother, you are a good person. Please be our master. The 5 of us are willing to guard you for a lifetime. Amused, Lin Feng realized he could perceive the inner thoughts of animals. The largest Tibetan Mastiff, the eldest, gazed at him with expectant eyes. These dogs were exceptionally intelligent and charming, undoubtedly the best guardians. Yet, Lin Feng could not take them with him. He had no home to speak of, let alone the means to care for 5 large dogs. Wait for me a while, at most 6 months, and then I will take you with me. The dog's eyes flickered with disappointment, yet they joyfully responded to Lin Feng's promise. This recycling station had existed for many years, and as long as the dogs lived, they would not leave. Even if they did, Lin Feng was confident in his ability to find them again. With treasures secured, he bid farewell to the dogs and scaled the wall to leave. Initially intent on having breakfast before returning home, his phone rang unexpectedly. At just past 4 in the morning, it was a call from Chun Yunqi. What could this woman want at such an hour? Puzzled, Lin Feng answered the phone. Hello, why aren't you asleep at this early hour? Where have you been these past few days? Don't bother sending me the house. He teased. Where are you running off to now? Why aren't you home? I didn't expect you to return home at this hour, he replied, surprised. Why haven't you come home yet? Have you been out fooling around while I was away? Don and Amp, Oppos, TB ridiculous. I work every day delivering takeout and driving for ride-hailing services. Enough. Do you think I would believe you? Fine, I want an Amp, Oppos, T disturb you any longer. Don and Oppos, T be angry, Yunqi. I was just about to head back. I wasn't Oppos, T fooling around, just had a few drinks with friends. Oh, so you and Oppos, were you really coming back now? Where else would I go? I have no place to stay. Is something wrong? Are you missing me? There was a moment of silence from Chun Yunqi, as if she were conceding. The atmosphere suddenly became a touch intimate. After several seconds, she seemed to muster her courage and said, I just got off the high-speed train. My back hurts, and I and Amp, Oppos, been constipated after a few days away. Are you implying that I should come back to give you a massage? Stop dawdling. Are you coming or not? Lin Feng was taken aback. The young woman was displaying a flirtatious side. How could he resist? He remembered her relatives had seemingly left. If he provided her with a satisfying massage today, would an Amp, Oppos, T that lead to? Lin Feng, unlike Yu Buchuan, was a normal man. Rejecting such an advance would be cruel to both of them. All right. Don and Oppos, T rush me. I and Oppos, LL be home in 5 minutes. You take a shower, change into something nice, and wait for me. I promise you will be satisfied. Chapter 39. The soft rice must be eaten. Your mother-in-law is coming. You better hurry back. I feel utterly distressed. To Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos' astonishment. Chun Yunqi had unexpectedly transformed from her previously coy demeanor to one of boldness. What could have provoked such a change in her? Had she experienced some kind of trauma, seeking him out as a fallback? Lin Feng felt a twinge of apprehension. What if she had been wronged and now aimed to implicate him, casting him as the fool? Although Chun Yunqi had been a good person in his past life, their interactions had been limited. With the trajectory of time now irrevocably altered, such changes seemed entirely plausible. Ding. Your concerns have been noted. A risk assessment has been provided. Your cohabitating landlord has returned home to visit family, where her mother is pressuring her to marry. She is deeply resistant to this, and your previous massage has left a profound impression on her. Note, her call for you to return is driven not only by genuine discomfort, but also by a desire to boldly advance your relationship. Risk alert. Chun Yunqi is a good girl, managing a small restaurant with considerable savings of 3 million and 2 properties, making her a standard wealthy woman. If you take that step, she will become an obedient lamb. Risk none. Lin Feng was taken aback. He had never paid much attention to Chun Yunqi and Oppos as background. Previously, he had no time to consider it, and in this life, he was equally preoccupied. Now, upon learning this, it seemed she was quite affluent, which left him baffled as to why she would marry Lu Tao. With matters escalating to this degree, evasion was no longer an option. Rejecting a quality woman in her 20s would be a grave insult. Lin Feng prided himself on being responsive to needs. Exhaling a deep breath as he made his way to Chun Yunqi and Oppos' residence, realizing that he must embrace this opportunity. As dawn broke upon his return to the community, he noticed the lights in the bedroom were ablaze. Eagerly, he entered the elevator. A sleepless night would not diminish his vigor. His physique was superhuman. Skillfully unlocking the door, he stepped into the dimly lit living room, where the bedroom door stood ajar, casting a glow within. Through the frosted glass door of the bathroom, he could see a graceful silhouette moving. The soothing sound of water was intoxicating, and with that vision, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of desire. Was this a test of his vulnerabilities? As the sound of the sliding door echoed, a pair of exquisite legs emerged, droplets cascading down her calves. Chun Yunshi was clad in a sheer nightgown, its allure surpassing that of nudity. "You returned quite swiftly," Lin Feng remarked, snapping back to reality as he noted her enhanced allure compared to previous days. It seemed she was ready to take the next step. "Of course, if I and Oppos am eating your food and living under your roof, I ought to put in some effort. Shall we begin? Do you find me beautiful today?" Her beauty was evident. Yet Lin Feng discerned a flicker of anxiety in her gaze. She sought to entice him, though her inexperience was apparent, as if she had gleaned her knowledge from television. Nonetheless, her coyness added a unique charm. "Indeed, you are lovely. However, as a man and a woman alone together, your actions seem rather perilous." "I fear nothing. Why should you?" "Come, assist me with my stomach rub," she urged, clearly a bit anxious as she reclined on the bed, exposing her abdomen. Umapa. This was undoubtedly not an act of coercion on his part. With things escalating this far, what man could maintain his composure? Lin Feng perched himself at the edge of the bed, watching as Chun Yunshi closed her eyes, fully surrendering to the moment. His hands pressed against her abdomen, initially maintaining a gentle rhythm that gradually quickened, causing her body to heat up. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, its soothing patter against the window creating a serene atmosphere. Yet, the two within the room had long since lost themselves in the intoxicating ambience. With her eyes closed and only a thread of rational thought remaining, Chun Yunshi sensed the impending tempest. Struggling to open her eyes, she gazed at Lin Feng, her voice laced with vulnerability. "I hope you will treat me kindly in the future and not take advantage of me. Rest assured, you are my benefactor. Having made this choice, I will not disappoint you." Given Lin Feng's current capabilities, this was not mere rhetoric. It was a genuine promise. Chun Yunshi closed her eyes once more, and Lin Feng, no longer holding back, increased his intensity. Thunder roared as a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, heralding the dawn outside. Chun Yunshi nestled against Lin Feng, her cheeks flushed, radiating happiness. "Don and Amp, Oppos, till you dare deceive me. How could I? You must be tired. Let us rest and speak later." As an ordinary person, Chun Yunshi lacked Lin Feng and Amp. Oppos' extraordinary stamina. It wasn't in Amp. Oppos, long before she succumbed to slumber. Lin Feng, in high spirits, felt a wave of relief wash over him. A month into his rebirth, he had settled scores, vented frustration, and now had both wealth and a woman by his side, his life steadily falling into place. Once he dealt with the antiques, he would possess millions, allowing him to seek lucrative ventures that would multiply his wealth. This life felt as though it were on an unstoppable ascension. Extinguishing his cigarette, Lin Feng embraced Chun Yunshi, drifting into a deep, undisturbed slumber, free from distractions and dreams, with a beautiful woman beside him. He could not discern how long he had slept, but an urgent ringtone jolted him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Chun Yunshi, clad in her nightgown, already up and on the phone, her expression fraught with urgency. "Mom, why didn't you inform me you were coming here? I was unprepared. I didn't Amp, Oppos, sneak away without a word. I left you a note. I have work obligations. I was clear about my stance on arranged meetings. I wanted Oppos. Go. Haven and Oppos. You learn from Lu Tao and Oppos. As experience? I'll head to the station to pick you up and we'll stay at a hotel." "Mom, don't say such things. What could I possibly hide?" "What? You're already downstairs? Why didn't you say so earlier?" As Chun Yunshi floundered in panic, Lin Feng suddenly appeared from behind her, wrapping his arms around her. "Yunshi, why the distress? Sooner or later, your mother will find out. It's better to face it now than to hide forever, don't you think?" On the other end of the line, her mother's voice grew frantic. "Hello, is this Yunshi? Who was speaking just now? I heard a man's voice. Do you have a boyfriend?" Chapter 40. Convincing the mother-in-law, Chun Yunshi was taken aback and quickly covered Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos' mouth. She was startled. If her mother were to arrive now, it would lead to great trouble, and there would be no way to explain. Lin Feng gently moved her hand aside and calmly stated, I told you I would take responsibility. How long do you intend to keep this from your mother? You must face it eventually. Chun Yunxi understood this logic, yet she was not prepared and felt a sense of confusion. Lin Feng held her hand, his gaze soft and reassuring, instilling a profound sense of security. You are single and so am I. What is there to fear? This is the modern age. Do not panic. Hello? Is anyone there? Yunxi, what on earth is going on? Who is that man speaking? Her mother was nearing a state of fury. How could she not be anxious with a stranger in her beloved daughter's presence? Being from the countryside, their mindset was relatively conservative. And Chun Yunxi had always been naive about relationships. The thought of her being taken advantage of was troubling. Hello, Auntie, I am Chun Yunxi's boyfriend. It is a pleasure to meet you. Boyfriend? Where did you get a boyfriend? Who are you really? Auntie, I truly am her boyfriend. Then why are you in her house? We're living together. What? A terrified gasp echoed through the phone, followed by a silence of about 10 seconds before her mother and Appo's furious voice erupted. What did you say? Living together? Why hasn't Yunxi told me? How far has your relationship developed? Her mother and Appo's tone was harsh and shaken, her words trembling. Rest assured, Annie, we are both adults. The idea of you holding a grandchild is certainly out of the question right now. Don and Appo's, till you dare leave. Wait and see how I will teach you a lesson. You little rascal. After the call ended, Chun Yunxi was in a state of panic. This was far too bold. Her father had passed away long ago, and her mother had raised her alone. Although her mother could be somewhat nagging, the bond of blood weighed heavily upon her, and she felt a genuine fear. Throughout her life, she had maintained the image of a well-behaved daughter, and today, Lin Feng's unexpected actions left her momentarily breathless. Do not worry. I am here with you. There is nothing to be anxious about. You do not understand my mother. She is just a simple country woman who cannot accept something like this. Everyone must face the uncomfortable at some point. What is there to fear? Seeing Lin Feng and Appo's confidence, Chun Yunxi felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, in truth, she was a traditional woman, one who believed in following her partner's lead. Having entrusted her most precious self to Lin Feng, she remained obedient to his decisions, knowing full well that there was no escaping the truth forever. By the way, my mother knows where I live, and she will surely arrive shortly. You should go inside and rest. Change the sheets. They are stained, and it would be troublesome if she sees them. Oh dear, I forgot. Will you be all right alone? Trust me, it will be fine. With that, Lin Feng strolled towards the door. Chun Yunxi, perplexed, asked, Where are you going? I and Appo's. I'm just going to run into her. Do not worry, leave it to me. Knowing Lin Feng and Appo's cleverness, her heart began to settle. Just be mindful. Do not frighten my mother. I am merely jesting. How can I misbehave in front of my future mother-in-law? Shameless. Chun Yunxi turned to tidy the sheets as Lin Feng opened the door and left. Before him, a message flickered across his screen. In 5 minutes, an incident involving an elderly woman will occur within the community, as it takes place in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. The involved parties are morally corrupt and refuse to admit their fault, resulting in injury to the elderly woman who will be wrongfully accused of seeking compensation. Note, this elderly woman is your girlfriend and Appo's mother, and the incident will occur in the central garden of the community in 4 minutes. What it means to be chosen by destiny. All favorable conditions converge upon you, which is the hallmark of a true protagonist. Handling Chun Yunxi and Appo's mother was no challenge, but it would require some clever maneuvering. However, encountering such an opportunity was indeed a stroke of fortune. He swiftly made his way to the designated location and sat on a bench in the garden, feigning interest in his phone. After about 3 minutes, an elderly woman appeared in the distance, looking hurried, her appearance bearing a resemblance to Chun Yunxi. Approaching her were 2 young individuals, engrossed in conversation with their heads bowed. Lin Feng discreetly activated his phone and Appo's camera, directing it towards the 3 individuals. Chun Yunxi and Appo's mother, eager to see her daughter, failed to notice the 2 young people coming her way. The pair, too, were oblivious, and they collided. A sharp scream echoed, and Chen's mother fell to the ground, startling the 2 youngsters. Both sides stood frozen for what seemed like an eternity before Chan and Amp. Oppo's mother began to feel the pain radiating from her rear. Oh, that hurts. How could you walk without looking where you're going? The young people snapped back to reality, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Quick, help me up. I cannot get up. At around 60 years of age, the fall was no trivial matter for her, and she had no intention of making them responsible. Her only concern was to rise and continue on her way to find her daughter. Yet the two youths remained rooted in place, their expressions wary. One tall and slender youth pondered the situation, thinking it might be better to assist, but was stopped by his shorter companion. Dawei, do not go help her. Isn't that rather inconsiderate? After all, we did bump into her. What do you mean we bumped into her? She could have dodged. She wasn't paying attention either. Should we take the blame? The tall youth soon realized that given their slow pace, they indeed bore some responsibility. Dawei, think about it. Haven't you seen the news? Nowadays, the elderly can be quite unscrupulous. What if she tries to extort us? There are no cameras in this area. With that, the tall youth completely abandoned the idea of helping, fearing the potential trouble. Chun and Oppo's mother, still reeling from the shock, remained seated on the ground, unable to rise. Hearing their conversation made her tremble with anger. How can you be like this? I had no such intentions. I have health issues and would never attempt to extort you. Mind Oppo's, we cannot be blamed for this. The world is perilous. We are not wealthy. Exactly. We should not meddle. Let us leave while we can. Besides, which of your eyes saw us collide with you? You were just being unreasonable. They seemed unwilling to engage any further, exchanging glances as they prepared to flee. After all, there were no surveillance cameras, and they had no reason to worry about evidence. They did not wish to invite trouble, and these two young people were hardly the altruistic sort. It was better to avoid complications. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Wait, you lack basic decency. While we all share some of the blame, you cannot simply evade your responsibility. Both young individuals halted, turning to see Lin Feng standing there. The shorter one immediately grew arrogant. Which of your eyes saw us collide with her? She clearly fell on her own. I advise you not to spread lies. Lin Feng raised his phone, smiling. I apologize, I was just filming the scenery and happened to capture the entire incident. Chapter 41. Are you Yunxi and Oppo's boyfriend? The two individuals exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, yet their demeanor softened considerably. However, what of it? It was not our responsibility. Indeed, but if I were to share the entire sequence of events online, you would be at the mercy of public opinion. Moreover, the lady mentioned that she did not expect you to take full responsibility. Is it unreasonable to lend a helping hand? Ultimately, you still bear some responsibility, do you not? Lin Feng's arguments rang true, leaving the two feeling guilty and displaying signs of unease. Then, what do you propose? Assist the lady to her feet. Allow her to rest in the pavilion for a while, and once you ascertain that she is well, you may leave. Any subsequent issues will not concern us. Huh? Do you think me a fool? I possess the video. Should anything happen to the lady, you cannot escape culpability. The two fell silent, realizing their predicament. In this digital age, public backlash could devastate a family. Chen's mother looked at Lin Feng with gratitude. She was a kind-hearted woman from the countryside, anxious for her daughter and fearful of her being deceived. The lessons from Lu Tao still echoed in her mind. She could not allow Chun Yunxi to make the same mistakes. Young man, thank you. After being assisted to the pavilion, her spirits lifted, and she regarded Lin Feng with warmth. May we take our leave now? Indeed, should any issues arise, I will reach out to you. Though they left in a huff, they were powerless to resist, retreating with their tails between their legs. Ma'am, is your health all right? Oh, it's nothing. I know it's not serious. I simply struggled to catch my breath and couldn't and Oppo's rise. Those two were quite despicable. Glad to hear you're fine. I noticed you don't seem to be from this community. Indeed, I came to visit my daughter. I was a bit anxious and wasn't paying attention, which led to the unfortunate incident. The lady, being somewhat hasty, ought to be more cautious in the future. Otherwise, if she were to truly injure herself, her daughter would be quite distressed. By the way, I must hurry. I have important matters to attend to. Lin Feng smiled, saying, take your time. There's no need to rush. Which building do you reside in? I can escort you. Oh my, you are truly a kind person. If my daughter's boyfriend were like you, I would be more than satisfied. Mind amp, oppose, you overestimate me. Your daughter's choice must certainly be commendable. You are quite the charmer, should I have the chance. I would introduce you to a suitable young lady. Ah, but that would not do, for I already have a girlfriend. A flicker of disappointment crossed Chen's mother's face. She had quite the favorable impression of Lin Feng. His previous actions indicated that he was at least a compassionate individual. As they walked and conversed, they soon found themselves at the entrance of Building 11. Shaolin, I have arrived. Thank you so much. I am quite all right and have troubled you unnecessarily. What a coincidence. I reside here as well. Really? How fortunate. Which floor do you live on? I live on the 12th. Upon hearing this, Chun and Appo's mother's eyes widened in disbelief. You live on the 12th floor? Do you know Chen Yunqi? Having been through similar experiences, Chun and Appo's mother, despite her rural background, sensed something amiss. So many coincidences seemed too fortuitous, and given Lin Feng and Appo's youth, he was around her daughter and Appo's age. It was no wonder. Lin Feng rubbed his nose and smiled. Of course I know her. She is my girlfriend. Chen and Appo's mother was taken aback, staring at Lin Feng in utter shock. She had never anticipated that this man was indeed her daughter's boyfriend. Initially intending to confront him, she had prepared her words, ready to scold him. Now, the situation was awkward. How was she to proceed? He had just aided her, and he seemed quite warm-hearted, certainly not a villain, which left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Mind Appo's, So you're Yunqi's mother. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am her boyfriend. Lin Feng extended his hand, wearing a friendly smile. Perhaps it was his charm. All of Chan and Appo's mother's anger dissipated. I must be getting old. Initially, I was quite worried about Yunqi finding a boyfriend, but I did not expect you to possess such admirable qualities. Lin Feng internalized a chuckle, thinking that he had made a favorable first impression. At the very least, she bore no ill will now, making future interactions much more manageable. Ma'am, Yunqi mentioned you were upset and advised me to avoid you. I never thought I would run into you. What a twist of fate. Shaolin, do you truly not recognize me? Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. I genuinely do not. Yunqi has never shown me your photograph. Perhaps this is indeed fate. Given the earlier incident, Chen's mother had a positive impression of Lin Feng and was no longer in a rush. Shaolin, what is your profession? I work in the financial investment sector. Although I am not yet particularly successful, I have managed to save around 2 million. The financial sector, like stocks and mutual funds? Hearing this, Chun and Appo's mother, being from a rural background, perceived it as quite prestigious. Moreover, Lin Feng had saved over 2 million. How remarkable for someone his age. Yet, she wondered if he might be exaggerating. Lin Feng, having seen through her doubts, calmly took out his phone, opened his bank app, and displayed his account balance without reservation. 123,456. After she finished checking, Chen's mother confirmed that he indeed possessed over 2 million in savings, alleviating her final reservations. Shaolin, what about your parents? My parents are back in our hometown. I am not originally from Sioux City. Lin Feng was not an orphan. He had simply severed ties with his parents due to his involvement in the underworld, ignoring their advice, leading to a falling out. In his previous life, he had walked a treacherous path, unaware of the heartache he caused them. In this life, he had not yet mustered the courage to confront them. That was not my intention. Yunqi and I are not from Sioux City either. Please do not misunderstand. Ma'am, my parents are farmers, not particularly distinguished people. How coincidental. I too am a farmer. It seems we indeed share a special connection. That is true, but I've spent many years in Sioux City and am quite familiar with it. You do not come here often, do you? Oh, were it not for that reckless daughter of mine, I would not have come this time. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Now that you are here, why not stay for a few days? I am well acquainted with Sioux City and can show you around the gardens and treat you to some local cuisine. Oh dear, really? How could I impose on you? Ma'am, such sentiments are unnecessary. As an elder, it would be a shame to travel all this way without enjoying the sights. Rest assured, I shall cover all expenses. Oh dear, Shaolin, you mustn't Appo's TB's so generous, it feels improper. Mind amp, oppose, it is simply my duty. Chen and amp, oppose, S mother and amp, oppose. S irritation had completely vanished. The more she observed Lin Feng, the more she appreciated him. Not only was he understanding, but he also possessed a noble character and the ability to earn a living, making him an ideal candidate for a son-in-law. At that moment, the future mother-in-law, who had come to confront him, found herself effortlessly charmed by Lin Feng. Chapter 42. With such meager inheritance, who is truly related? Able to see through the human heart and decipher the secrets of others, Lin Feng was nearly an invincible presence. A person with empathy and understanding is welcome wherever they go. Winning over a mother-in-law would certainly pose no significant challenge. Chenmu and Appo's face radiated with joy. Renowned for its gardens, Sioux City was a place she longed to visit, yet her daughter, always preoccupied, had never taken her there. Her daughter's choice in a boyfriend seemed quite commendable. Not only was his character impeccable, but he also exhibited genuine concern for the elderly. Chenmu felt a warm happiness blossom within her, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes of delight, astonished that her daughter had found such a reliable partner. This aunt had a penchant for opera, particularly intrigued by Peking opera and Sioux-style storytelling, yet living in the countryside had deprived her of the opportunity to experience live performances, leaving her with a lingering regret. Upon noticing this detail, Lin Feng and Appo's eyes sparkled. He recognized countless opportunities to connect with his future mother-in-law, and catering to her interests would undoubtedly yield significant rewards. Auntie, I believe you should indulge in some opera. Sioux City is famous for its storytelling performances, he suggested. Oh, little Lin, how did you know of my fondness for the theater? Beyond Peking opera, I also harbor a keen interest in Sioux-style storytelling, she replied, her eyes shining with surprise and anticipation, unmistakably genuine. There are several theaters in the ancient district. Allow me to take you on a tour tomorrow, Lin Feng offered. Oh, I couldn't possibly impose. I would want to interfere with your work, she protested. Taking a few days off is hardly an issue. Money can always be earned. However, your visit to Sioux City is a rare occasion, and I assure you, there will be no problem, he reassured her. Feeling valued, Chenmu was warmed by the attention. In a foreign place, the enthusiasm of her daughter's boyfriend made her feel as if she were returning home, an experience she had never fully enjoyed with her daughter. Overwhelmed with emotion, she grasped Lin Feng's hand, her gaze reflecting the admiration of a mother-in-law for her son-in-law. Little Lin, your character is beyond reproach. Just seeing you stand up for me, I can rest assured in trusting Yunshi to you, she declared. Auntie, this is merely what I ought to do, he replied modestly. No. Though I hail from the countryside, I understand that you owe me nothing. Are you aware of Yunshi's past? Yes, I'm aware. She had unfortunate experiences, but thankfully, those times are behind us, he responded. She belongs to the second marriage category. Although Lu Tao faced his comeuppance and perished. Your willingness to accept her deeply moves me. Rural folks tend to place greater importance on such matters, and in her eyes, Lin Feng and Appo's generosity was truly touching. Her desire to meet him stemmed not only from a fear of Chen Yunshi being deceived, but also from concerns that her daughter's past might adversely affect her new relationship. Auntie, worry not. I take responsibility. Her past is of no concern to me, Lin Feng reassured her. Chenmu's tears flowed freely, her heart bursting with joy. Relieved that her daughter had finally found a pillar of support, she retrieved a savings book from her pocket and placed it in Lin Feng's hands. Auntie, what is this? He inquired. There are 2 million here. While it may not be a fortune, it represents a lifetime of savings. And I am entrusting it to you now, she explained. This is unacceptable, he protested. Little Lin, my family owns a few earthen houses and over 20 acres of land. It will all be yours in the future, she insisted. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and Chen Yunshi stepped out, her heart racing with anxiety, fearing any unpleasantness might have arisen between her mother and Lin Feng. Instead, she was met with an astonishing sight. Mom, Lin Feng, what is going on here? She stammered. Yunshi dear, you found such an excellent boyfriend, And didn't he even tell your mother? Her mother exclaimed. Mom, I did mention it. There is no need for concern. I know my limits. But you just said you gave your savings to Lin Feng? What's wrong? Are you opposed to this? It was intended for your wedding anyway. Little Lin works in finance. Giving him this money could yield profits, she explained. As a young lady, you should manage the household while allowing the man to handle the finances. Mom, are you going to give him the land and the house, too? I'm getting older. Those things will eventually belong to you. If I wish to retire, returning to the countryside is the plan. Naturally, it's the man who should take charge. Otherwise, someone will surely take advantage of you, she replied. Mom, is this all the inheritance you have? Chen Yunqi found it incomprehensible how her mother had become so enamored with Lin Feng in such a short time. It was utterly unbelievable, especially since Lin Feng had never even met her mother before. I trust my judgment. Had it not been for little Lin, I would have suffered today, her mother stated, recounting events that left Chen Yunqi in shock. This is absurd. Did Lin Feng orchestrate all this? She thought, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. The concerns that had once plagued her now seemed trivial. Lin Feng truly possessed remarkable capabilities. Mom, are you satisfied now? She asked. Of course. Who wouldn't be pleased to have such an outstanding son-in-law? Chen Mu responded, her smile brightening. Yet, suddenly her tone turned serious. Yunqi, you must understand your situation and cherish this relationship. Mom, what are you saying? I absolutely will treasure it. That is not what I mean. I've spoiled you since childhood, which has made you a bit willful, she continued. Chen Yunqi's eyes widened in disbelief. She considered herself a dutiful daughter, having never even experienced a rebellious phase, yet her mother accused her of being capricious. What are you staring at? Are you not convinced? Remember to listen to little Lin when you are together, her mother instructed. Don't throw tantrums. You must heed his words in both major and minor matters, she added. Mom, are you feeling all right? What is wrong with me? You may appear intelligent, but in truth, you're quite naive. The husband leads, and the wife follows. Don't be obstinate, she chided. Mom, how can you say that? Ignoring her daughter's protest, Chen Mu turned to Lin Feng, her expression softening. Little Lin, if Yunqi ever mistreats you, come to me. I will defend you. Don't indulge her. Auntie, Yuyist. As a man, it's only natural to cherish my wife. It's perfectly reasonable to spoil her, he replied, beaming with satisfaction. Chen Yunqi rolled her eyes in exasperation, pondering who the true child was in this situation. As the three entered the elevator, a matter that had initially seemed exceptionally daunting was effortlessly resolved by Lin Feng, who had successfully gained Chen Mu's approval. Over the following days, he accompanied her on delightful excursions, personally escorting her to the station. Watching her mother enter the station, Chen Yunqi tossed the savings book of 2 million to Lin Feng. Wow, 2 million? You're really giving this to me? He exclaimed. Now that I'm yours. What does money matter? It's a gift from my mom, so take it. Just treat me well in the future, she stipulated. Lin Feng happily tucked the savings book into his pocket and caught up with Chen Yunqi, saying, Since you're so obedient, shall we head home for a massage? Get lost, she retorted. The two departed together, unaware that two figures trailed them swiftly across the station square. Chapter 43. This kid is quite mysterious. The opportunity arises monkey. Are you even capable? This kid, Dozen and Oppos. T seem like a wealthy person. Don and Oppos. T tell me he and Oppos. That's just a poor wretch. You know nothing. Although this kid is dressed in rags. Just look at that girl. She an amp. Oppos. That's quite alluring. Monkey, Don and Amp. Oppos. T you know that beauty can be a double-edged sword? Little knife, what are you thinking? Am I out of my mind to provoke such a woman? My point is, if he can bring out such a beautiful girl, he must be wealthy. Wow, you make a valid point. How did I not think of that? Monkey smiled smugly. If you could think of everything, why would you even need to follow me? True, you do see things more profoundly. Monkey playfully rebuked, stop flattering me. Hurry up and keep up, otherwise the opportunity will slip away. These two were petty thieves lurking around the train station. In this day and age, surveillance was everywhere, and cash was hardly used anymore. They had a successful day in several. Monkey, being somewhat experienced, could tell from the side that Lin Feng had some wealth, and he appeared familiar and easy to intimidate. This time, he didn't plan to steal. Instead, he intended to apply a bit of pressure, believing that a slight threat would compel Lin Feng to comply. The two trailed him closely. At the entrance of the community, Chun Yunshi said with annoyance, "My mother just left, and you're heading out already? I have something urgent. You go home first, all right? Fine, you go ahead. I and Oppose. LL head home early. I'm exhausted." She couldn't and Oppose. TC through Lin Feng completely, but she knew her man wasn't a petty hoodlum, which reassured her. She was a traditional woman, greatly influenced by her mother. Though she had achieved some success in business, she remained fundamentally conservative. Lin Feng lit a cigarette and left the community. As night fell, he did not head to crowded areas, but instead made his way to the southern outskirts of Sioux City. Half an hour later, Lin Feng had left the urban area, and the surroundings had turned desolate, with stone monuments faintly visible on a small hill. What's going on? Why did this kid come out here at night? I feel a chill. Monkey, should we leave? Since we're here, what's the point? Fortune lies in risk. This kid might harbor some dark secret. If we uncover it, we'll profit more easily. Monkey felt uneasy as well. There were cemeteries everywhere, and a crematorium was nearby. It was fine to come here during the day, but at night, it felt too eerie. However, from another perspective, it was sparsely populated and devoid of surveillance, making it easier for them to act without being seen. Lin Feng's pace did not falter, but instead quickened. Ahead, a man-made archway appeared, with the words Sioux City Crematorium prominently displayed. Behind the archway lay a dark expanse, where some ancient-style buildings could be vaguely seen, resembling a ghost market. Little Knife felt a shiver run down his spine and couldn't help but ask, "Brother, should we head back? This is too scary. Damn it. This kid is indeed mysterious, but we can't leave now that we're here. What's there to fear? There are two of us. He can't stir up much trouble." Monkey pulled out a dagger from his pocket, gripping it tightly for a semblance of security. Upon closer inspection, the dagger bore an ancient aesthetic, unlike anything modern. "You go first, I'll follow you." "Damn it, look at your lack of ambition." He gritted his teeth, dagger in hand, ready to charge, only to be dumbfounded. Lin Feng had vanished. Just a second ago, he had been standing at the entrance smoking, and now he was gone in the blink of an eye. "What the hell, Monkey, what is going on? He can't be a ghost, right? Nonsense. Don't frighten yourself. He must be hiding." Monkey felt fear creeping into his heart, his emotions in turmoil. "Excuse me, gentlemen, were you following me for at this late hour? I'm not a woman." The sudden voice startled them. "Who the hell are you? Show yourself and stop with the tricks." Lin Feng emerged from the darkness, hands in pockets, his gaze teasing. You knew we were following you all along. Seriously, what era are we in? Still playing the thief? I'm not carrying cash." "Damn it, you may not have cash, but your bank card must have money, right?" "Sure, but you wanted Oppose to be able to access it." "Damn you." Monkey brandished his dagger, intending to teach Lin Feng a lesson, only to be met with a massive fist. Bang! Monkey and Oppo's frail body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. "Please spare us. We just seek wealth. We mean no harm." Little Knife was terrified, despite Monkey and Oppo's lean frame. He was still over 100 pounds, being struck and sent flying several meters. Was this even human strength? What could he use to resist? Just looking at Monkey's expression, he knew it must hurt immensely. Thieves seeking wealth? With a dagger? Besides, I could tell you're not ordinary thieves. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the dagger, and a series of messages appeared. A Ming Dynasty dagger, well preserved, valued at 1 million. Its owner has already reported it stolen and is currently at the police station. Hint: the owner is an antique enthusiast, deeply passionate about collecting antiques. He is frantic due to the theft of the dagger. Lin Feng had only planned to lure the two here to deal with them after seeing this message. Finally, he had a lead on his own belongings. He had no interest in antiques. To him, they were merely worthless scrap if they couldn't be sold. Finding a buyer amidst the vast crowd would be a daunting task, even with assistance. This presented a splendid opportunity. These two were skilled thieves, but Lin Feng had no admiration for them. If not for his formidable strength, he would have been the one suffering today. These individuals deserved to be sent to the police station for a good reckoning. Remaining in society would only cause further harm. Perfectly. Sending them to the police would allow him to connect with the antique enthusiast And who knows, he might even make a profit. This was a remarkable opportunity and would not seem out of place. Seeing Lin Feng standing still, Monkey saw a glimmer of hope. He struggled to rise and said, "Bro, we're all just trying to survive. I'll give you 20,000, less off the hook. 20,000 to let you go. Dream on. If money could buy anything, why would we need the police? Come with me to the station." "Damn it, Little Knife, let us run." This kid was decisive. Seeing no chance of escape, he turned to flee. Unfortunately, in front of Lin Feng, they resembled mere children. Screams echoed as Lin Feng swiftly bound the two. Little Knife and Monkey's faces were filled with terror. They had expected to make a fortune today, only to discover they were the jesters in this scenario. "Kid, we were just stealing. We'll be out in no time, and then we'll definitely seek revenge on you." Out in no time? That is hardly guaranteed. Chapter 44. The consequences of theft under the cloak of night. Lin Feng's smile appeared somewhat sinister, especially in the eerie ambience of the crematorium, exuding an indescribable aura of dread. The monkey, feeling utterly regretful, lamented that he should have sensed something amiss when Lin Feng headed towards the crematorium. At that moment, abandoning their ill-fated objective would have been prudent. Alas, it was too late, and now he found himself ensnared in this predicament. Lin Feng, gripping the two individuals firmly, made his way to the Sioux City police station. Despite the late hour, their unusual procession drew the attention of numerous passersby. What on earth is going on? Is he walking his dog? One bystander mused. Who knows? Strange occurrences abound every year, but this year in Oppos has been particularly bizarre. That guy on the leash, he's not some sort of pervert, is he? Let us hurry on. We don't want to catch some strange disease from him. Lin Feng remained unfazed, while the monkey and the knife were desperate to find a hole to hide in. Come on, can you not do this? If the folks from the underworld see us, how are we supposed to survive? The knife protested. Survive? You think you're getting out of this? Stealing something will surely land you in trouble. Even if you attempted robbery and failed, you and Oppos, do still be in for a long stay, Lin Feng retorted dismissively. Before long, they arrived at the police station entrance, a place Lin Feng knew all too well. Destiny had a peculiar sense of irony. Once a petty thug himself, he had now transformed into a paragon of virtue. Inside the Sioux City police station, Officer Guo Feng was overwhelmed, scrutinizing the city and Oppos' surveillance system. Half an hour prior, he had received a report from a visiting tourist who claimed a valuable item had been stolen from him. However, the incident had occurred in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, complicating matters significantly. The theft of an item valued at $1 million demanded a resolution, even if it seemed far-fetched. Two young officers entered, and upon seeing their expressions, Guo Feng realized there had been no progress. No developments? What do you expect? It happened in a blind spot, and the complainant claims it in AMP. AMP? Oppos. That's worth $1 million. How credible is that? If we can't find it, the case will remain unresolved indefinitely? Guo Feng frowned, admonishing them. Haven't you learned anything in the academy? Regardless of the complainant's credibility, we must uncover the truth. However, his tone softened as a hint of helplessness crossed his face. Indeed, this case is quite unique and challenging. Go investigate further. There must be some clues. Captain Guo, Lin Feng is here, one officer announced. Lin Feng? Guo Feng was taken aback. What could Lin Feng possibly want at this hour? Captain, he brought two individuals who attempted to rob him but were subdued by him, the officer continued. Guo Feng was speechless. Lin Feng had always been an enigma, capable of surprising everyone with his actions. However, he had no time to entertain Lin Feng today. The unresolved theft case loomed large over him. Captain, Lin Feng mentioned that those two have a dagger that appears to be an antique, valued at approximately $1 million. Would you like to take a look? What? A dagger? An antique? Guo Feng was incredulous. Could it be that fortuitous? Let's go take a look. Each encounter with Lin Feng seemed to yield unexpected revelations. Would this occasion prove to be no different? In the office, the monkey, emboldened, began to shout. Damn it, how long could we be sentenced for attempted robbery? You're impressive, but I know you have a girlfriend. Can you protect her 24/7? Besides, I merely took something, a few days in detention, and I'm out. Just wait. I promise I'll find you every day. Lin Feng chuckled. Stop dreaming. You have no chance now. You've stolen an item worth over $1 million. Do you even know what it is? It's a Ming Dynasty antique, valued at $1 million. What? No way, that's impossible. It's just a decorative piece. Don't try to fool me. He's not fooling you. That dagger was stolen from the bus station. The owner is a middle-aged man in his 50s, correct? Yes. Then why are you still standing there? Cuff them. Damn it. Is that dagger really worth $1 million? Rest assured, we 1T wrongfully accuse you. We'll wait for expert appraisal before reaching a conclusion. However, the fact remains that you stole something. An attempted robbery is also a fact. Cuffing you is justified. Wouldn't you agree? The monkey was left in a daze, an ominous premonition settling in. Lin, I owe you another thanks. Someone reported a theft of $1 million collectible at the station, and I was at a loss for how to resolve it until you arrived. Captain Gua, it was merely a coincidence. I was at the station and they targeted me. Lin Feng briefly recounted the events. Gua Haifeng, upon hearing the story, couldn't he help but express his astonishment. Indeed, that's quite a coincidence. Is the dagger truly worth that much? Captain, if I'm not mistaken, that dagger is indeed valued at over $1 million. Do you have knowledge of antiques? Just a bit. Gua Haifeng was bewildered. How had this former petty thug become such an exemplary individual? Just then, a young officer rushed in, astonishment etched on his face. Captain, the Cultural Relics Bureau has authenticated it. It's genuinely a Ming Dynasty antique, valued at $1 million. There was no time for surprise now. Gua Haifeng breathed a sigh of relief, turning to the monkey with a smirk. Did you hear that? You're in deep trouble. The monkey stood frozen, his mind reeling. I never imagined that just stealing a knife would lead to such dire consequences. I didn't amp, oppose. Know its value. I just took it casually. Humph. So it's not yours to take? You dare to act so brazenly? Take them away. The monkey and the knife were forcibly escorted out, while Gua Haifeng called to inform the complainant. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, smiling. Captain Gua, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wait, where do you think you're going? Huh? Captain, are you inviting me to supper? I can only afford to treat you to fried noodles given my salary. But I want you to stay for a bit. The owner is coming to thank you. And I must express my gratitude as well, Lin. You truly saved me this time. I should have judged you harshly before. He grasped Lin Feng's hand, his eyes filled with excitement and gratitude. Captain, it was merely a matter of convenience. You don't need to thank me. Not so. If you hadn't brought them in, I would have been in a difficult position. Not to mention, the owner genuinely lost something worth $1 million. How could I explain if we couldn't solve the case? Lin, that individual must have a significant background to possess $1 million collectible. You're the primary contributor here and surely deserve some reward, don't you think? Lin Feng was taken aback. Gua Haifeng and Oppo's appreciation for him soared. He was not only a good police officer, but also a genuine person, unpretentious in his demeanor. Chapter 45. Do you understand antiques? No business without deceit. Recovering an item worth $1 million was entirely the result of Lin Feng and Oppo's efforts. Gua Haifeng believed that even if no monetary reward was given, it was only right for the owner to express gratitude in person. Captain Gua, there's no need for that. I didn't do it for the money. If they were trying to rob me, would I still come to the police station? This young man truly possessed remarkable integrity. One could only assume he had turned to a life of petty crime out of necessity. Subconsciously, Gua Haifeng and Oppo's perception of Lin Feng had undergone a significant transformation. That is not quite the case. If you hadn't brought the person in, I wouldn't have had much confidence in solving the case. Haha, Captain Gua, you're being modest. The fact that I could bring the person here only indicates your good fortune. Luck is a form of strength as well. Captain Gua, Mr. Liu has arrived. Shaolin, the person is here. Go and meet him. All right, but I don't want any money. Haha, our director has a keen eye. I almost overlooked it. As Gua Haifeng and Lin Feng left the office in the reception room, a middle-aged man sat on the sofa with his head bowed, displaying signs of anxiety. He had come to Sioux City for tourism and to visit friends, bringing along his most prized possession to showcase. However, upon arrival, it was stolen. And to make matters worse, there was no surveillance at the scene. Lu Ming thought he would likely lose a valuable item, but was pleasantly surprised when it was recovered. Old Lu, why do you still look so worried? You got your item back. Should you be happy? A flamboyantly dressed young woman sat beside him, exuding charm. She appeared to be around 30, fair-skinned and beautiful, at least 30 years younger than Lu Ming, hinting an unusual relationship. What do you know? The police said the item was brought by someone else, and they apprehended the thief. Surely that warrants some gratitude? Old Lu, you're being foolish. Just a few thousand as a token of appreciation would suffice. Lu Ming, a small business owner earning 1 to 2 million annually, was notoriously stingy. Even a few thousand as a reward was something he hesitated to part with. Footsteps approached outside, prompting Lu Ming to quickly adjust his demeanor, masking his worry. The reception door swung open, and Lin Feng and Lin Feng entered. "Hello, Officer Gua. Mr. Lu, no need for formality. Please sit down. Your item has been found." Wow, the efficiency of the Sioux City Police is truly impressive. I will definitely send you a banner of praise tomorrow. Let us forego the banner. You should thank Shaolin. He was the one who caught the thief and recognized the value of your dagger, prompting the report. Lu Ming gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment. For someone barely in his 20s to recognize the dagger's worth was indeed shocking. "Mr. Lin, you also understand antiques?" "Well, I know a bit. In my spare time, I enjoy reading books on the subject, but I can and oppose compare to the professionals. That is still quite impressive for someone so young. Mr. Lu, let me speak fairly. The resolution of this case is entirely due to Shaolin's efforts, and you must express your gratitude." "Absolutely. I thought I would never get it back." His face beamed with joy, though internally he felt a sting. This was going to cost him. Yet, in front of the police, he could not show it. "It was a mere coincidence. Had they not provoked me, I wouldn't have discovered the dagger at all. There is no need for you to worry about it, Mr. Lu." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's heart soared. It seemed this novice was indeed inclined to be a good person. He needed to flatter him quickly to extinguish any thoughts of seeking a reward. "Mr. Lin, you are truly a good person." "I, Lu Ming, thank you." Name, Lu Ming. Age, 50. Personality, frugal, stingy, miserly. Identity, private enterprise owner. Income, annual income of 1.5 to 2 million. Hobby, antique appraisal and collection. Inner thoughts, great. I and oppose. Encountered a novice. I'll get my dagger back without spending a dime. What luck. Lin Feng was not surprised. Such people were far too common in the world. Few were those who remembered kindness. Fortunately, Lin Feng had no intention of asking for his money. He merely sought an opportunity. "Mr. Lu, no need to be overly polite. Everyone faces difficulties. However, I do wish to consult you on some antique-related matters. Would you be free this evening?" What does Mr. Lin wish to inquire about? Lu Ming, curious, wondered what Lin Feng was up to. "I have a small item I would like you to appraise. If the price is right, I would consider selling it to you." Lu Ming was momentarily stunned. A wave of excitement washing over him. An opportunity to deceive had presented itself. Lin Feng was still young. Recognizing a dagger did not necessarily mean he possessed genuine expertise. Knowledge of antiques requires time and experience, and the cognitive biases involved could lead to serious consequences. Lu Ming, having immersed himself in this field for many years, was confident in his superior knowledge. Furthermore, Lin Feng appeared naive and inexperienced. Perhaps he could exploit the situation. "Since Mr. Lin is interested, that is not a problem. I'm free tomorrow evening." "That is splendid. You decide the time and place, Mr. Lu. How about we meet at a private dining on the ground floor of my hotel?" Lin Feng paused. That restaurant was quite famous locally, but rather unrefined. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Lu Ming's stinginess. However, given his position, he could not voice his discontent. "All right, you two arrange it among yourselves, but Mr. Lu, do not take advantage of Shaolin," Lin Feng said, half jokingly, half seriously. "Captain Gua, you jest. How could that be possible?" Lu Ming felt a tinge of guilt. His head bowed and eyes flickering. He intended to deceive Lin Feng and hoped to acquire his antique collection without spending a penny. In this day and age, it seemed no businessman was honest. Whether they were major corporations or small enterprises, all were motivated by profit. The saying, "no business is without deceit," held true. After bidding farewell to Lin Feng and exchanging pleasantries at the police station and Oppo's entrance, Lu Ming departed with his young companion. As his silhouette faded into the night, Lin Feng received a message. This miserly businessman intends to repay kindness with malice, hoping to deceive his benefactor and acquire valuable items without cost. Alert! He plans to use his charming companion to seduce you and steal your antique collection for himself. In this era, human intentions were hard to decipher, and Lin Feng had witnessed this firsthand. Having helped recover a $1 million antique, he found himself on the brink of being deceived. Who would he turn to for justice? However, the alert clearly indicated that he could find an opportunity for antique transactions. Oh well, it mattered little. After all, even if he fell for the allure of beauty, there was no loss for him. In the end, who would be deceiving whom would remain uncertain. In the hotel room, Chun Lily exclaimed incredulously, "Old Lu, have you lost your mind? You want me to seduce him? What are you thinking?" Chapter 46. The enigmatic long legs and black stockings, Chun Lily. Now, 29 years old and standing at 165 centimeters, possesses a striking figure. While she may not possess the ethereal beauty of Chen Yunxi or Qin Mengyao, her allure is undeniably commendable. For a year, she has been Lu Ming and Appo's mistress, enduring his miserly nature, receiving a meager monthly allowance of 8,000 yuan, which doesn't end Appo's even stretch to the purchase of a luxury handbag. Had it not been for the inadequacies in his personal abilities, which rendered her presence merely a facade for his social engagements, she would have long since fled. "Lily, I have not wronged you. I have not even touched you. I promise, if this lad possesses something valuable, I shall share 30% with you once we succeed," he assures her. "Is that for real? You better not be deceiving me," Chun Lily responds, her interest piqued. Although she lacks expertise in antiques, she understands that anything of worth in that realm typically begins at several 100,000 yuan. Thus, 30% would be a significant sum. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? But what if the lad proves unworthy of our efforts? Lu Ming counters. "Lily, do you lack confidence in yourself? If I were capable, I would have exhausted you at least 5 times last night," he retorts playfully. Despite Lu Ming and Appo's physical shortcomings, his silver tongue manages to enchant Chun Lily, leaving her blushing and beaming. They finalize their plan, setting their sights on Lin Feng for the following evening. The next night, at Aho's private kitchen, Lu Ming arrives early with Chun Lily. "Mr. Lin, I have secured the only private room in the establishment for us," he announces. "There's no need for such formality. We could just dine in the hall," Lin Feng replies casually. "That's simply one in Appo's do. Antiques are treasures. Having them seen by outsiders could incite greed. And this place offers the tranquility we require," Lu Ming insists. Dressed in a form-fitting dress that accentuates her curves, Chun Lily's figure is strikingly elongated by her black stockings, particularly her alluring long legs. That dagger and Appo's retrieval was all thanks to Mr. Lin's prowess. "Old Lu was praising you just last night," she remarks, positioning herself closely beside Lin Feng, allowing the fragrance of her perfume to envelop him. "Mr. Lin, might I inquire what treasures you hold?" "Please, indulge my curiosity," she urges, her eagerness palpable. Lin Feng, unable to contain his anticipation, responds, "I haven't brought them with me. It's rather inconvenient." "Oh, pardon me, I must take this call." Lu Ming interjects, feigning an apology as he steps towards the door. "Mr. Lin, allow me to toast to you." Chun Lily suddenly becomes fervently affectionate, inching closer to him. From an outsider in Appo's perspective, they resemble an intimate couple. "Miss Chun, what are you doing?" Lin Feng inquires, bemused. "What do you think? Lu Ming is lacking in certain areas. I simply cannot bear it. How about I ensure your comfort tonight?" she suggests flirtatiously. Lin Feng smirks inwardly, initially intending to play along, and sees the opportunity to record the entire encounter, free of any risk. As a man, he sees no reason to decline a gift so readily offered. Name, Chun Lily. Status, temptress. Fate in 5 minutes, to be violently disfigured in a forthcoming scandal. However, Lin Feng's plans swiftly unravel, leaving him devoid of any chance to capitalize on the situation. The whims of fate are capricious. As he gazes upon Chun Lily's beguiling visage, a sense of melancholy washes over him. Yet his information appears flawed. The anticipated opportunity is now marred by unforeseen complications. Disappointment creeps into Lin Feng and Appo's heart. Has he become overly reliant on his lucky stars? This is not quite appropriate. "Miss Chun, I must take my leave, he declares. Wait, you're leaving? Where are you off to? She questions, bewildered. Home. I'm here for business, not romance. If Mr. Liu is unavailable, then so be it, he replies, rising to exit the room, leaving Chun Lily in a state of confusion. Is it her allure that is lacking, or is this young man simply impotent? Mr. Lin, I can discuss matters with you as well, she calls after him. No, I feel nervous alone with such a beauty, he retorts, stepping out the door. It takes Chun Lily a moment to regain her composure. Could he be jesting? She muses. Suddenly, a cacophony erupts outside, voices raised in a quarrel, one of which she recognizes as Lu Ming's. How could you betray me? You've been seeing a mistress behind my back. He bellows, his voice rife with indignation. Darling, please, not here. Let us discuss this at home, his wife pleads. Enough. I know that Vixen is inside. Step aside, he demands, his tone growing more aggressive. As the voices draw nearer, Chun Lily senses impending chaos, her eyes widening in alarm. With a resounding crash, they burst into the room, accompanied by a flurry of panicked waitstaff and curious onlookers. There you are, you Vixen. Today, I shall tear you apart. Lu Ming and Appo's wife accuses, advancing menacingly. Help me. Lu Ming, don't let them harm my face. Chun Lily cries out. You shameless harlot. I'll see you arrested. Lu Ming's wife threatens. Go ahead and call the police. I'm done with this. Lu Ming, you claim to be in the antique business, yet here you are, frolicking with women. She retorts, her gaze fixed on Lu Ming and Appo's briefcase, which she snatches and hurls out the window. Why would you do that? My dagger is inside. Are you out of your mind? He exclaims, horrified. Yes, I am. If I can't be happy, then neither can you. She screams in frustration. Lu Ming, furious and frantic, dashes out of the private room. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having exited the restaurant, watches as the briefcase tumbles from above, landing in a nearby patch of grass. The briefcase containing the Ming Dynasty dagger has been discarded from the upper floor. Alert! Utilize the opportunity. Sees it unnoticed. Probability of detection 0. Risk none. Lin Feng's eyes gleam with excitement. In an instant, the briefcase vanishes from sight as he strolls away nonchalantly, humming a tune, having benefited once again. Behind him, Lu Ming's anguished cries echo through the air. Where's my briefcase? Who took it? Show yourself. Where's my briefcase? My dagger is gone. He laments, his voice fading into the distance as Lin Feng blends seamlessly into the crowd, making his discreet exit. Had Lu Ming possessed even a modicum of virtue, today would have offered him a chance to learn a vital lesson, perhaps saving him from his fate. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, he finds himself at the entrance of a market, glancing up in surprise. To his astonishment, he has arrived at the antique market. Chapter 47. No effort wasted. It and Appo's fake Lin Feng chuckled ruefully, unwittingly finding himself in this place. He didn't and Appo's even need to activate his golden finger. It was evident that there was nothing of value here. With the passage of time, treasures either resided in museums or had long since vanished, with the remainder hoarded by the affluent. Even if there were still genuine artifacts in the market, they would never surface in an antiquities market of this caliber in Sioux City. He lit a cigarette, his expression somber as he prepared to depart, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The dagger he had procured could not be revealed just yet. He would have to return to the warmth of Chun Yunxi's embrace instead. Mr. Chen, is this seal truly worth so much? I can't be mistaken. It bears dragon carvings, a symbol of imperial authority, definitely a seal from the Qing dynasty. Though I can't say which emperor it belonged to. Goodness, this could be a fortune. Be cautious, keep a low profile. We'll leave tonight to avoid any unforeseen complications. ISN and Appo's. That a bit overly cautious? This is not home. We are in unfamiliar territory. A strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake, and I am no strong dragon. The shops in this market have intricate backgrounds. Should anyone realize we stumbled upon something valuable, we might find ourselves in a precarious situation. The young man turned pale upon hearing this, and hurriedly followed Chun Jinhai, making a swift exit. Name, Chun Jinhai. Identity, antiquities dealer from Hangzhou. Age, 45. Personality, optimistic, cheerful. Inner thoughts. Must leave here quickly. If discovered, it will be dire. Note. Although an antiquities dealer, he is known to be honest among peers, lacking any significant background. He runs a shop in Guangqing, adhering to his principles, making him a trustworthy transaction partner. Danger alert. The dealer with whom the valuable item was found has a complex background and has realized the item is missing. Currently, they are 50 meters away from Chen Jinhai. Lin Feng approached Chen Jinhai with his hands in his pockets. He couldn't help it. He had a kind heart and enjoyed doing good deeds while conducting a bit of business on the side. Sir, who? Chen Jinhai was startled, his nerves heightened by Lin Feng and Appo's voice. Don and Appo's. Be alarmed. Someone from Jinyuange has been sent ahead to intercept you. Follow me. Chen Jinhai was taken aback, but after a moment in amp, Appo's thought followed Lin Feng into a nearby alley. As the three figures entered the alley, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from behind them. A group of over 20 individuals approached, led by a young man whom Chen Jinhai recognized as an employee from Jinyuange. Damn it! Weren't they supposed to exit from this way? Where are they? How could they have vanished? They definitely went this way. Our informant wouldn't make a mistake. It's only been a minute. How could they disappear? Cursed luck, this is going to cost us dearly. If I catch that guy, I swear I ain't amp. Appo's, LL make him pay. The group failed to spot Chen Jinhai and begrudgingly departed. This scene left both Chen Jinhai and Lin Feng greatly alarmed, their fears materializing. Lin Feng suddenly recognized that Chen Jinhai was indeed the ideal trading partner for antiquities. It dawned on him that Lu Ming's reason for visiting the antiquities market was to encounter Chen Jinhai. The golden finger had not misled him. He felt a surge of satisfaction. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, I was at the shop just now. After you left, the owner returned, realized something was amiss, and sent people to look for you. Chen Jinhai snapped back to reality, turning to Lin Feng, astonished to find a young man in his 20s before him. Thank you so much, young brother. If they had caught me, it would have been disastrous. He spoke with genuine concern, evidently shaken. Seeing injustice and drawing my sword to assist, you relied on your skills to seize an opportunity. These people are not worth your time. Young brother, you are truly righteous. Let me offer you some money as a token of my gratitude. His sincerity was palpable. He genuinely wished to reciprocate Lin Feng's kindness. No need for money. I was just fortunate to be in the right place at the right time. However, your expertise in appraisal is truly remarkable. Chen Jinhai was momentarily taken aback, a hint of shyness crossing his face. Just some minor skills. By the way, allow me to gift you a small trinket. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a box, presenting it to Lin Feng. Please, Don and Amp. Amp? Appo's. T refused this. Money seems too mundane. As a fellow antiquities enthusiast, I hope you'll accept this pocket watch. The watch was exquisite, albeit slightly worn, clearly not an ordinary item. Given Chen Jinhai and Appo's background, it was evident that this was a collectible, a generous gesture on his part. Lin Feng maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze fixated on the pocket watch. Name: Hamilton Railway Pocket Watch. Background: an American Hamilton pocket watch known for precision and durability, used for timing in the railway system during the Republic of China era. Features: large dial, 16 to 18 size, high precision calibration, railway standards, movement, over 21 joules, gilded plates, equipped with a shockproof system. Market price: original, unrefurbished, valued around 150,000. Note: this is a replica pocket watch, gifted by Chen Jinhai and Amp. Amp, Appo's friend, who remains unaware of its true nature. After gifting the watch, the friend learned it was a fake, but refrained from disclosing the truth for the sake of appearances. Note: identifying the watch as a replica will earn you newfound respect from the other party. With this, Lin Feng could seamlessly engage in discussions about the antiquities world without any awkwardness. May I ask your surname? Sir? I am Chen. And you, young brother? I am Lin. Mr. Lin, this pocket watch was gifted by an old friend of mine. Please accept it, or I shall feel remiss. While it may not be a priceless treasure, it certainly holds considerable collectible value. I don't have much else to offer. I hope you understand. This is a Hamilton pocket watch, a relic from the Republic era. It has significant value. Ah, Mr. Lin has an eye for these things. I did not expect that. You flatter me, Mr. Chun. I possess only a modicum of knowledge about antiquities, nowhere near that of a professional. Haha, then it's perfect. This watch has found the right owner. Chun Jinhai felt relieved, pleased that he had indeed chosen the right gift. It eased his mind, feeling that he had settled the debt of gratitude. However, there is something I hesitate to mention. Speak freely, Mr. Chun. There is no need for hesitation. You saved me, and this pocket watch is a mere token of my appreciation. Please don't misunderstand, but this watch is worth at least 100,000. It is no trifling matter. Mr. Lin, you truly are an expert. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. What a pity. If this watch were genuine, it would indeed be worth that much, but alas, it is but a counterfeit. Chapter 48. Masters among the common people, have I really touched the goddess and amp? Amp. Oppose. S backside? What? Chun Jinhai's smile froze, and he stared blankly at Lin Feng. His little minion shot Lin Feng a hostile glance and said, My boss sent you a gift. How can you speak such nonsense? This is a present from his best friend. It cannot possibly be a fake. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, remained unfazed. He spoke the truth, and it was perfectly normal for an ordinary person to react that way. Mr. Lin, are you serious? Chun Jinhai, surprisingly not angry, instead asked with a solemn tone and serious expression. Lin Feng felt quite satisfied. He had indeed found the right person. The other party was not impulsive, but rather inquired rigorously about Lin Feng and amp. Amp. Oppose. S sincerity. Boss, that can end amp. Amp. Oppose. TB right. Mr. Zhang is your best friend. How could he give you counterfeit? That doesn't make sense. Little Zhu interjected. Little Zhu, Mr. Zhang is not a deity. It's entirely plausible for him to misidentify something. I am not particularly familiar with pocket watches. It and amp, oppose, as quite possible to overlook details. Little Zhu paused, still somewhat skeptical, yet he chose not to argue further. In his eyes, Chun Jinhai was an antique master, and if he said so, he certainly had no standing to question it. I was worried about getting scolded. I didn't expect Mr. Chun to be so reasonable. Actually, you could just give him a call to inquire. Call? You just said he and Oppose. That's your best friend. I suspect he was also in the dark when he gifted you the watch. He might have realized it's a counterfeit by now, but, out of pride, has chosen not to mention it since he didn't ask. Chun Jinhai suddenly understood. That rascal Zhang does care about his pride. Now that you mention it, it is possible. I shall call him. Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, marveling at the man's honesty. It was astonishing that he was engaged in the antique business and dared to take such risks. Truly, the world is full of wonders. Without much effort, the momentum had shifted successfully. Chun Jinhai dialed Mr. Zhang and Oppose S number from his contact list, and the call was quickly answered. Hello, Zhang? It and Oppose. S me Chun. I and Oppose am in Sioux City, and I have a question for you. Be honest with me. Is that Hamilton pocket watch real or fake? Ah Chun, why so serious? Don't worry. I'm not here to accuse you. You know me well enough. I have another reason for asking. There was a brief silence on the line, followed by an awkward chuckle. Chun, I truly apologize. I only recently discovered it in amp, oppose, as a counterfeit. Please don and amp, oppose, to be angry. I and amp, oppose. You've been trying to find the right moment to tell you. You nearly made me look foolish. All right, you owe me a drink next time. I forgive you. Sure, no problem. Let's leave it at that. I'm hanging up now. Chun Jinhai was inwardly shocked, unable to engage in any further banter. He had never anticipated that the young man he had just saved was not only knowledgeable about antiques, but could also identify a counterfeit at a glance. Outsiders were oblivious, but insiders recognized the nuances. It was truly impressive, and only Chun Jinhai understood the weight of this realization, as he found himself at a loss for words. He had thought the antique market in Sioux City was merely a tourist trap, yet he had stumbled upon a genuine treasure and encountered a young expert. Masters exist among the common folk. Chun Jinhai was exhilarated, his love for antiques ignited by the sight of Lin Feng, a young man of exceptional talent. Mr. Lin is indeed no ordinary person. Lin Feng was not there to bask in flattery. His intention was to create an opportunity for a transaction with the other party. Just as the timing seemed ripe, a furious shout echoed from nearby. Damn it, he's right here. Brother Xiong, come quickly. Little Zhu was startled, his face paling as he realized that members from Jinyuan Pavilion had arrived. In the midst of his conversation with Lin Feng, he had forgotten they had not yet left the market. Lin Feng had also overlooked this, but seeing Chen Zhenhai was a good man, he intended to help him resolve the trouble. Mr. Lin, you should leave first. This trouble is mine. I cannot drag you into it. Before Lin Feng could explode, Chen Zhenhai stepped forward, standing in front of him. He spoke again. Little Zhu, you and Mr. Lin run. If you get caught, they'll fine you 5,000 for a month. You don't need to risk your life for me. Lin Feng was rendered speechless. The man was not only honest, but also possessed a sense of heroism. Compared to Lu Ming, this fellow was practically a saint. At this point, Lin Feng could not stand idly by and watch him get hurt. If word got out, his image as a quality young man would be utterly ruined. The thugs from Jinyuan Pavilion are affiliated with the Feng Shichang group, under the protection of Wang Delong, who is a capable subordinate of Wang Xiaohua. Lin Feng was taken aback to discover they were peripheral figures from Longhu Mountain Villa. The connections were shockingly distant. Perhaps even Wang Xiaohua was unaware of their existence. Qin Mingyao and Wang Xiaohua did not intimidate him. So how could these insignificant figures, Mr. Chun, you, and Lil Zhu stay back? Hey, Mr. Lin, it and Oppos, dangerous. Seeing Lin Feng charge into the fray alone startled them. Wait for me. Don't come over. Before his words had fully escaped, Lin Feng had already plunged into the crowd, where cries of pain and shouts of anger erupted. In mere moments, the 20 or so adversaries were reduced to just a few standing, yet none dared to make a move. The leading young man gazed at Lin Feng with a look of terror, realizing he was a stranger. Who are you? Why do you meddle? Don't be nervous. Yes, my friend. Just let go. The leader hesitated, then defiantly replied, I advise you to mind your own business. This person has scammed us. Ridiculous. You just entered the field, and you're afraid of losing out? Do you even understand the rules? Lin Feng mockingly laughed. Damn it. You dare meddle in Jinyuan Pavilion and Amp. Oppos. Affairs? Let us take him together. Seeing them courting disaster, Lin Feng approached with his hands in his pockets. In mere seconds, the remaining few were all on the ground, groaning in pain throughout the alley. As Lin Feng walked over to the leader, he noticed a photo had fallen from the young man in Amp. Oppos' pocket. He casually picked it up for a glance. The image depicted a woman clad in a sleek black suit, exuding an icy allure. It was none other than Qin Mingyao from Longhu Mountain Villa. Give it back. Return the photo. The leader, bruised and battered, shouted in a furious tone, his face flushed with agitation. You know her? Lin Feng asked, pointing at the photo. It was hard to believe such a small-time thug could know Qin Mingyao. It was simply illogical. Why do you care? I warn you, return my goddess and Oppos' photo, or I'll make you regret it. Lin Feng suddenly understood. This was yet another admirer of Qin Mingyao. It seemed that within the Feng Shichang group, most men harbored fantasies about her. With a grin, Lin Feng tucked the photo into his pocket. I've even touched your goddess's backside. Chapter 49, Precise Sales. A hot potato, you are nothing but a fool, shamelessly insulting the goddess. You shall pay for this. How dare you speak such nonsense? Do you even know who the woman in the photograph is? Let us take him down. How dare he demean our goddess? This is utterly outrageous. Have the courage to face us. We will show you the repercussions of your actions. Look at these pitiful creatures, not even worthy of being called sycophants. Yet they still see themselves as protagonists. Qin Mingyao wouldn't even glance at Wang Xiaohua. These people are beneath even drinking her bathwater. Enough of this nonsense. I warn you, if you dare to trouble them, I will come after you. Chen Jinhai and Xiao Zhu were left dumbfounded. One person had taken down over 20. This strength was astonishing. This young man is not ordinary, Chen Jinhai thought. Mr. Chun, let us depart and find a place for tea. Yes, of course. It was impossible to refuse an invitation from someone so formidable. Chen Jinhai was a man of experience. 5 minutes later, in a private room on the second floor of the People in Damp, Oppos' tea house, Lin Feng quietly brewed tea, while Chen Jinhai felt hesitant to speak. This antique dealer is quite knowledgeable about coins, seals, and paintings. He has a keen interest in these categories of antiques. Note, by catering to his interests, not only can the transaction rate be increased, but also the value maximized. Lin Feng wholeheartedly agreed, opting to keep unnecessary items hidden to mitigate risk. He happened to have some paintings and coins, while the rest could be sold to other buyers. Precision in sales avoids wasting time. Truly perfect. Mr. Lin, those individuals will certainly not let this go. Perhaps we should leave sooner rather than later. Chen Jinhai felt a surge of anxiety. Those people were not simple and would not relent easily. He feared not only for himself, but also for Lin Feng, who had stood up for him. What if something happened? How could he live with that? Fear not. Nothing will happen tonight. We live in a society governed by law. Even if they seek revenge, it must be on another day, and I will be their target. Mr. Lin, please do not misunderstand. That is not my intention. I understand. It's all right. We must trust in the security of Sioux City. I invited you here to see if we could conduct a business transaction. Chen Jinhai was taken aback, his face filled with confusion. I have some items I wish to find a suitable and knowledgeable buyer for. Would you be interested, Mr. Chun? Oh, what kind of items? Indeed, a glimmer of excitement appeared on Chen Jinhai's face. This was something that piqued his interest. I possess some ancient coins and paintings. Really? His expression brightened, clearly intrigued. Lin Feng presented 2 or 3 boxes on the table, smiling. Please take a look. Chen Jinhai could hardly contain his eagerness. Upon opening the boxes, he discovered 3 coins. The Guangxu Yuan Bao of 7 Fun 2 Qian, the Yuan Shirkai commemorative 10 pattern coin, and the Jiangnan province-made Wushu Pearl Dragon of 7 Qian 2 Fun. Indeed, an expert. He accurately recited their origins without error. Lin Feng mused, acknowledging his own reliance on luck while recognizing Chen Jinhai and Oppo's genuine expertise. And here's a painting for you to examine as well. Lin Feng retrieved a scroll from his bag and placed it on the table. Chen Jinhai and Oppo's eyes sparkled. He clearly preferred paintings to coins. Carefully, he lifted the cover, revealing the artwork, and laid it flat on the table. Is this Qi Baishi's shrimp and crab painting? Indeed. Mr. Chun, your discerning eye is commendable. It truly is that piece. Chen Jinhai examined the painting with utmost care, his expression focused. Remarkable. It is indeed genuine. What a delightful surprise to find an authentic work by Qi Baishi. Yes, I acquired it by chance, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Suddenly, Chen Jinhai, visibly excited, inquired, Mr. Lin, are you willing to sell it? Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought it out. You're the most suitable buyer. This statement brought a smile to Chen Jinhai and Oppo's face. He had a deep affection for both paintings and ancient coins. Bringing these items home would enrich his collection. May I ask how much you're asking for them? He asked with a hint of trepidation. Mr. Chun, please propose a price. If it is reasonable, I shall sell. Chen Jinhai hesitated, pondering deeply before cautiously suggesting, how about 1 million? That should be a fair offer. Name, Chen Jinhai. Inner thoughts. These items should only be worth 700,000, but since he saved my life and nearly gifted me a fake pocket watch, that extra 300,000 is a debt of gratitude. Though a minor character, Chen Jinhai possessed noble virtues, making him an excellent friend. You are offering too much. Mr. Chun, you are indeed a connoisseur, but please accept the extra 30,000 as a token of gratitude for saving my life. Very well. To refuse would seem ungrateful. Lin Feng readily agreed. 1 million was a handsome sum, and the profits were indeed substantial. If he traveled nationwide, visiting various recycling stations, he was certain to uncover treasures. This plan seemed increasingly viable. Lin Feng felt more optimistic about it. 5 minutes later, Lin Feng received a transfer of 1 million, while Chen Jinhai, elated, took the coins and the painting, both parties content. Mr. Chun, it has been a delightful collaboration. Should you come across any valuable items in the future, I hope to hear from you again. Mr. Lin, you are likewise a straightforward individual. If you find anything of worth, please remember to contact me. As time was of the essence and the transaction concluded, Lin Feng intended to leave. At that moment, voices echoed from downstairs. Boss, they're right here. I saw it with my own eyes. Daring to swindle from the Jinyuan Pavilion. They have quite the audacity. 1 against 20? I shall see just how capable he truly is. Xiaozhu returned from the window, panic-stricken, nearly in tears. Boss, the people from Jinyuan Pavilion have come. What? What shall we do? Perhaps we should call the police. Chun Jinhai, an honest man, was terrified by the sight. Boss, why not just return the seal to them? Chun Jinhai hesitated, then frowned. I cannot do that. If we return it, we may escape unscathed, but Mr. Lin intervened on our behalf. They will certainly not spare him. It would be impossible to abandon him. Yet the seal was indeed a hot potato, and possessing it would surely attract their attention. The situation had escalated, and the individuals downstairs were already making their way up. The Jinyuan Pavilion houses vast amounts of cash and genuine antiques, treasures of immeasurable value. Upon receiving an unexpected notification, Lin Feng and Oppo's heart raced, and he swiftly dismissed the idea of resolving the matter through violence. With his personal space, if he could infiltrate the Jinyuan Pavilion, wouldn't all those treasures belong to him? After all, Wang Xiaohua had already offended him, and Qin Mingyao had already crossed paths with him. There was no hope for amicability with the Feng Shichang group in the near future. Why not go all in and seize everything? Chapter 50. This calamity is mine to endure. The eye of immobilization soon. I shall accompany them, on the condition that you are allowed to leave. What? No, that would endanger you. Money is trivial. They will not concern themselves excessively with the seal, primarily because I have already harmed one of their own. Moreover, there has been a long-standing feud between us. Chun Jinhai suddenly realized, no wonder Mr. Lin was so heavy-handed. After speaking, he lowered his head, as if he had made a decisive resolution in that instant. Mr. Lin, I present this seal to you. Name, Chun Jinhai. Inner thoughts. Since Mr. Lin has a vendetta against them, gifting him the seal seems reasonable, provided the people of Jinyuan remain unaware. It serves as a gesture of goodwill from me. Lin Feng had initially assumed that Chun Jinhai intended to pass a hot potato to him, but instead, he genuinely wished to offer it. Such honesty is rare these days. Lin Feng did not wish to accept it at first, but upon reflection, he realized that possessing the seal might deter the Jinyuan from causing trouble. Keeping it in his own hands would ensure greater safety. If Mr. Chen insists on giving it to me, I shall accept it. Excellent. Mr. Lin, please do not disclose this to them. Take care of yourself. With that, he swiftly handed the seal to Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng's face broke into a smile. Footsteps echoed on the staircase, and amidst Chun Jinhai's astonished gaze, Lin Feng raised the seal. Addressing the Jinyuan members, I struck their man, and the seal is now in my possession. Mr. Lin, this. Do not worry about it. Let us depart. Until we meet again. Chun Bingyan, the proprietor of Jinyuan, was in his 40s, with a face full of flesh, lacking the demeanor of an antique shop owner, resembling more butcher. You too, scram at once. Do not hinder my business. Chun Jinhai initially wished to persist, but Lin Feng winked at him, signaling him to leave quickly. Reluctantly, he allowed the Jinyuan members to shove them out. Be more courteous, otherwise. Do not blame me for my lack of cooperation. Rest assured, we will not trouble those two, but if you dare to play tricks, you will surely regret it. Fear not. With so many of you, I am quite docile. I hear you are quite capable. Chun Bingyan questioned coldly. That depends on the circumstances. You have brought many men with you, and there are guards outside. I'm not a superhero. I did not expect you to possess such insight. Please, lead the way. Lin Feng chuckled and followed them outside. It was already past 10 in the evening, and the market was nearly deserted. Hidden in the shadows, Chun Jinhai and Xiao Zhu watched Lin Feng leave, their eyes filled with concern. Boss, will he be in danger? We shall not leave for the time being. Not leaving? Xiao Zhu looked puzzled, uncertain why the boss suddenly decided against departing. Though Mr. Lin is not an ordinary person, venturing into the lion's den is perilous. I, as an ordinary individual, am powerless. He gave me a signal earlier. He must have a plan to resolve the trouble. However, to ensure absolute safety, we shall wait until tomorrow to leave. If dawn arrives, and he has not emerged, we shall contact the authorities. A flicker of resolve passed through Chun Jinhai's eyes. He cannot simply stand by and watch. Ultimately, everything stemmed from his actions. As they approached Jinyuan, Lin Feng had already devised a plan. Upon arrival, he intended to discreetly acquire the items and depart unimpeded. Who could possibly stop him? As for the Dragon Lake Villa behind this, they would not intervene on behalf of Jin Yuange for such trifles. In Lin Feng's eyes, the powerful figure behind Chen Bingen was nothing more than a mere minor player. Kid, I warn you, do not play tricks. Fear not. With your numbers, I am quite frightened and will behave. Damn, I hear you used to be quite arrogant. Now you're backing down. It's too late. Chen Bingen was wary. He had seen enough of the world to understand that Lin Feng was not to be underestimated. While there may not be many experts in the shop, taking down over 20 individuals at once was certainly no small feat aside from retrieving the seal. He also needed to investigate Lin Feng and Amp, Oppo's background. Lin Feng's expression remained calm, his gaze devoid of any turbulence, even exuding a hint of ease. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow but quickly returned to his previous demeanor, unnoticed by anyone. A notification sound rang out. Ding. The Eye of Information has successfully leveled up to LV3. New function. The Eye of Immobilization activated. Description. Can immobilize surrounding life forms for a duration of 1 minute. Cooldown time. 24 hours during immobilization. The target and Amp, Oppo's memories are rendered blank. What an astonishing ability, akin to halting time itself. Lin Feng and Amp, Oppo's mind momentarily indulged in wicked thoughts, reminiscent of plots from certain foreign adult films. However, it was unfortunate that the duration was merely 1 minute. His own strength would require at least an hour to truly manifest. Nevertheless, a sense of pride welled within him as he realized how timely this upgrade was. It would significantly enhance his safety when he infiltrated Jin Yuange. Seeing Lin Feng and Amp, Oppo's relaxed demeanor, Chen Bingen and Amp, Oppo's irritation flared. How arrogant, as if he considered him insignificant. Upon arrival, he would see if Lin Feng could still maintain that smile. Before them stood a 2-story shop, with a single floor covering approximately 180 square meters. Undeniably a large establishment within Sioux City's antique market. The gilded sign hanging above the entrance was striking, indicating that the shop exuded a high-end appearance. What are you waiting for? Step inside. One of the lackeys shoved Lin Feng, and the group entered the shop, the door closing behind them. Name, Jin Yuange. Category, antique shop in Sioux City. Description, 99 of items in the shop are counterfeits. It is a black shop that specializes in deceiving tourists. How absurd. For Chen Jinhai to find a bargain here. He truly possesses some skill. What are you staring at? I warn you, behave yourself and go inside. Chen Bingen roughly shoved Lin Feng, and the two entered the backyard. The backyard was quite spacious, spanning a full 100 square meters, adorned with flower stands brimming with potted plants. Remarkably, these brutes had cultivated an air of taste. There exists an underground entrance 10 meters from your location, concealing a wealth of valuable items. Lin Feng and Amp, Oppo's gaze flickered towards the indicated area, where he could see through the ground. The underground chamber was approximately 50 square meters, filled with numerous treasures, money, genuine antiques, gold, jewelry, and more. Even Lin Feng felt a thrill of excitement. This was merely the outer layer of the Feng Shirchong group, yet they possessed such wealth. What are you looking at? Hurry and produce the items. Do not compel me to act. Upon entering the backyard, Chen Bingen revealed his true nature. There was no room for negotiation. Violence was the preferred method. If you do not provide them, what will you do? Bite me? Lin Feng spread his hands, wearing an expression of mockery and derision, utterly unfazed. Chapter 51. A ghastly affair. Videos cannot be fabricated, you insolent whelp. You presume we are merely bluffing? Proprietor, why waste words on him? There are no surveillance cameras here. Precisely, let's teach him a lesson. One cannot simply pilfer from the Golden Affinities Pavilion. Chen Bingen proclaimed smugly, you see, there is no avenue for your trickery. I advise you to relinquish the item. Furthermore, for assaulting my brother, you shall render recompense. 1 million will suffice. 1 million? You might as well be highway robbers. Are we not engaging in robbery at this very moment? Chen Bingen retorted with unbridled arrogance. I implore you to tread cautiously. Suzhou is not a lawless domain. Huh. Does this lad suffer from delusions? He declares Suzhou is not a lawless domain. Chen Bingen paused, his brow furrowing, and sneered, "You are correct. Suzhou is not a lawless domain, but within my sphere of influence, my decree prevails." With a subtle wave of his hand, scores of individuals emerged from every direction, encircling the courtyard. An ordinary soul would find escape impossible. "Lad, you have 1 minute to contemplate. My patience is finite." Lin Feng grinned, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a dense plume of smoke, enveloping Chen Bingjian. "Cough, cough. Damn it, proprietor, exercise caution," his subordinates exclaimed. As he opened his eyes, a fist the size of a sandbag hurtled toward him. Evasion was futile. He attempted to block with his hands, but Lin Feng moved with blinding speed. His subordinates were too slow to intervene. Thud! His 150-pound frame crashed heavily into a flower stand 3 meters away. Chen Bingjin writhed in agony. The flower stand, crafted from solid wood, was unyielding. His expression contorted, his eyes bulging in genuine pain. "Arg! It hurts. It kills." Chen Bingjin nearly gasped his last breath. His gaze toward Lin Feng was now filled with terror, as if he had encountered a specter. "Do you still desire money? I could transfer it to you. And this seal, do you still covet it?" Chen Bingjin swallowed hard, his eyes betraying reluctance, but his body conceded. "No, take it all. Just leave." "Very well, I shall not decline." Lin Feng pocketed the seal, and with a thought, the contents of the basement vanished without a trace. He pilfered everything with uncanny stealth, without the need for immobilization. After all, that ability had a cool-down period, best reserved for dire straits. "Farewell. No need to see me off." The throng parted, and Lin Feng swaggered toward the entrance. Not until he was out of sight did anyone dare interfere. "Damn it, retrieve the weapons from the basement. We cannot allow this fellow to escape." Chen Bingjin had stashed several firearms in the basement for emergencies. He never anticipated their use, but now an opportunity presented itself. "Proprietor, will employing such implements not cause complications?" Firearms are strictly regulated in China, even within Dragon Lake Manor. Chen Bingjin had secretly acquired one, risking his superior and Oppo's ire. "Retrieve them. Why else would I procure them? That lad feigned weakness to deceive us. I shall make him pay dearly." Lin Feng and Oppo's strength had instilled fear in him, but he could not let this affront go unavenged. Reason had deserted him. Chen Bingjin craved retribution for that single punch. "Very well, I shall retrieve the items. Assist the proprietor to rest, then escort him to the hospital." The crowd hastened to seat him on a chair. However, before he could recover, a terrified shriek echoed from the basement. The subordinate sent to retrieve the weapons emerged, his eyes wide with horror. "Why the commotion? Has your mother found a stepfather?" "No, everything inside is gone." "What? Gone? What do you mean?" Chen Bingjin jolted, momentarily forgetting the pain. "The money, the gold, all gone." "Damn it!" Chen Bingjin charged into the basement, sweat beading on his brow as he surveyed the empty space. The items here were not his property, and he had no authority over them. Now that they were gone, he was doomed. The surveillance cameras. Retrieve the footage. Proprietor, you should view the footage yourself. Chen Bingjin received the tablet, watched the footage, and his mind shattered. The basement's contents had vanished into thin air. "Quick, summon Mr. Wang." At 3 a.m, Wang Delong was enjoying a game of cards when Chen Bingjin summoned him to the shop. "Damn it, what is the meaning of this? Your face is swollen. Were you assaulted? Even if you were, with so many subordinates, why summon me? You are useless." "Mr. Wang, it is not merely about the assault. Something has transpired here." "What has transpired?" Wang Delong asked, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The contents of the basement have vanished." Wang Delong froze, the cigarette falling from his mouth. He seized Chen Bingjin and Oppo's collar, demanding, "What exactly happened?" "Mr. Wang, I truly do not know. Please, view the video yourself." Wang Delong watched the surveillance footage, his mind shattered. He replayed it multiple times to ensure he was not mistaken. A chill ran down his spine. The surveillance footage resembled a horror film, sending shivers down his back. "Mr. Wang, you are discerning. As everyone knows, videos cannot be fabricated." Wang Delong squinted, forcibly suppressing his fear. "I shall investigate this matter. Remember, maintain silence, understand?" I understand. No one shall know. Furthermore, Close the shop tomorrow. We shall relocate. This place is ill-omened. Very well, leave it to me. Chen Bingjin breathed a sigh of relief. He had no intention of mentioning Lin Feng or Chen Jinhai. He dared not provoke them. The basement contained the majority of Wang Delong and Appo's assets, and their inexplicable disappearance had nothing to do with Lin Feng. Meanwhile, after ensuring Lin Feng and Appo's safe departure, Chen Jinhai and Xiao Zhu also left. He had no desire to reclaim the seal. Lin Feng had saved him multiple times. This was a worthy recompense. After leaving the Golden Affinities Pavilion, Wang Delong did not return home. Instead, he dialed a number. Hello, Brother Quan? This is Along. I have an urgent matter. Very well, I shall arrive immediately. Chapter 52. Why him again? In the office of Longhu Mountain Villa, Wang Xiaohua's trusted aide, Zhong Haiyun, wore a frown. Beside him stood a young man, approximately in his 30s, who was Duan Suchuan, the elder brother of Wang Delong. This elder brother was also a confidant of Wang Xiaohua. Upon witnessing the bizarre video, Wang Delong felt a sense of unease and sought out his brother. Consequently, upon viewing the video, Duan Suchuan too became anxious and had come early to find Zhong Haiyun. Wang Xiaohua, furrowing his brow in concentration as he scrutinized the video, initially wished to disregard such trivial matters. However, after watching, a chill ran down his spine. What in the world is going on? Haiyun, what do you think? I don an Appo's. Tino, Zhong Haiyun replied. Xiao Duan, you speak. Along, perhaps you should explain. Wang Delong nervously suggested, at a loss for words. Wang Xiaohua exhaled deeply, attempting to maintain his composure. Where in Appo's? As your younger brother. Master Hua, he is outside. Shall I fetch him? Go ahead. Wang Delong felt a sense of relief, though he remained tense in the presence of such powerful figures. Soon, the timid Chen Bingjin was ushered in, his gaze cast downward, unwilling to meet anyone's eyes. Sitting at the desk was the head of Longhu Mountain Villa, a person he might never encounter again in his lifetime. I expect you to answer my questions truthfully, understood? Master Hua, I will answer whatever you ask. I promise I will not conceal anything. Before the items disappeared, whom did you come into contact with? Whom did I contact? There was someone named Lin Feng, a formidable individual. He alone could take down dozens of us. I was knocked out with a single punch. Lin Feng, do you have a photograph? Yes. There's a photo. This fellow had past grievances with us, and he was present in the store the night the items vanished from the basement. His strength was overwhelming. He sent me flying over 3 meters with a single blow. Wang Delong scolded, Don't spout nonsense. Do not interrupt him. Let me see the photo, Wang Xiaohua commanded. Wang Delong immediately fell silent, though his eyes were fixed on Chen Bingjin. 3 meters? That is quite the exaggeration. Master Hua, Mr. Wang, I'm not exaggerating. Here, look at this photo. The subordinate handed Chen Bingjin's phone to Wang Xiaohua, who gazed at it, his expression shifting slightly as he exclaimed, Why is it him again? Everyone present wore a baffled expression. Master Hua, what is the matter? Zhong Haiyun queried, equally perplexed. This is the same scoundrel who won 2 million at our villa last time and showed disrespect to Miss Qin. What? He asked the one who had Wang Wu and the others bitten by dogs? Indeed, it is he. Chen Bingjin, recount to me in detail how your enmity with him developed. Should you conceal anything, I will not spare you. Rest assured, Master Hua, I will tell you everything. He was nearly terrified. How could someone who had won 2 million at Longhu Mountain Villa be someone he could contend with? He had foolishly invited the man back to the store, and now Chen Bingjin was drenched in cold sweat. He composed himself and recounted the events as simply as possible. The office fell into a heavy silence. The situation felt eerily strange. Although Lin Feng was cunning, he was still human. The disappearance of items from the surveillance footage was undoubtedly abnormal, yet it was not something Lin Feng could orchestrate. This incident seemed merely coincidental, stemming from Wang Xiaohua's animosity towards Lin Feng. It was not a matter of mortal hatred. He simply sought a means of retaliation to vent his frustration. The thought of Qin Mingyao posing as a waitress and being disrespected irked him. Even heroes falter in the face of beauty. Lu Bu met his downfall at the hands of Jiao Chan, let alone Wang Xiaohua. However, Chen Bingjin, though a mere pawn, was shrewd. Observing the nuances He realized that Wang Xiaohua harbored significant disdain for Lin Feng. He suddenly recalled his subordinates, mentioning that Qin Mingyao was the goddess in the hearts of all men at Longhu Mountain Villa. It was rumored that Wang Xiaohua was infatuated with her, yet received no acknowledgement, and with Lin Feng humiliating him. Combined with this incident, he too desired revenge. Unbeknownst to anyone, Qin Mingyao had appeared at the office door at some point. She initially sought to discuss work matters with Wang Xiaohua, but, upon seeing the crowd, refrained from entering. As fate would have it, Qin Bingjin abruptly wore an expression of indignation, stating, "He is quite audacious, speaking recklessly and insulting Miss Qin Mingyao." What do you mean? Wang Xiaohua's brow furrowed at this revelation, and his demeanor shifted. Qin Mingyao, who was about to leave, paused, her expression one of confusion. Wang Delong admonished, "Do not speak carelessly." "Allow him to speak." Wang Xiaohua's cold voice sent a chill through the room, silencing everyone. "I warn you to speak carefully. If you dare to misrepresent, I shall feed you to the dogs." "Master Hua, how could I dare to speak falsely?" When my men first confronted him, he took them all down single-handedly, and in the scuffle, they found photos of Miss Qin in their pockets. You know, Miss Qin is the goddess to all. Enough. I understand the situation. Continue. This matter was a well-known secret. Even Qin Mingyao was aware of it. Wang Xiaohua was not petty enough to act on it. Moreover, he knew that those who could not win her favor had no chance against him. Upon seeing the photo, he took it and recounted at that moment. My brother was furious and demanded he return the photo, claiming it was his goddess. To which this scoundrel retorted that he had even touched your goddess and amp, Oppo's, backside. My brothers, upon hearing this, were furious and retaliated, but they ended up getting beaten. By heaven and amp, Oppo's virtue, they merely admired Miss Qin. They meant no harm. How could Miss Qin be subjected to such indignity? The atmosphere grew tense and awkward. Duan Suchuan and Wang Delong were oblivious to the events of that day. However, Wang Xiaohua, Zhong Haiyun, and the visibly angered Qin Mingyao outside knew that these events had indeed transpired. Damn it, he may have touched her, but to boast about it everywhere, I shall not let him off easily. Qin Mingyao quietly slipped away. Wang Xiaohua spoke in a low voice, "You all may leave now. This matter is shrouded in mystery. Do not spread it. I will investigate." Qin Bingjin and the others felt a weight lift off their shoulders and quickly departed, eager to leave the tense atmosphere behind. Only Zhong Haiyun and Wang Xiaohua remained in the office. "Master Hua, this fellow has gone too far. He possesses some skill and the audacity to be arrogant, but the disappearance of the items from the basement is certainly not related to him. Then, this is not our concern. Let the peripheral matters be handled less." "Indeed, Master Hua." "Haiyun, assist me with the task. Find some reliable individuals and bring Lin Feng to see me." "Understood. I will handle it immediately. Remember, be discreet. This matter must remain unknown to anyone, including Qin Mingyao." "Master Hua, do you intend?" "Such talent, if not employed for our advantage, would indeed be a waste." Chapter 53. The $1 Million Dog Search Notice and the Embarrassed Female Assassin. By the time Chen Yunqi returned home, it was already 3 in the morning. She lay in bed, breathing softly, a gentle smile gracing her face, exuding an air of tranquility. Lin Feng did not disturb her. Instead, he took a shower and settled down beside her. In that moment, he felt a flicker of warmth that signified the essence of home. Regardless of the number of women in his life thereafter, Chen Yunqi would always hold a significant place. Lin Feng shamelessly began to map out his future, envisioning a life where he could embrace multiple partners. The following day, Lin Feng awoke past 10 and Oppo's clock only to discover that Chen Yunqi had already left. A note was left by the bedside. "Lin Feng, breakfast is ready. I've headed to work, and I might not make it back in time to cook dinner tonight. Please manage on your own. Kisses." She was pursuing her career, having previously slacked off due to Lu Tao's influence, but now she was determined to earn a living. If only she understood my capabilities, Lin Feng sighed, deciding to let things be for the moment. He had much to attend to, and spending all day together would indeed be inconvenient. After the significant deal he had pulled off last night, those assets could not be liquidated immediately. He needed to wait for the right opportunity. As Lin Feng contemplated, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and answered with a smile. Dongyang, what is up? Feeling lonely? Brother Feng, I'm about to die of boredom, Dongyang replied. Hang tight. I'll take you to work soon. Lin Feng, feeling helpless, recognized the awkward phase he was in and wished to allow Zhang Dongyang some rest. Brother Feng, I saw an online dog search notice. A dog search notice? What is so peculiar about that? The reward is 1 million. What? 1 million? Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't be surprised. Goodness, is the dog gold-plated? The lifestyles of the wealthy are truly unfathomable. Should we take the job? The owner, Su Chung, lives nearby. Lin Feng was taken aback. 1 million to find a dog seemed absurd, yet oddly suited to his abilities. It was certainly a substantial amount, worth pursuing. Dongyang, how do we claim a job? Just leave a message on the dog search notice, and whoever finds it first will claim the reward. Leave a message, and I'll come find you shortly. All right. Zhang Dongyang, thrilled to have something to do, met Lin Feng at his home 10 minutes later. Not bad, it's quite tidy. It seems you're genuinely making an effort. Brother Feng, you're quite the celebrity in the neighborhood. I can't afford to embarrass you. Lin Feng chuckled as he took a look at the notice. It was a search for a lost poodle, offering 1 million as a reward, and it had been authenticated by the posting site. Tinshui Garden, isn't that just 3 kilometers away? Indeed it is. Let us head over directly. With nothing else on their agenda, Lin Feng decided to investigate. After all, 1 million was no small sum. After selling antiques to Chun Jinhai and with an additional 2 million from Chun and Appo's mother, his visible assets had reached 5 million. Yet, it was still insufficient. This amount wouldn't suffice to purchase a decent property in a better location. Without further ado, they set off, only to find a crowd gathered at the entrance of the community. The exorbitant reward for the dog had indeed drawn a significant number of onlookers. Wow, 1 million to find a dog. They really are wealthy. There's even a public notice online. It must be true. Even a traffic accident wouldn't yield such compensation. Isn't it ironic? Some people are truly lucky. Even as a dog, they live a blessed life. 1 million? I want a shot at that too. Huh. Do you have any idea how many people are searching? The post has over 200,000 replies. Who is the owner, anyway? Not sure. Probably a resident of the nearby villa area. A group of people gathered around the notice, discussing the enticing reward of 1 million. Name, dog search notice. Value, 1 million. Details, a solitary female entrepreneur's beloved dog has gone missing. A substantial reward is offered for its return. The information is authentic upon finding the dog. The reward of 1 million can be claimed. Note, the search for the dog is highly competitive. The dog is currently located in a cave behind a rockery in the community, and one person has already discovered its whereabouts, apart from you. Lin Feng was taken aback, his gaze flickering. Someone else was aware of the dog and Appo's location. This individual could not be ordinary. He had relied on his unique abilities. As more people gathered around the notice, Lin Feng and Zhang Dongyang entered the community without drawing attention. Brother Feng, why are we going into the community? The dog is inside. We must hurry before someone else gets there first. Zhang Dongyang felt a surge of anxiety. Brother Feng's efficiency was indeed impressive. But what did he mean by someone might be faster? Meanwhile, outside the community, a trio of young men followed Lin Feng inside. These 3 appeared uninterested in the dog search. Their target was Lin Feng. Tinshui Garden was an upscale community, primarily inhabited by middle-class families with decent financial standing. This place is rather nice. Don't worry, where we'll live in the future will undoubtedly be better. Zhang Dongyang scratched his head, smiling. I'm already satisfied with this. Suddenly, Lin Feng pressed Dongyang's head down, and they crouched in the bushes. Brother Feng, shoo. Lin Feng signaled for silence as Dongyang noticed a woman near the rockery. The woman, under 30, had her hair tied in a ponytail and wore a white tracksuit. A black rose tattoo adorned her exposed arm. She exuded an intimidating aura, unmistakably fierce. Name, Song Juro. Age, 29. Identity, beautiful international student. Concealed identity, female assassin. Personality, cold, decisive. Background, returned to the country due to mission failure and exposure. Most assets are overseas, currently financially constrained, seeking to recover the poodle to claim the reward. Lin Feng was astonished. He had encountered a fallen female assassin. The narratives from films weren't entirely fictitious, after all. At 29, an overseas female assassin sounded quite glamorous. However, the dog was hidden within the rockery, and with $1 million at stake, he couldn't afford to back down. He wouldn't relinquish the prize to a mere woman. Lin Feng, clearly not one to act foolishly, prepared to take decisive action and seize the opportunity. Yet, as he began to rise, he hesitated, a flickering message capturing his attention, leaving him in uncertainty. Chapter 54. What a commotion! Zhang Donyang was oblivious to the situation. But Lin Feng and Oppo's startled demeanor heightened his own anxiety. Brother Feng, what is going on? Who is that woman? She and Oppo's killer. What? A killer? Is that for real? Keep it down. He shrank his neck and lowered his voice, asking, Brother Feng, what should we do now? She's about to enter the rockery. Lin Feng gestured for him to be silent while he began to examine the sudden information that had appeared before him. Security alert. There are 3 young men hiding in the bushes behind you. You are their target, and they are professional bodyguards under Zhong Haiyun from Longhu Villa, possessing formidable strength. Their objective is to bring you back to meet Wang Xiaohua. Alert! Your exceptional qualities have caught Wang Xiaohua and Oppo's attention. He intends to recruit you as his right-hand man. Lin Feng was taken aback. This kid Wang Xiaohua had a bit of wit. However, there was no way he would follow him. In the future, not even Feng Shichong would be worthy of carrying his shoes. After all, he had already crossed paths with Qin Mingyao. That kid Wuden and Oppo's. He let him off easily. Brother Feng, she has entered. Yes, I see. No rush. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lin Feng formulated a plan, abandoning the idea of taking the initiative. Song Zhuro stealthily approached the entrance of the rockery, her gaze sharp. Suddenly, she made her move. Her hands reached into the cave, and a small, brown dog appeared in her grasp. A satisfied smile spread across her face. She would soon receive $1 million, enough to secure her a comfortable life for a while. Brother Feng, are we not going to act? Just wait a moment. Although Zhang Donyang was unaware of Lin Feng and Oppo's intentions, he obediently complied. Security alert. The trio behind you is about to make their move to subdue you. Count down 10 seconds. Donyang, you leave first and wait for me at home. Don't ask why. Zhang Donyang was taken aback, then nodded without hesitation and left. Just as his figure vanished, Lin Feng suddenly felt a rush of wind by his ear. 3 figures appeared behind him, and a dagger was pressed against his neck. The cold glint of the blade radiated a menacing aura. A single misstep could lead to a fatal outcome. Holding the small dog, Song Zhuro witnessed this scene, her brow furrowing, but she turned away, pretending not to see anything. Her circumstances were precarious, and she was not one to meddle in others and Oppo's affairs. Hey, miss, are you really going to stand by and watch? Song Zhuro hesitated but remained silent, cradling the dog as she walked towards the residential area. She had no time for such matters. Seriously, how can you be so heartless? You found the dog, and the $1 million is within reach, yet you choose to ignore this? Do we know each other? Sorry, but I have no time to intervene. Besides, as a weak woman, what can I do? Call the police. Not interested. Handle it yourselves. At that moment, the leader of the trio said coldly, this is a private matter. We hope you can keep it confidential, or else. He intended to intimidate Song Zhuro, but a single glance from her sent chills down his spine, causing him to swallow the threat he had prepared. I have neither the time nor the interest to meddle in your affairs. Do not bother me again. Lin Feng, with exaggerated expressions, pointed at Song Zhuro and incited, brothers, can you endure this? What kind of attitude is that? Does she even regard you? Clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity, she shot him an icy glare. What are you looking at? What are you guys made of? You think you and Oppo's re-tough? Enough. No tricks. Miss, you may leave. Having seen much in his life, the leader sensed a lethal aura emanating from Song Zhuro. She was not to be underestimated. Their task was to bring Lin Feng back, and it was best not to complicate matters further. Lin Feng was at a loss. He had intended to sow discord among them, hoping they might turn on each other, but they remained resolute, unyielding to his provocations. There was no choice left but to employ some tactics. As Song Jiro walked past him, no one noticed the strange ripple that flickered in Lin Feng and Oppo's size. He softly uttered, "Freeze." In that instant, a wave of energy coursed through the air, causing the three men and the dog to stand still, frozen in place. A countdown appeared before him. 1 minute. Time was of the essence. He dared not linger. Quickly freeing himself from their control and taking the small dog from Song Jiro and Oppo's hands. Last night was not yet resolved. He picked up a brick from the ground and placed it in the young man's hand. Then he pulled Song Jiro closer, aiming the brick at her forehead. "Perfect. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave." With a casual pat on his hands, he calmly departed with the dog. Time swiftly passed, and a minute elapsed. The garden fell silent, and the air trembled once more as the four regained their senses. Song Jiro, momentarily dazed, suddenly caught sight of the brick above her head and was taken aback. Instinctively, she executed a side kick, sending the brick flying from the young man and Oppo's grasp. "Misunderstanding. Miss, please calm down. Return my dog. I didn't take your dog. I have no idea how this brick ended up in my hand." Song Jiro was taken aback, beginning to realize that she had forgotten something important. She had intended to leave, but inexplicably experienced amnesia, only to regain her memory amidst this bizarre scene. The money she had almost secured was now slipping away, and her temper flared. Subconsciously, Song Jiro believed this incident was tied to Lin Feng. She had no desire to linger, pivoting to chase after him. Meanwhile, the three young men exchanged puzzled glances. "Shun, what just happened? I feel like I lost my memory for a moment." In response, Wang Shun's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He too had felt something strange. "Let's go back. We want to pursue Lin Feng for now." "Not for now. That woman is not simple. We were supposed to act covertly. Let us not complicate things." He felt it prudent to return and inform Zhong Haiyun, realizing that Song Jiro emanated a sense of danger. To avoid further complications, they would have to abandon the pursuit for the time being. Having secured the dog, Lin Feng did not immediately seek out its owner. Knowing Song Jiro would not relent easily, he needed to find a safe place and arrange a meeting with the owner for a transaction. This female assassin was not someone to provoke lightly, and it was best to avoid unnecessary trouble. Upon arriving at the residential area, Lin Feng had already vanished without a trace. She dialed the owner and Oppo's number, only to learn that the dog had yet to be found, inciting her fury. "Daring to thwart me, regardless of who you are, if you have the audacity, do not let me cross paths with you. I shall tear you apart myself." Chapter 55. Codename Cloud. Unexpected joy in the office of Wang Xiaohua at Longhu Mountain Villa. He was in a fit of rage. A haunting incident had occurred at Jinyuange, and now his dispatch personnel reported that their memories had been erased. This left him infuriated. What were they doing there if not to write novels? "Haiyun, what is going on with your subordinates?" "Flower Master, they wouldn't lie. It must be that Lin Feng playing tricks." Despite his inner turmoil of anger and confusion, Zhong Haiyun maintained his trust in Wang Shun and asked what exactly transpired. Wang Shun, not daring to delay, recounted the events in detail. "Damn, it's so bizarre." Wang Xiaohua's mind was a muddled mess, making it difficult to remain composed. Either Wang Shun was fabricating stories, or Lin Feng had employed some advanced hypnotic drug. Otherwise, it was utterly inexplicable. "By the way, you mentioned there was a woman on the scene. Is she significant?" "Along. Quickly show Flower Master the photos you took." "Certainly." Wang Xiaohua received the phone and glanced at it, his pupils narrowing slightly. "Is it her?" "Flower Master, do you know her?" Zhong Haiyun questioned, puzzled. Could this woman hold some significance? "Not long ago, I dined with Master Feng, and one of his foreign friends mentioned a female assassin, codenamed Cloud, who had failed a mission and was now being hunted. I had seen her photograph at that time." "An assassin?" I remarked that her gaze was so piercing it sent chills down my spine. "How pitiful. It's just a woman, and you're so frightened." Zhong Haiyun felt embarrassed. Wang Shun was one of his men. No, he spoke the truth. This woman is exceedingly dangerous and quite renowned in the European and American assassin circles, though her methods of killing are rather unconventional. It is said she only targets evildoers. If you ask her to eliminate an innocent person or someone who has committed no wrongdoing, no sum of money would persuade her. Flower Master. She doesn't seem very dedicated. Haiyun, that S-called personality. Masters often have their quirks. Yet she fled when trouble arose. Wang Xiaohua suddenly chuckled. Those who frequently walk by the river inevitably get their shoes wet. I'm still unclear about what happened to her. But the bounty in Europe has reached $10 million. Flower Master, you're not considering capturing her for the reward, are you? Don't be ridiculous. What does this have to do with me? Do we lack such trivial sums? Moreover, if she escapes, do you think she won't seek revenge? Wang Xiaohua was quite astute. Being targeted by a top assassin, especially one with nothing to lose, was akin to having a blade suspended over one's head. Flower Master, then I shall send someone to find Lin Feng. Wait, there is no need to look for him. This cunning lad may not be your match. Cloud is in need of funds. Do you mean? Offer her 5 million to assist in locating Lin Feng. Flower Master, you are indeed remarkable. Such a clever idea. Zhong Haiyun suddenly understood the strategy, using a knife to kill from a distance. Lin Feng had intercepted 1 million, and this was precisely the opportunity they needed. Investigate Cloud's current residence, and remember to be polite. She can be quite formidable if provoked. Rest assured, I will personally handle it. Wang Xiaoan nodded in satisfaction. His mood had lifted considerably. Lin Feng emanated an aura of mischief, transforming from his initial disdain to a more cautious demeanor. He could overlook Qin Mengyao's actions, as there was a limit to his tolerance. However, this attitude towards courting him made Wang Xiaohua feel humiliated. Word would surely spread, and he would be the subject of ridicule. Sending the female assassin to find Lin Feng while he sat back to observe the confrontation, then intervening later, would make him the ultimate victor. Outside the office, Qin Mengyao had overheard everything. Her brow furrowed as she turned to leave, lost in her thoughts. In the ADCAF on Yulong Road, Sioux City, a beautiful young woman cradled a small dog, unable to mask her delight. Anyone who has owned a pet would understand this feeling. Lin Feng had never grasped it until he encountered those 5 dogs at the recycling station, and now he could relate deeply. Sister, have you completed the payment? Young man, why the rush? Let us enjoy a cup of coffee together. Is it too much to ask? The young woman was not conventionally beautiful, but exuded a seductive charm with every gesture. To put it plainly, she was alluring and enticing. Yet Lin Feng was not one to be swayed by every dish on the menu. The label of a professional mistress above her head deterred him. I'm in a hurry, and besides, we have quite an age difference. It's inappropriate. You little rascal, are you rejecting your elder? The woman blushed slightly, causing Lin Feng to feel uneasy. A woman in her 40s, who had been with countless men, was now feigning modesty. Who could withstand such a display? Sister, please don't act like this. There are many people here. Let us conclude our transaction quickly to avoid any lingering complications. Truly ungrateful. She was perturbed by Lin Feng and Oppo's rejection. She had hoped to find solace in this handsome young man, but he was uncooperative. While her life as a mistress had provided her with ample wealth, she now faced the brink of abandonment. She planned to sell her property and relocate to seek new opportunities. Brother, I've transferred the money. If you change your mind, remember to contact your sister. I promise to let you experience what it feels like to soar. Sister, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Truly heartless. I'm about to leave this city. Does your brother have friends looking to buy a house? Are you selling your place in Tianshui Garden? Yes. There is nothing worth holding onto anymore. Mistresses have a short shelf life, and being cast aside is common. However, she had enjoyed a lifetime of luxury and wealth. Having received the money, Lin Feng prepared to depart, but just as he was about to rise from his seat, his expression shifted. He recalled a news article from his previous life about Tianshui Garden being announced for demolition due to its prime location, to be replaced by a commercial complex. He was uncertain when the announcement would be made, but he remembered he was delivering goods to Jiang Hailong at the time, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt. Now in May, it should be about 2 months away. The demolition was legitimate, and it was said that compensation was double the market value, leaving homeowners quite satisfied. Sister, are you really selling your house? Oh, does your brother have a friend interested in buying? My friend ISNT buying. I'm the one looking to purchase. You want to buy? She was evidently taken aback, scrutinizing Lin Feng to ascertain his financial capability. A young man in his 20s, dressed modestly. Could he truly afford a property in Tianshui Garden? This raised her suspicions. Do you know how much a house costs? I can't wait for you to secure a loan. Don't worry, I'll pay in full. I won't be taking out a loan. Currently, Lin Feng had 6 million available, ample funds to purchase a property in Tianshui Garden. The new developments in Sioux City were priced around 40 to 50,000 per square meter, and second-hand housing would certainly be even lower. Chapter 56. A return to square one. Attempted patricide? Shall we converse at my sister's abode? The woman batted her eyelashes, exuding a captivating allure, capable of ensnaring any naive young man in an instant. However, Lin Feng, a man of 2 lifetimes, remained impervious to such tactics. My dear, the Celestial Waters estate has been around for 7 or 8 years. If you and Oppos, unwilling to sell, I shall seek elsewhere. Her demeanor shifted instantaneously. All right, I and Oppos, LL sell. You truly cannot take a jest. I am a man of utmost integrity. Mr. Lin, a woman inquired earlier about anyone bringing a dog to claim the reward. Were you forthright? What did you convey? You had not yet arrived. Naturally, I was candid. Furthermore, I harbor a predilection for handsome men. Indeed, Ms. Jean, let us delve into the matter of the property. Lin Feng steered the conversation away. Jean Yu, eager to extricate herself, ceased her dalliance and chuckled. My apartment spans 120 square meters. At the current market value, it and Oppos, is worth 5 million. Considering your striking countenance, I shall include the furnishings as a complimentary gesture. I have only resided here for a year. Name, Jean Yu. Inner thoughts. This young man possesses a rather handsome visage. Alas, he is unwilling to share an evening with me. For the sake of his comeliness, I shall offer him a fair price for the apartment. Lin Feng reveled in his charm. Who dares claim that handsomeness is futile? It can indeed save one a considerable sum. However, a single apartment costing 5 million would necessitate a wait of at least a month before it could be showcased. In the wake of this transaction, he must seize any opportunity to procure funds, lest he find himself impoverished once more. Among those funds lay the 2 million provided by Chen and Oppos, as mother. Should she require it, and he be unable to furnish it, the situation would become rather awkward. Very well. Are there any impediments? When might Ms. Jean be available to finalize the transaction? At any moment. Splendid. Might we proceed forthwith? You appear rather eager. As do you. Jean Yu and Oppos' expression betrayed her surprise. Could this young man perceive her innermost thoughts? The duo departed the coffee shop and swiftly located a nearby agency. Completing a property transfer is a convoluted process, fraught with complications without the assistance of an intermediary. The real estate agent was a consummate professional. Given Lin Feng's ability to pay in full with cash, the process was further simplified. In accordance with current transactional protocols, Lin Feng need only deposit the funds into an escrow account held by the bank. The agency would then handle all remaining procedures. Upon completion of the transaction, the escrowed funds would be disbursed to Jean Yu and Oppos' account, thereby enhancing the security of the property transfer. After 2 hours of diligent effort, the affable agent escorted the pair to the exit. You shall both receive notification shortly. The transaction should be finalized within 3 days, at which point Mr. Lin may collect the title deed from the land registry. Ms. Jean and Oppos' fund shall also be credited to your account. As the agent departed, Jean Yu, still clinging to hope, inquired, would you not care to tarry at my sister and Oppos' residence? My dear, farewell. We shall meet again in the distant future. Utterly devoid of romance. She pouted, a hint of disappointment in her voice, and mused to herself, has age truly withered my charms, rendering me undesirable? As she prepared to depart, her gaze abruptly froze. Lin Feng, who had already walked 10 meters, suddenly halted. At his side stood a woman, or rather, an exquisite beauty. Jean Yu was astounded. She had never beheld such loveliness. No wonder he declined my invitation. This young man and Oppos' paramour is so breathtakingly beautiful. Compared to her, I am not only older, but also utterly eclipsed in terms of appearance. The thought of having attempted to seduce Lin Feng moments prior filled her with a sense of shame. He had shown her considerable grace by not introducing her to his true love. She lowered her head and hastened away, banishing any thought of seducing Lin Feng to the farthest reaches of her mind. She had no desire to suffer such humiliation. Lin Feng had been inwardly lamenting the inadequacy of his funds. A casual purchase of an apartment had cost him over $5 million. He was now experiencing the sensation of returning to the starting line for the first time. As he pondered this reversal of fortune, an unexpected figure materialized. Qin Mingyao from Dragon Tiger Manor had located him. She had changed into a white tracksuit, her hair styled in a spirited ponytail. She led Lin Feng to a secluded area within a nearby park and regarded him with a frigid gaze. "Madam, what is the purpose of this? Do you pine for my presence?" Lin Feng lit a cigarette, his tone flippant, his demeanor nonchalant. However, Qin Mingyao remained impassive, her eyes betraying no emotion. Name, Qin Mingyao and her thoughts. Why did I seek him out? How absurd. Wang Xiaohua intends to enlist a female assassin to deal with him. What concern is it of mine? How vexing. I must have ingested something deleterious. Good heavens, has this woman already developed an affection for me? It is only natural. I suppose. I am, after all, quite handsome. The primary reason must be those 2 playful spanks, which undoubtedly provided her with a novel experience of womanhood. As Lin Feng indulged in such fanciful notions, the air was suddenly pierced by a sharp sound. Startled, he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a paper playing card that had embedded itself at least 2 centimeters into the tree trunk behind him. "My dear, what is the meaning of this?" Upon realizing that her initial strike had missed its mark, Qin Mingyao frowned and produced 8 more cards from between her fingers. "Heavens, are you attempting to commit patricide? That simply will not do. You cannot speak with any eloquence." Qin Mingyao spat, and with a swift motion, she unleashed her arsenal of 8 playing cards. Each transformed into a deadly projectile, hurtling towards Lin Feng. Despite the card's velocity, Lin Feng's reflexes proved superior. With a subtle movement, he deftly evaded the attack. "You are indeed no ordinary man. Naturally. Did you expect your beloved to be commonplace? Shameless," Qin Mingyao retorted, her form flickering as she launched a barrage of cards, resembling a tempest of pear blossoms. This was her ultimate recourse, the dreaded art of card-based assassination. Ding! Knowledge and amp, oppos, SI has been activated. You have now fully mastered the art of card-based assassination. A notification chime resonated, and Lin Feng's mind flooded with a torrent of unfamiliar information. In an instant, he had acquired complete mastery of the technique. With a nimble somersault, he retrieved all of the cards that Qin Mingyao had discharged. A chorus of piercing sounds echoed as the opposing cards collided mid-air, producing the shrill rasp of blades meeting. "Phew, you are truly merciless. Had one of those struck me, I would be covered in bruises. If I were to suffer a mishap, how would you carry on? Why so irritable? Perhaps I should administer a few playful spanks myself?" Lin Feng unleashed a torrent of words, yet received no response. He raised his gaze to find Qin Mingyao staring at him in astonishment, her mouth agape, her expression akin to that of someone beholding a monstrous apparition. The art of card-based assassination was a skill she had painstakingly honed over many years. It was virtually unheard of, and she was certain that there was no other practitioner in the entire Yangtze River Delta region. Yet, why did this scoundrel possess the same technique? Her initial decision to seek out Lin Feng had been rather irrational. Wang Xiaohua's desire to harm him was of no concern to her. She had come this far and merely wished to assess Lin Feng's capabilities. However, her mind was now in utter disarray. "My dear, heed my counsel. Spouses may quarrel, but they should reconcile before retiring to bed. Let us cease this conflict and avoid becoming a spectacle." Qin Mingyao then realized that several elderly individuals were strolling nearby. Chapter 57. Invincible shamelessness and overbearing aura. Fortunately, they arrived just as the playful duel with playing cards had concluded, sparing them a spectacle that might have left them utterly bewildered. A lovers and oppos quarrel, perhaps? Take an old man's advice. No feud is too great for a married couple to resolve. Indeed, arguments at the head of the bed are often reconciled by the foot of it. Speak your minds openly and honestly. Young man, finding a partner these days is no easy feat. Such a beautiful young lady. Surely you must be the one who has wronged her? Heed my counsel, young man. Appease her. In my youth, my wife and I often bickered, but I always swallowed my pride and apologized. Don and Oppos, let regret consume you. Alas, the youth of today treat matters of the heart with such frivolity. A group of strolling elders immediately sensed the strained atmosphere and began to encourage reconciliation. Qin Mingyao's face flushed crimson. What was all this nonsense? She and Lin Feng were not a couple. Despite her involvement in the underworld, Qin Mingyao was a well-educated woman, and as an orphan, she was not inherently ruthless. Seeing the misunderstanding, she blushed and attempted to explain, but suddenly felt an arm encircle her waist. A jolt of electricity coursed through her, momentarily numbing her lower body. Just as she was about to erupt, the elderly gentleman beamed and said, "That's right. A man must take the initiative. Go home and apologize to your wife. No problem is insurmountable." "Grandfather, you speak wisely. I was foolish before. I will make amends this time. Indeed, perhaps some conjugal harmony will help to foster deeper affection." "You old lecher, must you speak such nonsense? Have you no shame?" An elderly woman scolded, but Lin Feng noticed a blush creeping up her cheeks. It seemed she had engaged in similar activities in her youth. The old man was quite the character. "Grandfather is right. I will endeavor to mend our relationship. Won't I, my dear?" With invincible shamelessness, Lin Feng had Qin Mingyao completely under his thumb. His hand caressed her waist, creating an unusual sensation that rendered her immobile. She dared not even meet his gaze. Seeing Qin Mingyao and Oppos' apparent reluctance, the onlookers assumed she was still upset. An elderly woman quickly chimed in, "Young lady, Don and Oppos, be stubborn. You wanted Oppos, realize what you had until it and Oppos has gone. Young lady, we and Oppos, been there. Take our word for it. Give your husband an olive branch. Darling, did you hear that? Harmony brings prosperity." Lin Feng subtly tightened his grip, sending another shiver down her spine. She needed to get rid of these elders quickly, lest he do something even more outrageous. Qin Mingyao was genuinely frightened. "Grandfather, grandmother, I understand. I will communicate and reason with him when we get home. Thank you." The elders smiled with satisfaction and departed. Smack! Qin Mingyao slapped Lin Feng's hand away, scolding, "How long are you going to keep your arm around me?" Alas, the elders were so enthusiastic. "We couldn't and Oppos, possibly disappoint them. Get lost." Lin Feng scoffed, raised his hand, and lightly smacked her bottom. "You, Don and Oppos, and Oppos, you and Oppos, me. We and Oppos, not that familiar. You assaulted me upon meeting, so a few playful smacks are a bargain for you." Qin Mingyao was speechless. Lin Feng was right. They were not close, and she had initiated this encounter. Moreover, her woman's intuition told her that she was no match for Lin Feng. Forcing herself to calm down, Qin Mingyao finally remembered her purpose. The previous events were too embarrassing to dwell on, so she abruptly changed the subject. Her tone icy. "You and Oppos, stirred up trouble. I and Oppos, stirred up plenty of trouble. Which trouble are you referring to?" Lin Feng and Oppos' expression of nonchalance was infuriating. "Wang Xiaohua is looking for you." "Wang Xiaohua? The head of Dragon Lake Manor? Wow. You and Oppos, not just a waitress, are you? How do you know this kind of information?" "My name is Qin Mingyao. Goddess. I've heard of you. Feng Shichan's goddaughter. No wonder you can kill with playing cards. Stop pretending. You knew my identity all along, didn't you?" Lin Feng mused inwardly that this woman was too clever. "All right, then why are you telling me this? Did you enjoy the butt smacking that much? I'm warning you. Don't mention that again, or you'll face my wrath. Miss Qin, you can't beat me. How will you show your wrath?" "You." She was momentarily stumped, unable to retort. At that moment, Lin Feng and Oppos' expression turned serious, his gaze fixed on Qin Mingyao. "What are you looking at?" "Don and Oppos, be nervous. I and Oppos, am touched that you came to warn me. Don and Oppos, misunderstand. I and Oppos, am not here to warn you. I just dislike him." "Ah, a rival then." Don and Oppos, jumped to conclusions. "It has nothing to do with you. Hee hee. Is he constantly pestering you? Annoying you? Lin Feng, my godfather entrusted Dragon Lake Manor to him for a reason. I and Amp, oppose. V warned you, so be careful. Qi Mingyao seemed unwilling to waste any more words on Lin Feng and turned to leave. Her posture suggested she was trying to escape something, as her mind was in turmoil. Since I dare to come to Dragon Lake Manor, I and oppose, am not afraid of Wang Xiaohua, or even Feng Shichong. Qi Mingyao paused. I advise you not to be careless. Wang Xiaohua is no pushover. Besides, you and oppose, V offended a female assassin. Haven and oppose to you? You know about that too? Wang Xiaohua is trying to enlist her. He's offering 5 million to take you out. That woman is no ordinary assassin. Her codename is Cloud, a top killer from abroad. Yeah, if I can intercept the dog from her grasp, I can easily handle her. Also, if you have the chance, tell Wang Xiaohua that he and oppose, D better kill me, or he and oppose, S doomed. Why one and oppose? Till you listen to advice. Lin Feng flicked his wrist, and a playing card shot out, embedding itself in the tree trunk next to Qin Mingyao. Her eyes widened in disbelief. 8 playing cards had struck the same spot. His skills were even better than hers. The Eye of Knowledge could not only instantly master a skill, but also optimize and perfect it. Lin Feng and oppose. S card throwing was now far superior to Qin Mingyao and oppose S. If they dare provoke me, they'll end up like this tree trunk. I'm leaving. Qin Mingyao couldn't bear to stay any longer. Lin Feng possessed a unique aura. He was clearly posturing, yet it didn't and oppose T feel out of place. She even felt a surge of overbearing confidence. The unprecedented tension quickened her heartbeat. Was this the legendary feeling of butterflies in her stomach? What was she even thinking? She quickened her pace, afraid to look back at Lin Feng, lest he see through her. Lin Feng, with a cigarette in his mouth, wore a smug expression. With his handsome looks and formidable strength, no woman could resist him. Even a goddess like Qin Mingyao would succumb to his overbearing aura. Risk warning. In 3 days, the female assassin Cloud will target you. Please be cautious. Chapter 58. Achieving cooperation in the internal reception room of the Longhu Mountain Villa, Wang Xiaohua regarded the stunning beauty before him with a stoic demeanor. It was no jest. This was not merely a woman, but a killing machine, and he was quite clear about the gravity of the situation. Though his influence in Sioux City was formidable, he understood that life was singular and precious. She was a professional. Assassination was as effortless for her as childish play. What is your identity, and what do you seek from me? Song Juro inquired coldly, her eyes glinting with latent menace. Miss Yun, do not be alarmed. I have summoned you for profit, Wang Xiaohua replied. Enough. Stand still. In a heartbeat, a dagger was pressed against Wang Xiaohua's throat. Zhong Haiyun was taken aback, poised to intervene, but Wang Xiaohua restrained him. Miss Yun, I harbor no ill intent, he reassured her. Song Juro withdrew her knife, recognizing a certain audacity in the man before her. Moreover, in contemporary China, she could not afford to act on impulse and commit murder. Speak, what is it you require? Surely you recognize this individual? She gestured toward a photograph on the table, her pupils contracting in shock. It was the man who had stolen her dog. Do not panic. The 3 individuals present that day were all under my command. Do you harbor animosity toward him? A minor grievance, she acknowledged. Thus, you wish to enlist my help to deal with him? However, I must inform you that my services are not inexpensive. After all, we are in China, and the risks of killing are substantial. Moreover, since you are familiar with my principles, although he has wronged me, I shall not slay him. Ha! You possess a strong character. I have no intention of having you kill him. Merely bringing him to me will suffice. I shall offer you 5 million. Song Juro was taken aback. 5 million Chinese yuan, while not substantial in the past, was a considerable sum in the present context. Evaluating the risks, she deemed it feasible, especially since she had her own grievances with Lin Feng and wished to teach him a lesson. An advance of 2 million. Do we have a deal? Agreed. Haiyun. Arrange the funds. Wang Xiaohua responded readily. The unfolding events adhered entirely to his logic. He did not wish for Lin Feng's demise. However, the boy was excessively arrogant, repeatedly crossing paths with him, necessitating a lesson. If he could be turned to his advantage, That would be ideal. If not, a demonstration of authority was essential. After all, he could not let Qin Ming Yao and Amp Oppos S advances go unpunished. Grant me 3 days, he stated. All right, I will await your news. As they watched Miss Yin depart, Zhong Haiyan remarked, Master Hua, we could have sought him out ourselves. Have you forgotten the last lesson? That was mere carelessness. Fear not. It is not only that I doubt your capabilities. This is a personal matter for me. Entrusting it to outsiders is far safer. Even if she fails, we bear no loss and can remain detached. Master Hua, your foresight is commendable. 2 days later, Lin Feng and Jin Yu successfully concluded their transaction. Brother, truly sister, let it be. We are ill-suited for one another. Brother, you are heartless. I shall take my leave. Jin Yu's woeful expression sent a chill through Lin Feng, who found her tastes rather excessive. Merely a few steps away, Lin Feng was accosted. Jin Yu, witnessing this scene, was left agape. Another woman had appeared beside Lin Feng, her beauty rivaling that of the last. Goodness, no wonder he remains unattached. I would be humiliating myself otherwise. Jin Yu pondered her own worth, feeling inferior as she departed with a sigh. Lin Feng regarded Song Jiro with an air of calm, his gaze brazenly sweeping over her form. Are you not afraid of me? You are but a woman. What do I have to fear? He retorted. You had best provide me with an explanation, she demanded, her tone laced with intent. Let wesiest. Whoever possesses the ability shall claim the bounty. The capable shall prevail. Very well. Do you dare to accompany me? By heavens, am I to fear you? What did you possibly do to me? Song Jiro's brow furrowed, her cheeks tinged with red as she recognized that she had encountered a rogue. 5 minutes later, they found themselves at an abandoned construction site, desolate and void of life. Are you inviting me for a rendezvous? Lin Feng quipped. Your words are mere drivel, she retorted, her patience wearing thin. A dagger materialized in her hand as she advanced like a leopard, closing the distance to Lin Feng in an instant. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he seemed to vanish. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me, she protested, struggling against his grip, which felt akin to iron shackles around her waist. What is your intention, you rogue? She exclaimed, having never encountered such a predicament, her heart racing with alarm as she fought to escape. Ah, a female assassin. How quaint, he mused. How did you discover my identity? After returning to China, Song Jiro had suffered 2 defeats at Lin Feng's hands. Now, her identity laid bare, she was taken aback. Do not overreact. Even if you are an assassin, what of it? To me, you are merely a woman. Lin Feng released her, and this time, Song Jiro refrained from making any hasty movements, remaining vigilant as she observed him. Now, disclose who sent you. Should you refuse to cooperate, I shall broadcast your location to foreign websites. How shameless, she scoffed. Very well. If you refuse to cooperate, I shall take my leave. Stop. I shall speak. Confronted with a man, she could neither overpower nor escape. She had no choice but to betray her employer. A man named Wang Xiaohua sent me to find you, offering a reward of 500,000. Ah, so I am of considerable worth, Lin Feng mused, initially intending to let her go, but then a message flashed before him. In 24 hours, at 5:44 p.m. tomorrow, a gas explosion will occur at the Dongfang seafood restaurant, resulting in severe casualties. Lin Feng pondered, a sinister idea creeping into his mind. I have a favor to ask of you. Song Jiro froze, confusion clouding her features. She assumed today's events would not conclude amicably. Why was he still seeking her assistance? Do not be alarmed. As a woman, I would not impose upon you. I am a female assassin, she reminded him. Very well. Let me contact Yao Yaoling Wait. What favor do you require? Please relay a message to Wang Xiaohua for me. Speak. Instruct him that should he truly wish to trouble me, I offer him an opportunity. I shall be at the Dongfang seafood restaurant at 5:35 p.m. tomorrow. Tell him that if he is late, he shall have no further chances. Is that all? Indeed, what did you expect? Very well. I shall take my leave now. Hey, assassin, should you find yourself in dire straits, feel free to seek me out. I assure you, I shall treat you well. She regarded him with a piercing gaze, coolly stating, I have no interest. What a pity. Even in such despair, you choose to pretend. Lin Feng remarked, a spark of excitement igniting within him. If Wang Xiaohua were to attend, it would surely prove exhilarating. Chapter 59. The explosion. This time, he is cautious according to the memories of his previous life. The explosion at the Dongfang seafood restaurant, caused by gas leak, resulted in a tragic toll of 10 lives lost and 30 injured. The aftermath cost over 50 million, leading the owner to shut down and declare bankruptcy. He had no intention of intervening in this matter. After all, no one would believe him if he spoke up. Instead, he saw it as an opportunity to potentially eliminate Wang Xiaohua. Isn't it Lin Feng? What? Did he fail? Yes, I have returned the 200,000 deposit to you. Additionally, he asked me to inform you that if you wish to retaliate against him, you should arrive at the Dongfang seafood restaurant by 5:35 p.m. tomorrow. Do not be late. Did you disclose my information? He was already aware of it. Song Zhiro told a lie, but in reality, Lin Feng indeed knew who was responsible. What else did he say? Nothing more, just that. I must leave now. Zhong Haiyun attempted to stop her, but was firmly restrained by Wang Xiaohua. Are we just letting her go? Fine. We have no grievances with her. I never anticipated that even she would be unable to deal with Lin Feng. What should we do? Should we find him? Yes, we must seek him out, but I sense something amiss. Brother Hua, is there an issue? Wang Xiaohua tapped the table a few times, her voice low. Is it possible he wishes to invite us for a peaceful meal? Is that conceivable? Even the clouds have no way to deal with him. Could it be that we are to treat him? Come on, Haiyan, don't be foolish. I believe there is a conspiracy at play. He is not a mindless villain like in the movies. Extraordinary situations often conceal extraordinary motives. Lin Feng merely extended an invitation. If they chose not to attend, it would imply fear of him. Haiyan, we must go. However, let us wait outside to see what this fellow is truly up to. All right, should we bring others? No need, just come with me. In Sioux City, aside from the police, who else should I fear? The name Wang Xiaohua alone commanded respect in the underworld of Sioux City. The reason for their caution stemmed from the fear of Lin Feng playing tricks. In a straightforward confrontation, he was not intimidated. Fine, Brother Hua. Then, tomorrow evening, we shall meet this fellow. Wang Xiaohua nodded. Her curiosity piqued regarding Lin Feng's intentions. After resolving her inner turmoil, Chun Yunxi dedicated herself wholeheartedly to her work. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, could not muster the confidence to ask her to enjoy a life of leisure at home, especially since he was currently alone, making work more convenient. He arranged to meet Zhang Dongyang, and the two arrived at a tea restaurant in the city center around 5 in the evening. The outdoor seating on the second floor offered a splendid view of the resplendent Dongfang seafood restaurant. Brother Feng, what is so good to eat here? It's not as good as a street stall. Zhang Dongyang took a bite of the shrimp dumpling, smacking his lips, feeling unimpressed. No worries, we could try something different. I'm not boasting. The seafood here pales in comparison to the fried noodles at the village stalls. Look, there is someone familiar. Oh, is that Wang Xiaohua? At the entrance of the Dongfang seafood restaurant, Wang Xiaohua and Zhong Haiyun disembarked from a taxi but did not enter the establishment. Name, Wang Xiaohua. Inner thoughts. This guy inviting me here must have ulterior motives. I'll observe from outside. If there is a conspiracy, I'll be prepared to escape. Hint, the other party is overly cautious and will avoid the explosion incident. Their life is not yet forfeit. But this event will leave an indelible shadow on their psyche, instilling a fear from the depths of their soul in the future. My goodness, aren't those two big shots? Why are they taking a taxi to dinner and not entering? Are they waiting for someone? Ha! Perhaps they think the feng shui is unfavorable? Huh? Brother Feng, what do you mean? Just dining. Soon we'll head to the antique market. Lin Feng felt a pang of regret. He anticipated that this cunning fellow would be capable of eliminating his opponent. If he succeeded, he would bear no psychological burden. Yet on the flip side, this allowed him some peace. Zhang Dongyang devoured his meal ravenously, despite claiming he didn't prefer street food. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, startling him to the point of spitting out the shrimp dumpling he had just eaten. As he looked towards the balcony, he was utterly stunned. The premier seafood establishment in Sioux City was engulfed in flames. A massive fireball soared into the sky, staining the horizon crimson. The restaurant erupted in a cacophony of explosions, transforming what was once a lavish venue into a hellish nightmare. The sounds of chaos, weeping, and screams filled the air, causing numerous diners in the tea restaurant to hide beneath their tables. What on earth is happening? A terrorist attack? Terrorist attack, my foot. See, I told you this place had bad feng shui. Believe it or not, Wang Xiaohua has had some good fortune. Brother Feng, you're incredible. Have you finished eating? Hurry up and leave. Soon the police and fire department will arrive in droves, and we won't be able to escape. Oh, I'm done. Lin Feng settled the bill and departed with Zhang Danyang, both shocked by the explosion and Oppo's sheer power. It served as a wake-up call. Despite his strength, he was far from invincible. Unless he could withstand a nuclear blast, there were countless means in this world that could lead to his demise. Coughing violently, Wang Xiaohua finally regained his composure, nearly terrified to the point of losing control. Had he entered the restaurant, he would likely have met a grim fate. Watching the injured being carried away on stretchers, the gruesome sights stirred deep emotions within him. He had seen many things, yet today's scene was overwhelmingly horrific. Soon, the sounds of sirens filled the air as police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks rushed to the scene. It was as if the world had turned into a living hell. Hi, Yin, are you alright? I'm fine. That was too close. Fortunately, we didn't go in. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. He too was shaken, his face pale as a ghost. This is just too bizarre. Was it premeditated or coincidental? I can't shake the feeling that Lin Feng carries an ominous aura. Wang Xiaohua furrowed his brow, perplexed but resolute that he should avoid provoking this individual in the future. A moment of weakness could cost him his life. Let us return. Remember, no one is to speak of this incident. Let bygones be bygones, but we must not provoke Lin Feng again. Wang Xiaohua was genuinely cautious this time. Meanwhile, in a rental apartment on the outskirts of Sioux City, Song Jiro, slurping instant noodles, stared blankly at the live local news on television. An explosion at Dongfang's seafood restaurant? She jolted back to reality, cold sweat beading on her forehead. If memories serve her right, tonight was the night Lin Feng was supposed to meet Wang Xiaohua, and the explosion occurred just a minute before their scheduled time. Coincidence or premeditation? Were they safe? The female assassin panicked and hurriedly began packing her belongings, knowing that if anything happened to Wang Xiaohua, she would bear the brunt of it, and staying in Sioux City would be impossible. At the entrance of the antique market, Lin Feng and Zhang Danyang had circled around without any fruitful discoveries. Continuing down this path was not viable. They needed to find something of substance to occupy their time, especially since all their funds were tied up in the Tian Shui garden property, which would take 2 months to liquidate. The items in their possession were temporarily unsellable, a source of genuine concern. Chapter 60. A path illuminated Brother Feng. Just now, a blast claimed the lives of over a dozen people. Mind your own business. We need to focus on making money. I just think it an Oppo's SA pity. Wang Xiaohua seems to have survived. It has an Oppo's even made the news. On the surface, Feng Shichang is an entrepreneur, and Wang Xiaohua is his assistant, somewhat well known. If she had died, it would definitely be reported. They have no enmity with us. Wishing death upon him is excessive. They're all potential adversaries. If they perish, it would be one less concern. Brother Feng, Longhu Mountain Villa has considerable influence. I was merely contemplating. Zhang Danyang is quite clever, yet what truly concerns Lin Feng is the notion of vast power. In this era, being a lone wolf allows one to act freely, but one in Oppo's status must be supported by strength. One cannot simply annihilate others upon disagreement. That would be akin to self-destruction. Danyang, do you have any ideas on how to establish our own influence? Establish our own influence? But Brother Feng, you've distanced yourself from society. Who says one must mingle with society to build their own power? Brother Feng, to establish influence, one must have followers. If you recruit subordinates without engaging with society, it becomes unfeasible. Moreover, this could attract police attention, leading to accusations of illegal gatherings. What if we start a company? A company? Brother Feng, we currently have no clear purpose for a company, and hiring dozens of bodyguards for a regular business seems unreasonable. Are we to start a security firm? Zhang Danyang jested, but Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his expression brightening with excitement. What did you just say? A security company? Wow, Dongyang, you are truly a genius. To think of such an excellent idea. Lin Feng enthusiastically patted his shoulder, causing Dongyang to grimace in pain. Brother Feng, are you really considering starting a security company? No. No, I intend to establish a security group, training not just any ordinary guards, but true elites. Security companies are quite popular overseas, catering to the elite and dignitaries. Such enterprises exist in Huaxia, but few excel. Abroad, these firms resemble mercenaries. Brother Feng like those in the movies? Precisely. In this way, we can recruit subordinates and discreetly cultivate our influence. Zhang Dongyang's eyes sparkled with admiration for this ingenious dual benefit. Brother Feng, this will require substantial funds. Indeed, but it's not urgent. In about 2 months, we should have enough. 2 months? That's rather swift. Do not worry about the money. When the time comes, we'll rent a venue, register the company, recruit personnel, and commence operations. Dongyang, you shall serve as the legal representative. Me? The legal representative? Zhang Dongyang was taken aback. Lin Feng wanted him to assume the role of the boss. Exactly. You will be the chairman. I'm rather lazy. Lin Feng had numerous tasks to attend to, and Dongyang was the most suitable candidate for this role. However, merely having funds was insufficient to establish a security company. We need capable individuals. They must not be incompetent. We also require trainers. That's manageable. If necessary, I can step in myself. The eye of knowledge enables me to instantly master various skills, complemented by my exceptional physical capabilities. Training others would be a breeze. Brother Feng, you are too kind to me. Zhang Dongyang and Apos, his eyes brimmed with tears. Enough of that. This is a promising path, but we must prepare for many things. Let us revisit this in 2 months. After the demolition of the Tianshui garden property, Lin Feng would receive around 10 million in compensation, sufficient for investment. Once an opportunity arises, he could exchange the gold acquired from Jinyuange, further bolstering his finances. Wow, that woman is stunning. Suddenly, Zhang Dongyang's startled exclamation startled Lin Feng. He looked up, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, fate was peculiar, as he once again encountered the female assassin, Song Zhiro. This time, she was sporting a backpack, navigating through the crowd with a somewhat distressed expression. The assassin, startled by the news of the explosion, plans to leave Sioux City overnight for a southern city. Hint: the assassin, having faced repeated setbacks in Sioux City, prepares to seek new opportunities in another city. Lin Feng stifled a laugh. The incident had caught the assassin off guard, an unexpected delight. It was amusing to think that she had been frightened by the explosion. He contemplated, ultimately deciding against greeting her. The troubles surrounding the assassin were not worth provoking, primarily due to a lack of benefit. Name: Song Zhiro. Internal monologue. Another escape. We'll end. If not, perhaps I'll head to Southeast Asia to work as a mercenary. Though risky, it beats starving. Lin Feng and Apos, as heart stirred, suddenly struck by what appeared to be an outrageous idea. This woman possessed far superior skills than Qin Mengyao and had experienced significant scenarios. Her physical and psychological resilience was undoubtedly formidable. The risks of becoming a mercenary in Southeast Asia were considerable. While his forthcoming security company required an instructor, she was a perfect fit. Hey, Brother Feng, where are you off to? I and Apos, am going to strike up a conversation with a beautiful lady. Impressive. Zhang Dongyang gave a thumbs up, hurrying to follow. If he possessed even a fraction of Brother Feng and Apos' prowess, he wouldn't Apos' still be single. Hey miss, where you headed? Startled, Song Zhiro turned to find Lin Feng before her, her expression shifting dramatically. Relax, I mean no harm. You didn't attend the appointment? I did, but the location had poor feng shui, so I left. Turns out there was an explosion. I'm rather lucky, aren't Apos? He wore a look of lingering trepidation, prompting suspicion in Song Zhiro. Did he not know the place was about to explode? Merely fortunate to have evaded calamity? Miss, it seems we are fated to meet again. Step aside. I have no time for you. Are you leaving Sioux City? That's none of your business. Huh? You, an assassin with a bounty on your head from abroad, plan to venture overseas? What else you're thinking? Song Zhiro's face registered shock as she blurted. How do you know I intend to go abroad? Just a guess. She assumed Lin Feng was mocking her and turned to walk away. Wait, what do you want? Don't be anxious. You seem to be in a predicament. The risks of going abroad are high. It may be wiser to remain in Sioux City. How about joining me in building a career? Lin Feng and Amp. Oppose. As proposition stunned Song Jiro into silence. Join you in building a career? Absurd. Come on. Free meals and accommodation, with an annual salary of no less than 500. 000. Wooden and Oppose. That'd be more comfortable than heading abroad? With a bounty of $10 million, do you think you can ensure your safety once you leave? At his words, Song Jiro's body trembled, and she halted her steps. Lin Feng spoke the truth. Her current situation was fraught with peril. Chapter 61. Boarding the thief ship. Special channels, my dear. Were you still contemplating? Opportunities are fleeting and will not present themselves again. I am not one to reconsider my choices. Of course, you may regard me with disdain at present, given that my career is yet to flourish. However, your indifference today shall render you unable to reach my heights in the future. Consider it well. I assure you, my environment is far safer than your travels abroad. Song Jiro was too preoccupied to question how Lin Feng knew so much about her. Instead, she found herself calming down. The ability to engage in a battle of wits with Wang Xiaohua in Sioux City and to outmaneuver her spoke volumes about Lin Feng as capabilities. Meanwhile, she struggled to even secure a meal in Huaxia, and the prospect of having meals and accommodation provided was certainly appealing. What are you preparing to have me do in your enterprise? Security. Mercenaries? To Song Jiro, security equated to mercenaries. No. It is a legitimate security company, and I want you to be my instructor. Instructor? Are you serious? How could I possibly come to your place for lessons? Kindly choose your words more carefully. Enough. Do not tell me that individuals of your ilk are solely skilled in the art of killing. That cannot be true. You hold a black belt in karate, are proficient in sanda, taekwondo, and Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Your strength is formidable. Additionally, you have undergone military training, excelling in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, disguise, and infiltration. You are precisely the talent I require. How do you know all this? She was exasperated, as it seemed Lin Feng was aware of everything. Never mind how I know. Just give me an answer. I must inform you that there is but one opportunity, and you have 1 minute to consider. Brother Feng, do you know her? Somewhat acquainted. She is indeed skilled. However, she ran into trouble abroad. Alas, my sense of justice is rather strong. I must be cautious not to disclose too much. Of course, if she is one of our own, I can certainly keep this a secret. Song Jiro panicked, given Lin Feng's audacity. He might very well spill the beans, and that was her Achilles heel. Forget it. I must first resolve the immediate predicament. He is exploiting me, and I am merely returning the favor. All right, I accept. When do I commence my duties? I will arrange accommodation for you tomorrow, settle in first, and await my notification. Understood. I shall take my leave. Wait, you have vacated your residence. Where will you stay? Do you have any money on you? Lin Feng, with a mischievous expression, provoked her. I could stay under a bridge. You need not concern yourself. Here is my contact information. Inform me once the accommodation is arranged. She handed him a piece of paper with a phone number. How absurd. I would give you 500 yuan to secure your own room. If word got out that I let you sleep under a bridge, it would seem as if I were mistreating my employees. Lin Feng produced 500 yuan and handed it to her. Song Jiro hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the money. I will repay you when I receive my salary. Huh, such sentiments, as if I were particularly concerned about this trifling amount. Work diligently, and I assure you, you will not be shortchanged. With a puzzled expression, Song Jiro inquired, if you are to engage in security, why must we wait 2 months? Funding is not yet secured. Are you truly oblivious? Lin Feng felt helpless. He possessed at least 5 million in gold, but without a means to exchange it, it was of no use. Tip: the female assassin possesses special channels akin to the black market, allowing for the safe and reliable exchange of gold. Ah, it seems there is an unexpected windfall. Lin Feng rejoiced. This batch of gold weighed over 10 pounds, and, at the current rate of over 900 per gram, it amounted to nearly 5 million. This sum was sufficient to provide him some breathing room. May I take my leave? Seeing Lin Feng silent, Song Jiro asked again, "Are you not a female assassin? Do you have any channels to exchange items?" "What do you mean?" Song Jiro displayed a look of confusion, clearly unaware of Lin Feng's intent. "I possess a batch of gold and seek a place to exchange it. Surely you have a solution?" "How do you know I have a solution?" "See, you have admitted it. So, will you assist me in the exchange? I will offer you a commission." Currently, Song Jiro was consumed by greed. Upon hearing of potential earnings, her spirit revived. "How much do you wish to exchange? What will you offer me?" "Over 10 pounds, approximately 500,000, and I shall give you 50,000. "What? Forget it. You ought to figure it out yourself. That is far too exploitative. I refuse to be your free labor. You see, the process is quite simple, and I can even breach the firewall to access foreign websites. Oh dear, $1 million bounty on your head. With your beauty, should you be captured, the consequences would be dire." Lin Feng exaggerated his expressions, yet his words struck a chord with Song Jiro. The domestic authorities were manageable, as she had not committed crimes in Huaxia. However, should she fall into the hands of those abroad, she couldn't help but shiver at the thought. The outcome would undoubtedly be grim. "Very well, I shall assist you." Though reluctant, she had no choice but to acquiesce, given that Lin Feng held leverage over her. "Do you require transportation?" "Not necessary. Simply inform me of the trading location." "Professional indeed. No wonder you are a top-tier female assassin. Solutions are abundant." After a moment and amp, oppose, as contemplation, he thought of the recycling station, and it would also provide him a chance to check on the 5 little ones. At 3 a.m. At the recycling station made by Sure2. Does that work for you? "Cash or transfer?" "Cash." "Very well, just wait here. What precautions should I take?" "Prepare your items. Ensure you have the correct weights, as discrepancies will lead to complications." Lin Feng nodded in understanding, reflecting on the hidden complexities within the modern metropolis, far beyond his initial assumptions. He knew he must remain grounded and exercise caution. While he sought to exchange gold, he could not afford to expose his identity, lest he invite endless troubles. Chapter 62. 5 million in hand. Eradicating the roots, Lin Feng concealed himself in the shadows, his eyes gleaming like 2 brilliant stars in the darkness. At the entrance, a burlap sack was suddenly tossed towards him, followed by a figure leaping down from the wall. The individual surveyed the surroundings cautiously, and upon confirming safety, tapped twice on the wall. Shortly after, another figure descended. "Where are the people? The time has come, yet they have not arrived." Just a moment longer. There remained 2 minutes until 3 o'clock. Lin Feng remained unperturbed, having no intention of revealing himself. The 2 individuals were middle-aged, slender, and their agility was evident as they effortlessly scaled the 3-meter wall. Name: Wang Dong, Jianghai. Identity: employees of the global black market in the Jiangnan region of China. Details: affiliated with the global black market in China, responsible for daily transactions. Note: professional black market traders, well-versed in the rules, 0 risk in transactions with them. My goodness, the global black market. One can only imagine the caliber of the individuals behind it. It sent chills down Lin Feng's spine. Such formidable figures were far beyond his current reach. The system and Oppo's hints were infallible, yet Lin Feng was still unwilling to engage in a face-to-face transaction. The world of underworld dealings was treacherous, and human intentions were often inscrutable. As 3:00 and Oppo's clock approached, the 2 men frowned at their watches, noting Lin Feng and Oppo's absence. This man lacks punctuality, or does he harbor some ulterior motive? The transaction details were provided by our esteemed VIP. There should be no issue. This is China. Perhaps they are merely exercising caution. Engaging in black market dealings for gold undoubtedly involves dubious origins, so a little caution is warranted. Lin Feng Kuden and Oppo's helped but chuckle, having seen through their thoughts. He indeed wished to be cautious, but had never contemplated an actual meeting. With the cooldown for his immobilization ability long since expired, he seized the opportunity. In the pitch-black night, a ripple suddenly swept through the air, rendering the 2 men stiff and frozen in place. With only a minute to spare, Lin Feng could not afford to waste time. He swiftly concluded the transaction and prepared to depart. He extracted 10 pounds of gold from his space and approached the 2 men, discarding the gold at their feet while casting a glance at the burlap sack. 5 million in cash instantly appeared in his personal space. Lin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, satisfied as he regarded the two men. My apologies, brothers. I simply feared complications. You may remain in a state of bewilderment for a while. Farewell. With that, Lin Feng exchanged a quick nod with his 5 dogs and departed hastily. With 5 million secured, his spirits soared, revitalized by the long-lost sense of security. A minute later, at the scrap yard, the air rippled as the two middle-aged men stood in confusion. Suddenly, one of them jolted back to reality, glancing down to discover a box at their feet, while the burlap sack containing the money had vanished without a trace. This gold is genuine, and its weight is satisfactory. What has transpired? Why do I feel as if I've lost my memory? Do you feel it too? I sense the same. It seems the transaction party used some sophisticated anesthetic to conceal their identity. Damn it, how perilous. Who possesses such audacity? Forget it. We have the goods now. Let us depart, and this matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, we will have to pack our bags and leave. Understood. If the higher-ups discover we were incapacitated during the transaction, we are finished. Thus, the two men kept the incident to themselves. As long as the quantity of gold was intact, everything else would be inconsequential. Lin Feng returned home, elated with his 5 million. Today, Chen Yunqi happened to be at home, having not seen each other for a long time. Even the approaching dawn could not quell their fervor, leading to quite the passionate encounter. Lin Feng, what have you been up to? Why are you returning home so late? Busy with work. I plan to establish a security company in 2 months. A security company? One of those high-end bodyguard firms from the movies? Something akin to that. Will you have enough funds? If not, I can assist. Lin Feng felt a pang of gratitude. In his previous life, he had failed to cherish her, blinded by affection for Zhang Qian. No need. I have sufficient funds. Once my business is on track, you can take it easy. I refuse. Women must have their own careers, so they are not at your mercy. Chen Yunqi genuinely wished to spare Lin Feng from excessive fatigue, and earning her own money would ensure she could provide for him if needed. Very well, but you must not indulge in keeping a lover. Get lost. By the way, I saw Li Chaolong today. Lin Feng was taken aback. He had nearly forgotten that name. Ever since Li Sun and Appo's death, he had ceased to pay attention to that family. ISN and Appo's paralyzed? Indeed, but he appears to be recovering well. He dined at my restaurant today. However, with his son deceased, he seemed rather unwell. Money truly is essential. Without it, one risks never recovering. Having almost forgotten about the man, Lin Feng felt a twinge of concern upon Chen Yunqi and Appo's mention. He had captured a wanted criminal and claimed the bounty. Yet with Li Sun gone, Li Chaolong, known for his narrow-mindedness, could very well seek revenge against him. The most pressing issue was that this old man was no ordinary figure. He was a powerful player behind Jiang Hailong, the true financier. Lin Feng, what troubles you? Oh, nothing. It's getting late. You should rest. Will you not sleep? I have matters to attend to shortly. You and Appo's, re-exhausting yourself. Don't push too hard. It's detrimental to your health. Her unwavering trust in Lin Feng was evident. Rest assured, I am remarkably resilient. How annoying. Chen Yunqi turned over and fell into a deep slumber. Lin Feng lit a cigarette, exited the bedroom, and retreated to the living room. He needed to devise a plan to eradicate any lingering threats. This old fox would undoubtedly keep a close watch on him. He possessed evidence of the man's illicit dealings. And while he had contemplated revenge, the challenge lay in how to submit this evidence to the authorities. A formal report would undoubtedly raise suspicions, potentially backfiring spectacularly. Lin Feng muttered to himself, feeling increasingly agitated. While violent solutions were feasible, they carried even greater risks. Risk alert. Li Chaolong believes your failure to save Li Sun at the crime scene directly led to his son and Appo's death. He harbors resentment and is preparing to seek revenge. As anticipated, this old fox has laid the blame squarely at his feet. If he does not act preemptively, there is a genuine fear that the desperate man may lash out at those around him. Lin Feng realized he had been exceedingly careless this time. Beep. The system has gifted you an unexpected surprise. The virtual identity concealment system has successfully activated. Description: This system allows you to hide your identity while surfing the internet and using your mobile phone. Cool down period, 3 days. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy as he extinguished his cigarette and examined the system. Goodness, with this device, all my identity information can be concealed while making calls or browsing online. Consequently, he could anonymously report Li Chaolong, as the materials he held were sufficient to ensure the old man would spend the remainder of his life behind bars. Chapter 63, Anonymous Report. The true face of quality entrepreneurs Lin Feng chuckled quietly to himself. This ability emerged at the most opportune moment, truly remarkable. He took out his phone, opened a short video platform, and entered the name Li Chaolong. As expected, numerous local news articles from the past fortnight featured him, with several even trending. Renowned entrepreneur overcomes the pain of losing a child and dedicates himself to philanthropy. Though his body is frail, he channels his grief into caring for others. In this news piece, Li Chaolong donated 10 million to a charitable organization, appearing serious in a wheelchair, surrounded by numerous reporters. Damn it, his son has passed away. Yet he continues to craft a public persona. Capitalists lack compassion. Though the loss of his son is painful, it must be leveraged. This wave of publicity garnered Li Chaolong considerable goodwill, establishing his image. This will greatly benefit his future business endeavors. He truly plays his cards well. The old man is quite resilient. If not for the inadvertent reminder from Chen Yunxi, he would have nearly overlooked this opportunity. Within the spatial confines, the transaction records between Jiang Hailong and Li Chaolong were extracted by Lin Feng. Alas, this time, it would inadvertently benefit Feng. This chief of the Serious Crimes Unit ought to be grateful to Lin Feng, as one could argue that his promising future is intertwined with Lin Feng's actions. At the Sioux City police station, Feng had not returned home to rest for several days. Although the case concerning Jiang Hailong appeared resolved on the surface, the reality was far from it. Clear evidence suggested he had support from someone behind the scenes. Yet, after extensive investigation, no leads had surfaced. Captain Gua, could it be that we have miscalculated? Nonsense. What level of underworld organization would dare to operate on such a scale? There must be someone backing him. We must investigate further. However, it has been months with no leads. Are we overanalyzing? Nonsense. Jiang Hailong's trafficking of contraband poses a severe threat to society. If we do not uproot the organization behind him, the consequences could be dire. Drugs are the most dangerous to society, and they are what Feng detests most. Jiang Hailong is merely a pawn. Eliminate him, and another will take his place. I hope we can resolve this swiftly. Patience is key. There is a big fish behind this, and we must remain composed. Feng felt the urgency, but knew that haste would not yield results. Patience was essential. His phone vibrated on the table. Picking it up, Feng frowned, muttering, "What is this?" "It's garbled. Captain Gua, it's likely a scam message." "Scam messages are coming my way now. Let us see what new trick this is." Feng opened the message, and upon reading it, his pupils dilated in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. The mysterious garbled message contained 2 attachments, one document and one video, labeled "The Hidden Hand Behind Jiang Hailong." "Captain, what's wrong?" "I received an anonymous tip-off that provides information on the mastermind behind Jiang Hailong." "Is it credible?" "From which number?" "It's garbled. Have the tech department investigate. I need to see if this is a prank or something genuine." "Understood." The young officer hurried away, and Feng opened the provided materials. The document was a transaction ledger, and upon seeing the transaction targets, he was left dumbfounded. How could this be? It can't be real. Feng discovered the transaction record between Li Chaolong and Jiang Hailong, with staggering amounts clearly indicating the trade involved contraband. He forced himself to suppress his astonishment and opened the video file, which totaled 30 minutes and was a compilation. Feng, experienced as he was, recognized immediately that this was secretly recorded footage by Jiang Hailong, fearing abandonment and becoming a pawn. "Captain, the tech department says they cannot trace the source of this number." "What? Even a virtual number shouldn't be untraceable. They claim the number has been encrypted through special means. Its origin is entirely unknown." "Damn it. Who could this person be?" "Captain, what exactly do they send?" "Forget that. Mobilize the team and prepare to apprehend Li Chaolong immediately." "Li, Li Qiaolong? The subordinates were stunned. He was a resilient entrepreneur, recently in the limelight. Why the sudden decision to apprehend him? Indeed, we must arrest him. Hurry, and ensure no mistakes are made. The mastermind behind Jiang Hailong is him. The tide was turning in Sioux City, and the transformation of the powerful would surely astonish many. During this time, Li Qiaolong had successfully crafted a public persona for himself, emerging as a commendable entrepreneur. Resources would increasingly favor him. Although he mourned his son's death, he was furious at Lin Feng, who had the power to save him but chose not to intervene. Life must go on, money must be earned, and vengeance must be exacted. The old man sat in his wheelchair, gazing out at the view from the floor-to-ceiling windows, his expression calm. He planned to take action in a week, seeking to deal with Lin Feng, thus providing some closure for his son. Chairman, no. It's bad. The frantic voice of his secretary broke the silence. Having endured the pain of losing his son and becoming disabled himself, Li Qiaolong's mentality had shifted drastically. He no longer panicked in the face of adversity. What's the matter? Why the panic? Is the sky falling? Gua Haifeng is here. What does he want? Is he here to discuss the case? Chairman, the first floor has been sealed off by the police. He says he intends to arrest you. Ah, arrest? On what grounds? A flicker of emotion crossed Li Qiaolong and Amp. Oppo's face, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. On what grounds? We have concrete evidence. You are the financial backer behind Jiang Hailong. Li Qiaolong, you've hidden yourself well. Gua Haifeng had approached him directly, cold handcuffs clamping around his wrist. Don't be hasty in your defense. Look at the evidence. This document is your transaction ledger with Jiang Hailong, and this video is footage of your meetings. What further excuses do you have? Li Qiaolong's mind buzzed. He had yet to exact revenge and could not afford to be captured. Is this evidence provided by Jiang Hailong? Don't think too much. Jiang Hailong is quite loyal to you, perhaps believing you could assist him from the outside. Unfortunately, he has run out of opportunities. Gua Haifeng waved, and two officers forcefully escorted Li Qiaolong toward the exit. Let go of me. On what grounds are you arresting me? Those videos are fake. I do not acknowledge them. Captain, the first floor is swarming with media. No one knows how they got wind of this. These people have sharper noses than dogs. We don't know how they obtained this information, but everyone has the right to know. Do not obstruct, maintain order, and ensure there is no disruption. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was comfortably seated at home, casually watching the latest news, initially intending to witness Li Qiaolong's arrest, but instead stumbled upon an unexpected surprise. Chapter 64, A Dual Plunge into the Water. The brave young man Li Qiaolong and Oppo's house collapsed, and Sioux City Television broadcasted the event live. Initially, upon seeing this news, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. However, it was the preceding news that piqued Lin Feng's interest. A renowned restaurant chain owner from Guangqing intended to conduct a market survey in Sioux City. This survey was informal, as he had brought his family along for a casual visit. The individual in question, Chen Guanglin, aged 52, was a legendary figure in the culinary world. Having welcomed a son into his life late in his years, his child was merely 3 years old. He was the only restaurateur to be featured on the Huaxia Rich list, albeit towards the lower end, having carved a niche for himself amidst the titans of the internet and high technology. In his previous life, Lin Feng recalled a tragedy occurring during Chen Guanglin's visit to Sioux City. His 3-year-old son tragically fell into the water and, due to delays in rescue efforts, drowned. The overwhelming sorrow led Chen Guanglin to suffer a heart attack, resulting in paralysis. This incident caused a tremendous uproar. Chen Guanglin was well regarded, an elegant gentleman who valued gratitude and reciprocity. Lin Feng mused that if he could intervene and save the child, he might receive a generous reward. The thought flitted through Lin Feng's mind, yet he hesitated, unsure if his efforts would be in vain, potentially leading to significant losses. He recalled a prompt. This entrepreneur was deeply loyal, valuing gratitude, and his son, born late in life, was his utmost treasure. If Lin Feng were to save the child, he would undoubtedly be handsomely rewarded. A glimmer of hope ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. This opportunity arrived just when he needed funds the most. He remembered that the incident in his past life had occurred the very next day. Although he could not recall the exact date, It was indeed the second day of Chun Guanglin's visit to Sioux City. The location of the incident was the pedestrian street in the ancient district, where Chun Guanglin was investigating foot traffic. Lin Feng distinctly remembered a river there, a place where he had once clashed with rival gangs in his early days. Greetings, dear viewers. Chairman Chun Guanglin of Feng is expected to survey the food plaza on Sioux City South Pedestrian Street tomorrow at noon, where he intends to invest $20 million in establishing his flagship store. The news anchor's melodious voice confirmed Lin Feng's suspicions. His memories of the past were indeed accurate. This indicated that an incident would undoubtedly occur the following day. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng dialed Zhang Dongyang and Appo's number, instructing him to check on the office building, as there was no need to wait 2 months for planning now that funds were available. That evening, Lin Feng informed Chun Yunqi before leaving home and called Song Jiro, instructing her to accompany Zhang Dongyang and provide him with discreet protection. It was not that Lin Feng doubted Zhang Dongyang's capabilities. The young man simply lacked experience. If any trouble arose, Song Jiro could assist. He then secured a standard room in the food plaza on the pedestrian street, positioning himself to observe the river where the incident was destined to unfold. He planned to remain vigilant throughout the night, prepared for any unforeseen deviations. He had to account for the butterfly effect, ensuring that this life diverged from the last. The night passed without incident. By 10:00 and Appo's clock the following morning, Lin Feng opened the window to find the street bustling with people. The market management had deployed dozens of personnel, indicating the high stakes of this inspection. With the economy in decline, the pedestrian street and Appo's lack of foot traffic rendered the arrival of a high-profile restaurant crucial for revitalizing the market. Among the crowd stood a middle-aged man in a coffee-colored suit, exuding an air of understated elegance. In his arms, he cradled a small child with large, sparkling eyes, undeniably adorable. Chun Guanglin listened attentively as the market management presented their findings, occasionally playfully engaging with his son, his affection evident. Mr. Chun, this area is truly exceptional. Look at this river, perfectly positioned outside the window. A splendid view, an employee remarked. Indeed, this river is quite remarkable, embodying the essence of the Jiangnan water town. What do you think, Xiao Jia? He inquired, beaming at his 3-year-old son as they approached the railing. Several large carp splashed in the water, eliciting gleeful squeals from the child. Fish! Fish! How delightful! The child exclaimed, dancing with joy. Chun Guanglin's heart swelled with happiness. His son was indeed speaking, and the boy's exuberance over the fish thrilled him. Xiao Jia, would you like Daddy to bring some back to our pond in Guangqing? Daddy, I love you, the child replied. Ha ha ha, Xiao Jia, I love you too. Ignoring the surrounding crowd, Chun Guanglin reveled in the moment with his son. However, perhaps due to age or a moment of distraction, he suddenly lost his grip on the child. Splash! The river erupted with a splash as his son fell into the water. Ah, Xiao Jia, Daddy is coming to save you. Chun Guanglin and Appo's face paled, and in a moment of panic, he leapt into the water, forgetting that he could not swim. Initially, only the child was in danger, and with collective effort, he could have been rescued. However, with an adult now in the water, the situation became drastically more perilous. The market management staff panicked. Chun Guanglin had only brought 1 bodyguard, and none of them were swimmers. Son! Gurgle! Son! Chun Guanglin struggled, his strength waning as he began to sink. We must call for help. If this continues, it will end in tragedy. There's no time. Our boss and the young master are losing consciousness. What do we do? None of us can swim. The market management personnel were in despair. What had begun as a promising day had spiraled into chaos. If Chun Guanglin and his son drowned, their jobs would be at risk, but more importantly, they would bear the brunt of responsibility if the venue went unleashed. Just as Chun Guanglin and his son were about to sink beneath the surface, a figure leapt from the second-floor window of the adjacent building, plunging into the water with a massive splash. The market management staff gasped, fearing the worst, that another person had committed suicide. Wait, the boss and the young master are saved. Look, that young man is rescuing them. Chun Guanglin's bodyguard exclaimed, filled with hope. At that moment, the onlookers finally noticed that the person who had jumped into the water was not attempting to end his life, but rather a strikingly handsome young man. He had hoisted both Chun Guanglin and his son, swimming towards the shore with remarkable strength. In a matter of moments, they were safely on land. The crowd stood in awe, stunned by Lin Feng and Appo's audacity. He had bravely leapt from the second-floor window to save lives, and he had succeeded. His courage was truly remarkable. Once on shore, Lin Feng leaned Chun Guanglin against the railing, wrapped his jacket around the boy, and turned back to the stunned crowd, exclaiming, "What are you all doing? The people have been saved. Why are you still standing there?" Finally, the crowd snapped back to reality and rushed towards the shore. "Young man, thank you. Thank you. My son, is he all right? Rest assured, your son is safe. I must express my gratitude properly." Chapter 65. Funds in place. A dog's eye sees lowly, there's no need for formality. Saving lives is an obligation. I believe that if more people could swim, they would readily lend a hand, Lin Feng humbly remarked, and his demeanor increasingly pleased Chun Guanglin. Daddy, you become a drenched chicken." The child, although frightened in the water, burst into carefree movements upon surfacing. "It's all right. Father, quickly thank this big brother. He saved us, or else we would have been doomed. Brother, thank you. You are our savior." Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Although he had become a father late in life and indulged his child, he had evidently succeeded in instilling proper manners. It was quite rare to encounter such politeness in a 3-year-old. However, Lin Feng was nearly choked by the subsequent words of Chun Jie. "Brother, my father is very wealthy. Let him give you a few million as thanks." The innocent declaration from the 3-year-old left Lin Feng feeling quite embarrassed. Wasn't he that the very purpose of his rescue? The original plan was for Chun Guanglin to offer a reward, allowing him to feign modesty while ultimately accepting the gratitude. Yet, upon hearing this, Chun Guanglin became visibly excited, realizing his son's perceptive nature. Having narrowly escaped death, both he and his son were overwhelmed with emotion and momentarily forgot about expressing their gratitude. This was indeed awkward. Had it not been for this young man's intervention, it could have resulted in a tragic family disaster. "Young man, my son speaks the truth. We must extend our sincerest thanks to you. You certainly deserve it." Lin Feng had risked his life to save them, and he could not afford to be negligent. "It's a small matter, sir. There's no need for formality." As the situation regained its equilibrium, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and began to gracefully decline the offer. "This won't do," Chun Guanglin insisted, "though I may not possess much. I do have some means. We're talking about 2 lives here. If my young brother leaves without due recompense, I will carry this burden in my heart, and my son will hold it against me when he grows older." Name: Chun Guanglin. Inner thoughts: my son and I are fortunate to have encountered such a kind-hearted individual. Without him, we would have faced dire consequences. What use is money if one is no longer alive? Besides, it is all I have to offer, and I hope he will not refuse. This person genuinely wished to express gratitude. They say that in matters of commerce, one must be shrewd. Yet today Lin Feng had gained a new perspective. Individuals with unwavering conscience can indeed achieve success. Chun Guanglin rightly deserves to be on the list of the affluent. His character is commendable. "Please, young brother, do not turn down my offer. I will give you 5 million. Rest assured, no third parties, including the media, will ever learn of this arrangement. You must accept, otherwise my son will surely be discontented." However, would 5 million not be excessive? Not at all. When weighed against our lives, it is hardly a sum worth mentioning. As the market management and Chun Guanglin and Appo's bodyguard were about to arrive, Lin Feng smiled, saying, "Very well, I humbly accept your generous offer. It seems that good deeds truly do bring rewards. Then please provide me with a bank account number." Nodding, Lin Feng supplied the information and added, "Now, I shall take my leave. Go on, rest assured you'll not be exposed." Engaging with an intelligent individual was remarkably straightforward. Chun Guanglin, understanding the sensitivities involved, graciously allowed him to depart. "Boss, are you all right? What happened to the young man who saved you?" "Oh dear, he left before I could express my gratitude." Chun Guanglin, displaying commendable acting skills, revealed no signs of distress. "Shall I go find him?" "No need. First, Take Xiao Jie to the hospital to avoid any potential media encounters. Oh, understood. The bodyguard, responsible for Chun Guanglin and Oppo's safety, felt a sense of relief. Having seen his boss unharmed, he was thankful not to face reprimand. Having left the pedestrian street, Lin Feng received the promised 5 million in gratitude approximately 10 minutes later. He felt quite pleased. Within just a few days, he had amassed 10 million, allowing his entrepreneurial ambitions to proceed without delay for the next 2 months. Curious about Zhang Dongyang's progress, he took out his phone to make an inquiry. However, just as he did so, the phone rang. To his astonishment, it was a call from Song Jiro. Startled, Lin Feng recalled that he had instructed the female assassin to protect Zhang Dongyang. Was there trouble? Hello, what is the matter? Zhang Dongyang has encountered some difficulties. What kind of situation? He has set his sights on an office building, but is being obstructed by the staff. Then just observe from the sidelines? All right, I will go deal with them. Wait, are you out of your mind? Where are they? I'm on my way. 32, Xiangmong Road. Lin Feng hung up and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the destination. He realized it was essential to provide proper guidance to the female assassin. Resorting to violence at the slightest provocation could lead to serious complications if she were not careful. At 32, Xiaomong Road, Zhang Dongyang was furious, his face flushed with anger. The short, stout man before him was exceedingly arrogant. He was the property manager and also a former classmate of Lin Feng and Oppo's, as from university. During the time when Lin Feng was struggling, this man had humiliated him, taunting him for becoming a small-time thug. Had it not been for Lin Feng and Oppo's intervention, this man would have certainly learned why flowers blossom so brightly. While he could tolerate personal insults, he would not allow any affront to Lin Feng. Now, with Lin Feng's current capabilities, was this man even worthy of confrontation? You claim your brother Lin Feng is starting a company? What a joke. P.S. Just a small-time thug. I heard all his associates have been imprisoned. Starting a company? You must be jesting. Do you even know what you're talking about? Lin Feng's current strength is beyond your imagination. Stop it. You thugs think you can run a company? You must be running a scam. Haha. Are you looking for trouble? Zhang Dongyang's temper flared, and he prepared to strike. 3 security guards positioned themselves in front of the stout man, their mocking tones resounding once more. You think you can act tough? Thugs are still thugs. What era are we in? Lin Feng is truly a disgrace to our school. Get as far away as you can. This place is beyond your means to rent. Pathetic. What are you pretending to be? The stout man grew bolder with each insult, his arrogance swelling. One could easily mistake him for the owner of the property. I'll make you regret this. Dongyang, stand down. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the commotion as Lin Feng stepped out of the car, halting his impulsive actions. Brother Feng, this guy is blind to reality. Lin Feng glanced at the stout man and chuckled. Oh, I thought I recognized someone. It's just you, little wintermelon. What brings you here, using your college degree to guard the gate? You're not much better off than I was as a thug. Cut the chatter and get lost. This place is beyond your financial reach. What do you mean? I'm a paying customer, and whether I can afford it or not is my concern. Believe it or not, I can file a complaint right now. Chapter 66. The security chief. You are about to be unemployed, So you finally realize the importance of legal recourse to protect yourself. Aren't an amp, Oppos, to you just a petty thug? Why not summon someone to confront me? All right. Your elder brother Jiang Hailong is behind bars for drug trafficking and one in Oppos. TB coming out anytime soon. Damn. How come you didn't in Oppos? T, join him. You are embarrassing our school and class. This scoundrel is named Su Ping, standing at a mere 160 centimeters and weighing 150 gene. Indeed, a short and stout fellow. Though he possesses no remarkable abilities, his skill in sycophancy is unparalleled, and he has a penchant for bullying the weak while cowering before the strong. Back in school, he frequently tormented Lin Feng, unable to help it as he was himself a jester seeking to squeeze soft persimmons. Later, when Lin Feng encountered him alongside Zhang Dongyang, he was preoccupied with thoughts of Zhang Qian and had no time to engage with Su. Times have changed, and it is laughable that this petty individual still dares to look down upon him. Name, Su Ping. Age, 26. Character, bully, stingy mood, secretly delighted, excited thoughts. Lately, I have felt stifled, and Lin Feng and Amp. Oppos arrival is a perfect opportunity for me to vent my frustrations. I must seize this chance to humiliate him thoroughly. Lin Feng was utterly speechless. He bore no grudge against Su and had long forgotten the past transgressions. Had they not crossed paths, he would never have considered seeking revenge, yet this scoundrel had the audacity to oppress him. It was downright shameless. Note, the property is owned by Feng Shichong, with general manager Wang Guotao being Su Ping's uncle. Through this connection, he became a property manager, effectively overseeing the security personnel here. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a chuckle. This fellow was merely a security chief, and astonishingly, this three-story office building belonged to Feng Shichong. The tycoon certainly had substantial holdings. Note, this commercial office building is currently available for lease, managed by Qin Mengyao, who will arrive on-site in 20 minutes. What a twist of fate. Where in life do we not encounter one another? Lin Feng, do not compel me to take action. Spare yourself the humiliation and leave on your own. Huh? Leave on my own? I'm a client. Do you possess that authority? I see you are merely a security chief. Dare I file a complaint against you? Su Ping chuckled, genuinely unafraid of complaints, for he was well-connected. However, Lin Feng and Appo's reference to him as a mere security chief irked him greatly. Lin Feng, do you have any idea what the rent for this office building is? A minimum of 5 million a year. Even as a security chief, I'm still better off than you. I manage over 30 people, and they all address me as Manager Su when they see me. Do you possess such stature? Damn it. Brother Feng, do not restrain me. I'm about to tear his mouth apart. Come on, if you have the guts, then do it. It seems I must prepare to drive away. Lin Feng stopped Zhang Dongyang and smiled. Why stoop to the level of a security chief? His opinion holds no weight in our potential lease of this property. Does it not? Perhaps we should put it to the test? Enough. Let us summon your superior to discuss this. As a mere security chief, there is little for us to negotiate. Damn it. I dare you to keep calling me a security chief. Little Su, what brings you here? Uncle, why are you here? Su Ping's eyes lit up upon seeing the newcomer. How many times must I tell you to address your superiors by their titles during work? Manager Wang, they're causing a disturbance. Wang Guotao glanced at Lin Feng and inquired, do you know where you are? Is it not permissible for me to come here to lease a property? Wang Guotao was taken aback, casting a glance at Su Ping and asking, what exactly is happening here? Do not be deceived by them. This is a college classmate of mine. He is broke, and Su exaggerated the situation, and Wang Guotao and Appo's brow furrowed deeper. After a lengthy pause, he turned his gaze to Lin Feng and coldly stated, Sir, is what Su Ping claims true? It is true, but I'm financially stable now. With an annual rent of 5 million. Do you have the means to afford it? Do you know whose property this is? I advise you to refrain from causing trouble. Brother Feng, this office building is quite suitable. There's a large yard in the back that can be used for training, which is why I have my eye on it. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, cast a glance at the property details. Name, office building, category, 3-story street-facing office building. Area, 300 square meters per floor, with a 500 square meter backyard. Note, due to specific reasons, this commercial property cannot operate food-related businesses, and due to a lack of effective demographic in the vicinity, it can only be used as an office building for establishing companies. Note, this office building is urgently for rent, with a potential discount to 1 million. If obstructed, there will be consequences for the obstructors. One could say that when Qin Mengyao witnesses this scene shortly, she would certainly dismiss the two of them. Moreover, she and I have a certain rapport. Otherwise, she would not have come to inform me last time. Best not to cause a ruckus here. Since Su Ping has not spoken out of turn, you certainly cannot afford to pay. Do leave quickly. Did you hear that? Our general manager has also asked you to leave. How absurd to complain about me. Lin Feng raised his pinky finger at Su, a smug expression taking form. Damn it, Zhang Dongyang, do not act impulsively. Brother Feng, you have a good temperament, but I cannot tolerate this. Do not stoop to their level. These two will soon find themselves unemployed. Zhang Dongyang was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not comprehending Lin Feng and Appo's words. Given that Wang Guotao and Su Ping were in cahoots, he would undoubtedly not dismiss them. I thought Su was exaggerating, but you truly are a rogue. Dismissed? Who could possibly dismiss me? I hold the highest authority here now. Keep causing a ruckus, and I shall call the police. Did you hear that? Hurry and leave before you humiliate yourself further. As Su Ping and Amp, Oppo's, S-words faded, a car approached and stopped at the entrance. Wang Guotao and Amp, Oppo's, S expression shifted as he hurriedly scurried over. The front passenger door swung open, and a graceful figure emerged. Zhang Dongyang exclaimed, "Wow, ISN and Amp. Amp, Oppo's, tea that the waitress who was groped by Brother Feng?" Upon hearing this, Su Ping was taken aback, pointing at Zhang Dongyang and scolding, "You little brat, do not speak nonsense. This is Miss Qin, the one in charge of this property. How dare you call her a waitress? Are you blind?" Wow, Brother Feng and Amp, Oppo's, S little scheme is not going unnoticed. I trust you, you idiot. At that moment, it was evident that Qin Mengyao had also spotted Lin Feng. Curiosity piqued within her as to why he was present. She began to walk in his direction. Wang Guotao, noticing his presence being overlooked, dared not voice any objections and followed behind like a lapdog. He too was puzzled as to why Qin Mengyao was heading toward Lin Feng. Did they have an acquaintance? No. How could such a lowly person possibly know Qin Mengyao? He must have learned of the earlier incident and intended to give this little brat a lesson. With this thought, he felt a swell of pride. This ignorant kid who had appeared from nowhere was about to receive a harsh lesson. Chapter 67. Are you drenched in sweat this time? Still claiming you don't like me? Su Ping felt a mixture of surprise and confusion as Qin Mengyao approached him. Could it be that she had noticed his earlier performance and wished to commend him? His mind raced with possibilities, and he stood taller, feeling both anxious and proud. However, Qin Mengyao brushed past him without a glance, heading straight for Lin Feng. Both Wang Guotao and Su Ping were bewildered. Did Qin Mengyao know Lin Feng? This seemed implausible, as their backgrounds were vastly different. A sense of unease crept into Su Ping and Oppo's heart, but he quickly dismissed it. The likelihood of a petty thug being acquainted with Qin Mengyao was laughable. What are you doing here? Su Ping's scalp prickled with fear as his heart raced. Deep down, he was engulfed in panic. At that moment, he felt a piercing gaze directed at him. It belonged to his uncle Wang Guotao. Clearly, he too sensed that something was amiss. Lin Feng appeared to be familiar with Qin Mengyao, and there seemed to be no animosity between them. If they truly had a connection, Su Ping would be in deep trouble, all thanks to his worthless nephew. I came to rent a place and start business. Renting? This one? Indeed. Let me warn you, this area has low foot traffic and is unsuitable for dining establishments. It's best used as office space. Don't mention it. Even if I wanted to rent, they wouldn't lease it to me. What do you mean? Well, your property manager quoted me an annual rent of $150,000, and as a mere pauper, I'm not worthy of renting. He even threatened me, claiming that this place belongs to Master Feng, a figure I cannot provoke, and that if I caused trouble, I would end up with broken legs. You know, I'm in a precarious position. What if Master Feng silenced me? These two are quite intimidating, especially the head of security. He is particularly arrogant. Lin Feng, stop talking nonsense. I merely asked you to leave. I did not bring Master Feng into this. Su Ping was terrified. He wouldn't dare provoke Feng Shichong, as I would be courting death. I'm not speaking irresponsibly. Miss Qin can judge for herself. But forget it. You all stick together. I won't rent anymore. Lin Feng sighed and feigned an intention to leave, prompting Qin Mengyao to frown and stop him. Don't go just yet. I will handle this matter and provide you with an explanation. It's no big deal. Don't make things difficult for yourself. They're all your loyal subordinates. Qin Mengyao shot Lin Feng a glare. As long as he was acting, she couldn't be bothered to quibble. Although her godfather was involved in the gray market, he never openly identified as part of the underworld. His legitimate businesses always emphasized service, and these two had gone too far. Manager Wang, you, and he need not come to work tomorrow. Her words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving both men pale with fear. Though the pay was not high, the job was easy, merely overseeing a few nearby shops and office buildings. With minimal effort, they could earn $5,000 to $6,000 a month while also receiving social insurance. Losing this job would mean facing dire straits. Lin Feng, this is a misunderstanding. We're classmates. I apologize. Please don't let Miss Qin fire me. I can't do that. Miss Qin is merely acquainted with me. Our relationship is not strong. Indeed, we have had our differences. How Having differences, yet conversing so calmly, one could easily discern that their relationship was anything but harmonious. Miss Qin, I was also led astray by Su Ping. I implore you to show mercy and not dismiss me. I have an elderly parent and a young child at home. Losing this job would be catastrophic. What do you think, Lin Feng? Why are you asking me? You're the victim, so your opinion matters. Just fire him. If it happens once, it will happen again. If this continues, it tarnishes your reputation. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Qin Mingyao and Amp, Oppo's eyes. She despised indecisive men who feigned compassion. A man should repay grievances with vengeance and be decisive. A bleeding heart has no future. Lin Feng, I beg you to show leniency. I was wrong. Please don't fire me. I'll bow to you. You have 5 minutes. Pack your things and leave. Qin Mingyao and Amp, Oppo's cold voice made them shudder. Drenched in sweat, their previous arrogance had turned into utter humility, a clear case of cause and effect. Wang Guitao and Su Ping left in bitter defeat. Do you truly wish to rent this place? Of course, is there any doubt? Very well, I'll lease it to you for 800,000 a year. Lin Feng was taken aback. That's so cheap? Just a moment ago, Su Ping mentioned 150,000 annually. What's the matter? If 800,000 is too low for you, I can charge you 150,000. No, please. I'm just concerned you might have ulterior motives. Lin Feng and Oppo's antics had become somewhat familiar to her. Strictly speaking, they had little connection and even some past grievances, yet their relationship had inexplicably softened. Nonsense. What kind of company do you plan to start? A security company. A security company? Do you have any staff? None, but I'll find some. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly, acknowledging that he needed to recruit talent, and he only sought the elite. Do you need my help? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by Qin Mingyao and Amp, Oppo's unexpectedly warm offer. Name, Qin Mingyao mood. Confused, curious, thoughts? What kind of oddball is this? He wants to start a security company. I'm curious to see if he can succeed. Do you have feelings for me? Lin Feng, I advise you not to get carried away. Qin Mingyao and Oppo's cheeks flushed slightly as she glared at Lin Feng. Then why are you so concerned about me? As my tenant, is it wrong for me to show some care? That's true. Don't fall for me too easily. It's dangerous. You're rambling. I'll 1T rent to you now. Oh, you can't go back on your word. We had an agreement. Oomph. Who told you to be so indiscreet? By the way, you have my number, right? Indeed, I have it. If you need help or anything, you can reach out to me. But don't misunderstand. It took a lot for me to rent this place. I just don't want to change tenants too soon. Fine, I trust you. You're insane. By the way, I heard you were supposed to meet Qin Xiaohua at the seafood market, and there was an explosion. Are you all right? I didn't even go. If something had happened, could I still be here with you? You're worried about me, yet claim not to like me. Get lost. I can't be bothered with you. I heard Qin Xiaohua is too scared to trouble you for now. Don't spread rumors. This has nothing to do with me. Well, when the security company is up and running and needs training, you can contact me. Is it that generous? My salary isn't high. Do I need your measly salary? I'll provide my services for free. Then thank you. I'll be leaving now. Let us sign the contract tomorrow. In the shadows, Song Jiro watched this scene unfold, astonished. What charm does this unorthodox boss possess to attract so many beautiful women? She was well aware of Chun Yunxi's presence as well. Dongyang, what are you looking at? Oh, I just saw a news article about an auction happening tonight at the antique market. Chapter 68. The auction between good and evil in auction? Yes. It is organized by the renowned auction house, China Guardian, and it is said that many prominent figures from the antique world will be attending. Lin Feng suddenly recalled something and asked, Isn't there someone from the Yenjing Museum participating? Brother Feng, you truly are the modern Zhuge Liang, able to deduce everything. Came to reply, Stop boasting. I read it in the news. Brother Feng, haven't you always been searching for genuine antique collectors? The auction is bound to have them. You're quite clever. Let us go check it out tonight. Sure, I've only seen auctions on television, Zhang Dongyang said, appearing very excited. Now that matters here were settled, Lin Feng decided to take his leave. He waved toward the bushes, and Song Jiro sprang out from within. You're coming with me to the auction tonight. Understood. She replied coldly before turning to leave. Wow, how aloof, Zhang Dongyang remarked. Come on, she's an assassin. She must maintain her demeanor. You head back to rest, and we'll meet at the antique market at 5 tonight. All right, Brother Feng, do you think we might find a hidden treasure? Depends on the situation. It's not that simple. Zhang Dongyang remained thrilled, eager to broaden his horizons. However, Lin Feng and Oppo's interest in the auction stemmed from memories of his previous life. He recalled that although this auction was not large, many connoisseurs of antiques would attend. In addition to seeking opportunities to sell, there was another reason. In his past life, he had seen news of a significant oversight by an expert from the Yanjing Museum, who missed a valuable piece at the auction. It was a long-lost painting titled Han Palace, Spring Dawn, created by the Ming Dynasty painter Qiao Ying. This artwork had escaped the imperial palace during the late Qing and early Republic periods, falling into the hands of warlords, and ultimately vanished amidst the chaos of war. Valued at 5 million, this painting appeared at the auction, and even the auctioneer was unaware of its authenticity. The museum expert failed to notice anything amiss at the auction, but felt a sense of unease afterward. After perusing numerous documents, he finally confirmed its authenticity. Subsequently, news of this spread, and the auctioneer was overjoyed. The artwork was later sold for $550,000 to a wealthy businessman from Hong Kong. Lin Feng squinted, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This was an opportunity he could not let slip away. Knowing this information in advance, there was no reason to forego it. He was determined to acquire the painting. Moreover, with so many experts in attendance, he needed to find a reliable seller to offload his own inventory. Lighting a cigarette, Lin Feng exhaled a cloud of smoke, his mood buoyant. There's no denying it. Things have been going remarkably well lately. Not only did I secure 10 million in a short time, but I also finalized a location for my company. Now, with profits on the horizon, it is hard not to feel elated. His only regret was how to find suitable employees once the company was established. He aimed for a boutique approach, and subpar candidates would not suffice. Never mind. The ship will sail smoothly when it reaches the bridge. With my golden finger, what is there to worry about? One can always find capable individuals. With a cigarette in his mouth, Lin Feng mused to himself as he made his way to the antique market, eager to arrive early and observe the attendees. In a dim corner of Sioux City, a young man in his 30s clutched 3 stacks of 100-yuan bills, his gaze vacant. Before him stood a man and a woman, smirking sinisterly as they said, "As long as you kill the person in the photo during the auction, we and Oppos, LL pay you 70,000 afterward. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Why would we? Once we inherit our family fortune, we'll have plenty of money. A mere 100,000 is nothing. All right, I believe you. I'll let you know once it's done." The young man turned and left. And once his figure vanished into the alley, the middle-aged man spoke. "Is this person reliable?" "Rest assured, he is a veteran. He is guaranteed to be trustworthy." "How do you know he is a veteran?" "I have a contact who specializes in this." "How could they not know?" "Huh, little sister, I'm astonished. I didn't know there were ways to hire him in. In this world, multiple paths can lead to survival. Let us not dwell on that. Our father had an illegitimate child at this age, and if we don't resolve this, we won't see a single cent of the inheritance." "Exactly. For the sake of money, don't blame us for being ruthless." The two exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with a cold smile. Some individuals would go to any lengths for money, even against their own flesh and blood. Wei Qing left the alley and arrived at the bustling antique market. This evening, a small auction organized within the antique circle attracted numerous prominent figures from across the country. At 30 years old, Wei Qing had transitioned to a security guard in Sioux City after his military service. Although his salary was modest, life was relatively peaceful. However, good fortune was short-lived. It seemed that fate could not bear to see anyone too comfortable. 3 months prior, his only remaining family, his father, fell ill with leukemia. This ailment was incurable but manageable, yet the medical expenses were staggering. With few relatives, and having saved only a meager sum of over 100,000 from his job in recent years, he still found it insufficient. By chance, he came into contact with an agency that specialized in unsavory jobs. In order to survive, he had half immersed himself in the abyss. As he surveyed the bustling crowd, confusion gripped him. Once a soldier who had fought valiantly, to protect the people. He had been a guardian in the eyes of the common folk. Yet now, what was he doing? Becoming a hitman. Was this something he could justify to his country and his people? But he had no choice. He had lost his mother at a young age, and his father was the only family he had in this world. His father had struggled all his life to support his education, and now he was on the verge of leaving this world. Wei Qing was unwilling to accept this. He could not fathom why good people had to die so early. Yet, the target he was to eliminate was also a father. He did not know why this person and Oppos, as children, had resorted to hiring a killer, but did that justify their fate? The education he received since childhood taught him that his actions were fundamentally wrong, an egregious mistake. Yet, where could he find the 10,000 he needed? What should he do? Must he truly kill someone? If he were caught and executed, who would take care of his father? But if he refused to act, how could he afford the medical treatment? In that moment, he crouched down, clutching his head, engulfed in torment. The throngs of people passed by, oblivious to his suffering. They had all come seeking money. He felt abandoned by the world, struggling alone between the realms of good and evil. Lin Feng hummed a tune as he approached the entrance of the antique market, noticing that today the crowd was indeed larger than usual. The auction seemed to have attracted many attendees. The parking lot was filled with out-of-town license plates. Such a scene was rare at other times. It appeared that tonight would be lively. As Lin Feng entered the market, heading toward the auction venue to see who had arrived, he suddenly halted. His gaze drifted toward a flower bed not far away, where a young man crouched with his head in his hands, appearing to be in great distress. Chapter 69, A Rare Talent. Merely 100,000 name, Wei Qing, age, 30, identity, veteran, personality, honest, filial mood, conflicted, complex, torn, psychological activity. Am I truly to embark on this path? They offer 100,000 for me to kill. If successful, I gain the money. But will I still have the chance to care for my father? If I fail, I will have no opportunity to seek treatment for him. Hint, a choice between heaven and hell. His heart is wavering. A wrong decision could lead to irreparable consequences, while the right choice could unveil a rare talent. Lin Feng was taken aback. The antique market indeed harbored wonders. Wasn't someone like Wei Qing precisely the talent he sought? For the future of the security company to soar, military training was indispensable. Song Juro, after all, was somewhat out of her depth. She was better suited for nurturing individuals who could undertake missions abroad. Lin Feng refrained from acting impulsively, choosing instead to observe how Wei Qing would decide. Should he stray onto the wrong path, Lin Feng would not intervene. This was enough to indicate that the man's resolve was not steadfast. Should he choose wisely, Lin Feng would extend his hand. With his current capabilities, a mere 100,000 was insignificant. Maintaining a distance of 10 meters, Lin Feng lit a cigarette and silently observed. Wei Qing wrestled with inner turmoil. Was he truly to betray his conscience? How was he to choose between his father and Oppos' life and his moral principles? It was a bitter irony that all his skills were bestowed upon him by the nation, only to be wielded for murder now. Suddenly, he trembled. As if clarity struck him, his expression brightening. Was he still contemplating that course of action? Lin Feng thought this fellow might take a reckless gamble, his gaze shifting, only to reveal a look of surprise the next moment. Name, Wei Qing, psychological activity. No, if I proceed with this, what will my father think? He would surely refuse treatment. And what of my comrades and superiors? How could I face them? A flash of determination crossed his face as he picked up his phone and dialed the client in Oppos' number. Hello, I cannot carry out your task. I will return the money. No offense intended, but I cannot proceed with this. Even if you offer 1 million or even 1 billion, I must decline. My apologies. Half an hour later, at the usual place, I will return the money to you. Do not threaten me. I will simply turn myself in. The voice on the other end fell silent, ultimately seeming to concede, clearly rendered helpless by Wei Qing and Oppos' stance. After hanging up, he walked toward the previous meeting point. A veteran on the verge of a critical decision. Historically, loyalty and filial piety have often been at odds. He has made up his mind. Should his father remain untreatable, he would follow him. Lin Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction upon receiving this hint. The man's character was commendable, undoubtedly worthy of trust. Hint, Assist him with his father's medical expenses, and you shall gain a loyal and capable aide. This was a tailor-made ally for Lin Feng, an opportunity he could not afford to miss. 10 minutes later, in the alley where they met before, a man and a woman stood with icy gazes. Wei Qing threw the money at them without hesitation. My apologies, but I can no longer assist with this. The middle-aged man sneered. What? Is it that you find the money insufficient? I can offer more. It has nothing to do with the money. I simply cannot betray my conscience. And I cannot commit murder. What about your father and Appo's illness? Will you abandon that? Do not concern yourselves. I will find a way. Wei Qing cast aside his words and turned to leave. Damn it. He is pretending to be high-minded. This kid surely thinks the money is too little and is playing hard to get. Indeed, I believe he will return to us. The question is, what do we do now? Let's think of another way. Damn it. With money, how can we not find someone? Lin Feng, uninterested in their trivial matters, chose not to intervene. Each individual has their own destiny. The most crucial factor now was Wei Qing. He must secure such a talent. With his last hope extinguished, Wei Qing wandered aimlessly through the market. Suddenly, he pulled out his phone, glancing at the screen, his expression shifting dramatically. Hello, it's me. Please go ahead. What? You need the medical fees now? Could you possibly give me a couple more days? No? I beg you, grant me 3 more days. And I promise to gather the funds. Can you not wait a single day? All right, I will come to the hospital shortly. Wei Qing hung up, his eyes filled with anxiety. Fine, if it comes to that. I shall go to the hospital and plead for a few more days. As he prepared to leave, Lin Feng stepped in front of him. Wei Qing assumed it was the group attempting to hire him again, his expression shifting as he shouted. Do not seek me out again. I have made myself clear. I absolutely will not work for you. Please do not be so agitated. I am not with them. Wei Qing and Appo's expression changed, suspicion creeping in. Not with them? Then who are you? I am aware of the entire situation. Do not misunderstand me. I merely happen to see it and mean no harm. This revelation left Wei Qing astounded. He had initially accepted the commission, and although he had declined, he was uncertain how the law might interpret it as attempted murder. He scrutinized Lin Feng, attempting to discern the young man and Appo's intentions. Name, Wei Qing. Psychological activity. What is his purpose? If he intends to report me, I must plead for him to allow me to arrange my father's affairs first. I am willing to confess, but only after this matter is settled. Hint. This loyal and righteous veteran is a person who values gratitude. After you assist him, you will have completely won his heart and can utilize him as you wish. Relax, my friend. I know you are in a predicament and have chosen not to tread the path of despair. Rest assured, I will not report you. I merely wish to befriend you. Wei Qing, astonished, contemplated his father's condition and decided not to linger on the matter. Sir, if that is the case, please do not obstruct my way. If fate allows, we may converse again. Are you heading to the hospital? Wei Qing paused, nodding as he replied, My father has leukemia. I need to pay for his surgery. Do you have the money? No, I will plead with them. Sir, you are rather naive. The business you accepted could resolve your urgent needs. Impossible. I cannot betray my conscience. If my father learns of this, he would refuse treatment. My friend, I admire your principles. Sigh, I am merely a failure. Please do not stop me. I must try. I can assist you with the payment. What? Sir, I'm sure 100,000. A mere 100,000 is hardly a challenge for me. I truly admire you. Take the money. Should you wish to express your gratitude, you may contact me. This is my number. Lin Feng handed him a blank piece of paper along with a bag of cash. Chapter 70. Winning Hearts, I Am a Professional. Amidst a gathering of luminaries, Wei Qing was taken aback. After a moment, he regained his composure but exhibited a wary demeanor. My friend, do not misunderstand. I merely hold you in high regard, and 100,000 is truly inconsequential for me. I happened to encounter you while attending the auction. Then, will I repay you the interest on that 100,000? Friend, your physique suggests you were once in the military? Wei Qing was momentarily stunned, sighed, and nodded in acknowledgement. No wonder he ultimately rejected them. I cannot betray the military that nurtured me, nor my country. Lin Feng gave a thumbs up and said again, Take this money and use it. Rest assured, I am a good person. If you doubt me, just look at this news article. Lin Feng brought his phone closer, displaying a news story from months ago about him apprehending a fugitive. When Wei Qing saw Lin Feng and Apo's as photographed in the article, shock crossed his face. His concerns dissipated entirely. A young man who had captured a fugitive and received accolades from the police could not possibly be a villain. Anyone who could risk their safety to apprehend a fugitive surely possessed sound morals. Your surname is Lin, then? Indeed, I am Lin Feng. I am Wei Qing. I never expected you to be so bold. Brother Wei, do not say that. I acted on impulse at that moment. Even so, one must possess courage to act. Not everyone would dare. Admiration filled Wei Qing's eyes, and he candidly admitted that he now held Lin Feng in high regard. Brother Wei, you should hurry to the hospital. If you require more funds, do not hesitate to inform me. We are fated to cross paths. Once your father's condition stabilizes, should you wish to work with me, it is certainly an option. Work with you? Ah, you may find it amusing, but I have established a security company, though it has yet to open. I have secure location, and it appears you possess relevant expertise. So, a security company? Well, the high-end variety? Yes, first attend to the hospital matters. If you're interested, we can discuss it later. Do not delay on urgent matters. Alright. Mr. Lin, rest assured, once I settle my father, I will certainly seek you out. Suddenly, a thought struck Wei Qing. Qin Mingyao has extensive connections. She could arrange for a renowned hematologist to see you. Wei Qing was taken aback by the opportunity, pondering whether she would be willing to assist him. Lin Feng, astonished by the prompt, realized that failing to leverage this opportunity would be a waste. Brother Wei, hold on a moment. Is there something else? Though anxious, he recognized Lin Feng as his benefactor. Calling him surely indicated a matter of importance. I'll make a call. A friend of mine knows a specialist in hematology. Perhaps he can assist you. Mr. Lin, you are too considerate. He was left speechless with excitement. Hello, it's me. Could you do me a favor? Do you know any hematology specialists? Please give them a nudge. A friend of mine needs medical attention. Thanks a lot. Their exchange was concise and devoid of superfluous chatter. Within mere seconds of hanging up, Lin Feng received a text message. Sioux City First People and AMP, Oppo's, S Hospital, Director Wang. Just mention you're a friend of Miss Qin. Here is the contact number. Wei Qing and Oppo's S face lit up with excitement. He nodded vigorously before turning to leave. Everything was understood without the need for further words. Name, Wei Qing. Inner thoughts. Once I settle my father, I will return. Mr. Lin is a good person. I will do my utmost to assist him. Winning hearts is my forte. And Lin Feng was quite satisfied with this outcome. As the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, Lin Feng hurried to the entrance of the antique market. Zhang Donyang was waiting outside, smoking, appearing to have been there for some time. Brother Feng, I'm here. Sorry for being late, Donyang replied sheepishly. No worries. I was just admiring some tall beauties. Quite exhilarating. You rascal, be careful. The Spring Thunder operation is underway. I was merely looking, Lin Feng said. What should we do now? Let us head to the auction and see what's there. I noticed quite a few luxury cars and many out-of-town plates. There should be a substantial turnout. Lin Feng felt a twinge of anticipation as they made their way to the auction site. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng settled at an outdoor tea stall, observing the throng gathered at the auction entrance, inundated with information. Name, Zhang Xiang, age, 68. Occupation, appraiser for Hangzhou Museum. Name, Wang Lontan, age, 52. Occupation, chairman of Longxiang Electric Group. Name, Li Shan, age, 46. Occupation, professor of archaeology at Sioux City University. Name, Wang Jintong, age, 62. Occupation, director of Yinjing Museum. Name, Lu Zheng, age, 70. Occupation, chairman of Huaxia Longhua Technology Group. Name, Zhang Hailong, age, 65. Occupation, renowned archaeologist in Huaxia. Lin Feng's heart raced. Indeed, the attendees were all prominent figures in the field. While outsiders may not recognize them, within their circle, they were heavyweight personalities. In addition to these luminaries, several prominent entrepreneurs from the business sector were also present. The saying in prosperous times, antiques thrive, while in troubled times, gold prevails was no mere platitude. This small antique auction in Sioux City had drawn a remarkable crowd. Brother Feng, there are quite a few people, Donyang remarked. Indeed, It appears tonight's auction will be quite lively. However, I noticed a sign at the entrance stating that an invitation is required for entry. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng glanced at the auction entrance, confirming the need for an invitation. This shouldn't be the case. It's probably just for show, Lin Feng mused, his gaze flickering uncertainly. What if an invitation was truly required? The painting would be out of reach. Tip: entry to this auction requires an invitation. Without one, you will be denied entry. Lin Feng was astounded. It was indeed not a mere formality. The system had failed to inform him beforehand, leaving him at a loss for how to procure an invitation. Brother Feng, it seems they are serious. I just saw security checking invitations for those entering, Danyang observed. That complicates matters, Lin Feng muttered. Even seeking Qin Mingyao and Amp, Oppos, as hell might prove futile, given their differing circles. Lin Feng felt a surge of frustration. Having come this far, the thought of not gaining entry would haunt him for days. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he caught sight of two familiar figures lurking nearby, casting furtive glances in his direction. Brother Feng, look, it's those two. What are they doing here? Zhang Danyang had also recognized them. It was Su Ping and Wang Guotao. They were whispering to each other, occasionally glancing at Lin Feng with shadowy expressions, clearly plotting something sinister. Chapter 71. A Fearless General. Fully prepared, the lingering shadows of the past are truly tenacious. I have no desire to engage with them. The immediate priority is to secure the entry tickets swiftly. The two individuals pose no real threat. Lin Feng has yet to regard them with any seriousness. Zhang Danyang, upon hearing this, withdrew his gaze. Having accompanied Lin Feng, he had gained some worldly experience and recognized these two for the mere clowns they were. Name: Wang Guotao. Inner thoughts: what a narrow path for enemies. They caused me to lose my job. This is a splendid opportunity to show him a thing or two. Name: Su Ping. Inner thoughts: damn Lin Feng. How could he know Miss Qin? He has struck lucky. It's time to teach him a lesson. Let us see who comes to his aid this time. Hint: these two possess two invitation letters allowing entry to the auction venue. Lin Feng's eyes brightened with delight. Sometimes, fortune smiles upon those who least expect it. These two unsuspecting prey had presented themselves at just the right moment. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Our invitations are secured. Really? Come, follow me. Zhang Danyang trailed behind Lin Feng as they moved toward the secluded corner. Wang Guotao and his companion, noticing Lin Feng's direction, exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with intrigue as they swiftly followed. The antique market was riddled with narrow alleys, nearly devoid of people. Such places were often chosen for clandestine transactions involving shady dealings. Brother Feng, where are we headed? You'll find out shortly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Danyang glanced back and exclaimed, damn, those two are following us. Indeed, they come bearing gifts, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Though Zhang Danyang was perplexed, he could tell from Lin Feng's demeanor that this was part of his strategy, and those two misguided souls were about to face the consequences. After navigating numerous twists and turns, they finally halted in a dead-end alley. Lin Feng turned slowly to face the two pursuers. Wang Guotao sneered, Lin Feng, what do you think you're running? Are you really that foolish? Did you not realize I lured you here intentionally? Damn it, so what? We're armed, they retorted, brandishing two large knives and glaring menacingly at Lin Feng. Brother Feng, let me handle them, Zhang Danyang declared, his confidence bolstered by his past as a small-time thug. These two were clearly amateurs. Lin Feng chuckled, allow me. Let's not waste time. He aimed for a swift resolution to obtain the invitation letters. However, at that moment, a figure descended from above, delivering a powerful kick that sent Wang Guotao flying. Without pausing, the figure struck Su Ping down as well. Both fell before they could react. Wow, this guy is formidable, Zhang Danyang exclaimed in awe, while Lin Feng was equally astonished. It was Wei Qing, who had only been gone for just over an hour. Mr. Lin, thank you. I've arranged everything for your friend. I've settled the payment at the hospital, and my father is now in the intensive care unit. Free of charge. Lin Feng was speechless. He had merely asked Qin Mingyao to extend a greeting, yet Wei Qing had executed everything with such finesse. I returned to find these two sneaking around after you, so I followed to see what mischief they were up to, Wei Qing explained. Mr. Lin, are you all right? I'm fine. These two have a score to settle with me. Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos. S. heart swelled with excitement. He had indeed made a valuable ally in Wei Qing. How shall we deal with them? Should we call the police? No need. They're merely clowns. Let us be on our way. Wei Qing had come to express his gratitude and was eager to return to the hospital. Lin Feng originally intended to seize the invitation letters by force. But as Wei Qing had just joined his team, he decided to adopt a gentler approach. Listen, you two, I hope to never see you again. Never again, never again. Lin Feng, I was wrong. I won't dare again. They pleaded. Lin Feng smirked and led Zhang Dongyang and Wei Qing out of the alley. Damn, you didn't mention your subordinate. Was this tough? Is this the loser you spoke of? Uncle, I had no idea. Useless fools. Let us head to the auction. As Wang Guotao stood, he instinctively reached for his pocket, suddenly freezing. Uncle, what is wrong? The invitation letter is gone. After departing the alley, Wei Qing hurried away. Brother Feng, when did you acquire such a formidable subordinate? This is a long story. Don't be envious. Once the security company is established, he'll be an instructor, and you can learn from him. Speaking of which, we forgot the invitation letter. How could that be? Look at this. Zhang Dongyang was astonished. He had clearly seen no movement from Lin Feng, yet the invitation letter was now in his possession. Truly miraculous. All right, let us enter. Time is of the essence. They smoothly passed through security and entered the venue, finding a relatively forward seat. Zhang Dongyang's curious gaze roamed the surroundings. He could hardly believe he had the chance to attend an auction. The venue was modest, accommodating over 100 seats, with a stage that bore the marks of age. Soon, the seats filled completely. Excuse me, may I sit here? A fragrant breeze accompanied a soft voice that floated to Lin Feng's ears. Turning, he encountered a woman clad in a qipao, smiling warmly at him. Standing approximately 170 centimeters tall, she possessed a curvaceous figure that was undeniably striking, particularly her ample bosom, which seemed impossible to contain. Yet, despite her mature appearance, she exuded an undeniable allure, embodying what Lin Feng would describe as a woman of ripe sophistication. Handsome, why are you so silent? May I sit? Feel free. Any unoccupied seat is yours. And I shall take my seat. The woman gracefully settled into the chair, elegantly crossing her legs. Her poise was captivating yet tasteful, wielding a potent charm over men. Brother Feng, it seems this lady has taken a liking to you. Stop talking nonsense. Giggle. The handsome one seems rather shy. If I were younger, I might indeed take a fancy to you. Her every smile and frown radiated feminine charm, leaving Lin Feng momentarily flustered. Are you also here to bid on items? Of course. Otherwise, would I be here for the entertainment? You're quite the joker. However, such auctions are often just for fun. I doubt there will be anything of value. Dear, I'm an expert in antiques. I can offer guidance. Making money is no easy feat, so don't be deceived. Well, thank you for your advice. Lin Feng wished to disengage from the conversation, feeling overwhelmed by her flirtation. Chapter 72. The Remarkable Woman of Power. Hello, young man. You seem a bit intimidated by me, she teased. I find you rather enchanting, and I fear losing my way. What if I were to act inappropriately? That would indeed be troublesome. The gentleman chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. She leaned gracefully against her chair, her gaze fixed on the auction stage, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Look, that's Miss Chun. Goodness, she's here too? Indeed, as the rumors suggested. I can hardly contain myself. Best not to think too much. Be careful not to draw her attention. What's there to fear? There are so many people here. What can she do? I heard she is 40 and still single, possibly a virgin. Can you believe that? A few guests in the front row whispered amongst themselves, their words laced with vulgarity and disdain. Miss Chun, we sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience. We will promptly address those individuals. A staff member approached her, visibly apologetic. Let them speak as they wish. It is their freedom. Otherwise, they might accuse me of bullying. Very well, Miss Chun. If you require assistance, we are at your service, he added. Jiada Auction House, a leading auction company in Huaxia, has garnered international acclaim over the past 80 years, its legacy deeply rooted in family tradition. Lin Feng was taken aback by the unexpected courtesy shown towards this alluring woman. She was indeed a force to be reckoned with. His eyes wandered over her curvaceous figure, and a piece of information materialized before him. Name, Chinemo Yu, age 40. Identity, proprietor of Guangxing Tongbao Building. Character, decisive, calm, warm on the outside, yet cool within. Background, an antique dealer in Guangxing. She has operated Tongbao Building for a decade, becoming the most influential antique shop in the South. She is astute and resourceful, adept at navigating both light and shadow, with extensive connections. Note, her flirtation is merely superficial. At 40, she remains single and pristine. She is a woman of great self-respect. Inner thoughts. This young man seems unfamiliar, yet he does not appear to be well-versed in antiques. It seems I shall incur considerable tuition fees this time. Hidden information. She has numerous admirers. Getting too close to her carries a risk of triggering a calamity of beauty exceeding 90. Lin Feng was startled. She was indeed a woman of significance. A woman capable of building a successful career without compromising her integrity while navigating the murky waters of business is undeniably formidable. Lin Feng felt a surge of caution. He needed to maintain his distance to avoid unnecessary complications. Brother Feng, the first item is about to be presented. Zandongang va apos, et Lin Feng va apos, et taus. The host on stage delivered a brief introduction before a hostess emerged, carrying a tray. Item, porcelain vase. Category, Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Details, although it is authentic blue and white porcelain, its condition is poor with significant damage. After professional restoration, it has regained 40 of its original appearance. Value, 200,000. Greetings, everyone. The first item is a Ming blue and white porcelain vase. Starting bid, 500,000. As the host and amp, Oppo's, words fell, bids began to rise, ultimately culminating in a final price of 2 million. Lin Feng was astonished. The price had surged sixfold. Auctions indeed had the power to elevate prices significantly. The hostess returned with another tray. Item, 8 Great Mountain Birds Flower Album Page. Category, calligraphy and painting. Details, a damaged Qing Dynasty painting, restored by modern professionals to the point where it is indistinguishable from the original. Value, 300,000. This second item is a Qing Dynasty painting. Starting bid, 600,000. This time, the number of bidders increased, and the atmosphere in the hall grew lively as prominent figures began to place their bids. In a short while, the seemingly superficial painting sold for 2 million. Lin Feng was swept away by the sheer audacity of the antique trade. It was indeed lucrative, especially in an auction setting where prices could soar in an instant. However, Lin Feng observed that the true magnates remained reserved, clearly discerning the artifice at play. Miss Chun Mo you cast a glance at Lin Feng, intrigued by his calm demeanor. Was he truly perceptive enough to see through the facade, or is he simply lacking the funds? At that moment, the third item was presented. Koryo Buddha, painting, Water Moon Guanyin, Koryo Dynasty. 14th century, background, a masterpiece of northern Buddhist painting adorned with gold and color, originally housed in a Jiangju temple. Valuation, high religious and artistic value. Previously rumored to circulate on the black market at a price of 4 to 6 million RMB. Note, this painting is a counterfeit, value, 100 renminbi. Another northern painting, originating from the 14th century, starting bid, 2 million. Lin Feng initially expected that such a high-priced item would attract fewer bidders. Once again, he was stunned. After several rounds of bidding, the painting ultimately sold for an astonishing 8 million. A mere item worth 100 yuan fetched 8 million. Were these individuals and amp Oppo's fortunes simply a product of the wind? They bid without a flicker of hesitation. Chen Mo Yu and amp Oppo's enchanting gaze turned toward Lin Feng. Her curiosity piqued. Young man, why do you refrain from bidding? Is it that you find these items unworthy? Name, Chen Mo Yu. Inner thoughts. This young man is remarkably composed. Could he possibly see through the superficiality of these items? How could someone so young possess such profound knowledge of antiques? Lin Feng chuckled inwardly. He had no desire to attract attention. This alluring older woman was no ordinary individual, and he needed to exercise caution. Sister, I would love to bid, but alas, I am devoid of funds. I can only watch. Young man, I could lend you some. Ha ha. Then I would have to repay you in kind. Chun Mo, you shot him a glance, her expression teasing. You dare to flirt with me again? You certainly have a bold spirit. This woman exuded charm in every gesture, her allure far surpassing that of Chun Yunshi and Qin Mingyao, wielding a lethal effect on men. Brother Feng, do you think she has taken a liking to you? Don and Amp, Oppos, be ridiculous. She could very well be my mother. Zhang Donyang whispered. Age is but a number, and height is merely a distance. I suspect she is indeed interested in you. Young man, your friend speaks truthfully. Should you fancy me, we could connect privately. Lin Feng panicked. He had no interest in engaging with her outside of this setting. It was absurd. Such a captivating woman, who had maintained her integrity, had to be extraordinary. Countless men must have sought her favor. Being alone with her would undoubtedly lead to endless complications. Perhaps it is best to decline, lest I encounter peril. Chun Mo paused, then smiled once more, turning her attention back to the stage as the next item was unveiled. At that moment, Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos, eyes brightened. His focus riveted on the auction platform. Chapter 73, $1,000 bargain. Who is the fool? Today's protagonist has made his entrance. Lin Feng has come for him. Ladies and gentlemen, the final item of today and Oppos' auction is about to be revealed, and this piece is rather extraordinary. According to the auctioneer and Oppos' introduction, the authenticity of this painting remains uncertain. It is titled Han Palace, Spring Dawn. A stir ripples through the audience, as the name is evidently familiar to many. Is it a work by Chioing? But has an Amp, Oppos, this painting been lost to time? Indeed, this piece cannot be genuine. During the tumultuous years of war, it vanished without a trace. If my assumptions are correct, the auctioneer must either be foolish or presume us to be gullible. This is a blatant trap. How naive to think they could exploit our hopes for profit. This painting is undoubtedly a forgery. There is no need to linger on it. Even if it were $100, I would not bid. However, let us not rush to conclusions. Perhaps we should examine the item first. The auctioneer, sensing the prevailing skepticism, remains unperturbed. Yet, few seem inclined to agree with him. Within the circle, it is a widely accepted belief that this item cannot possibly be authentic. Handsome, what are your thoughts on this painting? Sister, you haven't placed a bid yet. Do you believe it to be real or fake? To my knowledge, this painting disappeared during the war and is rumored to have ended up abroad. It cannot possibly be genuine. Chun Moyu is an expert. Otherwise, she wouldn't have refrained from bidding thus far. Individuals of her caliber possess not only skill, but also considerable experience, far beyond the average person's grasp. At antique auctions in Sioux City, the likelihood of encountering valuable currency is akin to winning the lottery. Lin Feng reflects, feeling that strength amounts to little in the face of such deception. Handsome, you Don and Amp, Oppos, genuinely believe it to be authentic, do you? Perhaps it is? If the price is reasonable, I might just take it. Chun Moyu pauses, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Lin Feng had initially exuded an air of mystery. Now, she suspects he might simply be short on funds. Lin Feng secretly rejoices at this assumption. It is to his advantage that he does not draw attention to himself. Quietly amassing wealth is indeed a delightful prospect. All right, everyone, this painting of uncertain authenticity starts at a bidding price of 1,000. Let us see who dares to take a chance. The crowd remains unmoved, with many even scoffing at the notion. If it were genuine, it would hardly be appearing at an auction. After the auctioneer's call, he discovers that no one has placed a bid. He chuckles again. Ladies and gentlemen, the world of antiques is boundless in its learning. Perhaps this painting could yield a delightful surprise. Still, silence reigns, as the majority present are seasoned veterans who cannot be easily deceived. Since there appears to be no interest, I shall begin counting down. With no bids forthcoming, it is hardly a significant matter. Many items go unsold at auctions. Suddenly, Lin Feng raises his hand and calmly states 1,000. Countless eyes turn toward Lin Feng, regarding him as if he were a fool. They are curious to discover who would bid on a piece they know to be a forgery. To their surprise, it is a young man they have never seen before. 1,000. First call, second call, third call. Sold. Congratulations to this gentleman. Lin Feng nods with a smile, acknowledging the auctioneer. That concludes today's auction. It has been a pleasure to host so many distinguished individuals. I look forward to our next encounter. Lin Feng rises, preparing to depart. Sister, are you really going to take it home as a mere decoration? Does it matter? It's only 1,000. Your attitude is quite commendable. If it turns out to be real, you could strike it rich. Haha, you're quite amusing, sister. If it were real, wouldn't all these big shots notice? That is not certain. Let us not jest any further. I must take my leave until we meet again. Lin Feng wishes to avoid entanglement, eager to escape with his acquisition. Chen Moyu senses that Lin Feng is not merely an amateur, yet she finds no evidence to support her intuition. The atmosphere at the auction site has grown tumultuous, as Lin Feng's seemingly unprofessional action has sparked laughter among many. What a scam. $1,000 for bargain? This kid is truly amusing. Have you seen him before? I feel like I and Oppos he never encountered him. He looks like a novice. Perhaps he has a little money and came here to broaden his horizons. $1,000, and to think, hanging it on the wall as decoration wouldn't be too shabby. Ha, that makes sense. Foolish people with money. Laughter echoes through the air, save for Chen Moyu, who remains contemplative, watching Lin Feng depart. Sister Chen, we should be leaving. Her personal bodyguard reminds her with a single sentence. Yes, please look into where that handsome young man resides. Understood, Sister Chen. 10 minutes remain until Han Palace Spring Dawn is confirmed as an authentic piece. Lin Feng has completed the payment and taken possession of the painting. Glancing at the information before him, he hastens to make his exit. Brother Feng, is it real or fake? If it were fake, why would I run? If it's genuine, it's worth millions. Wow. Zhang Danyang is astonished and quickens his pace to follow Lin Feng out. At the auction site, just as everyone prepares to leave, an unexpected event unfolds. A man in his 60s, visibly distraught, clutches the auction staff, weeping bitterly. Sir, I apologize, but we have rules. The transaction is complete, and this $900 is the amount after service fees. Please accept it. What? This is unacceptable. That is an authentic piece. That cannot be helped. It must be this way. Please refrain from causing further disturbances, or I will have to take a firmer stance. The old man sheds tears of despair, realizing his hope has vanished, having learned too late. As the auction staff departs, the remaining attendees linger. Old sir, how do you know it is genuine? This painting was a gift from a foreign friend to my father. He passed away 3 years ago, and today I went to the old house to sort through belongings, where I discovered his will. It stated that this is the real deal. I have suffered a tremendous loss today. What? Is it truly authentic? Absolutely. How could I possibly lie about such a thing? Alas, it is all gone. The old man, defeated, exits the scene. Those who remain stand in shock, witnessing a scene straight out of a movie, transpiring in reality. They had just mocked Lin Feng. Who then is the true fool? Was the young man merely fortunate? Or did he indeed discern the painting's authenticity? I doubt he noticed. He is so young. How could he possibly tell? Then let us find him. We could offer 100,000 to buy it. Eyes brighten at this suggestion. Purchasing the painting for 100,000 would indeed be a lucrative deal. Huh. You truly have no shame. To prey on a younger generation is simply disgraceful. Chapter 74. Challenging my weakness. This is playing with fire. Chun Mo Yu and Amp. Oppos. S words caused the crowd to freeze in place, with some awakening to the reality of the situation and leaving with a sigh. Others, however, were determined to seek out Lin Feng. Chun Jia, you possess great power, but even if we approach him, it would merely be to collect artwork. We wouldn't Amp, Oppos, harm him. Why are you so anxious? Though Chun Jia held a high status and had seen much of the world, we were not the same. Besides, that young man ISN and Amp, Oppos, even familiar with you, right? Is that why you feel justified in your scheming? Perhaps I should visit your shop one day to find some treasures? The expressions of the crowd shifted, growing awkward. This woman was no ordinary figure. Should she truly come to rummage through their possessions and cause a loss? They would have no choice but to accept the consequences. Her connections were vast, and despite her outwardly alluring appearance, her ruthlessness was formidable. Very well, let us give Chun Jie the benefit of the doubt. Since she has spoken, we shall resign ourselves to our misfortune. Under the threat of Chun Mou, the crowd could only leave in defeat. Chun Jie, when can we return to watching? We were supposed to leave tonight, but now we must take it slow. By the way, have you uncovered any information on that handsome young man from earlier? I was just about to tell you, the investigation is complete, and it is quite remarkable. 6 months ago, he was merely a petty thug. Later, he apprehended a fugitive, and now he has achieved some success. Truly impressive. Pass me the phone. I wish to contact him. Huh? You want to contact him personally? Is there a problem with that? A handsome man deserves special treatment. Her subordinates were taken aback. This was the first time Chun Jie had personally reached out to a man, which was exceedingly rare. Yet, as her subordinates, they understood Chun Jie's temperament and dared not ask further. After Lin Feng and Zhang Danyang departed from the antique market, they found a late-night stall to enjoy some skewers. Just as they settled in, Lin Feng and Amp, Oppo's, phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Brother Feng, who is it? Is it your sister-in-law looking for you? Don and Amp, Oppo's, joke. A successful man's wife doesn't end Amp. Oppo's, rush him home. Brother Feng is indeed impressive. A curious older sister is calling you. Hint, the person on the other end is your ideal candidate for selling antiques. It's not your sister-in-law. It's that woman from earlier. I see. I knew Brother Feng had charm. She must have taken a liking to you. Whether she has taken a liking to me is uncertain, but she definitely has business with me. I'll answer and see. Zhang Danyang ceased his banter as Lin Feng answered the call. Hello, who is this? Hello, handsome. It hasn't an Amp. Amp, Oppo's, been long since we parted, and you and Amp. Amp, Oppo's. Already forgotten me? Oh, it's the beautiful older sister. What can I do for you? Can't we just chat? I find it hard to believe you, as you don't seem like an ordinary person. How could you just want a casual conversation? You lack romantic sensibilities. How about we have dinner together tomorrow night? Lin Feng recalled the earlier message, realizing that the woman bore no ill intentions. He smiled and replied, sure, I have time. Just send me the location. The Intercontinental Hotel. Room 3305. Huh? Dinner at a hotel? The hotel's Western cuisine is quite good. You come tomorrow, and I'll call for room service. But won't that be a bit inappropriate? A man and a woman alone? Handsome, I'm not worried. Why should you be? Rest assured, I want to eat you alive. Why must we dine in a room? There are plenty of restaurants outside. The room offers privacy, and I would like to know more about you. Lin Feng felt a strong urge of caution. This woman was indeed testing his limits. Hello, are you coming, or are you afraid of me? At her words, Lin Feng chuckled. What a joke. A man can't admit fear. I will come to find you tomorrow night. Let us see each other. A melodic laughter resonated on the other end, and Chun Mo, you sultrily remarked. It's settled then. Don't make me wait. Rest assured, I will arrive on time. After hanging up, Zhang Danyang asked, who was that? The woman with the curvaceous figure. No way. She is looking for you? Indeed. She wants a meet in her hotel room. I'm not sure what for. She wouldn't be trying to have a child with you, would she? Danyang, that woman is not simple. I can't afford to take her lightly. Brother Feng, I was just joking. What could she want with you? I suspect the matter of the painting has already been exposed. Will you be in danger? Zhang Danyang's concern grew. Don't worry, I'll be fine. What can a single woman do to me? If she misbehaves, I'll just hang her upside down. You're amazing, Brother Feng. The next day, Lin Feng arrived punctually at the designated location, soon greeted by 2 women at the entrance. Mr. Lin, Chun Jie is already waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me. Lin Feng nodded and followed them into the hotel. This was Lin Feng and Oppo's first experience in a 5-star hotel. The opulent interior design left him awestruck, a stark contrast to the business hotels he was accustomed to. They quickly arrived on the 3rd floor, and one of the women gestured, Mr. Lin, you may proceed alone. Chun Jie is in the room awaiting you. Thank you for your assistance. As Lin Feng walked down the corridor, he activated his ability to see through walls, though he usually refrained from using it. Today was an exception for the sake of ensuring everything was secure. His gaze penetrated the door, revealing an expansive room of over 80 square meters. Chun Mo lounged on the sofa in a sheer purple nightgown, her alluring figure unmistakable. The seductive decor created a visual impact that was undeniably captivating. Compared to their encounter at the auction, she was even more enticing now. This posture was undoubtedly lethal to any man. The table was set with 2 bottles of red wine and an array of gourmet Western dishes, delicacies Lin Feng had never experienced before. Goodness, this is quite extravagant. What are her intentions? Is she trying to seduce me? This is akin to playing with fire. Lin Feng was no saint. Who could withstand such temptation? Taking a deep breath, he pressed the doorbell. Coming. A melodic voice answered, and as the door opened, a wave of fragrant air enveloped him. Lin Feng momentarily lost his composure, but quickly regained his senses. Fortunately, his willpower was strong. A typical man might have succumbed to the atmosphere at that moment. Handsome, please come in. The meal is ready, and tonight, we shall not leave until we are drunk. As Lin Feng stepped inside, the door quietly closed behind him. Meanwhile, Chun Mo felt a tinge of disappointment. She had dressed so provocatively and created such an intimate setting. Yet this young man appeared entirely unfazed. Not only that, he seemed to disregard her presence altogether. Was she not attractive enough? Chapter 75. Unlocking the power of the wilderness. A man must possess a hint of mischief to capture a woman and Appo's heart. For even a remarkable woman like Chun Mayu is not exempt from this truth. Overlooked by Lin Feng, her competitive spirit ignited. Her allure has always charmed individuals of all ages. The audacity of a young man in his 20s to disregard her was intolerable, an affront to her dignity. Mr. Lin, shall we commence our dinner? She inquired. How did you know my surname is Lin? Have you conducted an investigation on me? He replied, bemused. It is hardly a secret. I have perused the news. You have even apprehended fugitives. Impressive indeed, she teased. That an amp. Appo's. Merely a trifle. My capabilities extend far beyond that, he responded confidently. Chun Mayu raised an eyebrow, her captivating smile illuminating the room. Then I sincerely wish to witness your prowess. Let us formally introduce ourselves. I am Lin Feng. A pleasure to meet you. I am Chun Mayu, but you may call me Chun Jie, she replied as they took their seats. Pouring a glass of well-aerated red wine for Lin Feng, she raised her glass. Chun Jie, what brings you to seek my company? He asked, curiosity piqued. Is it not permissible for an elder sister to invite you for a meal without ulterior motives? She countered playfully, downing her wine in one swift motion, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, making her even more enchanting. Of course, but I wonder if it is entirely appropriate for us to be seated thus, he remarked, sensing the charged atmosphere. Why should I be concerned? You need not fear, she said, shifting her chair closer to him, propping her chin on her hand, her gaze intense. Inner thoughts. I refuse to believe you are impervious to my charm. Let us see how long you can withstand this allure. Lin Feng found himself speechless. Was the competitive spirit of women truly this formidable? Yet, as a man, he could not show fear. Taking a bite of his steak, he remarked, surely, your invitation entails more than just a meal, does it not? Let us postpone other matters until after dinner, she suggested, refilling their glasses and drinking deeply once more. The formidable woman intends to intoxicate you, driven solely by her competitive nature. Lin Feng nearly burst into laughter. While this tactic might work on others, it was futile against him. Chun Mayu brimmed with confidence. When it came to drinking, few could rival her. Yet today, she faced Lin Feng. Within half an hour, she had consumed an entire bottle, her gaze growing hazy, while Lin Feng remained steadfast. Jin, I believe you have had enough. Perhaps it is wise to drink less? He advised gently. Nonsense. Tonight, we shall not leave until we are thoroughly inebriated, she declared, her vision blurring further as she struggled to maintain control. Conversely, Lin Feng, still sober, proceeded to open a second bottle of wine. Mr. Lin, I feel quite warm, she remarked, her senses dulled. You have drunk too much, he replied. I am not intoxicated. You speak nonsense. Note. Beneath her alluring facade lies an inexperience in matters of intimacy, and the opportunity to awaken her dormant desires has presented itself. Suddenly, Chun Mayu's skin bore a few red spots under her arms, on her neck, and along her collarbone. Lin Feng was taken aback. This bold invitation from fate seemed almost too daring. Yet, he recognized that Chen Moyu was no ordinary woman. Would acting on this impulse lead to complications? Note: the most effective means of winning a woman's heart is to introduce her to pleasures previously unknown. "Mr. Lin, my head is spinning," Chen Moyu lamented, leaning against him, her gaze unfocused. "Should I not enter the depths of hell? If not, I'll take the plunge," she thought resolutely. Lin Feng embraced her, following the cues indicated by fate. Everything unfolded so seamlessly, the atmosphere in the room shifting palpably. The essence of the ocean enveloped them, ultimately consuming the entire space. In that moment, Lin Feng felt akin to a locksmith, successfully unlocking the floodgates of passion. Outside the room, Chen Moyu's two female bodyguards stood at the door, pressing their ears against it intermittently. "Is there something happening inside?" One murmured. "You heard that too?" "I certainly did," the other replied, incredulous. "Could it be that Qinjie would?" "Don't be absurd. This young man lacks the gall for such audacity." "True. Qinjie would never engage in such acts with him." "Indeed. Let us refrain from interruption. She despises disturbances during important discussions." The two women resolved to remain undisturbed. Meanwhile, inside the room, the tempest of emotions surged. Eventually, Lin Feng and Oppo's gaze flickered, returning to calmness. After the tumult, Chen Moyu appeared dazed, seemingly entrapped in an unfamiliar state. Despite her worldly persona, she possessed little knowledge of such experiences. The unprecedented sensations overwhelmed her, plunging the once mighty leader into a unique state of bewilderment. Lin Feng exhaled a cloud of smoke, calmly stating, "Qinjie, you cannot hold me accountable for this." "Then it must be my fault," she retorted, finally regaining her composure, her eyes sharp as daggers. Never had she anticipated investing so much of herself. "You owe me an explanation." "Qinjie, in all honesty, dressed as you are, who could resist? Is it truly my fault?" "One could argue that, but given the circumstances, you may do as you wish," she conceded. "You must take responsibility for me," she insisted. Lin Feng exhaled slowly, chuckling. "Responsibility is a notion I can entertain, but I have a girlfriend. Parting ways is out of the question. If you can accept this, then all is well. If not, well, we find ourselves in impasse. You may choose to either harm me or report me." Lin Feng remained unperturbed. Filing a report was hardly an option for her, as it would reveal her own culpability. With his capabilities, any other challenges could be surmounted. Moreover, would Chen Moyu truly dare to sever ties with him, given her own predicament? The once dominant woman, now ensnared by an unparalleled experience, finds herself lost. Lin Feng chuckled inwardly. The adage a man must possess a hint of mischief to capture a woman's heart held true. The room fell into a profound silence as Lin Feng finished his cigarette and donned his clothing. "Qinjie, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," he declared. "Wait," Chen Moyu called out, hastily slipping into a robe and casting him a reproachful glance. "You intend to depart just like that? Men truly are insatiable once their appetites are sated. The number of women you attract is beyond my concern, but you must take responsibility for me. You genuinely do not care? I am 40. The sands of time are relentless, and I have long sensed your exceptional nature. I have some assets to my name. Do not let me down." "Goodness, are you suggesting I become a kept man? What of it? Do you find that objectionable?" "Not at all. But do you not perceive the imbalance? That is of no consequence. Should you treat me poorly, I will broadcast that you have wronged me." Lin Feng remained speechless. With Chen Moyu's allure, should today's events become public, his life would be forever changed. However, he shrugged, a smile playing on his lips. "If that is your stance, then so be it. Hey, come back. I was jesting. You're taking this too seriously, exhibiting no sense of decorum." Chapter 76. All good things. Marry a chicken and follow the chicken. Marry a dog and follow the dog. Chen Moyu was on the verge of exasperation, having suffered a significant loss. She intended to intimidate Lin Feng, but he was completely unfazed. This time, she realized she had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. However, if one were to speak of regret, there was none, for deep down, she felt little aversion. Go ahead and bully me." A woman of 40, yet her playful demeanor bore no hint of incongruity. Lin Feng embraced her from behind, whispering, "Sister Chun, rest assured, I shall not let you down." She shivered slightly and replied softly, "I shall trust you this once. By the way, that painting is genuine. You're aware of that, right?" This was the very reason she sought Lin Feng, only to find herself ensnared in the process. Of course it and Amp, Oppos, it's authentic. Otherwise, why would I waste $1,000 bidding for it? Indeed, I sensed you were extraordinary from the very beginning. My instincts were not mistaken. Sister Chun, how about I sell it to you? Little rascal, what price do you propose? Sister Chun, I possess not just this painting, but other treasures as well. Would you care to see? Chun Moyu and Amp, Oppos, S eyes sparkled with intrigue. She was not short of funds. Besides running an antique business, she had a passion for collecting. Then show them to me for appraisal. Lin Feng discreetly transferred items from his storage space into his backpack, unzipping it to reveal its contents. True to her expertise, Chun Moyu and Amp, Oppos, S gaze widened in astonishment as she scanned the items before her. Is this a rare Dalong stamp? Is that military postage made of gold? This is the 1994 Mei Lanfang stage art miniature sheet. This is the inverted Jenny Misprint from the United States. And this is a Qinghua glazed red plum vase from the Yongzheng period. Additionally, there was a chair that Lin Feng deemed too conspicuous to produce spontaneously. However, these artifacts were sufficient to move Chun Moyu deeply. While these fragments were not top-tier treasures, acquiring them from an individual was no small feat finally. Lin Feng presented the Han Palace Spring Dawn painting. Sister Chun, this is all I have. Is this all? Your tone suggests otherwise. Not everyone can present such items. She retorted, I am not a collector. Holding on to them would be a waste. How about I give them to you? Sister Chun shot Lin Feng a flirtatious glare and inquired, You mean as a gift? That cannot be. I am in urgent need of funds. I do not wish to take advantage of you. By the way, since you need money urgently, what for? I cannot truly depend on others. I intend to start a security company. A security company? Yes, the kind depicted in films, catering exclusively to the wealthy and various organizations. I never imagined you harbored such ambitions. Very well, I shall purchase these items for 8 million. What do you think? Lin Feng was taken aback. Aside from the painting, the remaining items barely totaled over 1 million. Truly, she was affluent and extravagant. Lin Feng, I do not intend to sell. I too collect antiques. And I have a fondness for these items. Then perhaps I could gift them to you? Life is but 30,000 days. Money cannot be taken with us. Is it wrong to spend on my man? Lin Feng raised his hand, as if to playfully smack her, chuckling, no fault in that. This made Chun Moyu tremble. There was no denying that the switch had been flipped once more. All right, I shall transfer the money to you. She dared not linger with Lin Feng any longer. Should he tease her again, she might not withstand it. Observing Chun Moyu and Amp, Oppos, S evasive gaze, Lin Feng Kuden and Amp, Oppos, T helped but chuckle inwardly. Even at her lofty stature, she had fallen to his charm. Chun Moyu and Oppos, S identity was not to be underestimated, and Lin Feng regarded her with utmost seriousness. Now he had an additional card to play. Soon, Lin Feng received a notification from the bank confirming the transfer of 8 million in full. Lin Feng, are you truly going to establish a security company? Indeed, absolutely. Then where will you find personnel? I shall take my time. Talent can always be found, and with money, how could one struggle to recruit? Chun Moyu laughed. In this day and age, talent is scarce across all fields. Sometimes, money alone cannot solve the issue. Moreover, finding skilled individuals in security is even more challenging. Oh, why do you say that? The genuinely capable and skilled individuals often work as private bodyguards for others, or they're recruited by official agencies. Even with wealth, you may not find them. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, experienced a moment of clarity. His encounter with Wei Qing had indeed been serendipitous. Those with true skills possess their own personalities, and why would they agree to join a newly established company? Furthermore, security personnel must be skilled. Their abilities are not honed in a day. A revelation struck him. He had indeed been too naive, simplifying matters excessively. However, it is not insurmountable. I know a few people who could help you scout for exceptional talent and arrange for some instructors. Sister Chun, you are truly considerate. Oof, spare me your flattery. Who do you think you are to me? If you succeed, I can retire early and enjoy life. Chun Mayu was the kind of woman who loved fiercely and hated fiercely. Having taken a step with Lin Feng, she was determined to consider everything for him. There is, however, a shortcut available. Do enlighten me. Some matters concealed in the shadows remain unseen by you, such as underground fighting. Lin Feng paused, perplexed. Underground fighting? Those who engage in underground fights are exceptionally skilled. They possess genuine abilities. These individuals only tread this path for money. If offered a stable job, they would certainly be inclined to work for you. However, there are inherent risks involved. For instance, you cannot ascertain their character. If they happen to be fugitives or of poor moral standing, they could become a liability. Lin Feng realized the validity of her words. Indeed, this method held promise. As for the character of these individuals, it posed a concern for others, but not for Lin Feng. Yet, I am unfamiliar with Sioux City, but I can make inquiries on your behalf. Sister Chun, there is no need to trouble yourself. I will manage to find the underground fighters in Sioux City on my own. Should I require assistance, I will reach out. I need to return to Guangqing first. And then, next, I shall purchase a house in Sioux City, allowing us to reside in both locations. Name, Chun Mayu. Inner thoughts. He may be exceptional, but being young, I fear he may be taken advantage of due to a lack of streetwise experience. If I am by his side, I can help him navigate, ensuring he does not suffer losses. Besides, he is already mine. It is not suitable for us to live apart for long. Lin Feng assumed she wished to watch over him. Instead, she intended to assist him, which touched his heart. Women are such. Once conquered, their pride transforms into a willingness to follow. Very well, if you're looking to purchase a house, I can assist you. After all, I am familiar with Sioux City. Lin Feng, when I arrive in Sioux City, you must not find me bothersome. How could that be? It presents the perfect opportunity for us to meet frequently and engage in some friendly sparring, does it not? Chapter 77. Inquiries and the Perilous Profession. Fact or fiction? Do you doubt my veracity? Chun Mayu jested. Regardless of its authenticity, I am inclined to believe it. I must take my leave now. Chun Mayu escorted Lin Feng to the threshold, her gaze lingering wistfully as he departed. Her two subordinates exchanged puzzled glances. How is it that, after a mere few hours, Sister Chun and Appo's countenance is so flushed, her complexion so vibrant? Indeed, I and Appo's noticed it as well. Her skin is radiant, possessing a healthy glow. You two are quite perceptive, Chun Mayu remarked. I and Appo's simply switch skincare products. I shall recommend them to you next time. Really? Sister Chun, you and Appo's, too kind. Pack your belongings. We and Appo's, returning to Guangqing. I have urgent matters to attend to. The two women exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Chun Mayu and Appo's, as subordinates, were all women, and they were exceedingly obedient to her. She took Lin Feng's ambition to establish a security firm to heart. Despite being 40 years of age and possessing extensive experience in the underworld, she was experiencing the throes of love for the first time. She was even somewhat infatuated. Alas, she had inexplicably encountered a man, and the sensation was truly remarkable. After departing the hotel, Lin Feng observed that it was past 11 o'clock p.m. After some deliberation, he resolved to contact Qin Mingyao. As a prominent figure in Suzhou and Appo's underworld, she would undoubtedly be familiar with underground boxing, though he was uncertain if Feng Shichong was the mastermind. Hello, Miss Qin. This is Lin Feng. Do you have a moment? I wish to inquire about something. If you and Appo's available, could we meet at the Sichuan Hot Pot restaurant in the city center? Very well. I shall await you. Lin Feng was in good spirits, having anticipated that she would be more difficult to arrange a meeting with, but she had acquiesced readily. Half an hour later, in a private room at the Sichuan Hot Pot restaurant, Qin Mingyao inquired with a hint of bewilderment, "What necessitates your summoning me at this late hour? Let an Appo's partake in a few dishes first. I and Appo's am famished." Qin Mingyao furrowed her brow as she observed Lin Feng devouring the food with gusto. He had expended considerable energy this evening, and having barely touched the dishes at Chun Mayu and Appo's, Yes, he was on the verge of starvation. Half an hour later, Lin Feng wiped his mouth, declaring with satisfaction, "Excellent. I'm satiated. Let us discuss business. Have you just returned from Beta Huang?" Indeed, tilling the land is exceedingly arduous. Qin Mingyao, evidently missing the underlying meaning, assumed Lin Feng was jesting and retorted with displeasure. "Do enlighten me as to what matter you wish to discuss." "The casino is still in operation, and I have taken leave to be here." "Very well, I shall be succinct. Are you aware of any underground boxing matches in Suzhou?" "Underground boxing? What is the matter? Are you contemplating participating due to a lack of funds?" She was aware of Lin Feng's formidable strength and surmised that he was considering participating in underground boxing. "Spare me. If I were in need of funds, I would simply visit your casino. Why would I partake in underground boxing?" Qin Mingyao and Appo's forehead was adorned with black lines. She glared at Lin Feng and inquired, "Then why are you inquiring about this?" "I wish to observe. Underground boxing does exist, but it is not under our jurisdiction. Moreover, they are not as principled as we are. You may not be able to leave with your winnings." "Is it a Suzhou faction?" "How could that be?" "Suzhou and Appo's influence would not extend to others. It is a large, nationwide organization, a veritable monopoly." Heavens! Lin Feng was taken aback. He had assumed Feng Shichong was exceedingly powerful, but he now realized that there were always greater forces at play. "However, this group has communicated with my godfather. I am uncertain if they provided any benefits. Do you know the specifics? Could you enlighten me?" Qin Mingyao paused, reminiscing. It appeared she had visited such an event previously. After a moment, she began to recount her experience. "Approximately 2 years ago, I accompanied my godfather on a single occasion. It was also their inaugural entry into Suzhou, and they invited my godfather to attend the grand opening ceremony." "This endeavor necessitates a ceremony?" "Indeed, it is primarily a means of generating momentum. I even witnessed a few matches at the time." As she spoke, her brow furrowed slightly, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. "What is the matter? Is there an issue?" While labeled as boxing matches, they were, in reality, life-and-death struggles. "I witnessed 3 matches, and while no fatalities occurred, 3 individuals were left permanently disabled." Heavens! Such a high rate of incapacitation? Lin Feng was also astounded. Although he had witnessed underground boxing on television, he had always assumed that such brutality was the result of artistic license. What did you expect? Those who participate in such contests are either desperate individuals with no other recourse or those in dire need of funds. My godfather stated that they had extended an invitation for him to invest, but he declined, deeming it an ill-fated venture. Your godfather, a member of the underworld, possesses some principles. Mind your words. Very well, I was merely jesting. Do not be so tense. What is it that you ultimately seek to accomplish? Lin Feng chuckled. I wish to observe. Do you know the location? Lin Feng, are you contemplating wagering on boxing? I implore you not to. It is excessively gruesome and may induce discomfort. My primary objective is not to wager on boxing, nor is it to participate. I have, after all, established a security firm. Indeed? And then? I currently lack personnel. I intend to scout for a few experts in that location. Ah, Qin Mingyao was dumbfounded. She had encountered countless individuals, but she had never encountered such an eccentric as Lin Feng. Scouting for employees at an underground boxing venue? Did he know the nature of such a place? Did those fighters possess contracts that allowed them to leave at will? Lin Feng, you are insane. I am not. Simply escort me there. I shall not. I would be leading you to your doom. Spare me. You yourself are affiliated with the underworld. Huh? Are you afraid of them? Nonsense. Afraid of them? In Suzhou. Very well. Cease your boasts. Either you escort me, or I shall locate it myself. I am confident I can find it. Upon hearing this, Qin Mingyao was startled, her expression filled with suspicion. In truth, her relationship with Lin Feng was not particularly close, and they had even experienced conflict. However, they had inexplicably reconciled. Now, with Lin Feng remaining obstinate, she felt a tinge of concern. Very well, I shall escort you, but you must promise me that you shall not act rashly. Those involved in underground boxing are not to be trifled with. Agreed. It is too late today. We shall depart tomorrow. Very well. After arranging the details with Qin Mingyao, she departed, as she had a casino to oversee. At that moment, A shadowy figure in a corner retrieved a mobile phone and placed it to their ear. Lin Feng answered the phone as he stood outside the hot pot restaurant. Hello, Xiao Song. What prompts your sudden contact? Song Zhiro was covertly protecting the safety of Lin Feng and Zhang Dongyang, and she rarely revealed herself unless necessary. Boss, I noticed two individuals surreptitiously following you earlier. Initially, I assumed they were targeting you, but I observed that they departed after the woman with whom you had hot pot left. Lin Feng was taken aback, suddenly recalling Qin Mingyao and Amp, Oppo's tragic demise in his previous life. It appeared that the event was imminent. Chapter 78. The Perils of the Jianghu. So brutal, hey, boss. What do you think? Remarked one of the individuals, eyeing the professionals before them. They donned Amp, Oppo's. T appear to be mere amateurs. Their target is none other than your intimate acquaintance. Stop with the nonsense. Just because it's a woman doesn't mean she's my intimate acquaintance. And what about you? What is your standing? I am your employee. What was the boss doing at the hotel? That alluring woman didn't invite you there just for a meal, did she? Cough, you're quite the gossip. Consider your salary docked. On what grounds? For speaking ill of the boss behind their back. What do you think? All right, I won't say anything more. A top assassin, now reduced to such a humble state for the sake of money, Song Zhiro felt a surge of frustration. Yet, there was no alternative for the sake of financial gain. She could only acquiesce. This time, I'll deduct 1,000. If there's a next time, your entire salary will be withheld. Lin Feng hung up the phone and exhaled a deep breath, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, locking onto two figures cloaked in darkness. They were two young men in their 30s, sporting crew cuts and exuding a palpable aura of menace, unmistakably not benign characters. At that moment, the duo was watching Qin Mingyao and Amp, Oppo's, escort apart, their eyes harboring a chilling intent. Name, Wang Qian, age, 31, identity, core henchman of Wang Ding Group. Name, Zhang Feng, age, 32, identity, core henchman of Wang Ding Group. Note, the Wang Ding Group is the second largest force in the underworld of Sioux City, long suppressed by the Feng Shichong Group. They plan to strike at Qin Mingyao to deliver a fatal blow to Feng Shichong. The Jianghu is fraught with dangers. Navigating this world is far from tranquil. Despite standing at the pinnacle, many eyes are still fixed hungrily upon them. A moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophic consequences, exacting a heavy toll. Note, they will make their move in 10 days. Lin Feng dialed Song Zhiro and Oppo's number once more. What do you want? What do you mean? What do I want? I have a task for you. Keep a close watch on those two. I need their daily whereabouts. Is there a problem with that? Understood. Good. As long as you perform well, that 1,001 and Amp, Oppo's, TB deducted. That and Amp, Oppo's, as your word. Of course, a man of his word cannot be swayed. All right, leave it to me. Song Zhiro was a professional, her investigative skills rivaling those of Wei Qing. Tailing two individuals would be as easy as child and Oppo's, as play for her. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng and Wang Qian watched Qin Mingyao depart, opting not to pursue her just yet. To ensure absolute success, they planned to wait for the opportune moment. Old Zhang, once this job is done, we'll soar to new heights. Damn, the risks are substantial. That woman is no novice either. If things go awry, we could end up regretting it. Besides, she has quite the catch. We might even enjoy ourselves while sending her on her way. If old Zhang succeeds, it would not only cripple the Feng Shichong Group, but also utterly humiliate him. Indeed, the thought of the adopted daughter being ravaged and then killed is quite exhilarating. Moreover, Dingy mentioned that if we execute this task well, we stand to gain a significant sum of money and perhaps even some business opportunities. Haha, you and Oppo's. Rewrite. We must do our utmost to ensure we do not disappoint Dingy. The two men conversed animatedly, oblivious to the seismic shifts that had already altered the original timeline. The following day, at 10:00 and Oppo's clock in the evening, Lin Feng and Qin Mingyao met at their agreed location. How shall we proceed? We wait for them to come and collect us. Quite the mysterious arrangement, isn't it? Our Dragon Lake villa is cautious. Those who make a living in this manner cannot afford to be careless. After contemplating, Lin Feng found some merit in that reasoning. They and Oppo's, re-here. As Qin Mingyao spoke, a white van approached, halting before them. The rear door swung open, revealing a young man who glanced at them and gestured for them to enter. Once inside, Lin Feng noticed the windows were fitted with special film, rendering the outside world invisible to them. My apologies for the inconvenience. I understand the protocol. Rest assured. Before long, a man and a woman conducted a security check on Lin Feng and Qin Mingyao, confirming that they bore no dangerous items. The journey was silent as Lin Feng and Oppo's gaze pierced through the tinted glass, the vehicle heading steadily towards the outskirts. Eventually, they reached the boundary of Sioux City. You may disembark now. After stepping out, Qin Mingyao and Lin Feng boarded a tricycle parked by the roadside. After a bumpy ride, they arrived at the entrance of an estate. Welcome. You have arrived at your destination. I hope you enjoy yourselves. Miss Qin, our boss has requested that you extend his regards to Master Feng. Qin Mingyao nodded in acknowledgement. They traversed the estate, which revealed a hidden paradise. Upon passing through a massive iron gate, Lin Feng was met with thunderous shouts. Sir, we have reached your designated area. This sign indicates your seating arrangement. Please refrain from wandering. Thank you. Curious, Lin Feng inquired. Are there VIP seats here? Indeed, primarily for the purpose of maintaining confidentiality regarding your identities. As they spoke, they entered a small room where black curtains were drawn, transforming it into a secluded space. Through the glass, they could see the boxing ring and scattered patrons. A match was underway, and the atmosphere was electric. Lin Feng and Oppo's attention was captured by the center of the ring, where two Western fighters were locked in combat. Suddenly, a towering man with a hairy chest executed a stunning throw, knocking his opponent to the ground. The defeated fighter trembled before blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain, and his eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness. With the conclusion of the match, the announcer declared the newcomer, the polar bear, victorious. The audience erupted in excitement. Damn, this rookie is ferocious. How unfortunate. I didn't place a bet on the 20-to-1 odds. Ha, I wagered 50,000. I'm about to strike it rich. This is outrageous. I thought the seal was invincible. How could he lose after 20 consecutive victories? I lost 100,000. Next time, I must be more judicious. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the fallen fighter, and a message materialized before him. Name, Kaid, nationality, Russian Federation, nickname, meat grinder, status, spine fractured, permanently disabled. Note, this underground fighter is now incapacitated and will spend the remainder of his life bettered in a truly tragic fate. Lin Feng was moved, having initially assumed there was an element of performance involved. The reality was far grimmer. This was brutal, and the stakes were very real. Did you see? This is underground fighting. Once you step into the ring, your life is no longer in your hands. Moreover, most of these fighters have their own issues. Very few can genuinely come here to work, Qin Mingyao remarked truthfully, though Lin Feng remained oblivious. Perhaps there might be a chance? Qin Mingyao ceased to speak, and soon the next pair of fighters emerged. To Lin Feng and Oppo's astonishment, one of them was a Chinese competitor. Though slender, he was pitted against a burly opponent, clearly mismatched in size. Chapter 79, Master of National Martial Arts. Betting 100,000, the disparity in physique was strikingly evident. The individual appeared to be from Huaxia. Qin Mingyao furrowed her brows, clearly branding her opponent as a loser. From a visual standpoint, it was a conclusion that any reasonable observer might reach. Name, Zhang Dashan. Age, 40. Identity, heir of national martial arts. Skill, Bajiquan. Character, decisive, ruthless, clear-cut in grudges and graces. Details, driven to the path of underground fighting due to financial hardship, with a wife and child relying on his earnings. Note, this is his first underground fighting competition, and due to his frail appearance, he is not favored. However, he will soon achieve victory by knocking out his opponent. Lin Feng was taken aback. He hadn't and Oppo's. He expected to encounter a genuine expert on his first visit. National martial arts was a term both unfamiliar and familiar to him. He recalled that around 2023, there had been rampant skepticism regarding the authenticity of national martial arts online. At that time, not a single master of this discipline had stepped forward, while traditional combat sports dominated, defeating numerous so-called masters of national martial arts. The undeniable truth of national martial arts and Oppo's ineffectiveness in real combat solidified its reputation as synonymous with deception. Lin Feng never anticipated that he would come across a true master of national martial arts in this setting. The upcoming match featured the rising star Buddha and Appo's hand against the Ice Mountain Tyrant. The Ice Mountain Tyrant had achieved an impressive streak of 20 consecutive victories, with odds set at 1-2. Buddha's hand was making his debut today, but rumors circulated about his signature finishing move, giving him odds of 1-10. Wow, the odds are quite high, but I believe he and Appo's definitely lose on his first outing, someone remarked. Have you noticed? For a debut, these odds aren't particularly steep. They create an illusion of a potential victory to entice others to bet. It's a classic setup for a scam. Look at that frail frame. I doubt he can last long. Another added. I agree. Are they trying to swindle me? I'm placing 100,000 on the Ice Mountain Tyrant. On the surface, Buddha and Appo's hand appear to have nearly zero chance of winning. He was too slender, hardly displaying any prospect of success. Lin Feng, what are your thoughts? Qin Mingyao suddenly inquired, seeming genuinely intrigued by the match. What do you mean? I and Appo's am just here to watch, he replied casually. Aren't and Appo's you supposed to know everything? Do you think that Huaxia man can win? I believe he's a master. One must not judge by appearances. Qin Mingyao chuckled. His attire does resemble that of the adept in television dramas, but I still think it and Appo's as just a fade. Miss Qin, Aron and Appo's you judging solely by appearances? The difference in physique is undeniable. It's a fact that cannot be contested. After all, this ISNTA movie, they are both flesh and blood beings. And if you were to compete, what odds would you give yourself? She challenged. Without using flying daggers, I and Appo's undoubtedly lose, she admitted candidly. You're quite honest. But I still believe he might not necessarily lose, Lin Feng countered. Lin Feng, you can't just make claims based on gut feelings. Everything needs a foundation. Qin Mingyao retorted, feeling a sense of frustration due to her past losses against him. She wondered if she genuinely thought Buddha and Appo's hand Kuden and Appo's win, or if she merely wanted to provoke Lin Feng. Miss Qin, I'm planning to place a bet. Are you interested? Sorry, I work in a casino myself, so I'm not interested. Not even for a chance to make money. It and Appo's a small bet for a large potential return. Honestly, the betting here is far more equitable than in your casino. Mr. Lin, you Wooden and Appo's genuinely bet on Buddha and Appo's hand. Would you? Is there a problem with that? The odds are so high. 100,000 could yield 1 million. Why not seize the opportunity? Are you serious? Just 100,000? If you win, I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Feng opened his computer screen and entered a wager of 100,000 under Buddha and Appo's hand's name. Betting here was conducted using virtual currency, which would be settled upon departure. Seeing Lin Feng and Appo's actions, Qin Mingyao remarked, I didn't expect you to be so impulsive. Let's await the outcome. Her competitive spirit was stirred, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, she wanted to see Lin Feng face a setback. Soon, the large screen in the arena illuminated, signaling the end of the betting period. Unsurprisingly, 1/10 of the gamblers had backed the Ice Mountain Tyrant. His physique dwarfed that of Buddha and Appo's hand, being muscular and robust, surpassing the two from earlier. Moreover, he was on a winning streak, which amplified his intimidating presence, and his past opponents had either been severely injured or defeated. Employing ruthless tactics, in the face of such overwhelming strength, any technique appeared futile. Ladies and gentlemen, betting has concluded. The match is about to commence. The contestants, please take your positions, the announcer and Appo's voice boomed as the lights dimmed over the ring. The Ice Mountain Tyrant smirked menacingly and spoke in broken Huaxia. Kid, I advise you to surrender. I won't show any mercy. On this stage, I have defeated many Huaxia individuals. The so-called Huaxia martial arts are nothing but a ruse. Buddha's hand gazed coldly at his opponent, remaining silent, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity and a sense of murderous intent. This look carried an air of disdain that was unsettling, as if he could extinguish his opponent with a mere flick of his finger. The Ice Mountain Tyrant, infuriated, bellowed, You little dog, still putting on airs? I'll twist your head off and use it as a ball. Ha, this is thrilling. Ice Mountain Tyrant, don't hold back. I placed 100,000 on you. Take him down. Destroy him. I'm betting 500,000 on your victory. Take him down. Buddha's hand. I have faith in you. You look like you have potential. Show him what you're made of. I'm betting 50,000 on you. Let us see if you can turn the tide. Let us get started. I can hardly wait. The voices of the crowd overwhelmed the arena. Yet the two fighters remained motionless for the moment. While the Ice Mountain tyrant appeared brutish, it was evident that he possessed a strategic mind. His boisterous taunts were merely a tactic to assert psychological dominance. Anyone capable of standing in the ring must possess some level of skill. Furthermore, Buddha and Appo's hand and Appo's calmness was genuine, not a mere facade. After several tense minutes of standoff, they had yet to engage. Why Haven Tea? They started yet. Why the rush? Do you think the Ice Mountain tyrant is a fool? Anyone who steps onto this stage is no novice, Lin Feng replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Mingyao and Appo's expression shifted, and she began to feel a wave of self-doubt. Lin Feng's words held weight. Perhaps she had misjudged the situation? However, Buddha and Appo's hand certainly did not appear to be a master of his craft. Could it be that he was merely playing the part of a fool to deceive? Just then, the Ice Mountain tyrant could no longer restrain himself and suddenly lunged forward. The crowd held its breath in anticipation, their eyes brimming with excitement. No one believed this would be a balanced contest. In the eyes of the majority, Buddha and Appo's hand was already doomed. Chapter 80, A Decisive Strike, Unbroken Victory. Come on. Finish him off. I want to win some money. Buddha and Appo's hand, perish. Damn it, show no mercy. Tear him apart with the most ruthless methods. Buddha and Appo's hand. Do not disappoint me. I have wagered my entire fortune on you. What the hell? He actually dodged the tyrant's attack. Don't be reckless. It's surely a test. In this kind of match, one moment of carelessness could cost a life. We must be cautious. Right, don't panic. He hasn't shown his true power yet. The Ice Mountain tyrant relies on brute strength, not speed. Buddha and Appo's hand managed to evade the initial wave of attacks, displaying remarkable composure, which caused the supporters of the Ice Mountain tyrant to falter. Meanwhile, the fans of Buddha and Appo's hand were in frenzy. Did you see that? That powerful punch. And Buddha and Appo's hand merely shifted his feet to evade it effortlessly. Look closely, that guy's not as weak as he seems. Speed is his advantage, but against absolute power, it means nothing. Qin Mingyao was right. Buddha and Appo's strength surpasses his opponent's. This argument is invalid. As the saying goes, in the realm of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable. Only speed remains undefeated. Just wait and see. As if that and Appo's true. Qin Mingyao remained skeptical. Shall we place a bet? How do we bet? If you win, I will bow to you at Longhu Villa and call you any from now on. If I win, you must go on a date with me and let everyone at Longhu Villa know. Don't be ridiculous. You're too timid. If you're not betting, then forget it. I see you lack confidence. Qin Mingyao despised Lin Feng's arrogance, and this provocation struck home. Fine, I'll take your bet, but don't back out if you lose. The crowd erupted again as the Ice Mountain tyrant and Appo's attack was unexpectedly blocked. Goodness, this is even more astonishing than dodging an attack. Buddha and Appo's hand's physique absorbed a heavy blow without yielding an inch. The onlookers were astounded. The tyrant and Appo's supporters began to grow uneasy, while the bettors on Buddha and Appo's hand were elated, as if fueled by adrenaline. Amazing. I knew he was extraordinary. Exactly. One cannot judge a person by appearances. Are we winning? 66-66. What was that technique? So impressive. It resembles Huaxiao martial arts. But didn't they say martial arts cannot be applied in real combat? Who said that? You just haven't seen it yet. Martial arts can definitely be effective in real fights. Look, the tyrant is cornered. As the words left his mouth, everyone turned their gaze to the stage. The tyrant, consumed by rage, began a frenzied assault on Buddha and Appo's hand. However, while he was quick, Buddha and Appo's hand was quicker, evading his strikes in the blink of an eye. Hiss! Qin Mingyao gasped. As a half-expert herself, she recognized Buddha and Appo's hand and Oppos has exceptional skill. His speed is astonishing, and though his footwork appears chaotic, it conceals a profound rhythm. Truly marvelous. Huh, do you see the extraordinary now? Lin Feng said with a beaming smile. Did you know it all along? Guess. The match isn't over yet. We'll see who prevails. Watch closely. He is about to counterattack. Qin Mingyao was startled and looked back at the stage, where Buddha's hand had just blocked the tyrant's strike with his arm. He then seized the tyrant's wrist, pushing with force, sending the massive figure flying 2 to 3 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The tyrant struggled to rise, but ultimately succumbed, lying on the ground, panting heavily, visibly pained. Staff rushed to carry him off stage while the referee raised Buddha and Oppos, S-hand and Oppos, S-hand, declaring his victory. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The spectators erupted in disbelief. Ice Mountain Tyrant had lost. Not only had he ended his winning streak, but he had also fallen to an obscure opponent. Damn it, my 200,000 just vanished. 55555, 10,000 was my grandson in Amp. Oppos, S entire fortune. I've suffered a huge loss. What the hell happened? This is terrifying. Who is this Buddha and Oppos? S-hand. Ha ha, I hit the jackpot. I won 50,000. Damn, I only bet 10,000. Had I known, I would borrowed money to bet everything. This is exhilarating. I finally turned my fortunes around. Ha ha, I'll be a fan of Buddha and Amp. Amp, Oppos, S-hand for life. Buddha and Amp. Amp, Oppos, S-hand. However, did not share in the jubilation. His appearance fee was meager, and he needed to continuously compete to enhance his value and earn more. He had 4 more matches today and needed to win them all. Lin Feng reveled in his winnings of 1 million, feeling quite exhilarated. In just 10 minutes, without lifting a finger, I made a profit of 90,000. This is bliss. Miss Qin, don't forget our bet. Rest assured, I want to go back on my word. She inwardly scolded herself for being so impulsive. Lin Feng was quite cunning, and she had fallen for his provocations. Lin Feng, did you know about his strength beforehand? What technique did he just use? That was Bajiquan. The move he used to defeat the tyrant is called Bajiquan Peng, a technique from a true martial arts master. Traditional martial arts? Such a master stooping to underground fighting? It in Amp, Oppos, S only natural. Even a hero can stumble over a single coin. Such a shame that this talent has been reduced to an underground fighter. Lin Feng chose not to respond. Buddha and Amp, Oppos, S-hand was his first target. But there was no need to reveal that to Qin Mingyao just yet. Lin Feng, he has 4 more matches. Who will win? Of course, it will be Buddha and Oppos, S-hand. Can I place a bet as well? Suit yourself, but don't blame me if you lose. I don't believe your nonsense. With such strength, he would find it hard to lose. Having learned the hard way, Qin Mingyao no longer trusted Lin Feng's words. However, due to his formidable ability, his odds began to plummet. Yet, this did not deter the gamblers. All bets were pouring in for Buddha and Amp, Oppos, S-hand. As expected, Buddha and Oppos, S-hand won all 3 of his subsequent matches in swift fashion, leaving his opponents utterly defenseless. Consequently, the audience present that day became winners, while the boxing arena faced devastating losses. No one had anticipated that a newcomer would dominate so fiercely, winning 5 consecutive matches. Despite the decreasing odds, heavy bets continued to flood in, resulting in significant losses for the house. Finally, Buddha and Oppos, S-hand and Oppos, S matches concluded, and he was escorted backstage by the staff. It was now 3 a.m., and the day's events had wrapped up. Qin Mingyao stood to leave, only to find Lin Feng rooted in place. His gaze fixed on Buddha and Amp, Oppos, S-hand and Amp, Oppos, S departing figure. Lin Feng, aren't you leaving? What are you planning to do? Leave? The grand undertaking that won you 1 million is in trouble. We must repay the favor. Chapter 81. The dealer can no longer play. Respecting the wine, but drinking the punishment, Qin Mingyao gazed in confusion, truly perplexed by Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos, S words. The Buddha hand, with its unbroken winning streak, wielded an overwhelming force for a newcomer. Are you suggesting that the dealer can no longer withstand it? Indeed, a conversation is necessary, Lin Feng responded. Surely not. Would they resort to such underhanded tactics? Their mindset is too narrow. Do you believe everyone abides by your so-called rules? Qin Mingyao frowned. Although she considered herself a semi-professional, their casino generally adhered to norms. As long as one didn't oppose wager, winnings could be smoothly pocketed. However, the odds in the casino invariably favored the dealer. As long as one continued to gamble, winning was merely a fleeting phase, with laundering ultimately being the inevitable outcome. Yet, in underground fighting, if a singular master emerged, dominating all other contenders, the dealer faced a significant risk of incurring losses. At such a juncture, psychological manipulation would be imperative, compelling the favorite to deliberately lose the match in order to recuperate losses. Lin Feng, even if what you say is true, this matter does not pertain to us. It does not involve you, but it certainly involves me. You would and amp, oppose. To take an interest in the Buddha hand, would you? My interest is indeed substantial. You may choose not to partake, but I shall certainly strive for it. As Lin Feng stood to leave, Qin Mingyao was taken aback and hurried to follow. Expressing her concern, please do not act recklessly. This is not recklessness. The Buddha hand is unlikely to comply with their anticipated demands. This group is not to be trifled with. If he does not cooperate, he will face dire consequences. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Qin Mingyao finally grasped his intentions. Your audacity is rather excessive. I never insisted you accompany me. Qin Mingyao felt speechless. She could not extricate herself from the situation. Fully aware that Lin Feng had brought her into it, should matters escalate, she would be unable to evade accountability. With no alternative left, Qin Mingyao steeled herself for the challenge, harboring a deep-seated wish for Lin Feng to remain unharmed. Deep within the estate, a lavish office awaited, presided over by Chen Shanshui, the overseer of the underground fighting competitions in Sioux City. Everything here fell under his jurisdiction. The Buddha hand possessed immense power and, if managed adeptly, could serve as a lucrative asset. Buddha hand, your prowess is remarkable. It brings me great satisfaction to see a competitor of your caliber emerging in Sioux City. Mr. Chun, when does the next competition commence? The Buddha hand displayed little interest in the praise, fixated instead on financial gain, eager to elevate his worth. Patience is key. While your strength is commendable, one must also rest. Mr. Chun, I require no rest. I wish only to enhance my value as swiftly as possible. Rushing into things will yield no success, and our industry entails costs. Tonight, our losses have been substantial. The Buddha hand and Oppo's expression shifted, confusion crossing his face. What do you mean, Mr. Chun? Do not panic. Succeeding in underground fighting requires more than just skill. To earn money, one must also obey. What do you imply? You are an astute individual. Surely, you understand my meaning? Are you suggesting I throw fights? That is simply impossible. I cannot comply. Do not be alarmed. Everyone in this line of work has, at some point, engaged in fixed matches. Moreover, cooperating with us reduces your risks and increases your earnings. I do not wish to partake in such actions. It would tarnish traditional martial arts. Chen Shanshui was taken aback, never expecting such stubbornness. In his extensive experience, he had never encountered someone so obstinate. In this day and age, adhering strictly to the rules rarely leads to profit. One must engage in some dubious activities to truly earn. Buddha hand, you must recognize who provides for you. Are you truly oblivious to the reality of your situation? Apologies, but if you insist on this path, I shall have to take my leave. With a clap of his hands, a hint of mockery graced his features. Buddha hand, do you believe this is a place where one can come and go as they please? It seems you prefer punishment over respect. Chen Shanshui slammed his palm onto the desk, and soon a throng of menacing figures entered the office, their eyes fixed on Chen Shanshui. Your prowess is undeniable. Yet with so many of us present, what odds do you believe you possess? Enough of your blather. I intend to leave, and none shall impede me. Very well. Seize him. Whoever can incapacitate him will be promoted to foreman. The Buddha hand remained unperturbed, facing the multitude with an air of calm, exuding the confidence of one who could conquer legions. Chen Shanshui felt his temper rising, his countenance darkening. Why do you linger? Charge. At his command. Dozens of subordinates surged forward. The Buddha hand did not confront them head-on. Instead, with a swift movement, he created an afterimage, reappearing beside Chen Shanshui in an instant. The latter was taken aback, astonished beyond measure, having grossly underestimated the Buddha hand and Appo's as capabilities. What do you intend? Mr. Chen, I harbor no ill intent. But your coercive demeanor leaves me no choice but to take you as a hostage. Have you considered that by acting thus, you may forfeit your opportunity to earn through fighting? If I do not fight, so be it. The world is vast, and I refuse to believe I would starve. The Buddha hand maintained his composure, confident in his formidable strength. Despite the multitude before him, he was resolute in his escape. Do you truly wish to sever all ties with us? You have forced my hand. This was never my intention. I caution you, should anyone dare to act, do not blame me for my treatment of Mr. Chen. These henchmen were notorious for their brutality, yet they hesitated, knowing full well that those who engaged in underground fighting were not to be trifled with. Do not act rashly. Release him. Indeed, release him. Do not cling to delusions. You cannot escape. Precisely. Your actions will only entangle you further, leading to grave troubles. I advise you to relinquish Mr. Chen promptly. The Buddha hand possessed an ironclad mental fortitude, displaying neither fear nor trepidation. He disregarded the warnings from the henchmen, gripping Chen Shanshui's neck firmly as he began to exit. Do not act impulsively. My safety must come first. Chen Shanshui and Appo's face drained of color, his heart pounding with fear, acutely aware that the Buddha hand was capable of lethal force. Though he held authority here, his life held greater significance than any position. Chapter 82. A single fist cannot overcome many hands. The deity descends. Calm down. Please do not harm me, and I shall cooperate with you, Mr. Chen implored. Rest assured, as long as you comply, I will not make things difficult for you, came the reply. Be gentler. I feel as though I'm suffocating, Mr. Chen gasped. I possess restraint. You shall not perish, was the retort. Chen Tianshui was consumed by a seething rage. He had never found himself in such a dire predicament. Should word of this escape, his reputation would suffer irreparable damage. Yet, the and Appo's, Buddha hand and Appo's, would not escape unscathed. His subordinates had already summoned reinforcements to this location. The Buddha hand was formidable, but he was still merely human, unable to contend with dozens alone. Once he extricated himself, he would lead a charge to capture this insolent boy, forcing him to experience a fate worse than death. The Buddha hand was aware that escaping today would be a challenge, yet he resolved to struggle nonetheless. Engaging in underground fights was not a noble pursuit, but he could not bring himself to resort to deception. Every individual has their limits. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a desolate crossroads. Here in the outskirts, few souls could be seen at this early hour. Enough, this is far enough for me. Having offended Mr. Chen, I shall take my leave, he stated, pushing Chen Tianshui forcefully, causing him to stumble and fall. As the Buddha hand turned to depart, his pupils dilated in alarm. From the shadows, blinding beams of light pierced through as several vans screeched to a halt before him. Countless figures poured forth, swiftly encircling him. Damn it, you finally made it. Surround him and give him a thorough beating. Bring him back to me, commanded a young man, gesturing for his comrades to advance. The Buddha hand's expression shifted dramatically. Facing a mere 10 adversaries offered a glimmer of hope for escape, but against this throng, armed to the teeth, he felt utterly outmatched. I have heard you are quite the fighter. Today we shall see if your fists are mightier than our iron rods, one of them taunted. The Buddha hand focused intently, leaving no room for complacency. As the mob charged, he swiftly maneuvered, launching himself into the fray. A cacophony of cries erupted as he dispatched 3 adversaries in the blink of an eye, leveraging both agility and surprise to fell another 7 or 8. Yet, the overwhelming numbers began to take their toll. He gasped for breath, fatigue creeping in. However, an instinct for survival ignited an unprecedented vigor within him, and soon 5 or 6 more opponents lay defeated at his feet. Everyone attacked together. Chen Tianshui bellowed, galvanizing the crowd as they surged toward the Buddha hand. The specter of death loomed, And though the Buddha hand was formidable, he now found himself overwhelmed, his movements becoming frantic. Soon, a fist connected with his arm, forcing him to stagger backward. Before he could regain his balance, a barrage of iron rods descended upon him like a torrential downpour. It and amp, oppos, over. He resigned, closing his eyes, prepared to embrace his demise. Yet at that moment, piercing screams echoed nearby. A shadow darted into the fray, akin to a deity descending from the heavens, delivering swift justice with each punch. Chun Tianshui's men were soon brought to tears, their cries echoing through the air. Life is but a stage. In an instant, the scene transformed dramatically. Chun Tianshui stood in shock, trembling as he beheld the masked figure. This presence eclipsed even the Buddha hand, devoid of any technique. He dispatched foes with singular blows. Not only was Chun Tianshui bewildered, but even the Buddha hand was left dazed by the sudden emergence of this individual, whose sheer strength commanded absolute dominance. With each strike, adversaries fell like leaves in autumn, the spectacle devoid of any superfluous gestures. This individual was a paragon of invincibility, possessing an innate power that was truly remarkable. Suddenly, the Buddha hand cried out, "Be careful," as a young man swung a rod towards the shadow's head. Yet, the figure remained motionless, allowing the strike to descend. Chun Tianshui's joy was short-lived as the anticipated result of a shattered skull instead yielded a bent rod, as though it had struck steel. "How dare you attempt a sneak attack?" the Buddha hand exclaimed, as the young man, weighing at least 180 pounds, was effortlessly lifted by the shadow. "Ah, spare me. I beg for mercy," he stammered, but before he could finish, the shadow casually tossed him aside. With only a few of Chun Tianshui and Appo's subordinates remaining, they surrounded him, their facade of bravado faltering as their legs trembled in fear. Faced with such a monstrous figure, who could maintain their composure? Moreover, they were merely pawns in the underground fight scene, having encountered many skilled fighters, yet never one so disturbingly powerful. The Buddha hand, too, was at a loss. His abilities ranked among the finest in Huaxia, seldom encountering rivals in one-on-one combat. But today he had received a humbling lesson. There are always greater forces at play. This figure in black was nothing short of divine. "Do you still wish to fight?" "I haven't and Oppos. Tea even warmed up yet. Why the hesitation?" The shadow spoke, its voice altered. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Who would dare to provoke such might? Chun Tianshui coolly inquired, "What is your intent? Do you wish to confront me? Have I wronged you? You have not offended me directly, but what is this? A multitude bullying a solitary individual? Are you a friend of his?" "Not exactly, but I cannot abide by such injustice." "You are meddling in affairs that do not concern you," Chun Tianshui retorted. "I take pleasure in meddling. If you disagree, feel free to summon more to challenge me," the shadow replied, exuding arrogance. Yet, its strength was formidable. Even should he summon reinforcements, they would likely be no match. In the face of absolute power, all else is inconsequential. Moreover, your dealings are shrouded in darkness. Should trouble arise, the consequences would be dire. What do you seek? Quite simply, I require this gentleman to accompany me. That is impossible. I have personal grievances with him. Ah, refusing me, are we? Then I shall have no choice but to incapacitate you all and take him with me. The shadow and Appo's dominance was evident, and it possessed the right to assert such authority, its prowess rendering any need for subtlety unnecessary. "You are exceedingly domineering. Must you escalate matters to this level? Remember, I am not negotiating with you. I am issuing a command. You have 1 minute to consider your position. Do not test my limits." As Chun Tianshui observed the shadow and Appo's fists clenching, a chill ran down his spine. Witnessing his fallen subordinates writhing on the ground, cold sweat beaded upon his brow. One can only imagine the sheer force behind those fists. A single blow to his head could spell his end. A wise man does not court disaster. The circumstances compelled him to relent. Through gritted teeth, he conceded, "Very well, you may take him. Consider it my misfortune." Chapter 83. The Master of Illusions. Is it that simple? Indeed, this favor you have granted me shall not be forgotten. However, you would do well to refrain from any deceit. lest I reveal the location of your underground boxing operations. Chun Tianshui's complexion turned ashen, utterly astonished that this individual possessed knowledge of their activities. Have you been to a boxing match? He scoffed. Guess for yourself. He glanced at Fashu and remarked, what? Are you not leaving? Oh, let an oppose, Esco. Fashu snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed Lin Feng out. Being caught by Chun Tianshui would yield dire consequences, yet accompanying this enigmatic figure promised a degree of safety. Given his formidable strength, if he harbored ill intentions, Fashu would have been eliminated long ago. Watching the two depart, Chun Tianshui felt utterly helpless. He was unwilling to let go of Fashu, who was akin to a cash cow. Boss Chen, what shall we do? Just let them leave like that? What can we do? Do you think you can take them on? A bunch of useless fools. We shall return. This matter must remain confidential. No one is to speak of it. Lin Feng and Fashu swiftly made their exit, covering several kilometers in no time. A BMW slowly approached and came to a halt. Qin Mingyao and Appo's expression turned to one of surprise as she glanced at Fashu, exclaiming, "You truly brought him out? Is there any doubt?" Lin Feng replied with a sense of pride. "How did they agree to let him go?" Lin Feng raised his fist, grinning, "Because my fists are rather imposing." "Did you confront them?" "I knocked them all down. They were utterly pathetic." Qin Mingyao was taken aback, while she was aware of Lin Feng and Appo's prowess. She had never anticipated it to be to such an extent. "Your strength is extraordinary. I have encountered many so-called masters in my lifetime, yet most are merely pretentious. But you, please, no need for formality. It is your strength that caught my attention." Lin Feng had removed his disguise, revealing his true countenance. Fashu was even more astonished upon seeing his youthful appearance. Suddenly, he inquired, "Did you just attend a boxing match?" "Indeed, I am Lin Feng." "Greetings, I am Zhang Dashin." After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "I know you wouldn't save me without reason. What is it you seek?" "Astute. There is no such thing as unconditional love in this world. Join me, old Zhang. I assure you, I am not jesting. Follow me, and I will guarantee you the opportunity to truly showcase your talents. Boxing offers no future. Each day is a dance with death, fraught with peril." Zhang Dashin, though lacking in education, understood the weight of Lin Feng's words. He pondered, "Do you have a wife and children waiting for you at home?" "Indeed, I do. Otherwise, I would not risk this line of work. Consider the implications of an unforeseen mishap. What then becomes of them? Your wife would belong to another, and your children would call someone else father. Be warned, stepfathers can be quite ruthless. The news is rife with such tragedies." While Zhang Dashin was strong, his intellect was modest. He was a simple man, focused solely on making money without contemplating the broader consequences. Lin Feng's words ignited a sense of urgency within him, as they made a disconcerting amount of sense. "Mr. Lin, what exactly do you do?" "Me? I am engaged in legitimate business. I am preparing to establish a security company and am currently in search of talent. Upon seeing you, I knew you would be a perfect fit." "A security company?" Zhang Dashin was bewildered. "Are you suggesting I become a security guard? How much could that possibly pay?" Lin Feng discerned his thoughts immediately and chuckled. "Not just any guard. We provide high-end security services for elite clientele. Have you seen movies with dapper security personnel in suits?" "Oh, I have seen those. Do you think I could do that?" A flicker of excitement danced in Zhang Dashin and Appo's heart. If Lin Feng and Appo's proposition held true, it would indeed be a respectable occupation. "In the initial stages of my company, we will recruit only the finest. You would be among the founding members, directly involved in management decisions, essentially a stakeholder." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dashin and Appo's enthusiasm surged. "Mr. Lin, you and Appo's, you're not deceiving me, are you?" "Of course not. Do I seem like a fraud? Join me, and I will offer you an initial salary of 20,000 a month, along with meals, lodging, and insurance." "Really?" "Absolutely. Then I shall work for you." "Excellent. Let us exchange contact information, and I will advance you a month's salary. The company should be operational in about a month." "Wow, Mr. Lin, you are quite generous. Just provide me with your account details, and I will transfer the funds." "All right." Zhang Dashin, devoid of ulterior motives, was exhilarated, convinced that Lin Feng was a good person. After all, someone his caliber had no need to deceive him. What could he possibly gain from him? Sometimes simplicity in thought leads to uncomplicated conclusions. Though his mind was straightforward, his reasoning was sound. Soon, the transaction was completed, and Zhang Dashin, brimming with joy, assured Lin Feng, "Rest assured, I am always at your service." "Good. Should Chen Tianshui trouble you, just reach out to me." "Understood, Mr. Lin. I trust you." Zhang Dashin quickly adapted, realizing that compared to the perils of underground boxing, a security job, though lower in pay, was far less risky and entirely legitimate, allowing him to avoid hiding such matters from his family. As a middle-aged man, the desire for stable employment was paramount. He declined Lin Feng's offer to escort him, departing on his own. Qin Mingyao remained in a state of disbelief, only regaining her composure once he vanished into the night. Yet, her astonishment lingered. Is that all it took? How could it be so effortless? I genuinely extended an invitation. He had no reason to refuse. Qin Mingyao was at a loss for words. Zhang Dashin was undoubtedly a talent. She had anticipated Lin Feng would have to exert considerable effort. She had imagined a prolonged struggle, yet it had been resolved with such simplicity. Is it truly so extraordinary to recruit a martial arts expert? Lin Feng chuckled. Enough of that expression. I advise you not to become infatuated with me, as it could prove perilous. Qin Mingyao shot Lin Feng an exasperated glance, her feelings towards him shifting yet again, now tinged with a hint of admiration. Chapter 84. The Company of Five. Live recruitment. 3 days later, Lin Feng, clad in a suit, stood before the newly rented office building alongside 4 employees. The sign above the entrance read, "Fengxing Security," and several floral arrangements were placed outside, sent by Chun Yunxi, Qin Mingyao, and Chen Moyu. The scene was a striking representation of the imbalance between genders, almost overwhelming in its absurdity. Wei Qing and Zhang Dashin, the newcomers, stood behind Lin Feng, bewildered. It was claimed to be a newly established security firm, yet it felt utterly pathetic, with the entire staff comprising just 5 individuals, including a young woman. Passers-by cast curious glances, their expressions tinged with confusion. The sight resembled more of a fly-by-night operation, and Lin Feng and his team seemed akin to a scam artist security detail. "Excuse me, are you hiring here?" An elderly gentleman approached, appearing to be at least 65 years old. "Sir, this position may not be suitable for you." "Oh, there are quite a few rules, aren't and amp. Amp? Oppos. T there? But, since we are acquainted, let us not be strangers. Dongyang, fetch the gentleman a box of eggs." "Certainly." While the others remained composed, Song Jiro felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was absurd. Standing here felt like being a clown, catering to all sorts of peculiar recruitment inquiries. "Everyone, let us perk up. The beginning is always the hardest. Don't wear long faces. What is it? Am I withholding your salaries, or something? Brother Feng, it does feel rather odd standing here. Where's the sign you were supposed to make?" "I prepared it. I'll go fetch it." Before long, he produced a wooden sign and placed it at the entrance. "Practical recruitment for security personnel, attractive salary, interested parties welcome to challenge." "Boss, what does this mean?" Wei Qing inquired, puzzled. "Old Wei, you and Old Zhang are both seasoned experts. With your prowess, you stand atop the pinnacle of human capability. My security firm aims for an elite approach, so I need top-tier talent, and you two are the filters." Wei Qing and Zhang Dashin exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with fighting spirit, for Lin Feng had introduced them, and they were aware of each other's expertise. "Stop exchanging glances. If you wish to spar, we can discuss it later." They withdrew their gazes, and Song Jiro coldly remarked, "Boss, are we just going to stand here? What else can we do? What if no one comes to recruit all day?" Lin Feng paused, realizing she had a point. This location was quite remote, surrounded by older residential areas. Thus the chances of waiting for prospects were slim. He stroked his chin in contemplation, yet his own qualifications felt somewhat lacking, and he couldn't conjure up a solution. "How about we distribute flyers? That won't work. I've tried it before. I earned 50 in a day, but got fined 100 for being caught." Old John flatly rejected Wei Qing and Amp, Oppos, as suggestion. These days, operating without a permit while handing out flyers is heavily scrutinized. If caught, you must pay a fine. Besides, our firm is aimed at the high-end market, and distributing flyers is too lowbrow. Xiaosong, do you have any good ideas? I could go out and scout for suitable candidates. If I find any, I'll bring them back, and if they resist, I'll incapacitate them. Rest. You're only asking for trouble. If you get caught, you'll find yourself in a secure place. At that moment, Wei Qing and Zhang Dashan regarded Song Jiro with a deep stare. This cold girl emanated an air of menace. Indeed, none surrounding the boss could be considered ordinary. This won't do, nor will that. Are we merely going to operate with just 5 people? Song Jiro glanced at Lin Feng, a smirk of schadenfreude playing on her lips. She was following Lin Feng for the money, yet unbeknownst to her, it was his charisma, coupled with an enigmatic aura, that subconsciously compelled her to comply. That is certainly not an option. Lin Feng pondered deeply, and after a considerable time, he resolved to seek assistance from the system. At that moment, the most unassuming among them, Zhang Danyang, suddenly spoke up. I think we could live stream. Hint, the proposal from your follower is quite promising. Utilizing live streaming can attract very reliable employees, thereby expanding your company. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Who said Zhang Danyang was of no use? It was now 2020, and the live streaming industry had only recently begun to take shape. Since the system endorsed this idea, it must hold merit. However, without a captivating angle, the stream would struggle to garner attention. Without traffic, all efforts would be in vain. After a moment and Oppo's reflection, an idea struck him, and he turned his gaze towards Song Jiro. Why are you looking at me? Because you're the only woman here. What do you mean? Song Jiro and Oppo's expression shifted, her wariness palpable, as an ominous premonition settled in her heart. Do you understand live streaming? I don't. But it's just a woman writhing to entice lecherous men? See, you do understand. Lin Feng wore a grin that suggested he was not taking the matter seriously. What exactly are you getting at? Song Jiro felt increasingly anxious, sensing something amiss in Lin Feng's demeanor. I want you to become our company's female live streamer for recruitment purposes. Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. She categorically rejected the notion, incredulous that she, a formidable female killer, would stoop to live streaming. If word got out, how could she ever maintain her reputation? Hey, what expression is that? Xiaosong, don't you want to advance? What do you mean? If you refuse, you can pack up and leave. You. She was utterly flabbergasted as Lin Feng cornered her, leaving her no escape. If she left now, she would only end up sleeping in a bridge underpass. She didn't wish to do that, yet she lacked the confidence to stand her ground. Looks like you've run out of options. If you can't do it, just stall. I'll raise your pay. If you recruit one effective combatant, I'll give you 500. Really? Why would I lie to you? Right now, we're in urgent need of talent. Song Jiro lowered her head, seemingly weighing her options. 500 for each recruit was no small sum for her at present. After all, it was just live streaming for recruitment. She wouldn't have to do anything too compromising, so it didn't seem too bad. Once this ordeal passed, she could leave. For now, she could endure it, all for the sake of money. Fine, I'll agree, but I won't engage in suggestive behavior or act provocatively. I don't care how you do it. As long as you bring in the candidates, I'll consider it your win. Deal. Now that we've settled this, let us not waste any more time here. We'll start the live stream tonight at 8. Everyone, disperse and get some rest. Zhang Danyang hurried over, leaning toward Lin Feng and asking, Brother Feng, do you think this will work? I just mentioned it casually. Don't worry. Your suggestion is excellent. I believe we can make significant strides and avoid many pitfalls. Hearing this, Zhang Danyang felt a wave of happiness. Unlike the others, he was somewhat aimless. If he couldn't alleviate Lin Feng's burdens, he felt as worthless as a piece of trash. Chapter 85. The Beautiful Instructor's Online Interview. True gold is not afraid of fire. I know your thoughts, but you are different from them. You are my brother. Do you understand? Brother Feng, I understand, which is why I strive to excel, lest others voice their discontent. This lad appears considerably more astute than in his previous life. It seems that one's mindset and environment significantly influence their growth. In this life, I am thriving, and so is Zhang Danyang. Clearly, a positive mindset leads to a more approachable character. Tonight, we shall observe the live broadcast and Oppo's impact. It is not merely about whether the female assassin can perform. Brother Feng, I believe she can. Her looks are extraordinary. Let's hope for the best. At 8 in the evening, within the office of Lin Feng at the Fengxing Security Company. The live streaming equipment is set up, consisting of high-end products urgently procured by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was taken aback to see Song Jiro clad in a black leather jacket, her hair tied in a ponytail, paired with a skin-tight leather skirt and knee-high boots. How should one put it? This attire is rather reminiscent of a search officer. You certainly know how to present yourself. Don and Damp. Oppose. To you? Arn and Damp. Oppose. To you men fond of such styles? I simply do not wish to waste time. Very well. Shall we begin? As they opened the live streaming room, a mere 5 minutes passed without a single viewer. At that moment, Zhang Donyang suddenly recalled, right, what was it I needed to do? Ah yes, to purchase traffic on Douyin, he responded. Indeed, a compelling narrative is essential. Even for an online interview with a beautiful instructor. Goodness, this is impressive. Song Jiro, growing impatient, urged, all right, let's get started. Time is valuable. All right, let us witness a miracle. Lin Feng invested 10,000 in traffic, and the results were immediately apparent. What had begun as a sparsely populated stream quickly attracted hundreds of viewers. The allure of Song Jiro and Amp Oppo's beauty, coupled with her aloof demeanor, captivated the audience instantly. Wow, a newcomer? 0 followers? Never seen anyone like this before. Goodness, this girl is stunning. What is this online recruitment for instructors? 666,666. Could it be a short film for interviews? I am definitely interested. Come on, did you not see her name? She is from a security company recruiting security guards. And what an amp. Oppos. What's wrong with that? In an amp. Oppos. That's a profession that saves you from 30 years of detours. My goodness, your calculations are quite brazen. Are you truly aspiring to be a security guard? In the blink of an eye, someone had sent a gift in the live stream. The atmosphere in the broadcast surged as the viewer count skyrocketed. Is it really this hasty? Lin Feng was astonished. It is indeed quite effortless for women to earn money. I am not interested in such money, he replied. All right, I know you're not, but this money belongs to you. Stop being so wooden and say something. Cough, cough. Cough. Dear friends, I am the recruitment officer for Fengxing Security. We are a versatile security company. She succinctly introduced the company and the purpose of the live stream. Wait, security interviews require skills in Sanda and Taekwondo. How have I never heard of this company? I haven't heard of it either. Perhaps it's newly established or a shell company. Wow, beautiful. Can we spar during the interview? Yes, can we spar? If so, I would like to sign up. Ha ha ha, you are right. I want to sign up too. Beautiful lady. Send me the location. I will be there soon. Song Jiro, a top-tier assassin, possessed a robust inner strength and adapted to her surroundings quite rapidly. She had successfully stepped into the role of a live streamer. Soon, an address appeared in the chat, and Song Jiro smiled. We do not accept the incompetent here. Come prepared for the interview. We have 2 masters for you to choose from. If you can last 5 minutes with them, you will pass. Beautiful. Can we spar with you? Yes, yes. You look like a master. We wish to exchange techniques. Hee, you wound and amp. Oppos. T decline, would you? We can give you a hand. We promise not to bully you. The chat box exploded with requests to challenge Song Jiro. She was taken aback, pondering how these individuals were so audacious as to think they could face her. Song Jiro hesitated, glancing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng chuckled. Why are you looking at me? I and amp. Oppos. They never seen so many eager individuals wanting to meet their demise. Why not indulge them? You said it. Just do not kill them. Well, that will depend on their attitude. With Lin Feng's encouragement, Song Jiro felt a surge of excitement. For days, she had been hiding and feeling like a hunted mouse. And now Lin Feng was toying with her. Although she could not contend with Lin Feng and was relying on him for sustenance, she would not miss the opportunity to engage with these viewers. It was a perfect chance to vent her pent-up frustrations from years of suppression. However, Lin Feng and Zhang Donyang were aware of Song Jiro and Oppo's capabilities, while Zhang Dashan and Wei Qing remained oblivious to the truth. Boss, can Xiao Song handle this alone? Those people in the live stream clearly seek to take advantage. Old Wei is correct. If it is a selection process, it should be us. These youngsters are clearly up to no good. Unaware of Song Jiro and Oppo's true nature, They felt a twinge of concern, setting aside other considerations. Should it turn into a brawl and they lose, it would tarnish their reputation. Lin Feng chuckled. Do not fret. These individuals are simply unaware of their own limits. There are no incompetent people here. True gold is not afraid of fire. His words astonished both men. They knew Lin Feng never boasted. If he said so, could it be that Song Jiro possesses remarkable skills? Seeing their bewilderment, Lin Feng opted not to elaborate further, merely smiling. You will understand soon enough. Suddenly, Zhang Donyang fixated on the screen, seemingly witnessing something extraordinary. What is it? Why the fuss? Lin Feng inquired, intrigued by his expression. Song Jiro chuckled coldly. These individuals are eager to meet their end. Lin Feng hastily grabbed his phone to observe the screen, his eyes widening in astonishment. The gifs in a live stream were flooding the screen. Luxury cars, carnivals appearing in abundance. The viewers and Oppo's objective was to secure priority in challenging Song Jiro. My goodness, this is utterly absurd. Lin Feng was stunned. In just a few minutes, he had received gifts worth hundreds of thousands. The reason behind this frenzy was their desire to be the first to challenge Song Jiro. Lin Feng found himself speechless. Wooden and Oppo's. It'd be more pleasant to spend such money on a massage at a luxurious spa? Why would they choose to come here and seek punishment? To them, the seemingly gentle lady was, in reality, a merciless female assassin. Chapter 86. The priority right to be beaten of the top donor of the screen continued to flicker with gifts, which persisted for over 20 minutes before finally coming to a halt. A user with the nickname violently attacking the senior citizen home had emerged as the top donor, bestowing a staggering 100,000 gifts. Furthermore, the monetary value of his contributions was tenfold that of the second place. His brazen remarks appeared on the public screen. Apologies, brothers, but I possess superior financial resources. The right to challenge first belongs to me. Wow, are you serious? Is it necessary to go to such lengths? With that amount of money, you could hire 3 escorts. It's such a waste. Exactly. Just have some fun. No need to go overboard. I have the wealth, and I wish to challenge you, beautiful lady. Song Jiro smiled and replied, of course, anyone who donates in the top 20 is welcome to interview and face my trials. Ha, 66. I promise to go easy on you then. Just on an Oppos. Cry when you get hit. True, if you shed tears, we cannot be blamed for being too rough. Song Jiro chuckled again. Rest assured, if you can pass the test, you will become an employee of our company, starting with a monthly salary of at least 10,000. All right, I will log off now. I await your arrival, she declared before abruptly disconnecting. Brother Feng, do you think they will come? Of course they will. Money doesn't come easily. After spending so much, how could they not show up? Besides, they must be curious to see if the beauty has any filters on. All right, I will head to the venue to rest. You all just bring the people over later. Unable to contain herself, Song Jiro felt the need to vent and made her way to the training field in the backyard. Wei Qing and Zhang Dashan exchanged curious glances. They had met Lin Feng through different channels, yet they all understood that this young boss would never undertake a venture without confidence. Boss, let's check the back. Yes, indeed. It is an interview. We must ensure nothing goes awry. Go ahead. I won't stop you. After all, we are to be colleagues, and there should be no secrets between us. Although Song Jiro currently had no choice but to follow him, Lin Feng knew she would undoubtedly choose to stay in the future. Half an hour later, the entrance of the security company was filled with people. Lin Feng counted a total of 15 individuals. Given that the live stream was nationwide, it was expected that not everyone would attend. Are you the boss? Indeed. And are you the top donor? The young man before him stood 170 centimeters tall, his body a mass of muscle. But Lin Feng recognized this as the result of technological fitness. In other words, he was merely a shell, lacking true strength. He might intimidate ordinary people, but under Song Jiro and Oppo's command, he would not last a single round. Among the remaining 14, 3 individuals were genuinely suitable. They were well-versed in Sanzho, Muay Thai, and boxing. They had come not only to see Song Jiro, but genuinely to apply for positions. I'm a top donor. Where's that girl? Wang Hu, clad in a tank top, radiated a powerful visual impact, as though he could flatten someone with a single slap. She is in the training field. All right, I will head over there. Please, everyone, proceed together. There's no need to rush. Boss, if the pretty lady cries from being hit, don't get anxious. Rest assured, that will not happen. The crowd surged in, successfully reaching the training field, where Song Jiro awaited them, already prepared. Wow, she's truly a beauty. Goodness, she looks even more captivating than in the videos. Step aside, I will go first. Wang Hu leaped onto the training ground, brazenly beckoning Song Jiro with a finger. Ladies first. Then I shall make my move. Initially anxious, Wei Qing and Zhang Dashan suddenly paled, exclaiming in unison, "That was incredibly fast." Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a scream pierced the air. Wang Hu was promptly knocked out by a shoulder throw. However, Song Jiro seemed unwilling to stop there. She swiftly grasped him and delivered a powerful strike to his abdomen. Ouch, wow! The young man clutched his stomach, beginning to vomit bile. While internally terrified and on the verge of tears, he had spent 100,000 to become the top donor, thinking he could gain an advantage, only to find himself utterly defenseless. This woman was frightening. Was such strength even befitting her? His status as the top donor did not grant him the privilege to challenge, but rather the priority to be beaten. Please, Don and Amp, oppose T. Stop hitting me, I concede. Did you not say you would make me cry? I was wrong. Is that not enough? Little Song, let it go. Don't let anything happen. Wei Qing and Zhang Dashan were both astonished and quickly moved to halt the contest. They were seasoned professionals and instantly recognized that Song Jiro employed lethal techniques. Fortunately, she had restrained herself. Otherwise, Wang Hu would have already met his demise. Get lost. If you lack skill, don't pretend to be tough. Thank you, my lady. I am spared. Thank you. Wang Hu fled in a panic, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Now, who among you wishes to step up next? The remaining 14 individuals appeared as pale as a sheet. Who would dare to proceed? This was no ordinary woman, but rather a she-devil in human guise. What? You were all so eager just now, and now you and Oppos, he gone silent? Forget it, you are all cowards. The crowd realized the truth. This woman was merely pretending to be weak, and now they turned their gaze toward Wei Qing and Zhang Dashan. We challenge you. Yes. What kind of men are we to gang up on a single woman? We challenge you too. Brothers, will you accept our challenge? Wei Qing and Zhang Dashan were left speechless. The speed at which these individuals shifted their attitudes was astounding. Although they were shocked by Song Jiro and Amp, Oppo's strength, this was not the time for such considerations. Engaging with applicants was their duty. What a disappointment. I had hoped for a chance to stretch my limbs. Well, this task is now yours. All right, little Song, you go ahead. We will handle things here. With Song Jiro and Oppo's departure, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. The she-devil was gone, and they would not be subjected to torment any longer. The two young men before them, although male, appeared rather mild-mannered and lacked any aura of menace. They likely were not formidable opponents. Zhang Dashan grinned. Did you see that? Our security company is brimming with talent. With just one woman possessing such strength, anyone lacking confidence may leave now. Old man, who do you look down upon? Even if we do not apply, we must at least give it a try. Exactly. What kind of men would refuse? Wei Qing raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Then let us not waste time. Let's begin. Having already donated, they could not simply leave. They were eager to test their mettle, hoping for a chance at a monthly salary of 10,000. Although this company was small, they had witnessed Song Jiro and Oppo's capabilities. If one woman possessed such prowess, the company and Oppo's future development seemed promising indeed. Chapter 87. Each one is a freak. Formation of the 10-person team among the remaining 14 individuals chose to depart. These were individuals of little merit, merely seeking to take advantage of the situation. Now frightened by Song Jiro, they dared not linger, for they were ordinary people with no desire to endure torment. The remaining 10 had all trained to some extent, their prowess significantly surpassing that of typical adults. With no more benefits to gain, it was reasonable to apply, especially considering the generous compensation offered by Lin Feng. Wei Qing stood upon the stage, smiling. All right, we can begin. Feel free to step up. Uncle, my name is Chen Yunpeng. I shall go first. The opponent appeared lean, yet Wei Qing discerned that this young man possessed extraordinary abilities. Have you trained? With 4 to 5 years of Sanzhou experience, I shall not show mercy, Wei Qing declared confidently. Ha! Bring it on. Let's not waste words. Wei Qing leaped onto the stage, beckoning with his hand. At this moment, Zhang Dashan observed intently, equally curious about Wei Qing's capabilities. Uncle, I will not hold back. Chen Yunpeng responded with a chuckle. Likewise, Wei Qing replied. Chen Yunpeng, upon hearing this, removed his shirt, revealing a physique of deep, dark skin. Although he did not appear overly muscular, he emanated a palpable sense of strength. I'm coming. Suddenly, he shouted, launching a powerful whip kick aimed at Wei Qing's temple. However, Wei Qing skillfully evaded the strike, seizing the opportunity to execute a sweeping leg kick. Chen Yunpeng felt his balance falter and collapsed to the ground. In the next instant, Wei Qing closed in, firmly grasping his neck. I concede. You are quite honest. Your skills are commendable. Are you willing to stay? Chen Yunpeng was momentarily taken aback, then elated, eagerly nodding to express his willingness to remain. He was not foolish. Though Lin Feng and Oppos, as company was small, it harbored great talent, offering a promising future. Most importantly, the remuneration was substantial, far exceeding industry standards. Now, who will step up next? Zhang Dashan was eager, while also feeling a hint of astonishment at Wei Qing and Oppos' prowess. Indeed, no ordinary person lingered around Lin Feng. Their abilities were truly formidable. Who will go first now? The 9 individuals below exchanged glances, yet silence reigned. Clearly, Wei Qing and Oppos' strength intimidated them. None of you wish to go? What happened to your earlier bravado? I could see you all possess some skill. Let Oppos' do this collectively. No need to waste time, Wei Qing suggested. He was startled. While he could handle 3 to 5 adults easily, confronting them all at once seemed rather absurd. Old Zhang, are you being overly ambitious? Old Wei, I never undertake uncertain ventures. Just as Wei Qing was about to respond, the remaining 9 leaped forward, ascending the duel stage. Uncle, you said it yourself. Don't claim we're taking advantage of our numbers. Indeed, should we prevail, you must acknowledge our victory. Uncle, you are a man. A gentleman's word is his bond. Rest assured, I shall not deceive you. Come at me together. The group displayed expressions of delight. Despite being a newly established security firm, they were all exceptional. Old Zhang, Old Wei, do not fret. I have everything under control. Everyone, let us unite and give it our all to take him down. As the leading youth charged forward, Zhang Dashan surged into the fray. However, the feared scenario did not unfold. Cries of agony erupted from the crowd. Old Zhang, like a harbinger of death, unleashed his Bejiquan to its fullest extent, systematically overpowering them. In a mere few minutes, 9 individuals lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in despair. Are you finished? You possess some strength, but alas, still fall short. However, with training, you could improve significantly. Uncle, we concede. We shall not continue. Yes, we yield. You're all freaks. I concede defeat. Had I known, I would not have wasted gifts or money. I've lost face massively. Old Zhang, you are quite the enigma. Wei Qing was taken aback. He had not even grasped the techniques Zhang Dashan employed. You are not bad either. Though lacking in flamboyance, your combat skills are exceedingly practical. I would relish a match with you. The outcome would be unpredictable. You flatter me. I certainly do not feel like your match. Their mutual admiration continued. At this moment, Lin Feng and Zhang Dongyang arrived at the training ground. Everyone is down? Boss, these individuals have commendable qualities, but it remains uncertain if they wish to stay. Do you wish to remain? The 10 exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in unison. It was no jest. They had witnessed the prowess of Song Zhuro, Wei Qing, and Zhang Dashan. Lin Feng and Oppos' offered terms were also appealing. There was no reason to decline. Should they find dissatisfaction here, it was unlikely they would ever secure suitable employment again. I wish to stay. So do I. And I as well. One after another, the 10 expressed their eagerness to remain. Note, this group possesses considerable strength. With proper training, their abilities will see substantial enhancement. Their character is sound, with no vices, making them ideal candidates as the company's first cohort. Lin Feng smiled. Very well, we shall first entrust them to Old Wei for training. Once the rules are established, Old Zhang will take over. Having come from the military, Wei Qing was undoubtedly more suited for their initial training. To elevate their abilities, however, Old Zhang was more appropriate, being well-versed in traditional martial arts and complementary techniques. Boss, rest assured, we will not falter. Indeed, though your company is just starting, it is rife with potential. We feel honored to be among the first employees. Huh, shall I train you? Song Zhiro, beside Lin Feng, remarked with a teasing smile. Sister, do not toy with us. Let these two uncles instruct us instead. Yes, let the uncles train us. It is indeed inconvenient for the opposite gender. Song Zhiro chuckled coldly. The group shuddered. Who would dare covet her beauty now? As that would be akin to courting death. Very well, in light of this, I hereby declare the establishment of our security company and AMP, Oppo's first 10-person team. Presently, you are merely ordinary employees, but as the company expands, you may become instructors. I hope everyone strives diligently and does not disappoint me. Upon hearing this, the group felt a surge of excitement. It was incredibly invigorating. Though the company appeared small, even resembling a shell company, they understood its boundless potential. Simultaneously, Lin Feng remained unaware that his livestream had gained immense popularity, and, as the host, Song Zhiro had also risen to fame, neglecting the bounty placed on her head abroad. In a remote town in Southeast Asia, several youths watched the recorded videos from Song Zhiro and Oppo's livestream, their eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty glint. Chapter 88. The security company is thriving in a remote mountainous region. Three lean young men gathered quietly, engrossed in a recorded livestream. It was unmistakably Yin Duo. Had she truly ventured to Huaxia to engage in live broadcasting? How amusing! It seemed she had reached a dead end. Yet appeared she had garnered some success, and even joined a security company. Enough of the idle chatter. She was now in the limelight. And if they wished to claim the bounty, they needed to act swiftly. However, Huaxia was fraught with danger. Would it be too perilous to proceed? Are we to cower in fear? How can we earn our fortunes if we do? The three exchanged glances. $1 million was a substantial reward, sufficient to tempt them into taking the risk to travel to Huaxia. They were assassins from Southeast Asia, and with the global economy faltering, they had not received orders in quite some time, leaving them no choice but to gamble on this opportunity. Following the live stream, the functioning security company had become a sensation. Lin Feng had initially planned to continue broadcasting, but many eager applicants arrived seeking employment. However, the notorious reputation of Song Zhiro had spread, and now no one dared to provoke her. The training ground was abuzz with activity. Apart from the 10 newly hired individuals, the rest of the applicants were lined up for interviews. The interview process was straightforward and somewhat ruthless, conducted by Zhang Dashan and Wei Qing. Anyone who could endure a minute against them would be considered for the position. However, the final decision rested with Lin Feng. Skill was one aspect. Character was equally crucial. Lin Feng and Oppo's unique abilities allowed him to identify the most suitable candidates. Ouch, this instructor is so brutal. A young man, believing his 2 years of Sanzhou training would suffice, found himself unceremoniously kicked off the training platform by Wei Qing. Throughout the day, over 100 applicants had come for interviews, and, as the sun dipped below the horizon, there still remained over 20 individuals waiting in line. Brother Feng, Miss Qin has arrived. Upon hearing Zhang Danyang and Amp, Oppo's words, Song Zhiro remarked with a playful smile, Boss, you truly are busy. Will you manage? What are you implying? Qin Mingyao and I are merely ordinary friends. Ordinary friends? She has been under constant surveillance. Don and Amp, Oppo's, forget to lend her a hand when the time comes. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Women loved to stir jealousy, and female assassins were no exception. Even though he had no special relationship with Song Zhiro, the mere presence of another woman seeking his attention seemed to incite jealousy. Disregarding the banter, he led Zhang Dongyang to the entrance. Qin Mingyao, casually perched with her legs crossed, swayed them lightly. Upon noticing Lin Feng's emergence, she stood to greet him. Lin Feng, you truly have a way with ideas. Live streaming recruitment? How did that female broadcaster end up here? Her background is quite extraordinary. Qin Mingyao was surprised to see Song Zhiro and Amp Oppo's livestream, recalling that Qin Xiaohua had previously sought her assistance against Lin Feng, yet now they appear to be working together. Please, my charm is irresistible to the ordinary person. You do have quite the inflated ego. By the way, have you realized how famous you've become? Your security company has turned into an internet sensation. Miss Qin, do you wish to join our ranks? I cannot grant you special privileges. You must follow the proper procedures. Forget it. I'm not interested, but I do have something to discuss with you. Lin Feng was taken aback. It was unexpected for Qin Mingyao to seek his help. After all, with her capabilities, was there anything in Sioux City she could not handle? What assistance could you possibly need from me? With your strength, you surely do not require my help. Is that so? Are you unhappy about helping me? Very well, I shall take my leave. As Qin Mingyao turned to depart, Lin Feng merely lit a cigarette, indifferent, showing no intent to persuade her to stay. Hey, what is your meaning? You lack any sense of decorum. Wherein and Amp Oppo's, to you the one who said you were leaving? I refuse to engage in actions contrary to a woman and Amp Oppo's wishes. Qin Mingyao was at a loss for words. Countless men would yearn for her to ask them for help. Though she had previously been indifferent, Lin Feng's demeanor sparked a flicker of desperation within her. Lin Feng, I even rented you a place at a discount. You are being quite unreasonable. Lin Feng found it amusing to see this typically high and mighty woman pouting in a somewhat coquettish manner. I am but a soft-hearted individual. Now, do enlighten me on what you require. There is a gambling event, and I would like to invite you to participate. A gambling event? Indeed. The venue is at our Longhu Villa, against the Wang Ding group. Lin Feng's pupils narrowed, but he quickly regained his composure. He was well acquainted with Wang Ding group, having had two of his subordinates tail Qin Mingyao recently. He recalled that in his previous life, it was after a gambling event that Qin Mingyao tragically took her own life. He had been with Jiang Hailong at that time, and a storm swept through the underworld of Sioux City following the incident. Feng Shichong sought vengeance, leading to significant conflict with Wang Ding, ultimately forcing him to flee abroad. What transpired afterward remained a mystery to him, as he had been too preoccupied with survival to pay attention to such matters. Well, what will it be? Will you come or not? Why you seek my presence? I recognize your exceptional skills. This time, Wang Ding is well prepared, having enlisted a formidable expert from the island nation, and I fear I may not be able to handle it alone. Is there sufficient funding? Qin Mingyao paused, rolling her eyes at him, responding with irritation. Are you truly fixated on money? A man of ambition must possess resources to achieve greatness. Very well, should we succeed, I shall reward you with 2 million. For Lin Feng, 2 million was no longer a staggering sum. He chuckled. Do not misconstrue my intentions. It is not that I find your offer lacking, but rather that I believe we can collaborate in a different manner. Qin Mingyao blinked, her curiosity piqued. What do you mean by a different approach? Are you plotting something? Her expression turned wary. From their first encounter, she had sensed that Lin Feng was quite cunning, and that one careless step could lead her into a trap. Consider this. My security company has just been established and is currently recruiting. Financially, I'm under considerable pressure and need some income. Although the unexpected success of the live stream is promising, without practical orders to refine the team, we cannot proceed. Are you suggesting I hire your entire company? Wang Ding is the second largest underworld power in Sioux City, a thorn in your adoptive father and Oppo's side. In truth, our strengths are quite comparable. We are well acquainted, with hardly any secrets between us, correct? Indeed, but what does that have to do with hiring you? Everything. You are aware of my subordinate, Old Zhang and Oppo's prowess, correct? As for Song Zhiro, let us just say Old Wei is slightly weaker than him. How would you assess that strength? Very formidable. Precisely. This forms a powerful trump card. Should a conflict arise between you and Wang Ding, with both sides evenly matched, I could assist you unexpectedly. Qin Mingyao shot Lin Feng an exasperated glance, retorting, Your calculations are rather transparent, and you excel at self-promotion. Chapter 89. The first major deal, crisis after crisis, then tell me, will it work or not? If you agree, I assure you that we will put forth our utmost effort and not bring you shame. Miss Qin, opportunities once lost may never return. Our company is destined for greatness, soaring to new heights. If you intend to recruit me, I might not have the time later. Qi Mingyao chuckled at Lin Feng and Amp, Oppo's earnest demeanor, finding it amusing. However, she couldn't and Amp, Oppo's help but admire him. This man was indeed quite intelligent, surpassing any of her peers. After careful consideration, she realized that Lin Feng and Amp, Oppo's proposal was rather astute. Wang Ding was evidently prepared, and her godfather had no choice but to respond. The opponent and Amp, Oppo's intentions surely extended beyond the mere gambling match. She had taken precautions, but she understood that even the most meticulous plans could have flaws. At Longhu Mountain Villa, aside from herself, only Qin Xiaohua and a few of his subordinates could truly take the stage. Thus, seeking external assistance at this juncture seemed quite fitting. How much do you intend to charge me? I, Lao Zhang, Lao Wei, and Song Jiro will bring you 10 skilled individuals for 1 million. Are you robbing me? I want and Oppos to deceive you. If you encounter conflict with Wang Ding, we will certainly step in. Qin Mingyao lowered her head, pondering slightly, finding the proposal quite plausible. A deal worth 1 million was still within her authority. All right, that proposal is acceptable. I can agree, but I need to pay you a deposit of 500,000 first. Deal. Lin Feng felt a wave of satisfaction. He was no longer just an individual, but a collective force. The future development of the company relied on everyone. The first step was to build a reputation. Wang Ding would undoubtedly create trouble, but as long as he remained vigilant, success would soon follow. Everything was part of Lin Feng and Amp, Oppo's calculations, including those two miscreants planning to drug Qin Mingyao. It would be difficult for them to remain anonymous. Xiao Yao, why do you call me that? Then what should I call you, old Yao? Fine, call me whatever you like. She realized Lin Feng was genuinely intimidated. You must grant me some autonomy. Do not micromanage me. For instance, regarding patrol areas. Should any incidents arise, I hope you will allow me to lead. That is not an issue. Qin Mingyao readily agreed. You are quite agreeable. Are you certain Qin Xiaohua won't object? I will take full responsibility for this gambling match, rest assured. And, after the explosion at the seafood restaurant, he narrowly escaped. He must already harbor some trepidation towards you. Goodness, he is rather timid. Qin Mingyao shot Lin Feng a meaningful glance and said, I shall take my leave for now. Await my notification. Very well. After Qin Mingyao departed, he summoned Zhang Dongyang to gather everyone in the conference room. The sight of Lin Feng rallying the troops piqued their curiosity. Everyone, our first major deal has arrived. Upon hearing this news, excitement surged among the crowd. They had recently recruited numerous individuals and had been burning through cash. While they were not the owners, they still wished for the company to achieve profitability swiftly. Boss, is it regarding that young lady from earlier? Indeed, 1 million. Zhang Dashan exhibited a mixture of joy and anxiety. Though he had received his salary, the constant expenditure left him worried about his family. He had an Amp, Oppos. He anticipated business would come so swiftly. Was that woman the source of your deal? Song Jiro inquired calmly. Exactly. She is from Longhu Mountain Villa, a place you have visited. Song Jiro fell silent, occasionally feeling admiration for Lin Feng, who had managed to secure a business opportunity despite having enemies at Longhu Mountain Villa. Where could one find logic in that? Everyone, I wanted Oppos. Waste words. Our task is to cooperate with that young lady and ensure security. I do not know the timing, but once she notifies us, there will be no issues since the 500,000 deposit has already been received. Seriously? A 500,000 deposit? Yes, if she breaches the contract. She need not return the money. Joy spread across the crowd. To be frank, for a newly established company, this deal was substantial. This time, all management members except Dongyang will be involved. Brother Feng, why am I not included? Zhang Dongyang expressed his dissatisfaction. You're the owner of the company. This task carries risks, and you're not a combatant. Besides, someone must oversee matters at home. But, no buts. It is settled. Lao Zhang, Lao Wei, select 10 elites to accompany us. The two nodded, excitement evident in their eyes. This was the company and Amp, Oppo's first deal. They could not afford to be careless, or future opportunities would be scarce. The atmosphere was buoyant, Regardless of the circumstances, this was a promising beginning. Lin Feng exhaled a heavy breath, feeling a deep sense of joy. In this era, connections were paramount. Otherwise, one could never anticipate when business would commence. This major deal had to be executed flawlessly. Once their reputation soared, would future business be a concern? Qin Mingyao also aimed to regain her strength from this incident. For Lin Feng cherished both beauty and power. Alert! The female assassin crisis is imminent. Foreign individuals seeking her head for a bounty have entered the country, located 1,200 kilometers away from Sioux City. As Lin Feng reveled in his dreams of the future, a sudden alert jolted him back to reality. He felt a shiver. He had nearly forgotten the gravity of the situation. Song Jiro's head was valued at $1 million, a concealed peril. Cough, everyone disperse. Lao Zhang, Lao Wei. Continue with the interviews. Dongyang, you are free to move about. Upon hearing this, the group began to leave. At that moment, Song Jiro also intended to depart, but was halted by Lin Feng's call. What is it? Do you have further business? What is your attitude? I am your employer. Song Jiro paused, questioning. Is there something more? Xiao Song, it seems you have forgotten your true identity. How is it that after a few days of tranquility, you have lost your sense of urgency? Song Jiro frowned, recalling her past. Indeed, as Lin Feng mentioned, her recent life resembled that of an ordinary person, and the days of living on the edge had nearly faded from memory. She was no fool, since Lin Feng had pointed this out, did he? You have discovered something? Huh. Your head is worth $1 million. Surely you do not believe you are safe here, Huaxia? What do you mean? I have calculated. You may soon be in danger. Song Jiro and Amp, Oppo's expression shifted, her voice urgent. You cannot be joking. Certainly not. I must leave. Leave? For what reason? I would only bring trouble to you. Unbeknownst to Song Jiro, through their recent interactions, she had developed an unspoken bond with Lin Feng. Donotist. You're my employee, bound by contract. You cannot simply leave. Starting today, you will reside at the company, and so will I. You are not to step away from my side. Chapter 90. The overbearing one. The little devil enters the hall of Yama. Why should I stay? You don't understand their ways. Name. Song Jiro. Inner thoughts. I cannot implicate the people from the company. They are innocent. The ones coming for me are certainly not ordinary individuals, and I cannot trouble Lin Feng either. I must leave immediately. This fellow has completely integrated into this large family. He even feels a sense of belonging. Now that a crisis looms, her first instinct is to shoulder the burden alone. We are all adults and must take responsibility for our past actions. Moreover, she does not wish to harm others. It is contrary to her nature. Leave? Go ahead, let us see you try. Lin Feng retorted. Besides, I've already advanced your salary and provided food and accommodation for so long. You think you could just up and leave? Song Jiro hesitated, biting her lip. I will repay you later, but I must leave this time. Stop right there. Lin Feng blocked her path at the door. Song Jiro had only met him due to a dog search incident. Initially, they had conflicts, but later, for mutual benefit, she joined his company. As time passed, their understanding deepened, and she grew accustomed to this life. Though she did not voice it, a sense of belonging had long taken root in her heart. Stop making a fuss. I don't want to implicate you. Those people have no morals. And what if they don't? If I can't even ensure the safety of my employees, what kind of security company am I running? Lin Feng's unwavering gaze stirred something within her. Living a life on the edge abroad, with no friends or even partners, she suddenly felt warmth from his concern, as if her heart, long frozen, began to thaw. Boss, anyone who dares to come to Huaxia seeking me must be ruthless. I'm afraid enough with the hesitation. You were discovered partly due to my carelessness. I'll let you do live broadcasts without considering your identity. Was that the reason? Indeed, so you cannot leave. I must take responsibility. But enough. You cannot escape. If you insist on leaving, I will have no choice but to tie you up. No one from our peak security can suffer any mishap, I assure you. Boss, you really don't have to do this. Song Jiro struggled to express her feelings. Though touched, she found it difficult to articulate. Rest assured, I will take full responsibility for your safety, but I fear it may implicate you all. Besides Dongyang, how many here are ordinary people? Don't worry. We want to know who will be arranging whom when the time comes. With me around, No one can harm you. Boss, thank you. Finally, Song Jiro opened her heart. She was not only moved by Lin Feng, but also captivated by his assertiveness. He was the only man she had ever interacted with. Yet he provided her with a unique experience. Alert! The crisis is escalating. The bounty hunter is less than 1,000 kilometers from Sioux City and will arrive at the destination by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Suddenly, the alert appeared again. In just over an hour, the bounty hunter had covered 200 kilometers, and the situation had become exceedingly urgent. He picked up the intercom and said, "Everyone, gather in the conference room. We have an emergency." In 5 minutes, everyone arrived, puzzled as to why another meeting had been called right after they had just dispersed. Don't be alarmed. There's a special task that requires everyone's execution. Boss, is there business so soon? No, this task comes without monetary reward. Xiao Song is in a bit of trouble. Enemies are coming for her. I want to force you. Whether to participate is up to you. Boss, you're mistaken. How can we not participate? We are one big family. Old Wei chimed in. Besides, we are a security company. This is a perfect opportunity to enhance our skills through practical experience. Zhang Dashan immediately agreed without a second thought. Zhang Dongyang smiled. I'll follow Brother Feng. Just point the way. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and remarked, everyone is quite resolute. I've received intel that the adversaries will likely arrive in Sioux City by 9 a.m. tomorrow, and their actions are expected to commence at night. We must remain vigilant. Everyone nodded in agreement. Song Jiro felt touched and softly said, thank you all. Lin Feng felt elated. He hoped for more tasks like this, as it would greatly enhance the cohesion of the company. The task ahead posed little difficulty, with numerous skilled individuals and himself as a formidable asset. The opponents would merely be delivering themselves to their doom, insignificant in comparison. The next day, at 9 a.m., beneath a tree 50 meters from a security company, 3 lean men were conversing quietly. That's the Peak Security Company, just established with few members. Have you gathered accurate intel? Are there any experts inside? So what if there are experts? Are we afraid of them? We are experts ourselves. True, but in Huaxia, we cannot use firearms. Any mishap would be troublesome. Brother, you raise a valid point, but what strength does such a security company possess? Are they the Blackwater Company? Only in duo poses some threat. However, think about it. If she cannot use firearms, doesn't that make her somewhat handicapped? Third brother is right. Let's not forget we are professionals too. The leading youth nodded, smiling. You make good points, but we must remain cautious. What worries me is the police in Huaxia. They are not to be trifled with. The 3 exchanged glances, their previous arrogance dissipating. The Huaxia police are globally renowned. This place is indeed a graveyard for assassins and mercenaries. Were it not for the $10 million bounty, they would not have ventured here. However, little did they realize they were not the easy targets they presumed. Instead, they were stepping into a den of the extraordinary. That night, at 12:25 a.m., the 3 crouched in the grass, watching the Peak Security Group, where faint lights still flickered. Damn it, why aren't these people asleep yet? Patience. Haste makes waste. We have plenty of time. If today doesn't work, we'll come back tomorrow. Agreed. After all, it's a $10 million bounty. A bit of effort is worth it. I just feel that the longer we wait, the more troublesome it becomes. This place gives me the creeps. All 3 share that sentiment. Years ago, they had ventured to Huaxia and committed offenses. Although they had successfully escaped at that time, the unease lingered in their hearts despite the years that had passed, especially since they hadn't even been in Sioux City during that incident. The leading youth scolded, enough. Stop scaring yourselves. So many years have passed. Who could have imagined we would return? Look, they turn off the lights. Chapter 91. A den of aberrations as the lights of Fenghang Security Company extinguished. The trio's faces brightened with undisguised glee. Every moment spent in this wretched corner of China felt like an eternity, fraught with unforeseen perils and inescapable consequences. Esteemed leader, may we proceed with our endeavor? Patience. Observe the surroundings with meticulous care. If no movement is detected within the next half hour, we shall commence our operation. Their prudence was paramount. They sought irrefutable evidence that the occupants were slumbering soundly before daring to act. Ideally, they would spirit Yin Duo away without causing the slightest ripple of suspicion. Half an hour elapsed, and an unsettling stillness enveloped the security company. The moment has arrived. There should be no impediments. Let us proceed. With feline grace, the three figures darted from the undergrowth, arriving at the company and Oppo's entrance in the blink of an eye. To their astonishment, the door stood ajar, unguarded. Remarkable, one whispered, the proprietor of this establishment possesses a rather cavalier attitude toward security. Perhaps he labors under the delusion that his profession renders him immune to such precautions, another mused. Enough idle chatter, the leader hissed. Let us seize this fortuitous opportunity and hasten our mission. The third member pushed the door inward, and the leader and the second followed. The entrance hall was plunged into impenetrable darkness, yet they discerned a solitary figure standing sentinel at the reception desk. For a fleeting moment, they were paralyzed with bewilderment. Could it be that the owner is so dedicated as to provide round-the-clock concierge services? Respected leader, there appears to be a person present. I am not blind. Pray tell, what manner of being is this, engaging in such spectral theatrics? Welcome to Feng Security. How may we be of assistance? The lights flickered to life, accompanied by the resounding slam of the door behind them. At the reception desk, Song Juro regarded them with an expression of icy resolve. A thunderous cadence of footsteps heralded the arrival of Zhang Dashan and Wei Qing, who encircled them with 10 henchmen. The trio of Southeast Asian assassins were utterly flabbergasted, their carefully laid plans unraveling before their very eyes. How had they, the supposed aggressors, become a quarry? A measured applause echoed through the hall as Lin Feng emerged, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. To what do I owe the pleasure of this nocturnal visit to my newly established security firm? The leader of the intruders furrowed his brow, demanding, how did you anticipate our arrival? Who betrayed our confidence? Rest assured, your comrades remain steadfastly loyal. They have had no opportunity to divulge your intentions. But who could have possibly informed you? The three men fixed Lin Feng with their gaze, feigning composure while their hearts pounded with trepidation. Discovery meant capture, and capture meant certain doom. Does it truly matter? Yin Duo is now an employee under my protection. I could scarcely stand idly by while you seek to barter her for financial gain. So, you fancy yourself a paragon of virtue. I prefer the term and Oppos, responsible, and Oppos. Do you comprehend the value of her life? $1 million. Offer us your cooperation, and we shall divide the spoils equally among the four of us. Does that pique your interest? The leader, ever the pragmatist, attempted to sow discord between Lin Feng and Song Juro with the allure of lucre. Are you devoid of intellect? Had I harbored such intentions, I would have already delivered her to the bounty hunters myself. Why await your arrival? Do you insist on obstructing our path? Forcing a confrontation may not prove advantageous for you. Is that so? Zhang Wei, at your service, sir. Instruct them in the art of humility. Zhang Dashan and Wei Qing advanced, flanking Song Juro, who executed a graceful aerial maneuver to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. 3 against 3, a fair contest. If you aspire to abscond with our employee, you must first demonstrate your prowess. Lin Feng crossed his arms, a knowing smirk gracing his features. Damn you! You shall rue the day you crossed us. Once we are done with them, we will come for you. With a guttural cry, the assassins lunged toward Zhang Dashan and Wei Qing, focusing their efforts on eliminating the perceived threat of Song Juro. But the anticipated outcome never materialized. Zhang Dashan moved with lightning speed, executing a flawless sidestep. A blood-curdling shriek pierced the air as the third assassin was sent hurtling through the air. The remaining 2 stood transfixed, their minds reeling in disbelief. Why are you standing there like statues? I am here. Wei Qing eschewed subtlety, delivering a haymaker with bone-crushing force. The second assassin instinctively raised his arm to parry the blow, only to hear a sickening crack as his limb fractured under the impact. The assassins and Oppos forte lay in ambush, in the element of surprise. Straightforward combat was not their forte. However, even at their weakest, they were formidable adversaries. Yet today, they had stumbled upon a veritable menagerie of aberrations. Their comrades had been dispatched with frightening ease. In that instant, they realized that they had been woefully mistaken. This was no fledgling security firm, but a veritable dragon and Oppos' lair. To enter was to forfeit any hope of escape. Do you seek to drive us to our doom? Is there no room for clemency? Clemency? Where was your clemency when you decided to become murderers? One must be responsible for their actions. Will you not relent? To release you would be to invite future retaliation. I am not so naive as to fall victim to your machinations. Damn you to hell. With a sudden burst of desperation, the remaining assassin seized Lin Feng, clamping his hands around his throat. I implore you, refrain from any rash actions, or I shall snuff out his life. Aside from Wei Qing, Zhang Dashan and Song Zhiro were well acquainted with Lin Feng and Appo's extraordinary abilities. Wei, remain calm. The fool is merely courting his own demise. Zhang, the boss has been taken hostage. Wei, he Zhang and Appo's words. All is well. Song Zhiro chuckled. Wei Qing was perplexed, while the hostage-taker grew increasingly agitated. The cryptic exchange only served to exacerbate his unease. Do you doubt my resolve? Prepare to meet your maker. Prepare to die. With savage intensity, he tightened his grip around Lin Feng's neck, only to be met with an unexpected resistance. It was as if he were attempting to strangle a man of steel. His fingers throbbed with pain. What is this? Is he a Superman? His fingers were simply unable to make any indentation, and he felt as if his fingers were grabbing on a steel. He had weathered countless storms in the treacherous landscape of international conflict, yet now he felt a tremor of fear coursing through his veins. You had your chance, and you squandered it. Suddenly, Lin Feng and Appo's voice cut through the tension, accompanied by a searing pain in his hand. Lin Feng had seized his hand in an implacable grip. Like a vice, time for on up. With a single, fluid motion, Lin Feng executed a textbook over-the-shoulder throw, sending his assailant crashing to the ground. The man writhed in agony, attempting to rise, but his efforts were futile. He gazed up at Lin Feng, his eyes wide with terror. That and Appo's impossible, a single-handed over-the-shoulder throw? A throat of steel? What manner of sorcery is this? I came to the den of wolves, and I find that it is a den of monsters. He had underestimated his adversaries. This expedition into China was a grave error. Survival demanded immediate escape. Chapter 92. You are worth something too, my esteemed benefactor, your excellency. We have failed to recognize the magnitude of your presence. Pray tell, how might we secure our release? Release? Are you out of your mind? Why escalate matters unnecessarily? We have no enmity to begin with. Well, now we do, don't we? Xiao Song is my employee. You came here looking for her, treating me as if I were invisible. We are all lying here. What is the purpose of this? So, if we all lay down, what do you intend to do? Would your plea grant us a reprieve? Sangji, are you perhaps too naive? Goodness, Lin Feng's words nearly frightened him to death. You, how do you know my name? The leader was genuinely startled. Their operations abroad were akin to that of assassins, and they typically refer to one another by code names. Yet, here was a man thousands of miles away in Huaxia, the owner of an obscure security company, who knew his name. He was no fool. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. If Lin Feng knew his true name, did he also uncover his past? The young man was in a panic, his heart racing. It is not strange that I know your name. I am also aware of theirs. You are Sangji, the leader. The second is Sangta, and the third is Wusong. You are all from Southeast Asia, operating as assassins abroad. You have banded together for 5 years, with code names Crow, Sparrow, and Lone Wolf. Sangji swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It was utterly astonishing that Lin Feng knew so much. Over the years, you have thrived in Southeast Asia, securing numerous contracts and building formidable strength. Had you remained there, perhaps you would have amassed considerable wealth. Alas, you chose to venture into Huaxia. Now, how do you intend to conclude this? Sangji's complexion paled as he scoffed. Do not frighten me. I kill abroad. If apprehended in Huaxia, I would merely be deported. Huh. You are one who does not weep until faced with the grave. Are you? What do you mean by that? What I mean is, you came to Huaxia for the bounty. Are you not aware of your own value here? Sangji and Appo's body trembled, a look of terror crossing his features. His pupils dilated, and his gaze fixed upon Lin Feng, as if he had recalled something dreadful. What? What are you implying? 5 years ago, you were commissioned by a certain individual overseas to slaughter a businessman and his family within Huaxia. After the deed was done, the three of you fled southward. At that time, due to your meticulous preparations, you managed to escape, but your images were still captured on surveillance. If you never return, the police of Huaxia would be powerless against you. However, it is a pity that for a mere $10 million, you opted for this perilous path. And now you find yourselves in dire straits. If I am not mistaken, the total bounty on your heads within the Huaxia police system amounts to 5 million. Does it not? You intend to capture us to claim the bounty? In that case, Yin Duo must also be implicated. I'm afraid not. She holds legal status in Huaxia and has committed no offenses here. She will be fine, even if she has taken lives abroad. Her methods were so refined that even the foreign police have no evidence against her, let alone here in Huaxia. Boss, were you threatening me with the police to scare me? If I didn't frighten you, how would we conduct business? Song Zhiro shot Lin Feng a significant eye roll, though inwardly she was quite pleased. This crisis had been averted thanks to Lin Feng and Oppo's efforts. She intended to assist him diligently in managing the security company. Since there was no risk in staying domestically, she had no plans to leave, as long as she stayed with Lin Feng, even if adversaries came to harm her. She was confident they could resolve it. Let's make a deal. The three of us will hand over all our money to you. Just let us go. Not a chance. I have no interest in your money. The risk is too great. I might end up being implicated as if we were in cahoots. Lin Feng flatly rejected Sangji's proposal. What a joke. Such a favor would be far more valuable to Gua Haifeng. Lao Wei, bind them and toss them into the backyard. Very well. Lin Feng's cunning completely captivated his subordinates. His depth of character was far beyond what one would expect at his age. The only explanation could be that he was a genius. Presently, the morale of the company's employees was soaring. With such a boss at the helm, how could they fail? Unless they chose to self-destruct. Functioning security was destined to rise to the pinnacle of the industry. At 2 a.m., Gua Haifeng arrived at Lin Feng and Oppo's company, accompanied by two subordinates after receiving a call. He expressed his astonishment. You started this company? It has been quite the sensation lately, recruiting female streamers. You are quite the innovator. In this digital age, we must adapt to the times. We cannot afford to be insular, can we? I hardly know what to say. How do you continually encounter wanted criminals? Perhaps it is due to my good looks. Gua, we have confirmed the identities of the three. They are indeed the masterminds behind the 521 shooting incident from 5 years ago. How audacious of them to return. Gua, we just discussed the interrogation. They claim they came here to kill, and there is a hitman named Yin Duo with a bounty of $10 million on her head abroad. This female assassin is none other than Miss Song from Mr. Lin's company. Have you verified this? We have. There is indeed such a matter abroad, and we have contacted Interpol. However, this female assassin is highly professional. No foreign police are aware of her true identity. And Miss Song has no criminal record within our borders, nor can anyone confirm that she is the assassin Yin Duo. ISNT, that's sufficient? Our police work based solely on evidence. These assassins are blinded by greed. Yet, this works in our favor. Had they not been so avaricious, we would not have been able to capture them. Little Lin, I must thank you. You are truly my benefactor. He felt a surge of gratitude. Wanted criminals could be directly sent to the police station, yet Lin Feng sought him out. This was clearly an effort to enhance his own career prospects. His future achievements would be intricately linked with Lin Feng. Well, I have a bounty as well, don't I? The old rule. The funds will be transferred in 3 days. I must take my leave now. Gua Haifeng was wary of any unforeseen circumstances. These were serious offenders, and he needed to take them back promptly. After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Feng, he departed. The entire operation had gone smoothly, the crisis resolved, and Lin Feng had earned 5 million in the process. Moreover, he had conveniently done a favor for Gua Haifeng. Just then, Lin Feng and Oppo's phone rang unexpectedly. It was 4 in the morning, and someone was calling him. Upon glancing at the screen, Lin Feng's brow furrowed. The caller was Chun Yunxi, who had been preoccupied with work lately, leaving little opportunity for them to meet. She was the epitome of an understanding and independent girlfriend. Such a call at this hour was indeed suspicious. Chapter 93. Extortion? An old acquaintance, Lin Feng, without a moment and Oppo's hesitation, swiftly answered the phone. Chun Yunxi was the first woman with whom he had confirmed a relationship, and her significance in his heart was immeasurable. It was only natural for him to feel a tinge of anxiety and unease when she called him at such a late hour. "Hello, Yunxi. Are you still working at this hour?" "Lin Feng, something's happened. A group of people came to the restaurant tonight and said they wanted protection fees." Lin Feng furrowed his brow. In this day and age, who still extorts protection fees? It was astonishing to him that such practices still existed, especially in Sioux City, where the authorities continuously cracked down on illicit activities. "Are you still at the restaurant?" "Yes, they just left, but I and Amp, Oppos, am a bit scared." "All right, I and Amp, Oppos, am on my way. Don't worry, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Zhang Dongyang asked, "Brother Feng, what happened?" "Yunxi's having some trouble. Someone is trying to extort her for protection fees." "I need to go." "What? Is there really someone still doing that?" Zhang Dashan was taken aback, aware that such practices had become rare. "Boss, do you need us to come along?" Wei Qing inquired solemnly. Lin Feng contemplated for a moment. This was a matter he could handle alone. The company had just been established, and it was best to avoid entanglements with the underworld. However, the women would eventually have to face each other, so he decided, "Xiao Song, come with me. The rest of you can take the night off." Song Jiro paused for a moment, but quickly nodded in agreement. After all, Lin Feng had just made her feel at home. She would not hesitate to follow him into danger. Song Jiro was a straightforward person, unfazed by the presence of other women in Lin Feng's life. On the contrary, she believed in the principle of respecting the strong. It was only natural for someone as formidable as Lin Feng to have many women around him. "Everyone, Don and Oppos, T worry. Just rest well. I want and Oppos, T get into any trouble. Brother Feng, if anything happens, just call. We and Amp, Oppos, always on standby." Bidding farewell to the others, Lin Feng and Song Jiro departed for the restaurant. The journey from the company to Chun Yunxi and Oppos' establishment was approximately 3 kilometers, and they arrived within 15 minutes by ride-hailing. The restaurant, named Common Folk and Oppos' private kitchen, was quite renowned in Sioux City. With Chun Yunxi and Amp, Oppos' diligent management, it had expanded to 5 branches. Though not large in scale, its affordability and high value had endeared it to the general populace, ensuring its continued success and stellar reputation. Even at the dead of night, the restaurant was brightly lit. Lin Feng and Song Jiro entered with purpose. Besides Chun Yunxi, several employees, clearly in management, were present. "Boss lady, those people are not to be trifled with. I think we should just pay them off to avoid further trouble." "Yunxi, I agree. It's better to avoid conflict." Chun Yunxi, maintaining her composure, replied, "Don't worry. My boyfriend is on his way. He will find a way to resolve this." Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, their expressions still clouded with worry. Chun Yunxi's boyfriend was only in his 20s. How could he possibly handle this situation? "Yunxi, are you all right?" "Lin Feng, you're here? And who is this?" "This is my female bodyguard from the security company. She and Amp, Oppos, quite capable." "Hello, I and Amp, Oppos, Chun Yunxi." "Hello, boss lady, my name is Song Jiro. Thank you for coming." "Lin Feng, why do you have your employees working overtime?" "It's fine, boss lady. We in security are always on standby." Song Jiro's attitude had improved significantly. She now genuinely considered herself part of Lin and Oppos' team. "Mr. Lin, the other party has considerable influence. I suggest we just pay them." "Yes, that group has no boundaries. If they come back to cause trouble, our customers will leave, and so will our employees." "Right, we cannot allow a minor issue to escalate into something major." The employees and Oppos' logic was sound, and their concerns were justified. They worked for modest pay and simply desired a peaceful working environment. "Everyone, please return home. I will handle this matter. Rest assured, your jobs are safe. I guarantee it with my integrity." Seeing Lin Feng and Oppos' arrival gave Chun Yunxi reassurance. She smiled and said, "You all can go home now. I will take care of this." The others, feeling somewhat relieved, offered a few comforting words to Chun Yunxi before hastily departing. "Call the extortionists and ask them to come over now." "Indeed, this needs to be resolved quickly. If we delay until tomorrow, your employees won't and Oppos' be able to work with peace of mind." In the past, Lin Feng might have fretted over this situation, But now he had Gua Haifeng in the legitimate world and Qin Mingyao in the underworld. Even without relying on anyone, his own strength was sufficient to tackle the issue. All right, I'll make the call. Chen Yunxi dialed the number, and the other end seemed rather surprised that she had decided so quickly. It was unexpected. Lin Feng. They're on their way. Good. Rest assured, we will resolve this tonight. After a few minutes, a group of unruly individuals appeared outside. The leader, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt that exposed his tattoos, was quite imposing. Lin Feng paused, recognizing the young man. Suddenly, it dawned on him that this was Su Gang, a former associate of Jiang Hailong, and he remembered that this brat was Jiang Hailong and Amp, Oppo's, as brother-in-law. In the past, this young man had never treated him with respect. The beautiful boss. Have you come to your senses so soon? I told you, cooperate well, and you won't have to face the consequences. Su Gang was exceedingly arrogant, a common trait among thugs of his caliber, who relished using their connections to intimidate others. He probably hadn't Amp, Oppo's, to even encountered anyone from Wang Ding and Amp, Oppo's, circle yet. But he fancied himself a central figure in the Wang Ding group. Apologies, but I haven't Amp, Oppo's, to come to any conclusions. I brought you here merely to inform you that I will not be paying any protection fees. What? You call me out here just to say that? You have quite the nerve. In a society governed by law, I refuse to believe you would dare do anything to me. Su Gang appeared astonished. He distinctly remembered that during his first visit, Chen Yunxi had been terrified. Yet, merely a few hours later, she was showing such defiance. Boss Chen, do you think I Amp, Oppo's, am joking? Do you know who my brother is? Chen Yongfeng? Are you aware of Wang Ding? I am now one of Wang Ding and Amp, Oppo's, men. Do not provoke me. Boss, we recorded everything. Excellent work. At that moment, upon hearing Lin Feng and Song Jiro and Oppo's conversation, Su Gang finally registered their presence. Chapter 94. The Unapproachable Father. Surrender your secrets. Lin Feng was nearly in stitches. This fool had practically delivered incriminating evidence right to his doorstep. Having chosen to assist Qin Mingyao, he would inevitably clash with Wang Ding sooner or later. Recording a video might not yield significant results, but it could certainly vex the opposition. With numerous pests around, it would be enough to keep him occupied. Are you Lin Feng? Indeed, I am Lin Feng. Do you recognize me? Su Gang paused, then burst into laughter. You can end Oppo's. T possibly be the helper she summoned, can you? Yes, that and Oppo's. That's correct. Goodness, beautiful. What were you thinking bringing him along for assistance? He is my boyfriend. Isn't it perfectly reasonable to seek his help? Good grief. Lin Feng, you have some impressive skills to have snagged such a stunning girlfriend. Damn it, I really misjudged you. How about you let your girlfriend entertain me for a bit, and we'll forget the protection fee? Su Gang, have you lost your mind? You think just because my brother-in-law is inside, you could toy with me? Or else? Lin Feng, you seem to misunderstand me. Do you know who my brother is? Chen Yongfeng. He is part of the Wang Ding group. Wang Ding sent you to collect protection fees? Does Master Ding need a reason to collect protection fees? Song Jiro interjected. The boss recorded everything. Su Gang glanced at Song Jiro, jealousy flickering in his eyes. Ever since Jiang Hailong's demise, Lin Feng had seemingly acquired an unfair advantage. Not only did he have a girlfriend as beautiful as Chen Yunxi, but he also had an exquisite beauty by his side, calling him boss. So what if it ended Amp, Oppo's, as recorded? Master Ding has immense power. Even if you report it and Amp, Oppo's, as feudal. Is it recorded? Boss, it's recorded. Su Gang realized Lin Feng was ignoring him, and his fury escalated. Damn it, you used to be someone I could easily overpower. And now you're acting all high and mighty. Come on, brothers, let us loosen his bones. Boss, allow me to handle them. Be gentle. If you break anything, you'll have to pay. The crowd looked at the slender Song Jiro, excitement evident in their eyes. Chen Yunxi expressed concern. Lin Feng, can this work? Just watch. As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, the gang of ruffians began to wail. Song Jiro moved like a reaper, effortlessly knocking out one thug after another, leaving them utterly defenseless. Within mere minutes, over a dozen thugs lay sprawled on the ground. Truly pathetic, This isn't even enough to warm me up. Chen Yunxi was astounded. How could someone so petite as Song Jiro be so formidable? She is our company's ace bodyguard. Her strength is naturally exceptional. How impressive. If only I were that capable. Lin Feng remained speechless. Such prowess was honed through countless life and death experiences abroad, not something that could be achieved overnight. Each to their own specialization. Her skills were cultivated from childhood training, something he could only admire from afar. Ah, Queen Goddess Bodhisattva, please spare me. I am wretched. I am not human. Now you fear? Where was this fear earlier? Please, don't strike me. I admit my wrongs. I bow to you. Huh. Begging for mercy won't work with me. I only heed our boss. Su Gang was engulfed in panic. During this time, he had no inkling of what Lin Feng had endured. From being a mere ant, he now not only had a beautiful girlfriend, but also a formidable ally at his side. Lin Feng, no, Brother Feng, I was wrong. Please spare me. This wretch could bend and yield, kneeling and frantically knocking his head on the ground until his forehead was swollen. He now understood that Lin Feng was a father figure he could not afford to provoke. The ruffians, recognizing the weakness in their opponent, quickly submitted and begged for mercy when they realized they were outmatched. All right, get lost. But I warn you, if anything happens to my girlfriend and Amp, Oppo's, restaurant, it will all fall on you. But I didn't do anything. That too will be counted against you. Su Gang was at a loss, left to fend for himself. From now on, he would need to be vigilant, preventing trouble before it arose. If he encountered someone formidable, he would inform Lin Feng in advance. Get lost. I don't want to see you again. Yes, Brother Feng. I'm leaving right now. This fool absurdly rolled himself out of the scene. Name, Su Gang. Inner thoughts. I must flee. If I can't confront him, I can at least evade him. I cannot remain in Su City. I need to leave. Perfect timing to leverage the secret on my phone to blackmail Wang Ding for some money. Then I'll escape. Lin Feng felt a shiver. Did this fool possess leverage over Wang Ding? Considering his status, how could that be possible? Lin Feng was puzzled. Logically, he shouldn't have access to Wang Ding. Hint. A chance encounter allowed him to obtain evidence of Wang Ding and Amp, Oppo's, plot to eliminate Qin Mengyao, and this evidence resides in his phone. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Acquiring such evidence would be a formidable weapon. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Little Song, stay back and assist Yunxi. I need to step out for a while. Understood, boss. The girl seemed unusually obedient, as if transformed. Lin Feng, be careful. Chen Yunxi would not interfere with Lin Feng's affairs. She would only express her concern. Rest assured, I shall remain unscathed. Upon leaving the restaurant, Lin Feng headed into the night. It was already past 4, and dawn would soon break. After about 5 minutes, he spotted the disheveled Su Gang. This fool had abandoned his underlings, appearing nervous and clearly shaken from earlier. Su Gang, come back. Huh? Who is it? Like a startled bird, he whipped around, only to find it was Lin Feng, causing his heart to race with fear. What? What do you want? I've already left. Why are you still looking for me? Calm down. I have no intention of harming you. I merely wish to ask you something. In the darkness, Lin Feng's smile appeared particularly sinister. Approaching Su Gang, Lin Feng asked with feigned cheerfulness, You're quite the resourceful one, aren't you? As a mere lackey, you managed to acquire such secrets? What do you mean? You know Wang Ding and Amp, Oppo's, secret, don't you? Huh? How do you know that? I don't know anything. The moment he spoke, he sensed the gravity of his words and promptly backtracked. Yet Lin Feng merely sneered. Do you believe I want to summon Wang Ding right now? You would bring Wang Ding here? His uncertainty grew, heart racing. In the past, he would have dismissed such claims, but now, fear gripped him. Lin Feng was no longer the same. He had changed. Should Lin Feng truly contact Wang Ding, he would be in dire straits. Consequently, in a bid for self-preservation, he finally decided to concede. Brother Feng, please, I'll give it to you. Just don't call Wang Ding, otherwise I'm finished. Then show it to me. If you dare play tricks, I assure you, your demise will be excruciating. I want to play tricks. The secret is on my phone. Please have a look. I captured it by chance. Chapter 95. Astonishing Leverage. The show begins. Lin Feng opened the folder and, upon Su Gang's instruction, entered the password, successfully gaining access. Inside was a 10-minute video, which he promptly played. The setting was a KTV private room, where a man in his 50s lounged on the sofa, a cigar dangling from his lips and legs crossed. Though his hair was graying, he exuded an air of authority, unmistakably not an ordinary individual. This was Wang Ding, a notorious underworld figure once famed alongside Feng Shichang. Before him sat two young men, heads bowed, wearing obsequious smiles that hinted at their discomfort. Wang Ding extinguished a cigar and remarked, "Wang Qian, Zhang Feng. I am aware that you two possess some long-lost skills, correct?" Ding Yi merely picked up a few tricks while navigating the underworld, nothing worthy of the stage. They replied, their voices cautious. Indeed, it was once a means of survival, but times have changed, and those methods are no longer viable. So we have no use for them. Wang Ding grinned broadly and stated, "I have a particular fondness for capable young individuals. Those with talent will shine wherever they go. Naturally, those who are skilled can earn money anywhere. Ding Yi, we have been loyal to you for a long time. Please, speak your mind." "Very well. I shall be straightforward." Wang Ding produced several stacks of cash, totaling around 600,000 yuan, placing it before the two men. "Here is 600,000. Upon completion of the task, an additional million awaits. Are you satisfied?" The two men exchanged startled glances, their expressions a mix of disbelief and uncertainty regarding the magnitude of the offer. Wang Ding was not to be trifled with. Unlike Feng Shichang, he was cunning and merciless, driven solely by profit and devoid of any sense of loyalty. He operated under the principle that a man without poison is not a true man. "Huh, what is the matter? Are you afraid?" "Ding Yi, please don't misunderstand. We are simply taken aback. Such a generous sum implies that the task is indeed significant. Of course, if it were simple, would I require your assistance? I have a gambling match with Longhu Mountain Villa, as you are aware." "Certainly. The entire underworld of Sioux City is likely aware. Feng Shichang has an adopted daughter, Qin Mingyao, a gambling prodigy with formidable skills. I need you to eliminate her before the match." As the two men stared in shock, he revealed a USB drive, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "This contains Qin Mingyao's behavioral patterns. She frequents a yoga studio every Friday evening. That is your opportune moment.